Chapter 1 Humiliation at the Market. In the bustling martial market of Lingyong City on Star Continent, the crowd was lively with vendors shocking firewares and customers shaggling governor prices. Lin Feng, a slender oaf, squatted in the upper narrow of the high street, his eyes filled with a mix of helplessness and longing. In front of him lay a small stall display in gay detailed basic martial technique manuals. These manuals were carefully selected from various second-hand bookstalls, hoping to fetch a good price to alleviate his financial struggles. Lin Feng wore a simple, threadbare shirt that had been washed so many times it was almost white, with patches and fear. His hair was disheveled, and his face still bore retrocesso from washed dirt. He watched intently as people paced by, and whenever Simeone glanced at the stall, he would immediately look up with pupil eyes, trying to sell his manuals. Sir, take a look at these martial technique manuals. They are real carefully custom and will definitely help you on your cultivation, Lin Feng said to a passing martial artist. The man merely glanced sideways, shook his disdainfully, and walked away hurriedly. Lin Feng sighed and continued waiting for the next potential buyer. At that moment, a group of raucous laughter broke the air. Haha, isn't this Lin Feng, the poor boy, still dreaming of getting rich? Lin Feng looked up to see a group of elegantly dressed young men from noble families approaching. Leading them was Zhao Yan, the son of the Zhao family. Zhao Yan had clear features built to a tight expression that made him appear detestable. He wore an elaborate hazel robe, with a visible J-dependent engine from his waist, and held out like a folding fan. He strutted arrogantly, followed by a group of sycophants. Zhao Yang master, what brings you here? Lin Feng stood up, forcing a smile despite his discomfort. Zhao Yan walked up to Sesto, using his phone to flip opinion of the manuals. After a brief glance, he tossed it to the ground, sneering. You think these works cancel for money? Have you gone mad with poverty? Lin Feng bit his lip and replied, Zhao Yang master, while his manuals may not be high level, they are still useful for beginners. Beginners, do you think of your nice talent to Asia? Zhao Yan laughed coldly. I'm feeling generous today, so get lost before we lose semi-temper. Lin Feng's face turned pale, bit his suppressed his anger and said, Zhao Yang master, I'm just trying to earn a living through my own efforts. Please don't make things difficult for him. Make things difficult for you, Zhao Yan glared at him. You're not even worthy of my attention, boys, destroy his stall. Zhao Yan's followers rushed forward, overturning Festo and scattering the manuals on the ground, some even stepped on them. Lin Feng tried to stop them but was pushed to the ground by enough the followers. You, a poor boy like you, actually think you can change our fate by selling gave world manuals? What a delusion, Zhao Yan laughed triumphantly. Lin Feng got up, clenching his fists tight like had blood seeped from his bones. His eyes blazed with fury. Zhao Yan, you've gone too far, Lin Feng shouted. Too far, infelicity, I am the law, Zhao Yan tapped Lin Feng's face with his fan. What can you do, booty? Just as Lin Feng felt totally hopeless, a dazzling light streak that crossed Hesky, captured range of Young's attention. Chapter 2 The Mysterious Sect Messenger. The brilliant light instantly drew the attention of everyone in the market. As the light faded, an elderly man in white robes descended gracefully and flying sword. His robes fluttered in the wind, and deafened to rage around him, making Jethert to look directly at him. The old man had silver hair and a full complexion, his eyes sharp and deep like the vast star risky. Every wrinkle in his face seemed to tell the story of countless years of wisdom and experience. A powerful and mysterious aura emanated from him, pressing down on very own present. The old man's gaze scanned at the crowd urgently, and when he saw Lin Feng, his eyes lit up with surprise and excitement. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lin Feng, his voice trembling with emotion. Young lord, I have finally found you. Lin Feng was bewildered, unsure of how to respond to a strange old man. His mind raced, unable to comprehend the sudden title bestowed upon him. Zhao Yan, recovering from his shock, mustered his courage and said, Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? How cold Lin Feng, a poor boy, being young lord, are you see now? The old man snorted cuddly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. A wave of overwhelming pressure erupted from him, sweeping toward Zhao Yan and his followers. Zhao Yan felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making Jethert to breathe. His legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. His followers also collapsed, their faces pale and drenched in cold sweat. How dare you disrespect the young lord? The old man's voice was sissy, filled with authority and unyielding power. Zhao Yan, terrified, trembled and begged for mercy. Elder, please forgive him. He didn't recognize our greatness. Please spare him. The old man ignored Zhao Yan, turning his gaze back to Lin Feng with a look of affection and concern. His tone softened. Young lord, you have suffered much. When the sect faced great peril, the Grand Elder sacrificed everything to ensure our safe times and to protect you. Now that the situation has stabilized, it's to me to bring you back and restore the sect. Lin Feng glistened, filled with doubt and shock. He had lived a life of poverty and humiliation in Lingyong City, never imagining such a bizarre past. Elder, are you mistaken? I'm just a poor boy. How could I be a young lord? Lin Feng stammered. The old man shook his head. Young lord, your features resemble those of Grand Elder, and you would never be wrong. Moreover, you bear unique martial soul mark, the symbol of our sex legacy. With that, the old man extended his finger, and the beam of light shot toward Lin Feng's forehead. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a warm current surge through him, and a mysterious rune appeared on his forehead. Lin Feng was stunned at the hesitating change, touching the rune on his forehead. Slowly, he began to believe the old man's words. The old man, seeing Lin Feng's hesitation, continued. Young lord, now is not the time for explanations. Let's return to the sect, and everything will become clear. He stepped back into the flying sword and extended his hand to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then decided to leave this place of humiliation behind. He clenched his teeth, denied the old man's hand, and stepped onto the flying sword. Amidst his astonished gazes of the crowd, the flying sword transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. Lin Feng felt the wind rushing past thighs as the scenery blurred. He closed his eyes tightly, clutching the old man's robes. After what felt like eternity, the flying sword landed gently in a mist-covered mountain peak. The peak soared into the clouds, surrounded by lush forests and waterfalls cascading down like Euphrates. Before them stood the grand sect complex, with a massive array adorned with intricate carvings. Inside, a spacious square paved with smooth stones reflected the sunlight. Around the square were ancient pavilions and halls, beautifully carved and exquisitely decorated. The old man led Lin Feng into the main hall, where incense filled the air and the large statue stood majestically. The old man knelt before the statue, bowing 3 times. From this momentum, young lord, you must shoulder the responsibility of reviving the sect, the old man said, standing up with a determined look. Lin Feng looked at the old man, a sense of responsibility stirring within him for the first time. Chapter 3: The Sect's Secrets. Lin Feng followed the old man through the few winding corridors of the sect, his heart filled with curiosity and apprehension. They entered a quiet study, and the old man closed the door behind them, turning to face Lin Feng with a serious expression. Young lord, what I am about to tell you all concerns the survival and future of the sect, the old man said, taking a deep breath. Lin Feng straightened his posture, listening intently. Our sect is called Lin Yun Sect, once a powerful force on Star Continent. However, a sudden conspiracy plunged at the sect into dire straits, the old man sees clouded with pain and anger. A dark force covered your sect's supreme techniques and treasures, and in collusion with other sects, launched an attackness. That battle was brutal, and countless brothers and sisters fell in the bloodshed. The old man's voice trembled slightly. Lin Feng clenched his fists, a wave of sorrow wondered surging within him. The Grand Elder sacrificed everything to protect the sect's legacy and your safety, sending you away and hiding you until the right to me to return and revive the sect. The old man's gaze rested on Lin Feng, filled with hope. For years, he had secretly investigated the movements of the dark force and
Lin Feng received the ancient tome, feeling a weighty responsibility settle upon his shoulders. From this day forth, you shall embark on a rigorous journey of cultivation, and I shall be by your side to guide you, the elder proclaimed. Lin Feng nodded solemnly, his eyes glimmering with unwavering determination. In the days that followed, Lin Feng arose each morning before dawn, diligently honing his martial skills. He practiced the techniques repeatedly, his garments drenched in sweat, yet he never allowed a moment of complacency to creep in. The elder stood by, rigorously instructing him, occasionally correcting Lin Feng's movements and methods of exertion. Throughout this process of training, Lin Feng gradually sensed the awakening of his martial spirit, his strength soaring at an astonishing pace. However, just as Lin Feng reveled in the joy of his cultivation, an insidious crisis loomed on the horizon. One fateful night, he was abruptly roused by a cacophony of sounds. Exiting his chamber, he beheld the sect engulfed in raging flames, a band of cloaked figures brazenly assaulting the disciples. It is that dark force, the elder exclaimed with fury. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng charged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the assailants. He unleashed the martial techniques he had only recently mastered, the power of his spirit surging within him. For a time, Lin Feng found himself gaining the upper hand in the fray. Yet, the sheer number of adversaries, coupled with their formidable strength, began to overwhelm him. At that critical juncture, the elder stepped forth, wielding potent martial skills, repelling wave after wave of the cloaked figures. Young master, you must flee and seek the sect's treasure. This is our final hope, the elder urged loudly. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and turned, sprinting deeper into the recesses of the sect. In the enveloping darkness, he ran with all his might, driven by a singular conviction. He must locate the treasure and restore the glory of the sect. Chapter 4: The Difficult Choice. Lin Feng sprinted desperately through the sect's secret passage, the echoes of fierce combat and the anguished cries of the wounded resonating in his ears. In the oppressive darkness of the corridor, his breathing grew increasingly labored, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. At last, he arrived before a concealed chamber hidden deep underground. Gasping for breath, Lin Feng endeavored to steady himself. For following the instructions imparted by the elder, he meticulously searched the stone wall at the entrance of the chamber and discovered a concealed mechanism. With a low rumble, the door to the secret chamber creaked open. A musty odor wafted out, prompting Lin Feng to cough involuntarily. He gathered his composure and stepped inside. The chamber was shrouded in a thin layer of dust, its surroundings adorned with an array of precious treasures and ancient texts. Some artifacts radiated an enigmatic glow, while others emanated an aura of age-old mystique. There was no time for Lin Feng to marvel at the rarity of these treasures. He swiftly began to search for the key item that could aid the sect in overcoming its crisis. His anxious gaze swept over the shelves and boxes. Just as his desperation peaked, he suddenly spotted a box emanating a mysterious light. Approaching it with caution, he opened the box to reveal a crystal-clear gemstone. Within the gem, a luminous energy seemed to swirl, hinting at a formidable power. However, as he prepared to leave with the gemstone, his peripheral vision caught sight of an ancient scroll. The cover of the scroll had yellowed with age, its surface marked by the passage of time. Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng picked up the scroll and opened it, discovering that it contained a forbidden technique. It was said that mastering this technique could grant one immense strength in a short span, yet it bore tremendous risks, including the possibility of madness or even death. Lin Feng found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Choosing the gemstone might offer a temporary advantage against the enemies, but its long-term benefits for the sect remained uncertain. Moreover, he was unsure of the true extent of the gemstone's power. Conversely, opting for the forbidden technique could swiftly elevate his abilities, yet the unknown dangers invoked a sense of dread within him. Should he fail, not only would his life be in peril, but the hope for the sect's resurgence would be utterly extinguished. Time was of the essence. As the sounds of battle outside grew ever more intense, Lin Feng could almost hear the cries and moans of his fellow disciples. His anxiety escalated, as if a fire were raging within him. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug painfully into his palms, drawing blood that he remained oblivious to. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and sweat streamed down, blurring his vision. Ultimately, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He recalled the brothers who had fallen in pools of blood, the steadfast gaze of the elder, and the sect's former glory. For the sect, for those who had perished, I am willing to take the risk. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and murmured. He seized the forbidden technique and tucked it into his bosom before turning to flee the chamber. Upon returning to the battlefield, the sight that met his eyes nearly shattered his heart. The disciples of the sect lay scattered, grievously wounded or lifeless on the ground. The elder, too, bore grave injuries, his garments stained with blood, yet he continued to resist the onslaught of the dark-clad assailants. "Young master, how have you returned?" the elder exclaimed, a mix of surprise and anger etched on his face upon seeing Lin Feng. Lin Feng declared loudly, "Elder, I have discovered a method to grow stronger. We will surely repel the enemy." Without heeding the elder's protests, he sat down on the spot, extracting the forbidden technique from his cloak and began to cultivate according to its incantations. A powerful surge of energy coursed through his body in an instant, and Lin Feng radiated an eerie light, causing the very air around him to grow heavy. His complexion alternated between crimson and pallid, his body trembling uncontrollably. The dark-clad assailants, sensing this newfound power, halted their attacks, watching Lin Feng with wary eyes. With a sudden ferocity, Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, two beams of brilliance shooting forth. A formidable aura erupted from him, sending the surrounding sand and debris swirling into the air. He let out a roar, akin to an enraged lion, and charged at the attackers. Chapter 5. A counterattack. Lin Feng surged forward like a bolt of lightning towards the cloaked assailants, his fists enveloped in an enigmatic glow, each strike imbued with the force of thunder. The very air was agitated by his punches, emitting a sharp, piercing whistle. Before the first cloaked figure could react, Lin Feng's fist connected with his chest. A resounding crack echoed, and the man's ribcage shattered instantaneously, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, colliding with several others behind him. The remaining assailants were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, but they quickly regained their composure, brandishing their weapons and surrounding Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was no trace of fear. He unleashed the forbidden techniques he had just mastered, moving like a wraith amidst the cloaked figures. His movements were as swift as a gale, eluding capture. With each strike, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, as if capable of tearing the very fabric of space apart. "How has this brat suddenly grown so formidable?" one of the cloaked figures exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling with fear. "Don't panic. Let's all attack together. With our numbers, we need not fear a mere boy." Another attempted to rally their spirits, yet his own gaze betrayed his anxiety. However, their bravado was swiftly shattered by Lin Feng. It seemed as though his body was shielded by an invisible barrier. Blades and swords clashed against him, merely sparking without inflicting any substantial harm. Lin Feng's martial prowess was relentless, each blow brimming with boundless might. His fists struck like sledgehammers, breaking bones and shattering resolve with every hit. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin Feng's determination intensified. Memories of his sect's former glory and the fallen brothers in arms who lay in pools of blood haunted his mind. For the sect, for vengeance, this conviction blazed ever brighter within his heart. Ah! Lin Feng roared, a tremendous force emanating from him, creating a powerful shockwave. The surrounding cloaked figures were caught in its wake, shrieking as they were sent sprawling to the ground. At that moment, Lin Feng exuded an aura of awe-inspiring might. His hair billowed in the wind, and his eyes glinted with murderous intent, resembling a war deity risen from the depths of hell. In the distance, the elder observed the scene with a mix of astonishment and concern. He was amazed by Lin Feng's explosive power at such a critical juncture, revealing extraordinary potential. Yet he feared the unpredictable repercussions of the forbidden techniques Lin Feng had employed. "Young master, be careful," the elder called out, his voice laced with worry. Lin Feng heard the elder's warning but was too consumed by his singular focus. His mind was set solely on annihilating the cloaked figures and avenging his sect. He charged forward, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour, each punch infused with his fury and resolve. The cloaked figures began to falter, their bravado evaporating as they realized the gravity of their predicament. Lin Feng was no longer a mere youth to be easily dispatched but a terrifying force to be reckoned with. "Retreat! If we don't escape now, we shall all perish here," one of the cloaked figures shouted in desperation. As they turned to flee, Lin Feng would not allow them to escape so easily. He darted forward, positioning himself to block their path. "Today, none of you shall leave," Lin Feng bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the valley. The cloaked figures gazed at Lin Feng in despair, understanding that they were trapped. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, an excruciating pain surged through his body. It felt as though 1,000 arrows had pierced his heart, draining the color from his face and causing his body to sway unsteadily. "Young master," the elder gasped, his heart leaping into his throat. Lin Feng gritted his teeth against the agony, murmuring, "I'm fine, just deal with them first." With that, he summoned his remaining strength, toppling the last few cloaked figures to the ground. Yet, as his energy waned, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. The battle concluded, the once tumultuous battlefield fell into a profound silence. The elder rushed to Lin Feng's side, supporting his limp form. Lin Feng was utterly drained, devoid of strength. "You must hold on, young master," the elder's voice trembled, filled with concern as he gazed upon Lin Feng, unconscious and vulnerable. I did it," Lin Feng weakly uttered, his voice barely a whisper before he succumbed to oblivion. The elder gazed at the unconscious Lin Feng, his eyes filled with deep concern and anxiety. He recognized that, despite having repelled the enemy, Lin Feng's body had suffered grievous harm from the use of forbidden techniques. The road ahead was long, fraught with further challenges and trials. Yet he silently vowed that, regardless of the cost, he would ensure Lin Feng's recovery and restore the sect's former glory. A gentle breeze swept through, laden with the scent of blood. The elder lifted Lin Feng into his arms, steadily making his way back to the sect, his silhouette appearing solitary yet resolute in the fading light of the sunset. Chapter 6. Healing and awakening after Lin Feng fell into a coma, the elderly man, consumed by urgency, hurriedly carried him back to the sect's chamber. The air within the room was thick with tension and oppression. The man's breath came in quick gasps, and the furrows on his forehead deepened with anxiety. He swiftly rummaged through the cabinet, extracting various precious elixirs, which were usually regarded as treasures, but were now taken out without hesitation. With great care, the elder pried open Lin Feng's mouth and placed the elixirs within, channeling his internal energy to assist Lin Feng in assimilating their healing properties. However, the damage inflicted by the forbidden cultivation technique Lin Feng practiced far exceeded the elder's expectations. After ingesting the elixirs, their effects were minimal, and Lin Feng remained in a deep unconsciousness, his breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. What could be done? The elder, frantic, paced back and forth in the room, rubbing his hands together incessantly, his eyes filled with helplessness and worry. He gazed at Lin Feng's pallid visage, a wave of self-reproach washing over him. If he had not urged Lin Feng to seek the hope of the sect, perhaps such a calamity would not have befallen them. Just as despair began to take hold, a sudden recollection struck him. A mysterious forbidden ground within the sect. This was a place that had been strictly prohibited from casual exploration by successive sect masters, rumored to harbor powerful and enigmatic forces, fraught with both peril and opportunity. Yet, at this moment, the elder could afford to consider nothing else but saving Lin Feng. Resolute, he hoisted Lin Feng onto his back and strode purposefully toward the forbidden ground. Along the way, his breaths grew heavier, yet his pace never faltered. As he entered the forbidden ground, a thick mist enveloped him, the chilling atmosphere pressing against him. The silence was almost palpable, interrupted only by the elder's hurried footsteps and labored breaths. The stone slabs beneath his feet were slick with moss, treacherous enough to cause a fall with the slightest misstep. However, the elder remained wholly focused ahead, his mind singularly intent on finding a means to save Lin Feng. At last, they reached the depths of the forbidden ground. Before them lay a hot spring that emanated a soft, radiant glow. Steam rose in swirling tendrils above the water's surface, which shimmered with a faint luminescence, as if whispering secrets of its extraordinary nature. The waters appeared to contain potent healing energies, infusing the surrounding air with warmth and tranquility. The elder gently lowered Lin Feng into the spring, his gaze fixed anxiously on the young man's transformation. Initially, Lin Feng's body showed no sign of response, and the elder's heart sank once more. Was this last hope about to vanish as well? Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a miracle unfolded. Lin Feng's form began to radiate a soft light, initially faint but gradually intensifying. His wounds closed at a visible pace, the grotesque lacerations knitting together as fresh skin emerged, akin to a rebirth. His complexion regained its color, and the previously tenuous breath steadied, becoming strong and rhythmic. As Lin Feng's injuries mended, his body suddenly erupted with a powerful surge of energy. This force shattered the surrounding mist, illuminating the entire forbidden ground as if it were midday. The elder was momentarily staggered by the wave of energy, astonished and elated. He recognized that Lin Feng was awakening his martial spirit during this life and death trial, a phenomenon exceedingly rare, typically occurring only under extraordinary circumstances, endowing the practitioner with greater strength and potential. Visions of ancient scenes flooded Lin Feng's mind, depicting the predecessors of the sect as they cultivated, graceful, robust, and executing intricate techniques. Each movement, every breath, encapsulated boundless martial mysteries. Lin Feng felt as though he were immersed in a vast treasure trove of martial knowledge, eagerly absorbing the wisdom and power within. Countless rays of light coursed through his being, unblocking meridians, expanding his dantian, and significantly enhancing his internal energy capacity. Under the nourishment of this power, his martial spirit gradually became clearer and more formidable. Time slipped away, and eventually, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with determination and confidence, as though he had undergone a rebirth. The aura surrounding him was potent yet restrained. He was no longer the inexperienced youth but a warrior imbued with formidable strength. Senior, I feel invigorated with power, Lin Feng declared as he rose from the spring, droplets cascading off him, sparkling in the light. The elder, overcome with emotion, approached and grasped Lin Feng's shoulders tightly. Young master, you have triumphed. The revival of the sect is within reach. Lin Feng clenched his fists, feeling the tumultuous energy within him, silently vowing, those who have harmed the sect will pay the price. He gazed upward, his eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Chapter 7: Cultivation and Growth. Upon returning from the forbidden grounds, Lin Feng became acutely aware of the weighty responsibilities that now rested upon his shoulders. He devoted himself to rigorous training each day, not daring to indulge in even the slightest semblance of idleness. At dawn, before the first rays of sunlight graced the courtyard, Lin Feng had already risen. Clad in a simple training attire, he stood in the expansive courtyard, commencing his practice of martial arts. His movements were fluid and powerful, each punch released with a whoosh of wind. His gaze was focused and resolute, as if the open space before him transformed into a fierce battlefield against an adversary. Sweat swiftly soaked his garments, beads of perspiration trickling down his cheeks and falling upon the earth beneath him, yet he remained oblivious, entirely immersed in the art of his punches. In the sweltering afternoon, with the sun blazing and the air seemingly warped by the heat, others sought refuge in the shade, avoiding the oppressive sunlight. Lin Feng, however, practiced his internal energy techniques alone in the training ground. Seated cross-legged, he closed his eyes, banishing distractions, guiding his internal energy through the meridians. The energy flowed like a warm current along a designated path, each passage through an acupoint eliciting a slight sting and tingling sensation. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, enduring the discomfort as he repeatedly directed his internal energy, continually fortifying his foundational strength. As night fell, the moonlight poured like water into Lin Feng's study. He remained engrossed in the ancient martial texts, the yellowed pages appearing particularly venerable under the silvery glow. Occasionally, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, and at other times, a smile graced his lips, fully absorbed in the realm of martial arts. He absorbed the wisdom of his predecessors, pondering how to integrate the techniques he had learned to unleash greater potency. Throughout his journey of cultivation, Lin Feng encountered numerous challenges and plateaus. On one occasion, while practicing a technique known as the Phantom Fist, he executed it hundreds of times yet failed to achieve the elusive, ethereal quality described in the manual. Each punch felt just shy of perfection. Though his movements were skilled, they lacked soul. Lin Feng was deeply troubled by this, pondering day and night, adjusting his posture, force application, and breathing rhythm, yet he remained unable to break through. On another occasion, while cultivating his internal energy, he faced a formidable resistance when his energy reached the Zhongwan acupoint, rendering him unable to progress further. He attempted various methods, adjusting his breath to control the intensity of his internal energy, but to no avail. This left Lin Feng feeling disheartened, even leading him to question his own abilities. However, he never succumbed to despair, continually seeking guidance from an elder. The elder patiently elucidated the essence of the martial techniques, advising Lin Feng to truly feel each movement rather than merely imitate. Regarding his internal energy, the elder encouraged him to relax, to resist the urge for immediate results, and instructed him in a special breathing technique to guide his energy. Listening intently to the elder's teachings, Lin Feng diligently reflected and practiced. After countless failures and attempts, he finally discovered the key to his breakthrough. He realized that the essence of the phantom fist lay in the variation of speed and rhythm. To make the technique as elusive as a phantom, he must disrupt the conventional tempo, catching opponents off guard. As for the bottleneck in his internal energy, he adjusted his mindset, reaching a state of ethereality during practice, ultimately overcoming the resistance and allowing his energy to flow unobstructed through his meridians. As time progressed, Lin Feng's strength soared. His martial techniques became more refined, each punch imbued with tremendous power, striking with the swiftness of lightning, rendering him nearly unstoppable. His internal energy deepened, akin to a mighty river, ever flowing. His mastery of his martial spirit also improved, enabling him to summon its power instantaneously in battle, enhancing both his offensive and defensive capabilities. During an internal competition within his sect, Lin Feng triumphed over numerous senior disciples with overwhelming prowess. In the training arena, he moved with agility, effortlessly evading his opponent's attacks before swiftly countering. His techniques were unpredictable, his internal energy surging like a tempest, leaving his adversaries defenseless. Ultimately, he stood at the center of the arena, basking in the cheers and admiration of the onlookers. Nevertheless, Lin Feng did not allow himself to be consumed by pride. He understood that this was merely the beginning, with far greater challenges awaiting him on the horizon. He recognized that his strength was not solely for personal glory but for the revival of his sect and in honor of those who had sacrificed for it. Simultaneously, whispers of Lin Feng's sect began to circulate through the martial world. Those who had previously opposed the sect began to stir, wary of the potential threat posed by Lin Feng's ascendance to their status and interests. They conspired in the shadows, plotting a new wave of schemes, intent on extinguishing him and his sect before he could fully mature. Upon learning of this situation, Lin Feng intensified his training. He dedicated even more time to his practice, relentlessly pushing his limits. He understood that only by becoming sufficiently formidable could he safeguard his sect and realize its revival. In the stillness of the night, while others slumbered, a faint light flickered in Lin Feng's chamber. He toiled for the future, steadfast in his beliefs. Chapter 8 Peril lurks everywhere. The undercurrents of turmoil in the martial world have become increasingly palpable, and the atmosphere within the sect to which Lin Feng belongs has grown increasingly tense. One day, while Lin Feng was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, attempting to break through a crucial acupoint, a disciple rushed in, shattering the tranquility. The disciple, breathless and visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Young sect master, it's terrible. Our disciples who went out to procure supplies have been ambushed, and the materials have been stolen." Lin Feng's heart sank, abruptly withdrawing from his meditative state, his brow furrowed with concern as he followed the disciple to assess the injured. Upon entering the room where the wounded were housed, a pungent scent of blood assailed his senses. The injured disciples lay strewn across the floor, groaning in agony, their garments stained crimson, their bodies marred by numerous wounds of varying severity. A surge of anger welled up within Lin Feng, his fists clenching involuntarily. "Do we know who is responsible?" Lin Feng inquired urgently, his voice laced with suppressed fury. It was members of the Blood Slaughter Gang," one of the injured disciples weakly replied, his eyes brimming with terror and rage. The Blood Slaughter Gang, a notorious and malevolent faction within the martial realm, was infamous for their arson, murder, and plunder. They had long coveted the resources and territory of Lin Feng's sect, but had previously refrained from brazen attacks due to the sect's formidable strength. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Feng promptly convened a meeting with the sect's senior members to devise a strategy. In the conference hall, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Several elders and hall masters sat together, their expressions somber. "This provocation by the Blood Slaughter Gang is evidently premeditated. We must prepare ourselves thoroughly," an elder remarked anxiously, stroking his beard, his eyes filled with concern. Another hall master added, "They have recently been recruiting aggressively in the martial world, significantly bolstering their strength. They will likely be formidable opponents." Lin Feng, with unwavering resolve, surveyed the assembly and declared, "Their audacity will not go unpunished. We shall ensure they pay dearly for their insolence. However, our immediate priority must be the safety of our sect." With that, Lin Feng began to systematically organize various tasks. He fortified the sect's defenses, establishing traps and watchtowers around the perimeter. He arranged for disciples to take turns patrolling, maintaining vigilant watch day and night to catch any sign of movement. Simultaneously, he dispatched astute scouts to investigate the Blood Slaughter Gang's activities, seeking to discern their next maneuvers. Yet, the crisis was far from over. A few nights later, under a moonless sky and amidst howling winds, the disciples of the sect, weary from a day of cultivation, had succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a cacophony shattered the stillness. Fire, fire, the cries echoed throughout the sect. Lin Feng awoke with a start, flinging open his door to behold flames leaping into the sky, consuming multiple structures. Thick smoke billowed, suffocating those who inhaled it. Of the disciples, roused from their dreams, were engulfed in chaos. Some rushed to extinguish the flames while others fled in panic amidst the inferno. Lin Feng tirelessly directed the efforts to combat the fire and rescue those in peril. His face was illuminated by the blaze, flushed and glistening with sweat mixed with soot, cascading down his cheeks. Stay calm, prioritize saving lives before extinguishing the fire. Lin Feng bellowed. Under his command, the disciples gradually regained their composure, beginning to conduct rescue operations in an orderly fashion. After several hours of arduous struggle, the fire was finally quelled, yet the sect had suffered significant losses. Before they could fully recover from the aftermath of the blaze, news arrived that several allied minor sects nearby had also fallen victim to attacks by the Blood Slaughter Gang, beseeching their aid. Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. Should he dispatch troops to assist, the sect would be left vulnerable, allowing the Blood Slaughter Gang a potential opportunity to strike. Yet, if he chose not to assist, the minor sects would undoubtedly lose faith in their alliance and might even turn against them. Pacing back and forth in his chamber, Lin Feng contemplated the best course of action. The elders and hall masters remained silent, awaiting his decision. We cannot stand idly by and watch others perish, Lin Feng finally declared with conviction, but we must also avoid depleting our forces, leaving the sect defenseless. After deliberation, Lin Feng resolved to personally lead a contingent of elite disciples to aid their allies, leaving an elder and a portion of disciples to guard the sect. Before departing, Lin Feng gazed steadfastly at the sect's entrance, silently vowing, "No matter what, I shall resolve this crisis and safeguard the safety of our sect and our allies." With his disciples in tow, Lin Feng spurred his steed onward towards their allies, their silhouettes gradually receding into the night, their path fraught with the unknown perils that lay ahead. Chapter 9: A Perilous Rescue. Lin Feng, accompanied by his elite disciples, spurred their steeds at a breakneck pace towards the beleaguered allied sect. The thunderous clatter of hooves echoed like a torrential downpour, stirring up clouds of dust along their path. The expressions of the group were grave, their hearts ablaze with urgency, while Lin Feng's gaze radiated unwavering determination and resolve. Upon finally reaching the first allied sect, the sight that met their eyes was nothing short of harrowing. The sect lay in ruins, buildings collapsed, and tendrils of acrid smoke spiraled from the remnants of walls. The ground was stained with blood, the anguished groans of the wounded intermingling with the cries of despair, casting a pall of desolation over the scene. Lin Feng swiftly dismounted, his voice booming, "Brothers, follow me." He resolutely directed his disciples to join the rescue efforts, simultaneously engaging in fierce combat with the remnants of the Blood Slaughter Gang. The members of the Blood Slaughter Gang, upon witnessing Lin Feng and his companions' arrival, each one exuding valor and formidable combat prowess, could not suppress their trepidation. They fought while retreating, desperately attempting to flee. Lin Feng, astutely perceiving their intentions, understood that he must not allow these nefarious villains to escape, lest they become a perpetual threat. "Chase!" Lin Feng commanded, leading the charge with relentless pursuit. They followed the trail of their adversaries until they arrived at a secluded valley. During the pursuit, Lin Feng discerned that the Blood Slaughter Gang appeared to be deliberately luring them into this valley. A wave of caution surged within him. Yet, contemplating the suffering endured by their allies, he resolved to take the risk for the sake of annihilating the enemy and avenging his comrades. As they entered the valley, a multitude of skilled fighters from the Blood Slaughter Gang emerged from the shadows, clad in black attire and wielding various lethal weapons, their eyes glinting with malice and cruelty. "Lin Feng, today marks your demise," proclaimed the leader of the Blood Slaughter Gang, standing atop a rise and cackling with triumph. His voice echoed ominously through the valley, sending shivers down spines. Unfazed, Lin Feng gazed defiantly at the leader and declared, "You think you can impede us? Today marks your obliteration." His voice resonated with unwavering courage, invigorating his disciples, who rallied with a resounding cheer, their morale soaring. A brutal battle ensued, with Lin Feng leading the charge like a valiant lion plunging into the fray. He unleashed his full martial prowess, each strike delivering devastating force. His fists rained down upon the enemy like a tempest, sending foes crashing to the ground. Yet, the Blood Slaughter Gang was numerous and well prepared, encircling Lin Feng and his disciples in a tightening grip, gradually constricting their avenues of escape. Lin Feng found himself ensnared in a dire predicament, his disciples battered and weary. His garments soaked in blood, Lin Feng's breaths grew labored, yet his resolve remained unyielding, his sword relentless in its swing. When one of his disciples fell beside him, anguish pierced his heart, but he had no time to grieve. He could only fight with renewed fervor. Just as the situation reached its zenith of peril, a cacophony of battle cries erupted. It was the elders left behind at the sect, alarmed by Lin Feng's potential danger, who had hastened to his aid with reinforcements. The arrival of allies disoriented the Blood Slaughter Gang, who had not anticipated Lin Feng's support. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously. Lin Feng, feeling a surge of newfound strength upon seeing the reinforcements, shouted, "Brothers, it is time to counterattack." He led his comrades in a ferocious counteroffensive, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain, unstoppable. The blood slaughter gang, now in disarray, was unable to mount an effective defense and began to scatter in flight. After a fierce and tumultuous struggle, the remnants of the blood slaughter gang were finally vanquished. The valley reeked of blood, and the ground was littered with the fallen foes. However, despite their hard-won victory, the cost was grievous for Lin Feng and his companions. Many disciples bore severe injuries, and some would never again open their eyes. Gazing upon the wounded and exhausted bodies of his disciples, Lin Feng's heart was heavy with sorrow and guilt. "Tend to the injured first, then we must return to the sect post-haste," he said, fighting back tears. With their wounded comrades and weary bodies in tow, they slowly made their way out of the valley, preparing to return to their sect. Unbeknownst to them, however, their sect was simultaneously facing a new crisis. After their departure, an enigmatic force seized the opportunity to launch an assault on the sect, whose defenses were alarmingly weak, placing it in imminent peril. Chapter 10 The Sect Crisis. As Lin Feng, accompanied by his companions, endured numerous hardships to return to the sect, they beheld the massive gates firmly shut from afar, an oppressive and tense atmosphere enveloping the surroundings. The once vibrant and harmonious sect now lay in eerie silence, broken only by the occasional low cries and the clashing of metal, which shattered the stillness. A foreboding sensation surged within Lin Feng, compelling him to quicken his pace as he called out for the disciples inside to open the doors. His voice echoed against the vastness of the mountain gate, imbued with palpable urgency and concern. Slowly, the door creaked open, revealing a disciple who burst forth, his visage smeared with blood. His garments were tattered, and his body bore numerous wounds, his eyes reflecting despair and terror. "Young sect master, it's terrible, a group of mysterious assailants has attacked us. They are extraordinarily powerful, and we can scarcely withstand their onslaught." The disciple's voice trembled with a sob, his body shaking from weakness and fear. Lin Feng's countenance darkened ominously, he clenched his teeth and declared, "Do not be afraid, I have returned." With that, he hastily led his comrades into the sect. Upon entering, the sight before Lin Feng's eyes caused his heart to lurch violently. The ground was marred by the marks of battle, the stone path stained crimson with blood, and buildings lay in ruins, wisps of black smoke curling from the debris. Many disciples lay in pools of blood, some devoid of life, while others groaned in anguish. Lin Feng's eyes widened in fury, his inner rage igniting to a blazing intensity, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain. "First, save the injured," Lin Feng bellowed. He directed his disciples to assist the wounded while he searched for traces of the assailants. His gaze was sharp as a blade, scanning the chaotic scene with urgency. In the sect's square, Lin Feng finally spotted the enigmatic attackers, clad in black cloaks that obscured their forms from head to toe. Their faces remained shrouded in mystery, yet they exuded a potent and malevolent aura that sent chills down one's spine. "Who are you? Why have you assaulted my sect?" Lin Feng roared, his voice brimming with fury and accusation. The leader of the mysterious figures responded with a chilling laugh, the sound reverberating ominously across the empty square. "Lin Feng, today marks the end of your sect." His voice seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, cold and merciless. With that, they launched another assault against Lin Feng and his companions. The attackers executed their moves with cunning precision, each strike laced with lethal intent. A fierce battle ensued. Lin Feng unleashed his full might, engaging in combat with the leader of the assailants. His fists moved like the wind, his form striking like lightning, each attack imbued with immense power. Yet, he soon realized that the leader's martial arts were exceptionally peculiar, unlike any adversary he had previously encountered. The leader's techniques were varied and elusive, making them difficult to counter, and his profound inner strength put Lin Feng at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the other disciples found themselves increasingly overwhelmed in their skirmishes with the mysterious figures. The attackers worked in seamless coordination, their strikes orderly, leaving the sect's disciples struggling to keep pace. One by one, disciples fell, cries of pain echoing through the air. Lin Feng, consumed by urgency, understood the dire consequences that awaited if the situation continued to escalate. He forced himself to remain composed, keenly observing the leader's techniques in search of a flaw. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed that the leader stumbled slightly after a particular strike. A spark of realization ignited within him. This might be an opportunity. Without hesitation, he seized the moment, launching a decisive blow. His fist surged forward, propelled by the howling wind, aimed directly at the leader's chest. Caught off guard, the leader could not evade in time and was struck by Lin Feng's punch, letting out a muffled grunt as he staggered backward, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, evidence of his grievous injury. Seeing their leader wounded, his subordinates began to panic. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, shouting, "Brothers, it's time to counterattack." The disciples, invigorated by Lin Feng's rallying cry, rallied their spirits and began to retaliate against the assailants with renewed vigor. Under Lin Feng's leadership, they gradually turned the tide of the battle. The mysterious figures, once so brazen, began to falter, their confidence waning. After a fierce struggle, the assailants were finally repelled, retreating like a receding tide, vanishing into the enveloping darkness of the night. Exhausted, Lin Feng sank to the ground, gasping for breath. His body was riddled with wounds, his garments soaked in blood, but he paid little heed to his own suffering. Gazing upon the devastation of the sect, the injured and the fallen disciples, his heart swelled with sorrow and wrath. He vowed silently to unearth the mastermind behind this calamity, to restore the sect to its former glory, and to avenge the souls of those who had perished. Chapter 11. Regaining strength after successfully repelling the mysterious assailant, Lin Feng, disregarding his exhaustion, immediately immersed himself in the affairs of the sect. His weary yet resolute figure traversed every corner of the sect, akin to a beacon of light amidst darkness, instilling hope and fortitude in all. He first organized personnel to clear the battlefield and tend to the injured. Observing the chaos strewn across the ground and the anguished expressions of the wounded disciples, Lin Feng was overwhelmed by guilt and self-reproach. The moans of the injured struck his heart like a relentless hammer. "It is my inadequacy that has brought such suffering upon everyone." His voice was low and hoarse as he clenched his fists, vowing silently to strengthen the sect and ensure that no one would ever bully them again. Subsequently, Lin Feng convened all the senior members of the sect in the council hall to discuss the reconstruction of their organization. The atmosphere within the hall was heavy, with fatigue and concern etched on the faces of all present. "This attack has inflicted severe losses upon us, yet we cannot succumb to despair. We must learn from this failure and bolster our defenses and training," Lin Feng stated firmly from the forefront. His gaze blazed with an indomitable spirit, igniting a sense of resolve in every individual present. Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly. An elder rose, his face lined with the marks of time, yet radiating determination in that moment. "Young sect master, we ought to reconfigure the sect's layout and establish more defensive fortifications. Not only must we heighten vigilance around the sect, but we should also set traps at strategic locations to ensure the enemy cannot escape." Another hallmaster promptly added, "We must also enhance the disciples' training and elevate our overall strength. We can formulate stricter and more efficient cultivation plans, while also inviting masters from the martial world to provide guidance." Lin Feng attentively listened to their suggestions, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. His mind raced as he contemplated the feasibility and potential outcomes of each proposal. "The recommendations from the elders and hall masters are commendable," Lin Feng responded thoughtfully after a moment of reflection. "We must not only fortify our external defenses but also enhance our internal capabilities. Starting tomorrow, we shall reorganize the disciples' training areas, tailoring our strategies to their respective levels and talents. Concurrently, we will dispatch personnel to gather intelligence from the martial world to better understand the enemy's movements." Thereafter, Lin Feng meticulously assigned tasks to each individual, ensuring clarity and order in their responsibilities. He personally supervised the construction of the defensive structures, arriving at the construction site each morning to work alongside the craftsmen. He lifted stones and carried timber, his garments soaked with sweat, yet he never uttered a single complaint. Inspired by his dedication, the disciples eagerly joined in, and progress on the project accelerated. At the same time, Lin Feng devised a rigorous training regimen, laboring alongside the disciples every day. Regardless of the scorching sun or biting winds, he was never absent. Leading by example, he motivated each disciple through his actions. On the training grounds, Lin Feng vocally instructed the disciples on their techniques, emphasizing the need for speed, precision, and stability in their movements. He demonstrated each action with clarity and strength, setting a standard for all to follow. Under Lin Feng's guidance, the atmosphere within the sect gradually shifted from sorrow and despair to one of renewed hope and determination. The disciples' eyes sparkled with revived ambition, believing that under Lin Feng's leadership, the sect would surely rise again. However, just as things began to improve, Lin Feng received a mysterious letter. Written on black paper, it contained only a single ominous phrase, "The game has only just begun." Lin Feng furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he read those words. He understood that the true challenges lay ahead, yet he was resolute and prepared to face whatever may come. Clutching the letter tightly in his hand, he quietly vowed, "Whoever you are, I shall not allow you to succeed." Chapter 12. A covert investigation. Upon receiving the enigmatic letter, Lin Feng resolved to conduct a discreet investigation, determined to unearth the puppet master behind the turmoil and seek justice for the suffering endured by his sect. He commenced his inquiry by delving into the origins of the missive, meticulously examining the paper, handwriting, and style of writing, yet discovered no valuable clues. Consequently, he dispatched his disciples to the towns and villages surrounding the sect to gather intelligence, hoping to uncover any suspicious activities. Disguised, these disciples spread out to various locales, engaging with the local populace, leaving no potential lead unexamined. Meanwhile, Lin Feng immersed himself in the vast collection of ancient texts and materials housed within the sect. He spent countless hours in the library, poring over the towering stacks of scrolls. The aged pages exuded a musty aroma as Lin Feng's eyes swiftly traversed line after line of text and illustration. At times, in pursuit of a potentially relevant account, he would peruse until the late hours, a solitary lamp illuminating his quest through the ocean of knowledge. After several days of relentless searching and inquiries, a glimmer of hope finally emerged. A disciple rushed back with news of a suspicious figure clad in black spotted in a nearby town. Descriptions indicated that this figure bore a striking resemblance to the mysterious assailant who had attacked the sect, and their furtive behavior had drawn the attention of onlookers. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He promptly summoned several capable disciples and set forth for the town. As they traveled, Lin Feng's impatience grew, longing to reach the town and unveil the shrouded identity of the enigmatic figure. Upon their arrival, they began to inquire extensively, leaving no detail overlooked. Lin Feng personally engaged with the townsfolk, adopting a gentle demeanor and earnest speech in hopes of extracting more useful information. Some townspeople seemed fearful of their inquiries, evading the subject, while others strained to recall, offering fragmented clues. At last, from an elderly vegetable vendor, they learned that the black-clad individual had briefly lingered in the town before heading towards the western woods. The elder described the figure as appearing hurried, seemingly attempting to evade something. Without hesitation, Lin Feng led his disciples into the forest. The woods were dense, with intertwining branches and foliage, sunlight filtering through the leaves to create a mosaic of dappled light. The path was rugged and strewn with thorns and stones, presenting considerable challenges to their pursuit. Yet, Lin Feng's resolve remained unshaken, his gaze was steadfast, and his steps assured. As he scrutinized the surroundings, he discerned signs of disturbance among the fallen leaves, and noticed fresh breaks on nearby branches. "Be cautious. They may be close," Lin Feng whispered, his voice piercing the stillness of the forest. The disciples tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions tense. They advanced cautiously, each step measured, the atmosphere thick with suspense. Only the faint sounds of their footsteps and breaths broke the silence, as if even the wind held its breath. Suddenly, a whistling sound sliced through the air, and several arrows, glinting menacingly, hurtled towards them. "Duck!" Lin Feng shouted, swiftly raising his sword to deflect the arrows aimed at him. The disciples reacted in kind, some evading to the side while others parried the incoming projectiles. In the next moment, a band of figures clad in black erupted from the thicket, wielding blades and charging towards them. "It's them!" Lin Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury as he brandished his sword and surged forward. Instantly, the forest was filled with the cacophony of fierce combat, the clash of swords and the cries of combatants intertwining in a chaotic symphony. Lin Feng's swordsmanship was fierce, each strike infused with righteous anger and unwavering resolve. His figure darted through the trees, engaging in a life-or-death struggle with the assailants. The disciples, undaunted, valiantly resisted the onslaught of the black-clad foes. The battle raged with unparalleled intensity, both sides exerting their utmost effort. Lin Feng understood that this confrontation was pivotal in uncovering the hidden mastermind. He had to give it his all. Chapter 13 The Unveiling of Truth. Lin Feng engaged in a fierce battle with the man in black, deploying every ounce of his skill. His sword danced like a roaming dragon, each strike executed with the swiftness of the wind, sharp and precise. Each swing emanated formidable internal power, forcing the cloaked adversary to retreat step by step. Flames of fury ignited in his eyes, driven by a singular thought to uncover the mastermind behind these assailants. During the skirmish, Lin Feng discerned a disquieting familiarity in the martial arts techniques employed by the black-clad figures. Certain moves and methods of exertion evoked a sense of recognition, stirring a flicker of doubt within him. This sense of familiarity compelled him to ponder more deeply while executing his strikes. After a grueling battle, Lin Feng ultimately subdued one of the assailants through his exceptional martial prowess and indomitable will. Swiftly, he tore off the mask of the defeated foe, and when the visage was revealed, Lin Feng was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "How can it be you?" he exclaimed incredulously, astonishment and rage lacing his voice. It turned out that this individual was the leader of a minor sect that had previously collaborated with Lin Feng's own faction. In the past, they had supported each other in various matters, and Lin Feng could hardly fathom that they would reunite under such dire circumstances. Lin Feng bellowed, "Why did you attack our sect? We were once allies, how could you commit such an act of treachery?" His voice echoed through the mountains, imbued with profound disappointment and confusion. The sect leader's face flushed with shame, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Lin Feng's piercing stare. With a heavy sigh, he replied, "I was left with no choice. I was threatened that if I did not comply, my sect would face annihilation. I truly had no alternative." His voice trembled, a blend of helplessness and fear evident in his tone. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, fixing an intense gaze upon him, pressing further, "Who is orchestrating this from the shadows? If you disclose the truth, I may consider sparing you and will seek to aid your sect in overcoming this crisis." A glimmer of hope tinged Lin Feng's words, as he yearned for crucial information from the sect leader. After a moment of hesitation, the leader found himself in the throes of a fierce internal struggle, caught between the fear of the puppeteer and the guilt toward Lin Feng, along with concern for the future of his sect. Ultimately, under Lin Feng's unwavering gaze, he resolved to reveal the truth. It is the notorious Shadow Pavilion, a malevolent force manipulating these events from behind the scenes, seeking to engulf various sects and dominate the martial world. Their power is vast, and their methods ruthless. I dare not defy their commands, the leader confessed, his voice laden with resignation and terror upon hearing this. Lin Feng's heart jolted. The name Shadow Pavilion was not unfamiliar to him. He had believed it merely a legendary evil organization. To discover its actual existence, and that it had extended its grasp toward his own sect, was a shocking revelation. He vowed. Where is their lair? How many operatives do they command? Lin Feng inquired in rapid succession. The sect leader shook his head. I do not know much. They always send someone to contact me and instruct me on what to do. I have never visited their stronghold, however. I have heard that they have eyes and outposts throughout the martial world. The specifics elude me. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that this was not the time for impulsive actions. Meticulous planning for the next steps was imperative. He escorted the sect leader and his disciples back to their stronghold, his heart heavy with contemplation. He pondered how to counter the Shadow Pavilion's threat and safeguard the peace of both his sect and the martial realm. Upon their return, the members of the sect gathered around, eager to learn the outcome of the investigation. Lin Feng recounted the events, and the crowd erupted with indignation, resolute in their desire to confront the Shadow Pavilion in a decisive battle. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Shadow Pavilion had already learned of their actions. In a dimly lit chamber, the pavilion's leader sat with a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since they have traced us, they cannot be allowed to live. Prepare for our next assault. This time, we shall ensure their complete eradication. His voice was cold and merciless. A greater crisis loomed ominously, drawing ever closer to Lin Feng and his companions. Chapter 14. Preparing for confrontation. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Feng swiftly convened the members to deliberate strategies against the Shadow Pavilion. In the Grand Hall, the flickering candlelight cast shadows that danced ominously, creating an The gathering sat closely together, their faces etched with seriousness and anxiety. We must take the initiative and strike before they can react, exclaimed an impatient hall master, rising abruptly with fists clenched, his voice resonating with fervor. His eyes blazed with a fiery determination, seemingly eager to engage the Shadow Pavilion in battle without delay. Let us not act rashly. The Shadow Pavilion is shrouded in mystery, and our understanding of them remains woefully inadequate. An unpremeditated strike may only plunge us into a more perilous predicament, countered an elder, stroking his beard as he spoke calmly. His voice was steady and authoritative, striving to maintain a sense of reason among the assembly. Lin Feng listened intently, arms crossed over his chest, his brow furrowed in contemplation. His gaze swept across the faces of those present, weighing the pros and cons of various strategies in his mind. A proactive assault might offer a chance to seize the upper hand, yet it carried significant risks. Conversely, a conservative defense could lead to passivity, allowing the Shadow Pavilion to gradually erode their strength. At that moment, an elderly figure, who had remained silent until now, spoke slowly. A young sect master, in my humble opinion, we should fortify our sect's defenses while simultaneously dispatching elite disciples to gather intelligence on the Shadow Pavilion. Only by thoroughly understanding our adversary can we craft more effective countermeasures. Although the elder's voice was soft, it resonated with wisdom and experience. Lin Feng nodded slightly, finding merit in this prudent suggestion. He rose to address the assembly. The elder speaks wisely. We must avoid blind action, yet we cannot remain idle. Our foremost task is to ensure the safety of our sect. Thus, Lin Feng, he personally directed the disciples to reinforce the sect's walls, erecting watchtowers along the ramparts and assigning guards to maintain vigilance day and night. Simultaneously, he ordered the excavation of traps beneath the walls, installing spikes and rolling boulders. Various pathways within the sect were rigged with mechanisms, ready to spring into action at the first sign of an intruder. On another front, Lin Feng meticulously selected several highly skilled and astute He gathered them together and earnestly instructed, this mission is fraught with challenges. You must disguise yourselves and infiltrate the world outside, gathering as much information as possible regarding the Shadow, their lair's location, personnel distribution, martial capabilities. Every detail could prove pivotal to our success. Exercise caution, safeguard yourselves, and return safely. During this preparation, each morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the training grounds, Lin Feng was already immersed in diligent practice, repeating sword techniques with unwavering precision, his internal energy surging through his meridians, sweat soaking his garments. Meanwhile, the Shadow Pavilion was also preparing for a new wave of assault with great urgency. In their clandestine stronghold, the pavilion master sat ensconced in darkness, a map laid out before him, marking the location of Lin Feng's sect and the surrounding terrain. This time, we shall ensure their complete The Shadow Pavilion dispatched numerous assassins, clad in black stealth attire, their faces obscured by masks, revealing only their merciless eyes. Silently, they approached Lin Feng's sect, like specters in the night. In contrast, Lin Feng's dispatched disciples faced myriad dangers as they navigated the treacherous world outside. Some were unmasked and found themselves pursued, others nearly fell victim to the watchful eyes of the Shadow Pavilion while gathering intelligence. However, through their steadfast resolve and exceptional skills, they gradually unearthed vital information regarding the Shadow Pavilion. At that moment, a disciple on guard duty rushed in with urgency, reporting, "Young sect master, we have spotted their movements are highly suspicious." Lin Feng's heart tightened, realizing that the true test was about to unfold. Chapter 15 Prepared for battle. Upon hearing reports of an unknown entity lurking around the sect, Lin Feng promptly issued orders to bolster their defenses. His voice, resolute and unwavering, swiftly reverberated throughout the sect like a military command, causing the nerves of all present to tense instantaneously. The entire sect was plunged into a state of heightened alertness, with disciples armed and purposeful. They moved with a hurried yet organized precision, swiftly positioning themselves at critical points. On the city walls, within the watchtowers, and at the entrance of the sect, their vigilant silhouettes could be seen poised for any eventuality, their eyes scanning the surroundings with a watchful intensity, leaving no room for complacency. Lin Feng ascended the city walls, his figure standing tall against the backdrop of the setting sun. With a gaze as piercing as a hawk's, he scrutinized the distant mountains and forests, leaving no detail unobserved. A gentle breeze caressed his face, tousling his hair, yet his countenance remained unchanged, focused and solemn. "Heighten your vigilance, the enemy may strike at any moment." Lin Feng's voice boomed, resonating powerfully through every corner of the sect. His words acted as a potent stimulant, fortifying the already tense spirits of the disciples, instilling them with a fervent resolve to fight. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner beyond the sect's perimeter, concealed within the dense underbrush, their figures melded seamlessly with the environment. "When darkness falls, we shall launch our surprise attack, catching them unawares," whispered the lead assassin, his eyes. The other assassins nodded in agreement, their grips tightening around their weapons, palms dampened by a mix of apprehension and excitement. As time slipped by, the light gradually faded, the last rays of the sun vanished beyond. In the darkness, the only sounds were the chirping of insects and the occasional hoot of an owl, evoking a sense of inexplicable dread and oppression. Lin Feng stood atop the city walls, acutely aware that a fierce battle was imminent. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm himself, but the tension and anticipation within him were uncontainable. He recalled the tribulations endured by the sect, the wounded and fallen disciples, and his inner fury ignited once more. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries shattered the stillness. The previously tranquil night was abruptly torn asunder by this unexpected clamor, as the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion surged towards the sect like a tide. Their forms flickered in the darkness, weapons glinting ominously. Drawing his sword high, Lin Feng bellowed, "Brothers, for the sect, for justice, let us fight." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the night sky. In an instant, flames erupted within the sect, torches and lanterns ignited, illuminating the battlefield. The din of battle cries was deafening as both sides engaged in a fierce clash. Leading the charge, Lin Feng leaped from the city walls into the fray. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, each strike imbued with lethal intent. Though the assassins were ferocious, they faltered before Lin Feng's might. The disciples, undaunted, rallied together, coordinating their efforts to engage the enemy in a desperate struggle. Amidst the flashing blades and splattering blood, some fell, yet others swiftly took their place. In the intensity of battle, Lin Feng spotted a young disciple besieged by foes, the situation dire. Without hesitation, he soared to the rescue, striking down the assailants with a single blow and freeing the disciple. "Do not fear, fight with all your might." Lin Feng encouraged loudly. The disciple's eyes glimmered with renewed determination as he rejoined the fray. The conflict raged on for what felt like an eternity, both sides suffering grievous losses. Yet, fortified by their indomitable will and the conviction to defend their sect, Lin Feng and his disciples resolutely stood their ground. In this bloody confrontation, who would ultimately claim victory? What fate awaited the sect? Chapter 16 A battle of life and death. The battlefield resounded with the cacophony of slaughter as Lin Feng and his disciples fought valiantly, embroiled in a harrowing struggle against the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion. Like a bolt of lightning, Lin Feng moved with unparalleled swiftness, his sword glinting ominously in the darkness, each swing releasing a cascade of crimson droplets. His gaze was resolute and unyielding, fueled by a singular conviction. To protect his sect and vanquish the enemy. His garments were already drenched in blood, both that of foes and his own, but he paid no heed to the pain, embodying the very essence of a war deity. Seizing the moment, a master assassin from the Shadow Pavilion launched a stealthy attack on Lin Feng, moving with an eerie agility akin to a specter from the shadows. Yet Lin Feng, with the keen instincts honed over years of rigorous training, evaded the lethal strike by a hair's breadth. However, the assassin's blade still carved a deep gash into Lin Feng's arm, blood gushing forth and staining his sleeve. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Lin Feng retaliated with a swift thrust of his sword, striking like a flash of lightning. The assassin, caught off guard, found himself impaled through the throat, his eyes widening in disbelief as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the disciples fought with equal fervor. Some were grievously wounded yet remained resolute, their teeth clenched as they battled to the bitter end. A young disciple found himself besieged by two assassins, sweat and blood mingling on his face, yet he swung his blade with fervor, skillfully parrying the enemy's attacks. The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion surged forth in relentless waves, as if an endless tide sought to overwhelm Lin Feng and his Recognizing the futility of their current position, Lin Feng understood that they must identify the enemy's weaknesses and break the stalemate. In that moment, he spotted the commander of the assassins, standing atop a small rise. A spark of determination ignited within Lin Feng. He resolved to confront this commander personally to disrupt the enemy's strategy. "Stop him," the commander bellowed, his voice laced with urgency as he sensed Lin Feng's intent, panic etching itself across his features. The assassins surged forward, forming a human barrier in an attempt to obstruct Lin Feng's advance. Drawing upon every ounce of strength, Lin Feng unleashed a flurry of strikes, his sword a tempest of fury, each thrust imbued with formidable inner strength. He maneuvered deftly, breaking through the throngs of opposition, sustaining several new wounds, yet never faltering in his stride. At last, Lin Feng closed the distance to the commander, a formidable martial artist in his own right. Their blades clashed, sending dazzling sparks into the air. Lin Feng's inner power surged forth, his swordsmanship becoming increasingly ferocious as he gradually gained the upper hand. Beads of cold sweat began to form on the commander's brow, disbelief etched into his countenance as he realized Lin Feng's overwhelming strength. Under the relentless assault, the commander revealed a critical opening. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng thrust his sword toward the commander's chest. The commander attempted to evade, but it was too late. Lin Feng's blade found its mark, piercing through the heart, leaving the commander's eyes vacant as his sword clattered to the ground. With the loss of their commander, the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion fell into disarray. Stripped of cohesive leadership, their attacks became chaotic and unfocused. Lin Feng seized this moment to rally his disciples for a counteroffensive, shouting, "Brothers, the enemy's commander is slain, let us strike with fury." The morale of the disciples surged, and with a collective roar, they charged at the enemy, driving them into a panicked retreat. Yet, the battle was far from over. Although they had temporarily repelled this wave of attacks, uncertainty loomed over whether the Shadow Pavilion would summon further reinforcements. Lin Feng knew they must regroup swiftly and prepare for the inevitable onslaught that lay ahead. As he surveyed the battlefield strewn with corpses and his weary disciples, a sense of foreboding filled his heart. Nevertheless, his gaze remained steadfast, for he believed that as long as they stood united, they would surely weather this crisis. Chapter 17. A brief respite. After fending off the latest onslaught from the Shadow Pavilion, Lin Feng, despite his weary body, commanded his comrades to seize the moment to recuperate. His voice, though hoarse, still resonated with authority and strength. The injured disciples were swiftly relocated to the rear, where dedicated healers attended to their wounds. Those with less severe injuries gritted their teeth and persevered in assisting with the battlefield's cleanup. The ground, stained with blood, lay scattered with discarded weapons and shattered armor, permeated by the pungent scents of blood and gunpowder. Others busied themselves with the replenishment of armaments and supplies. Some disciples organized arrows, while others transported stones to reinforce the defensive fortifications. Each face bore the marks of fatigue and determination, as they understood that the battle was far from over and that they must be thoroughly prepared for the challenges ahead. Lin Feng sat upon a stone, breathing heavily. His wounds had reopened due to the exertion, and blood seeped through the bandages, causing him to wince in pain, yet his gaze remained resolute, reflecting an indomitable spirit. At that moment, an elder approached, moving with a labored gait. The elder's garments were tattered, and his face was smeared with dust and blood. He looked at Lin Feng, concern etched upon his features, and said, "Young sect master, many of our finest disciples have perished, and our fortifications have suffered severe damage. What shall we do next?" The elder's voice bore a trace of helplessness and confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng lifted his gaze to the bustling crowd and then to the distant retreating shadows of the assassins. "Let the injured disciples recuperate properly, while the others intensify their training to enhance their abilities. Simultaneously, we must dispatch envoys to contact other sects for support. We cannot confront the threat of the Shadow Pavilion alone. Only by uniting greater forces can we hope for victory." The elder nodded, a flicker of hope illuminating his eyes. "Your words ring true, young sect master. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." With that, the elder turned to depart. Though his steps were heavy, his silhouette remained resolute. Lin Feng watched the elder's retreating figure, a weight settling in his heart. He understood that this crisis represented a monumental test for their sect. If they could not endure, their organization might never recover. Yet, he could not allow such a fate to unfold. He was determined to protect the sect and every individual within it. Gazing into the distant sky, now shrouded in ominous clouds, Lin Feng felt as though the heavens themselves foretold the trials to come. Silently, he prayed for the strength to overcome this tribulation, yearning for the sect to regain its former glory and tranquility. After a period of rest, the group began to regain their composure. The injured disciples, under the care of healers, saw their conditions stabilize, the replenished weapons and supplies were adequately arranged, and the defensive structures received a measure of reinforcement. Yet, all were acutely aware that the Shadow Pavilion would not relent, and even harsher battles lay ahead. The air was thick with tension, as each individual silently prepared for the impending storm. Just then, a disciple who had ventured out for reconnaissance hurried back. His face was drenched in sweat and grime, his eyes wide with panic and fear. "Young sect master, trouble looms," he gasped. "I have discovered that the Shadow Pavilion is amassing more personnel, including some formidable opponents we have never encountered before. They appear poised to launch a full-scale assault against us." This news struck like a thunderclap, sending a tremor through all present. Lin Feng rose, gripping his sword tightly, his gaze unwavering as he declared, "In that case, we have no choice but to fight with all our might." Chapter 18. A desperate battle. Upon hearing the news that the Shadow Pavilion was about to launch a full-scale assault, an atmosphere of profound tension and unease enveloped the entire sect. The mood, which had only just begun to ease after a brief respite, instantly grew heavy, as though a colossal boulder pressed down upon the hearts of all present. Lin Feng swiftly summoned all disciples. With resolute steps, he ascended the high platform. Gazing down at the anxious yet determined faces below, he proclaimed in a booming voice, "Brothers, we have no path of retreat. Our only hope for survival lies in fighting with every ounce of our strength. Behind us are our homeland, our loved ones, and our faith. We cannot allow the vile miscreants of the Shadow Pavilion to trample upon our dignity and obliterate all that we hold dear." The disciples responded in unison, their voices resounding through the heavens, pledging to share the fate of the sect. In their eyes burned an indomitable fire and unwavering resolve. At that moment, fear was cast aside, leaving only a singular conviction to fight to the bitter end. Lin Feng commenced the reorganization of defenses, his gaze focused and calm, his mind racing with strategies. "Archers, be on standby atop the city walls. Maintain your range and rhythm of fire, let not a single arrow go to waste," he commanded. The archers swiftly took their positions, drawing their bowstrings taut, their eyes fixed on the horizon. "Prepare the boiling oil and rolling stones. Once the enemy approaches, deliver them a lethal blow." Lin Feng continued to direct operations. A group of disciples exerted themselves to transport massive stones and searing hot oil to the city wall, ready to strike at a moment's notice. At every critical juncture, Lin Feng stationed the strongest disciples, forming a formidable line of defense. He meticulously inspected each arrangement, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. An air of somber valor permeated the sect. Everyone understood that this would be a battle of life and death, yet, within their gazes, there was no hint of retreat, only the courage to face death head-on. The army of the Shadow Pavilion gradually approached, a dark tide that instilled dread in the hearts of onlookers. The heavy sound of marching feet and the clanging of armor intertwined, resembling a prelude to death. Their banners waved ominously in the wind, adorned with sinister patterns that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Feng stood resolutely at the city gate, his long sword gripped firmly in hand, his posture as upright as a pine tree. His gaze remained fixed on the encroaching adversaries, his heartbeat echoing like a drum, yet his inner calm remained unshaken. Beside him stood his most loyal disciples, steadfastly prepared to face the impending bloody conflict. "Brothers, ready yourselves!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice reverberating through the air. As the army of the Shadow Pavilion entered the range of attack, Lin Feng decisively commanded, "Release the arrows." The archers atop the walls instantly loosed their bowstrings, a torrential rain of arrows descending upon the enemy like a swarm of locusts. In an instant, cries of agony filled the air as several assassins from the Shadow Pavilion fell, struck by arrows, yet they pressed on relentlessly, charging forward with fervor. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Pour the hot oil, push the stones." Scalding oil cascaded down while massive stones rolled forth, crashing into the enemy lines. Another wave of screams and chaos erupted, yet the army of the Shadow Pavilion continued to surge like an unrelenting tide. Soon reaching the city gates, Lin Feng was the first to engage, his sword flashing as he swiftly dispatched several attackers at the forefront. Blood splattered across his visage, enhancing his formidable presence. The disciples joined him in a fierce struggle against the foes, the city gate devolving into a maelstrom of combat. Lin Feng's swordsmanship was devastatingly sharp, each strike imbued with lethal intent. He weaved through the enemy ranks like an unstoppable whirlwind. However, the adversaries were far too numerous, a relentless stream pouring forth, and one by one, his disciples fell beside him. "For the sect!" Lin Feng roared, charging once more into the fray. His body bore multiple wounds, yet he seemed impervious to pain, his heart consumed by a singular thought to vanquish the enemy and safeguard the sect. This battle was ferociously brutal, with victory and defeat hanging in a delicate balance. Chapter 19. A desperate struggle amidst the ranks of foes. Lin Feng fought valiantly, his figure darting like a spectre, as his sword danced in a deadly ballet, each swing imbued with boundless killing intent. Blood stained his garments, dripping from the corners and pooling at his feet into a small puddle, yet his blade remained unyielding, his gaze was resolute and frigid, as if two eternal flames burned within, fixated on the adversaries before him. The disciples at his side were also lost in a crimson frenzy, their fears and pains forgotten, driven solely by the singular belief to defend their sect, engaging fiercely in close combat with the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion, the clashing of blades and the thudding of fists against flesh intertwined into a gruesome symphony. In every fleeting moment, lives were extinguished, and fresh blood spattered anew, their roars of fury and cries of agony echoed through the air, sending chills down the spine. Lin Feng witnessed a young disciple besieged by enemies, struggling helplessly, wounds marring his body, on the brink of collapse. Without hesitation, he surged forward like a tempest, his sword a flash of lightning, cleaving through the assailants in an instant. Seizing the young disciple, he bellowed, "Stand up, continue to fight. We cannot afford to lose." The disciple's eyes, once filled with despair and terror, seemed to reignite with a spark of hope upon hearing Lin Feng's rallying cry. Gritting his teeth, he rose, wiping the blood from his face, grasping his weapon anew, and rejoined the fray. The cacophony of battle was deafening. Lin Feng's voice had grown hoarse, yet his shouts continued to galvanize his comrades. Every movement and expression he bore proclaimed his indomitable spirit and resilience. He stood as an invincible war god, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance amidst the baptism of blood and fire. Suddenly, a formidable figure emerged from the Shadow Pavilion, towering in stature, his visage concealed behind a black mask, only his icy eyes were visible. His martial prowess was peculiar, with cunning and vicious techniques that relentlessly targeted Lin Feng's vital points. After exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, Lin Feng began to feel the strain. The opponent's profound inner strength rendered every clash a jolt to his arms, while the unpredictable swordplay kept Lin Feng on the defensive. Breathing heavily, sweat poured from his brow like rain. He understood that if he could not swiftly identify a flaw in his opponent's technique, he risked imminent defeat. Should he falter, the entire sect's defenses would crumble, with dire consequences to follow. At that moment, a technique imparted by his master flashed through Lin Feng's mind. It was on a tranquil night, under the moonlight, that his master had personally demonstrated this powerful sword technique. Though immensely potent, it demanded great reserves of inner strength, and failure to execute it properly would plunge him into a perilous predicament. Resolute, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk. Drawing a deep breath, he centered his energy, gradually channeling his inner strength into his sword. The blade began to tremble slightly, emitting a resonant hum. The adept from the Shadow Pavilion sensed Lin Feng's transformation and quickened his assault, attempting to thwart the execution of the technique. Unfazed, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, as if the entire world had narrowed to just him and his sword. In the instant the enemy's blade was about to pierce him, Lin Feng moved. His body swirled like a whirlwind, his sword transforming into a radiant beam, lunging toward his adversary. This strike encapsulated all of Lin Feng's strength and hope. Of the Shadow Pavilion's master paled, attempting to evade, but it was too late. The sword plunged directly into his chest, his eyes widening in disbelief at his own defeat. Withdrawing his blade, Lin Feng gazed at the slowly collapsing enemy, his heart devoid of triumph. The battle raged on. He could not afford a moment's respite. He turned and plunged once more into the sanguine battlefield. Chapter 20. Breaking the stalemate and counterattack. After Lin Feng successfully defeated the formidable opponent, the surrounding air seemed to pause in reverence. Following a brief silence, the resounding cheer of "The young master is magnificent" echoed through the heavens. The disciples' eyes rekindled with the flames of hope, their fighting spirit thoroughly ignited, driving them to engage the enemy with renewed vigor. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng led the charge, his figure darting like a spectre through the enemy ranks, the sword in his hand shimmering with a chilling gleam, each swing conjuring a tempest of bloodshed. He bellowed, "Charge with me!" The crowd, akin to a powder keg ignited, erupted with astonishing strength, surging forward like a torrential flood towards the forces of the Shadow Pavilion. Leading the way, Lin Feng's swordsmanship was breathtakingly unparalleled, each strike a lethal precision. With every thrust, he adeptly exploited the enemy's vulnerabilities, and with each cut, he wielded a force of immense power. The adversaries fell before him like wheat before the reaper. His garments, soaked in crimson, did not waver his determined stride. Rather, his gaze grew sharper with each passing moment. Yet, the Shadow Pavilion's numbers were overwhelming. Despite suffering significant losses, they continued to resist fiercely, aware that failure would lead to their utter annihilation. Thus, they fought back with the desperation of cornered beasts, striving to turn the tide of battle. The combat devolved into a deadlock, both sides blinded by fury, with casualties mounting every moment, fresh blood spilling anew. Lin Feng's breath became labored, his strength rapidly depleting, yet his resolve remained unyielding. He silently vowed that he would not retreat, even if it meant fighting to the last man. Just as the battle reached an impasse, a distant rallying cry pierced the air. The voice grew closer, like the dawn's first light, bestowing newfound hope upon the weary fighters. It was the disciples Lin Feng had previously dispatched for reinforcements, now arriving with a contingent of support. The reinforcements, shouting their battle cries and marching in disciplined formation, swiftly entered the fray. Their arrival instantly altered the dynamics of the conflict, causing the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion to falter in disarray. They had anticipated the annihilation of Lin Feng's sect, yet were taken aback by the unexpected reinforcements. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng shouted, "Let us strike while the iron is hot and annihilate them." His voice resonated with strength and determination, invigorating all who heard it. The crowd responded in unison, their voices like thunder, shaking the very heavens. They launched a final, fervent assault, akin to a pack of tigers descending from the mountains, unstoppable in their momentum. At the forefront, Lin Feng wielded his sword. Though its edge had dulled, his murderous intent remained undiminished. He and the reinforcements coordinated seamlessly, forming an indomitable line of attack. Under this formidable onslaught, the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion began to retreat in disarray. One by one, adversaries fell at Lin Feng's feet, his heart devoid of any pity. These individuals were embodiments of malevolence, a malignant threat to both the sect and the peace of the martial world, and they had to be eradicated entirely. As time passed, the Shadow Pavilion's resistance grew increasingly feeble, their losses mounted, and eventually, some began to flee. This flight triggered a chain reaction, prompting more to scatter in panic. Lin Feng would not let this opportunity slip by. He led the charge in relentless pursuit, intent on delivering the final blow to the enemy. Within a thicket of trees, Lin Feng cornered one of the Shadow Pavilion's leaders. The man, his face a mask of terror, pleaded for mercy, but Lin Feng struck without hesitation, ending his life with a swift stroke of his sword. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battlefield was steeped in the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion were nearly eradicated, and Lin Feng, along with his sect, emerged victorious from this arduous conflict. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing one another in tears. Lin Feng surveyed the ravaged battlefield, his heart heavy with emotion. He understood that this was merely the beginning, greater challenges awaited them in the future. Yet, he firmly believed that as long as they stood united, nothing could impede their forward march. Lin Feng slowly lifted his gaze towards the distance, where lay their future, an expanse filled with hope and promise. Chapter 21 Post-War Reconstruction. In the aftermath of the Great War, the sect lay in utter disarray. Ruins and debris were scattered everywhere, the acrid smoke lingering in the air, and the ground was stained with blood, along with the remnants of shattered weapons. Lin Feng, disregarding his own fatigue, immediately rallied his disciples to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. The bodies of the fallen disciples were laid out with care, their faces serene and tranquil, as if merely in slumber. As Lin Feng gazed upon them, his heart was heavy with sorrow and guilt. His eyes reflected profound grief as he hoarsely uttered, "It is my failure to have protected you all." Each lost life was a familiar visage, a companion who had fought alongside him, their dreams intertwined. The surviving disciples gathered around him, offering solace. "Young sect master, this is not your fault. Without you, our sect would have surely perished. It is your leadership that has inspired us to bravely resist, giving us hope for survival." Their eyes brimmed with determination and unwavering trust in Lin Feng. With collective effort, the injured received proper care. Healers busily moved through the hastily erected tents, bandaging wounds and administering treatments. Meanwhile, other disciples began the arduous task of clearing the rubble, laboring to restore the sect to its former glory. However, the scarcity of supplies emerged as the most pressing challenge. The battle had depleted a significant amount of weapons, medicines, and food, leaving the stockpiles nearly exhausted. Lin Feng understood that without a timely resolution to the supply issues, the reconstruction of the sect would be an uphill battle. After careful contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to venture out in search of assistance. He selected several capable disciples to accompany him on this daunting journey. Before their departure, he once again urged the elders and remaining disciples to persevere, to stand firm in their homeland. Riding swift steeds, Lin Feng and his companions traveled day and night. They first arrived at several sects with which they shared amicable relations. Lin Feng detailed the crisis and dilemmas faced by their sect, beseeching their aid. Some sects generously offered substantial supplies and medicines, while others, constrained by their own hardships, could provide only limited support. Despite the setbacks, Lin Feng remained undaunted. He continued his travels, visiting affluent merchants and valiant heroes of the martial world. Along the way, they faced inclement weather and attacks from bandits, yet Lin Feng never wavered in his resolve. Ultimately, his sincerity and perseverance began to resonate with an increasing number of people. A wealthy merchant, moved by Lin Feng's spirit, generously donated a large quantity of grain and funds. A reclusive martial elder dispatched his own disciples to deliver precious healing elixirs. Buoyed by the support of many, Lin Feng returned to the sect with joy in his heart. As their figures appeared at the entrance of the sect, they were met with the fervent cheers of their disciples. With this new influx of supplies, the reconstruction efforts commenced smoothly. Artisans began repairing the buildings and walls, seeds were sown anew in the fields, and the sounds of disciples practicing their martial arts filled the training grounds once more. Throughout this challenging process, Lin Feng remained steadfastly alongside everyone. He participated in the labor personally, encouraging each individual. After a period of diligent effort, the sect gradually began to regain its vitality. Yet Lin Feng understood that this was merely the beginning. They must remain ever vigilant against the potential resurgence of the Shadow Pavilion and continually enhance their own strength to truly safeguard the hard-won tranquility. Chapter 22 Revitalization of Prestige. As time progressed, under the astute leadership of Lin Feng, the sect gradually found its footing. The once desolate landscape was supplanted by newly revitalized structures, and the sect thrived with vigor and vitality. The influx of new disciples grew steadily, each harboring a fervent love for martial arts and a relentless pursuit of justice, wholeheartedly immersing themselves in the sect's endeavors. Lin Feng, well aware of the significance of nurturing a new generation of disciples, took it upon himself to personally mentor them in their martial training, imparting the essence of their teachings. Each dawn, the training grounds bore witness to Lin Feng's presence, as he patiently demonstrated techniques, elucidating the key principles and subtleties of each movement. The disciples gathered around him, their attention rapt, their eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and profound admiration for Lin Feng. Simultaneously, the sect strengthened its interactions and collaborations with other factions. Lin Feng understood that in this realm of martial arts, isolation could prove perilous. Only by uniting diverse forces could they collectively uphold the peace and righteousness of the martial world. They jointly organized martial arts tournaments, honing their skills while fostering mutual understanding and trust. During one such tournament, Lin Feng's disciples delivered an outstanding performance. They showcased their solid foundational skills and exceptional martial prowess, whether in unarmed combat, swordplay, or internal cultivation, executing their techniques with remarkable finesse. Their captivating displays garnered thunderous applause from the audience, drawing the attention of numerous sections. Among them was a disciple named Li Yunfei, who, wielding a formidable sword technique, vanquished several formidable opponents, becoming the center of attention. His athletic form was reminiscent of a soaring dragon, each strike infused with potent internal energy and exquisite skill. Other disciples, refusing to be outdone, also exhibited the strength and elegance of their sect in their respective matches. However, such brilliance also sparked jealousy and resentment among certain sects. In a shadowy corner, several sect leaders convened, whispering conspiratorially, "Lin Feng's sect is thriving, and that bodes ill for us," remarked a portly leader, his eyes glinting with envy. "Indeed, we cannot allow them to continue their ascent. We must devise a means to suppress them," echoed a tall, gaunt leader in agreement. Thus, they clandestinely commenced plotting their schemes, dispatching spies to infiltrate Lin Feng's sect, seeking to steal confidential information and undermine internal unity. Concurrently, they spread rumors throughout the martial world, attempting to tarnish Lin Feng's reputation. Yet, Lin Feng was not oblivious to the undercurrents. He sensed an unusual atmosphere within the sect, perceiving a growing rift and discord among some disciples. Furthermore, whispers of external rumors reached his ears. Determined to investigate discreetly, he meticulously observed each individual within the sect, paying heed to every detail. Eventually, he unearthed some clues, tracing them back to the spies. During a sect assembly, Lin Feng exposed the infiltrators, unveiling their nefarious plots to all of the disciples. Enlightened, were filled with righteous indignation towards the duplicitous sections. "Let us not be swayed by these treacherous schemes. We shall demonstrate our innocence and strength through our prowess," Lin Feng proclaimed with conviction. The disciples responded in unison, their spirits soaring. Yet, the crisis was far from resolved. Those sects would not relent easily. What challenges lay ahead for the sect? Lin Feng understood that the path forward remained fraught with trials and tribulations, but he firmly believed that as long as the sect stood united, they would undoubtedly surmount the myriad obstacles and restore their prestige. Chapter 23 Turmoil resurfaces. After Lin Feng unveiled the treacherous conspiracy, the nefarious sects did not relent. Enraged and humiliated, they conspired together, issuing a stern challenge to Lin Feng's sect, proclaiming a life and death duel to determine the victor in 1 month's time. This proclamation resonated like thunder within the sect, inciting a wave of unease among its members. Disciples whispered anxiously to one another, faces etched with worry and fear. "How shall we cope? They are numerous, and we are but few. Can we truly withstand them?" A young disciple trembled, voicing the collective dread. "Indeed, this time, the prospects seem grim," echoed another disciple, furrowing his brow in concern. Yet, amidst the chaos, Lin Feng remained composed, standing tall, his gaze unwavering. He addressed the assembly with a resounding voice, "Fear not, for they are merely a rabble. As long as we unite our hearts and minds, we shall surely triumph over them." His voice, steady and powerful, exuded a calming force that gradually soothed the restless disciples. Subsequently, Lin Feng devised a strategic response. On one front, he intensified the training of his disciples. Each morning, before the sun graced the horizon, the disciples assembled in the training grounds Lin Feng personally supervised, enforcing strict standards for every movement, leaving no room for negligence. He demonstrated repeatedly, patiently elucidating the essence of martial arts. Strike swiftly, accurately, and with ferocity, Lin Feng declared, his sword slicing through the air, leaving a deep scar upon the ground. Inspired by his fervor, the disciples trained with renewed vigor, their garments drenched in sweat, yet none complained, nor did anyone falter. On another front, he dispatched envoys to forge alliances with friendly sections. These envoys bore a significant mission, traversing the martial world in hopes of securing support from other factions. However, new challenges soon emerged. The sect began to face resource shortages, with supplies of medicinal herbs and training equipment dwindling. The previously stocked herbs were rapidly consumed in the rigorous training, and materials for crafting equipment were nearly depleted. The elder in charge of logistics, with a furrowed brow, reported to Lin Feng, young sect master, "At this rate, our resources will not last much longer." Lin Feng furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. He understood that without sufficient resources, the effectiveness of the disciples' training would diminish significantly, impacting their combat prowess. Furthermore, reports from the envoys revealed that some sects, initially inclined to ally, were retreating under pressure from the opposing factions. They feared incurring the wrath of formidable enemies, worried about the calamity it could bring to their own sections. The envoy lamented a young sect master, they all expressed their inability to assist. "What shall we do?" Caught in a predicament, Lin Feng paced his chamber, contemplating a course of action. The flickering candlelight illuminated his furrowed brow, amplifying the unprecedented weight of his burden. Yet he knew he could not falter. He was the hope of the sect, the pillar upon which his disciples relied. After a night of introspection, Lin Feng devised a plan. He resolved to lead his disciples deep into the mountains to seek out precious herbs. Simultaneously, he would mobilize the entire sect to craft their own equipment. We cannot remain passive. We must overcome our challenges through our own efforts. Lin Feng rallied his comrades. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the disciples sprang into action. They ventured cautiously into the mountains in search of herbs, undeterred by the presence of ferocious beasts. Within the sect, everyone collaborated harmoniously to forge various tools. Despite the myriad difficulties, Lin Feng remained steadfast in his belief that as long as they united in purpose, they could break through the obstacles and face the impending challenge head-on. Chapter 24, The Dawn of Change. Under the auspices of Lin Feng, the members of the sect united in a concerted effort to confront their dire predicament. Armed with unwavering resolve, they ventured deep into the forest. Within the verdant expanse, ancient trees towered majestically, and thickets of thorns lay in abundance. The disciples proceeded with utmost caution, their keen eyes meticulously scanning every inch of the ground in pursuit of the precious herbs. Leading the procession, Lin Feng wielded a short sword, occasionally severing branches that obstructed their path. The group diligently searched, paying close attention to plants adorned with distinctive markings, as Lin Feng reminded them of their significance. As time elapsed, sweat drenched their garments, yet no one uttered a complaint or considered surrender. At long last, a disciple jubilantly exclaimed, "I have made a discovery over here." The others swiftly gathered, and in a shadowy recess, they beheld several clumps of herbs exuding an extraordinary fragrance. This revelation invigorated their spirits, and they continued their efforts, gradually uncovering a considerable number of valuable medicinal plants. Though their haul was insufficient to fully meet their needs, it alleviated their most pressing concerns. Upon returning to the sect, there was no time for respite. They immediately devoted themselves to the crafting of instruments. Utilizing available materials, they hammered and shaped their creations. While the implements appeared somewhat rudimentary, they were imbued with the collective effort and dedication of all involved. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure of great repute in the martial world became aware of Lin Feng's sex tribulations. This esteemed individual, having lived in seclusion for many years, had remained attuned to the moral complexities of the world outside. He held Lin Feng's character and leadership in high regard and resolved to offer clandestine assistance. One fateful morning, as the sect members busied themselves, a horse-drawn carriage creaked into view at the sect's entrance. Several strangers clad in black disembarked, silently unloading crates of supplies and a cache of fine weaponry. Lin Feng, alerted by the commotion, approached with a look of astonishment. The foremost black-clad figure stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute, and stated, "Sect Master Lin, my master admires your integrity and has entrusted us to deliver these supplies as a modest contribution." Lin Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude, replying, "I am profoundly thankful for your master's generosity. I shall remember this kindness. May I inquire as to your master's identity?" he added. The black-clad figure smiled faintly, responding, "My master has instructed that, as the time is not yet ripe, we cannot disclose our identity." With that, the mysterious figures hastily departed. As Lin Feng watched their retreating forms, his heart swelled with appreciation and respect. In discussions with the confidant of the enigmatic benefactor, Lin Feng unexpectedly uncovered a critical vulnerability of the rival sections. Although these factions had united, they were rife with internal discord, each vying for personal gain amidst a web of intrigue. Furthermore, their logistical supply lines were alarmingly fragile. Once severed, chaos would ensue. An idea sparked within Lin Feng's mind, prompting him to devise a strategy to exploit this weakness and turn the tides in their favor. He convened several core disciples and elders of the sect to deliberate on potential countermeasures. This presents an exceptional opportunity. Should we seize it, we may very well shatter their siege, Lin Feng asserted. One elder, his brow furrowed with concern, cautioned, yet such a course of action carries substantial risk. Should we falter, we may find ourselves in even graver circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng resolutely declared, without venturing into the tiger's den, how can one hope to capture its cub? We have no recourse left, we must dare to take this risk. Following a vigorous exchange of ideas, they meticulously crafted a comprehensive plan. Lin Feng resolved to dispatch an elite squad to stealthily infiltrate the rear of the opposing sect, targeting their supply lines, while he would lead the main force to divert the enemy's attention on the front lines. With their strategy established, the members began their intense preparations. Lin Feng gazed upon the industrious disciples, silently praying for success, hoping this endeavor would herald a turning point for the sect. Chapter 25 of the Victory of the Surprise Attack. In accordance with the meticulously devised plan, Lin Feng dispatched an elite squad under the cover of night. The darkness enveloped the landscape like thick ink, seemingly poised to consume all within its grasp. Clad in black garb, the members of the squad melded seamlessly into the infinite shadows, each one displaying agility akin to phantoms of the night. They traversed the mountainous terrain with silent grace, their footsteps upon the withered branches and fallen leaves producing not a whisper. When enemy patrols occasionally passed by, the squad members swiftly concealed themselves within the underbrush or behind towering trees, deliberately stifling their breaths until the patrols faded into the distance. After a grueling journey of stealth, they finally approached the supply line of the opposing faction, soundlessly and undetected. This location was heavily fortified, flickering flames casting erratic shadows as guards paced restlessly, their vigilant gazes sweeping the surroundings. The leader of the squad signaled for a halt, and the members paused, intently observing the movements of their adversaries, seeking the opportune moment to strike. At last, with a decisive command from the leader, the squad sprang into action with remarkable swiftness. They surged forth like lightning, weapons glinting ominously in the firelight. Some members released precise arrows, instantly felling several guards, while others leaped into the fray, their blades ruthlessly reaping the lives of their foes. In an instant, the tranquility of the night was shattered by the cacophony of battle cries. Seizing the chaos, a few squad members dashed to the stockpile of supplies, igniting torches and hurling them onto the towering heaps of provisions. The flames erupted with ferocity, illuminating the night sky and sending billowing clouds of smoke skyward. Other members zealously dismantled the transport vehicles, severing axles and smashing wheels simultaneously. Lin Feng led the main force into fierce combat with the enemy on the front lines. He charged forth, sword dancing in the flickering light, each swing accompanied by a spray of blood. His disciples followed closely, their battle cries resounding like thunder. The enemy, momentarily daunted by their fervor, nevertheless fought valiantly in resistance. The clash of blades sent sparks flying, the din of shouts and the sounds of struggle intertwining in a chaotic symphony. Lin Feng's gaze remained resolute. He understood that the crux of this battle lay in restraining the majority of the enemy's forces, thus granting the surprise squad the critical time they required. News of the supply line's destruction swiftly reached the enemy ranks, causing immediate disarray. The commanders stared in horror at the rising plumes of smoke in the distance, dread seeping into their hearts. This is dire. The supply line has been severed. Panic erupted among the soldiers, the once tight defensive line beginning to falter. Lin Feng, keenly attuned to the shifting tides of battle, bellowed, "Brothers, the enemy is in disarray. It is time to launch a full-scale counterattack." Upon hearing the command, the disciples' spirits soared, and they unleashed a more ferocious onslaught. Lin Feng, akin to a valiant lion, led the charge into the enemy ranks. In the midst of the turmoil, the adversaries retreated in disarray, their resistance becoming increasingly feeble. Lin Feng's forces pressed the advantage, denying the enemy even a moment's respite. On the battlefield, blood stained the earth, and corpses piled high. Yet, within Lin Feng's heart, there was no trace of mercy. He understood that showing compassion to the enemy would be an act of cruelty towards himself and his sect. After a fierce struggle, the enemy finally began to crumble, scattering in retreat. Lin Feng gazed upon the fleeing foes, a victorious smile breaking through his weary visage. However, he was acutely aware that this was but a fleeting triumph. The road ahead remained long, with myriad challenges awaiting them. Yet he firmly believed that as long as the sect stood united, nothing could thwart their advance. "Clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded," Lin Feng commanded, his voice hoarse yet imbued with authority. The disciples sprang into action, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and blood, but amidst this aroma, hope and rebirth began to blossom. Chapter 26, The Aftermath. Though the battle was won, Lin Feng's sect suffered devastating losses. The battlefield lay strewn with numerous wounded, their pained groans resonating in the air. Some bore mutilated limbs, while others were grievously injured, their blood staining vast expanses of land. Within the sect, the medical hall was overcrowded with casualties. Physicians were tirelessly occupied, beads of sweat adorning their foreheads. The pace of medicinal supplies was alarmingly swift, leading to a drastic depletion of stocks, necessitating urgent replenishment. Moreover, those disciples who sustained severe injuries not only endured immense physical agony but also carried the weight of trauma in their souls, waking in terror from nightmares of the horrific battle. Furthermore, although the rival sects had temporarily retreated, the possibility of their resurgence loomed large. Lin Feng was acutely aware of this reality and dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency. On one hand, he ordered his disciples to bolster their defenses. Additional sentinels were stationed around the sect, and patrol teams roamed day and night, maintaining an unwavering vigilance. On the city walls, archers stood ready, their eyes fixed on the horizon, leaving no rustle of grass or whisper of wind unnoticed. On the other hand, Lin Feng set about restoring the sect's vitality. He organized his disciples to repair the damaged structures and restore the training grounds, gradually reinstating the normalcy of life and practice within the sect. Simultaneously, he personally guided his disciples in their cultivation, hoping to enhance their abilities in a short span to prepare for potential future crises. At this juncture, rumors detrimental to Lin Feng's sect began to circulate in the martial world, alleging that they employed cruel methods and indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. These rumors spread like a plague, inciting a considerable uproar. Those who once held respect and goodwill toward Lin Feng's sect began to harbor doubts and fears. Even factions that had previously sought to ally with Lin Feng's sect now hesitated, their proactive stance waning. Upon learning of this news, Lin Feng was incensed. He recognized this as an enemy ploy, aimed at tarnishing the sect's reputation to isolate and weaken them. However, he understood that anger would not resolve the issue. A calm response was imperative. He convened the core members of the sect to collectively devise a strategy. What measures should we take to counter these rumors? Lin Feng inquired, his expression grave. An elder proposed, we ought to send envoys to elucidate the truth and clear our name across the martial world. Another disciple suggested, perhaps we should host a martial assembly, inviting heroes from all quarters to witness our sect's righteousness and compassion firsthand. Listening to the various suggestions, Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he remarked, the envoys' explanations may be perceived as mere excuses, and the martial assembly would require vast resources. I believe we should begin with the injured common folk. The assembly was puzzled, their gazes turning to Lin Feng in confusion. He continued, let us dispatch disciples to assist those affected by the battle, tending to their wounds and helping to rebuild their homes. Through our tangible actions, we shall demonstrate our kindness and sense of responsibility. The assembly members suddenly understood, nodding in agreement and commendation. Consequently, Lin Feng promptly organized his disciples to take action. Armed with medicines and provisions, they entered the homes of the common people, healing their injuries and aiding in the repair of their dwellings. Initially, the populace harbored fear and resistance, yet upon witnessing the disciples' sincere gazes and selfless assistance, their doubts gradually dissipated. After a period of diligent effort, the rumors began to subside. The common folk started to speak in favor of Lin Feng's sect, extolling their benevolence. Those factions that had previously hesitated began to reassess their relationship with Lin Feng's sect. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware that this was but a temporary victory. The road ahead remained fraught with uncertainties and challenges. He must remain ever vigilant, leading the sect onward in their relentless pursuit. Chapter 27 A New Horizon. Through a series of diligent efforts, the esteemed reputation of the Lin Feng sect gradually began to be restored. Those factions that had previously hesitated and adopted a wait-and-see approach now took the initiative to extend their goodwill. They dispatched envoys bearing precious gifts and cordial letters, expressing their desire to establish closer ties with the Lin Feng sect. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng undertook a comprehensive reorganization of the sect's internal affairs. He understood well that a formidable sect requires not only a commendable reputation but also rigorous internal management and robust strength. He meticulously revised the sect's stringent regulations, articulating in detail the conduct, cultivation requirements, and responsibilities of the disciples. On the training grounds, he personally supervised the disciples' training, intensifying the training regimen and assessment standards. Each evaluation was conducted with scrupulous attention, allowing for neither negligence nor carelessness. Simultaneously, he actively engaged in communication and cooperation with other righteous sections. Leading his disciples on visits to various sects, he exchanged martial insights with their leaders and core disciples, sharing cultivation experiences. Through these exchanges, Lin Feng not only showcased the strength and uniqueness of his sect but also humbly absorbed the strengths of others. Together, they deliberated on the dynamics of the martial world and strategies for addressing emerging challenges, analyzing the movements of various factions, predicting potential crises, and discussing ways to uphold peace and justice in the realm. During one such exchange meeting, Lin Feng unexpectedly received a mysterious piece of information. It was said that within a distant and concealed ancient relic lay an unparalleled tome. This manuscript contained the profound essence of martial arts, capable of significantly enhancing the abilities of its possessor, even allowing them to transcend their current martial limits. This revelation sent ripples through Lin Feng's mind, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The news instantly captivated the attention of all present, sparking hushed discussions and fervent whispers. While Lin Feng maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, his mind raced with thoughts. He recognized that acquiring this tome could have immeasurable implications for the sect's development. Not only could it elevate the disciples' prowess, but it could also significantly enhance the sect's standing within the martial world. Yet, he was acutely aware that such a treasure would undoubtedly incite covetousness and strife among various factions, rendering this expedition fraught with unknown perils and challenges. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation. He paced alone in his study, reflecting on the events of the exchange and the discussions that had transpired. The flickering candlelight cast shadows across his grave expression. The following morning, he convened a meeting with several trusted disciples and elders to deliberate on the matter. The atmosphere in the study was solemn as everyone gathered around. This may represent an opportunity for our sect's ascendancy, but it could also be a formidable trap. One elder broke the silence, voicing his concerns. Various factions will undoubtedly clash fiercely over this tome. If we involve ourselves, we may find ourselves the target of their ire. Yet, another younger disciple, brimming with enthusiasm, fervently asserted, we must not cower before challenges, we should bravely pursue this opportunity. An elder countered, this operation will demand considerable manpower and resources, and we possess little knowledge of the relic's conditions. The risks are too great. Lin Feng listened quietly to the discourse, gradually arriving at a resolution. He raised his hand to signal for silence and declared, this manuscript is crucial for the future of our sect. Although it is fraught with dangers, we cannot turn a blind eye. However, our approach must be cautious. We must prepare thoroughly. First, we shall gather as much intelligence as possible regarding the relic, understanding its terrain, mechanisms, and potential dangers. Second, we will select the most elite and experienced disciples to form an expedition team. Finally, we will ensure we have ample supplies and weaponry to guarantee our success. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lin Feng began to meticulously plan this expedition to the relic. He issued a call for volunteers within the sect, and many disciples eagerly stepped forward. After a rigorous selection process, he ultimately chose several dozen highly skilled and courageous disciples. They trained day and night, familiarizing themselves with various combat strategies and responses. Simultaneously, Lin Feng dispatched multiple reconnaissance teams to gather intelligence about the relic. Some infiltrated taverns and tea houses in the martial world, seeking information from well-traveled individuals, while others disguised themselves to approach reclusive sages who might possess insider knowledge. After a period of diligent effort, they gradually pieced together a rough outline of the relic and some potential entrances. However, just as they were intensively preparing to embark, discordant voices began to emerge within the sect. Some expressed concerns that this endeavor might plunge the sect into peril once more, arguing against the risks of pursuing the unknown tome. Others, envious of the selected disciples, schemed in secret to undermine the mission. Lin Feng sensed these undercurrents and acted decisively. At a sect assembly, he sternly rebuked those sowing discord, emphasizing the importance of unity and discipline within the sect. For those deliberately attempting to sabotage the effort, he imposed appropriate penalties as a warning to others. Finally, on a bright and sunny morning, Lin Feng led his disciples on their journey to the relic. With their packs slung over their shoulders and weapons in hand, their eyes shone with determination and anticipation. Along the way, they braved the elements, traversed dense forests, and scaled treacherous peaks. At times, they faced inclement weather, with fierce winds and torrential rain making progress arduous. At other times, they encountered ferocious beasts, necessitating fierce battles to preserve their lives. Yet, they never faltered, supporting one another as they advanced step by step towards their goal. What awaited them ahead, an extraordinary tome or boundless peril? Regardless, Lin Feng remained resolute in his belief that they were prepared to confront whatever unknown challenges lay ahead. Chapter 28 The Ruins Expedition. Lin Feng led his disciples through countless trials and tribulations, ultimately arriving at the fabled location of the ruins. The sight before them elicited a sharp intake of breath. Towering, precipitous peaks loomed overhead, resembling colossal and majestic sentinels that fervently encircled this enigmatic realm. Nestled between the mountains lay a narrow and rugged pathway, meandering its way towards the entrance of the unknown ruins. At the threshold, a thick mist swirled like a mysterious veil, undulating gently. This fog seemed to possess a life of its own, at times coalescing and at others dispersing, rendering it nearly impossible to discern what lay within. Gazing at the enveloping mist, Lin Feng was overcome by an inexplicable sense of reverence, yet his eyes radiated more with determination and resolve. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng boldly stepped forward, immersing himself in the shrouded atmosphere. His disciples followed closely behind, their footsteps resonating with unusual clarity in the stillness. Upon entering the ruins, an invisible yet formidable pressure assailed them, as if the very space itself rejected their presence as uninvited guests. Each individual felt a weight upon their chest, their breaths quickening with the mounting tension. The sensation of being scrutinized intensified, as though unseen eyes from the depths of darkness coldly monitored their every move. The surrounding air grew heavy, instilling an ineffable sense of oppression. The path beneath their feet was a labyrinthine maze, intricately designed. Embedded within the walls were peculiar gemstones, emitting a faint and mysterious glow, seemingly attempting to guide them or perhaps ensnare their minds. Lin Feng treaded carefully, each step cautiously probing the ground, wary of triggering some unknown mechanism. One disciple, overwhelmed by anxiety, inadvertently stepped on an innocuous-looking tile. In an instant, a whistling sound erupted as countless arrows shot forth from small apertures in the walls. "Be careful!" Lin Feng shouted, his figure darting as he wielded his sword like a flash of lightning, deflecting the arrows aimed at him. The other disciples swiftly reacted, employing their martial skills to evade or block the sudden onslaught. The hail of arrows persisted momentarily before ceasing. However, several disciples had already been unfortunate enough to sustain injuries, their garments stained crimson with blood. Lin Feng promptly assessed their wounds, applying rudimentary bandages to stem the bleeding. Continuing onward, they soon encountered a vast pitfall. The ground, once appearing solid, unexpectedly collapsed without warning, revealing a seemingly bottomless chasm filled with sharp stakes that would undoubtedly prove fatal for anyone who fell within. With quick reflexes, Lin Feng grasped a disciple who was on the verge of plunging into the abyss, pulling him back with great effort. "Watch your footing, tread carefully," Lin Feng called out, urging everyone to remain vigilant. The tension among the group heightened with each cautious step. At a fork in the path, several passageways presented themselves. Lin Feng halted, scrutinizing the subtle traces around him. The left passage appeared tranquil, devoid of any anomalies. The right, however, bore faint footprints. "Master, let us take the left path, it seems safer," a disciple suggested. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, his gaze unwavering as he replied, "The left is too serene, which makes it suspicious. The right, though marked by footprints, may offer clues left by those who ventured before us. We shall proceed to the right." Obeying Lin Feng's command, they cautiously entered the right passage. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. Strange sounds echoed within the corridor, as if unseen entities stirred in the darkness. Suddenly, they emerged into a spacious hall, where a colossal stone statue loomed at the center, its grotesque visage and eyes flickering with an unsettling light. "Be cautious. This statue is likely not ordinary," Lin Feng cautioned, but before he could finish, the statue sprang to life, swinging its massive arms toward them. The disciples scattered, each deploying their unique skills to engage in a fierce battle against the statue. Lin Feng moved like a flash, soaring into the air with his sword aimed directly at the statue's eyes. The statue adeptly evaded their assaults while launching its own counterattacks. After an intense and harrowing struggle, the group finally discerned the statue's vulnerability. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng struck decisively at a critical point, causing the statue to halt abruptly and crash to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Exhausted and with their garments tattered, they paused to catch their breath. "Let us rest for a moment and replenish our strength," Lin Feng announced. The disciples settled on the ground, hastily retrieving water and provisions from their packs to restore their energy. Unbeknownst to them, however, deeper within the ruins, even more unimaginable challenges awaited. Chapter 29: A Perilous Crisis. After a grueling exploration, Lin Feng and his companions ventured deeper into the ruins. The light dimmed increasingly, and the atmosphere around them grew ever more sinister and foreboding. At this juncture, they arrived at a shadowy passage, permeated by a nauseating stench reminiscent of decaying flora and the putrid remains of fauna, a truly repulsive odor. The walls were ensnared by unknown vines, as thick as a man's arm, their surfaces glistening with a viscous liquid that shimmered ominously in the feeble light. Suddenly, a chilling rustle echoed through the air as a horde of colossal venomous spiders surged forth from the darkness. Each spider was the size of a grinding stone, their bristly bodies emitting an eerie blue luminescence, a testament to their toxicity. Their eyes glowed a menacing crimson, and venom dripped from their razor-sharp fangs as they lunged ferociously at the group. "Everyone, be cautious," as Lin Feng shouted. The disciples quickly formed a protective circle, back to back, gripping their weapons tightly, bracing themselves for the impending assault of the venomous spiders. The arachnids advanced like a relentless tide, and in a moment of distraction, one disciple was bitten on the arm. Instantly, his limb turned a ghastly black and swelled painfully, eliciting a cry of agony. "Endure," Lin Feng commanded, striking at the offending spider and cleaving it in two. Yet more venomous spiders continued to swarm, and the disciples fought valiantly, their blades clashing with the poisonous spray in a tumultuous dance. Lin Feng's swordsmanship was fierce and precise, each strike finding its mark, but the onslaught of spiders seemed inexhaustible. As if there were no end to their numbers, their stamina waned rapidly while the spiders' attacks grew increasingly ferocious. "This cannot continue," we must locate their nest and eradicate them all at once, Lin Feng declared. One disciple pointed towards the depths of the passage, exclaiming, Master, it appears they emerged from that direction. Without hesitation, Lin Feng commanded, Follow me. They fought while retreating, advancing towards the source of the spider swarm. Along the way, more disciples sustained injuries, yet they pressed on, bolstered by their unwavering resolve. At long last, they arrived at a vast cavern, the very lair of the venomous spiders. Countless arachnids scuttled within, sending shivers down their spines. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and proclaimed, Let us strike together without mercy. The disciples rallied in unison and charged into the cavern. Lin Feng unleashed his ultimate techniques, his sword energy slicing through the air, dispatching spider after spider. The other disciples summoned their utmost strength, engaging in a desperate struggle against the venomous horde. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lin Feng discerned a colossal spider king within the cave, its size dwarfing that of the other spiders, adorned with intricate patterns that marked it as the leader of the swarm. Focus your attacks on the Spider King, Lin Feng shouted. The disciples complied, redirecting their efforts towards the formidable foe. The Spider King unleashed a torrent of venom to thwart their assault, but Lin Feng and his comrades advanced undeterred, step by step. With a leap, Lin Feng soared into the air, channeling all his inner strength into his sword as he aimed for the Spider King's head. The creature struggled fiercely, but under the weight of Lin Feng's overwhelming might, it ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground. With the demise of the Spider King, the remaining venomous spiders began to scatter in disarray, and Lin Feng and his companions seized the opportunity to eliminate them one by one. Though they emerged victorious from this brutal confrontation, the cost was steep. Many disciples were gravely injured and required immediate medical attention. Lin Feng gazed at his weary companions, his heart heavy with guilt and concern. Yet, there was no time for respite, for further unknown dangers lurked within the ruins, awaiting their discovery. Let us muster our spirits, we shall press onward and surely uncover the secrets within. Lin Feng encouraged the group of the disciples rallied their strength, following Lin Feng as they delved deeper into the enigmatic ruins. Chapter 30 of the Mysterious Guardian. Lin Feng and his companions had just narrowly escaped the onslaught of the venomous spiders, each panting heavily, their garments tattered and stained with blood. Yet, before they could catch their breath, they were confronted with a new predicament. Before them, a mysterious figure gradually materialized. This person was tall, enveloped in a hazy aura that obscured their features. However, the formidable presence radiating from them crashed upon the group like a surging tide, rendering their breaths momentarily suspended. Lin Feng steadied himself, taking a step forward, and clasped his fists in salute, saying, Esteemed one, we mean no offense. We have merely come in search of the legendary tome, and we hope you might grant us safe passage. Nevertheless, the enigmatic figure remained unresponsive, immersed in silence. Just as anxiety gripped their hearts, the mysterious individual suddenly moved. In an instant, they appeared before one of the disciples, striking with a swift blow. The disciple had no time to react, and was sent flying by an overwhelming force, crashing against the wall and collapsing to the ground, blood spewing from their mouth, unconscious. Everyone, be cautious. Lin Feng bellowed, drawing his sword and advancing. The mysterious figure's strikes were incredibly fierce, each imbued with the power to topple mountains. Lin Feng felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him, his grip on the sword nearly faltering. Seeing their leader embroiled in fierce combat, the other disciples gritted their teeth and surged forward. In an instant, the air was filled with the clash of blades and the echoes of battle cries. Yet, the guardian's strength was insurmountable. The disciple's attacks barely grazed him. His form danced elusively through the crowd, each strike incapacitating a disciple. Lin Feng's anxiety mounted. He knew that if this continued, both he and his disciples would perish here. He suppressed his inner turmoil, striving to maintain his composure as he observed the Guardian's techniques. Suddenly, Lin Feng discerned a pattern in the Guardian's formidable strikes. A spark ignited within him, and he shouted, Everyone, scatter and attack as I direct. Upon hearing his command, the disciples swiftly dispersed. Lin Feng engaged the Guardian while vocally orchestrating his companions' movements. They coordinated seamlessly, gradually establishing an effective formation of offense and defense. The mysterious Guardian seemed to sense the shift in dynamics, intensifying his assault. However, Lin Feng and his comrades no longer floundered in panic. Instead, they responded with calculated precision. Seizing upon a fleeting opening in the Guardian's defense, Lin Feng thrust his sword forward. The Guardian sidestepped, yet this evasion caused a brief moment of stillness in his motion. The other disciples capitalized on this opportunity, unleashing their most powerful techniques against the Guardian. Taken aback by the sudden united assault, the Guardian's radiant aura dimmed slightly. Lin Feng recognized the moment as one not to be squandered, launching another barrage of attacks, each strike aimed at the Guardian's vital points. Yet, just as Lin Feng believed victory was within grasp, the Guardian unleashed an even greater surge of power. His brilliance flared anew, repelling Lin Feng and his companions several paces back. Humph, do you truly believe you can pass through here? The Guardian finally spoke, his voice deep and gravelly, as though echoing from the annals of ancient times. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and responded, "Esteemed one, we fight for the righteousness of the martial world, to strengthen ourselves against malevolent forces. We implore you to allow us passage." The Guardian scoffed derisively, "Righteousness? Within these ruins, only the strong are worthy to speak of justice." With that, he launched yet another assault, more ferocious than before. Would Lin Feng and his companions be able to vanquish this enigmatic Guardian and continue their adventurous quest? The outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 31. A difficult reconciliation. Faced with the formidable and relentless attacks of the enigmatic Guardian, Lin Feng and his companions found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Their strength was waning, their bodies marred by numerous wounds, blood staining their garments, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. Just as despair began to engulf them and the thought of surrender loomed, Lin Feng suddenly caught sight of an old injury on the Guardian's form. It resided on his left shoulder, obscured by fabric, but during the fierce battle, the wound occasionally revealed itself, the aura surrounding it appearing somewhat stagnant. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he realized this might be a potential breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng called out, "Esteemed senior, the old wound upon your body remains unhealed, undoubtedly a testament to the countless tribulations you have endured. We are not your foes. Why not cease hostilities and engage in dialogue?" The mysterious Guardian paused momentarily, his assault slightly faltering. Nevertheless, his gaze remained vigilant and skeptical, his weapon still poised. Observing this, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to continue, "Esteemed senior, we ventured into this relic solely to seek knowledge and enhance our capabilities, aiming to safeguard the peace of the martial world, not to fulfill personal desires. Currently, malevolent forces plague our realm, leaving the populace in despair. We urgently require formidable strength to combat them. Should you be willing to trust us, we would be eager to collaborate in seeking a remedy for your old injury, and we hope you will permit us passage to acquire the scriptures that could save our world." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the Guardian fell into contemplation. His gaze swept over Lin Feng and his companions, seemingly assessing the veracity of their claims. A tense silence enveloped the air, punctuated only by their labored breaths and the sound of blood dripping from their wounds. After a prolonged moment, the Guardian gradually lowered his offensive stance, yet his expression remained impassive. "Young one, I hope your words bear truth. I have guarded this relic for many years and have encountered far too many individuals with ulterior motives. Should you dare deceive me, I shall ensure your return is impossible." Lin Feng hastily replied, "Rest assured, esteemed senior, I would never utter a single falsehood." With a disdainful scoff, the Guardian responded, "Very well, enlighten me on how you intend to heal my old wound." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Feng stated, "Esteemed senior, our understanding of your condition is limited, yet within our sect, there are individuals well versed in the healing arts. Upon our departure, we shall certainly seek their expertise for your treatment. Additionally, within this relic, there may lie treasures and methods capable of remedying your ailment. We can search for them together." The Guardian remained silent for a moment before retorting, "Humph, I shall grant you this one chance. But remember, should I uncover any treachery on your part, I will show no mercy." Lin Feng nodded earnestly, "Thank you for your trust, esteemed senior. We shall not disappoint you." Subsequently, the group took a moment to rest. Lin Feng directed his disciples to tend to their injured companions, while he engaged in conversation with the mysterious Guardian, striving to glean further information about the relic and the scriptures. "Esteemed senior, what secrets does this relic hold? Where might the scriptures be concealed?" Lin Feng inquired. The Guardian cast a glance at him and slowly replied, "This relic is a remnant of a mighty being from ancient times, fraught with peril. As for the scriptures, it is said that deep within the relic lies a hidden chamber where the scriptures are concealed. However, reaching that place necessitates overcoming numerous trials." A chill ran through Lin Feng's heart, yet his resolve remained unwavering. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. Regardless of the challenges ahead, we shall not falter." Once they had recuperated, Lin Feng and his companions, under the Guardian's guidance, ventured deeper into the relic. Along the way, they encountered numerous traps and mechanisms, yet with the Guardian's assistance, they navigated through them unscathed. However, just as they believed everything was progressing favorably, a new crisis stealthily approached. Chapter 32. A new crisis. Under the guidance of the enigmatic Guardian, Lin Feng and his companions delved deeper into the relics. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly ominous and eerie, as mysterious runes on the walls flickered with a strange luminescence, seemingly narrating ancient and arcane tales. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from ahead, a sound as if it emerged from the very depths of hell, infused with boundless fury and ferocity. The entire passage began to tremble slightly, with small fragments of stone occasionally dislodging from above. A colossal beast emerged slowly from the shadows, its form reminiscent of a mountain, each step reverberating through the ground. Its body was enveloped in scales as hard as iron, reflecting a chilling glimmer in the dim light. Those enormous eyes blazed like burning orbs, radiating a terrifying ferocity. while flames erupted from its maw, igniting the surrounding air in an instant. Panic gripped the crowd, many disciples recoiling in terror at the sudden, horrifying sight. Lin Feng felt a chill surge up his spine, yet he understood the necessity of maintaining composure. Otherwise, despair would engulf them all. Everyone, remain calm, steady yourselves. Lin Feng bellowed, his voice resonating through the quaking corridor. The guardian's expression turned grave as he cautioned, "This is the guardian beast of the relics, exceedingly fierce. Tread carefully." The beast unleashed another thunderous roar, its sound waves crashing against the spirits of those present like mighty waves. Some disciples covered their ears, collapsing to the ground in agony. Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the creature, his mind racing to devise a strategy that he knew that a direct confrontation was not prudent. Identifying the beast's vulnerabilities was their only glimmer of hope. Scatter and seek opportunities to strike at its weaknesses. Lin Feng shouted, dashing toward the left flank of the beast. The disciples responded in kind, some leaping onto the walls to launch aerial assaults, while others maneuvered around to the beast's rear, biding their time. Of the creature, sensing the flurry of movement, angrily lashed its tail, sending several disciples flying. They crashed heavily against the walls, falling to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Seizing the moment of distraction, Lin Feng leapt onto the beast's back, raising his sword to stab at its scales. However, the blade merely sparked against the armor-like hide, inflicting no significant damage. The beast, noticing Lin Feng's presence, thrashed violently, attempting to throw him off. Clinging tightly to its scales, Lin Feng refused to be dislodged. At that moment, a perceptive disciple observed that the creature's eyes appeared to be its weak point, but targeting them proved difficult due to the relentless motion of its head. "Master, aim for its eyes," the disciple shouted. Lin Feng, inspired by the call, summoned all his strength and began to painstakingly maneuver closer to the beast's head. The beast seemed to sense Lin Feng's intent, thrashing even more frantically. Just as Lin Feng neared its eyes, the creature abruptly reared back, unleashing a torrent of flames. Lin Feng found himself engulfed in flames, his garments igniting, skin searing, yet, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he thrust his sword toward the beast's eye in a desperate bid. With a harrowing roar of agony, the beast trembled violently, launching a frenzied assault upon everything around it. Seizing this opportunity, the disciples unleashed their most potent attacks. In an instant, a storm of sword energy, palm strikes, and concealed weapons rained down upon the creature. Under the relentless onslaught, the beast gradually succumbed to exhaustion. Its movements slowed, its body marred with wounds. Ultimately, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Feng slid off the beast's back, collapsing onto the ground in sheer fatigue. The disciples gathered around him, their faces etched with concern and admiration. "Master, are you all right?" they inquired. Lin Feng managed a faint smile. "I am fine. How is everyone?" After a brief assessment, though many disciples bore injuries, fortunately, none had perished. The group took a moment to recuperate before pressing onward, acutely aware that further dangers likely awaited them ahead. Chapter 33 The Mystery of the Secret Chamber. After vanquishing the guardian beast, Lin Feng and his companions, weary and fatigued, pressed onward. They traversed the dimly lit passageway with a blend of trepidation and anticipation, for the legendary secret chamber awaited them just ahead. At last, at the passage's end, a heavy stone door loomed before them, its ancient surface adorned with intricate runes and enigmatic patterns, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. The group gathered around the door, meticulously examining the runes and patterns. Some disciples attempted to touch the surface, hoping to decipher its hidden meanings. Others recalled the ancient knowledge they had gleaned from their sect, seeking relevant clues. As moments slipped away, their fervent discussions yielded no method to unlock the chamber's door. A sense of anxiety and unease began to permeate the group. Amidst their collective despair, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. His gaze roamed over the stone door, while flashes of scenes and elusive hints from the ruins raced through his mind. Suddenly, a vivid image of a mysterious mural seen on the passage wall surfaced in his thoughts. The mural bore similar runes and patterns, seemingly adhering to a specific sequence and logic. Lin Feng felt a spark of inspiration. He began to compare and arrange the runes from the mural with those on the stone door. "Everyone, please be quiet. I believe I have stumbled upon something." Lin Feng's voice pierced through the cacophony of discussion. The group fell silent, their attention riveted on him. Lin Feng continued, "In a passage we traversed earlier, there was a mural, the runes of which bear a resemblance to those on this door. I believe this could be the key to unlocking the secret chamber." With that, he began to etch the runes he remembered from the mural onto the ground with his sword, attempting to correspond and combine them with those on the door. The disciples encircled him, their eyes fixed on his every movement. After meticulous comparison and experimentation, Lin Feng finally discerned a pattern. He realized that the runes on the door appeared to be arranged in a specific order, correlated to the positions of stars as suggested by the mural. "Quickly, everyone, follow my instructions and channel your inner strength into the corresponding positions of these runes," Lin Feng urged eagerly. The disciples complied, placing their palms against the stone door and gradually infusing it with their energy. Initially, the door remained unresponsive. However, as they continued to channel their strength, the stone began to tremble slightly, and the runes gradually illuminated with a glow. Lin Feng's heart raced. He sensed they might have discovered the correct method. Push harder, he called out. The group gritted their teeth, pouring their remaining energy into the effort without reservation. At last, the door emitted a deep, resonant rumble and slowly began to rise. A wave of musty air wafted from the secret chamber, and their gazes eagerly darted towards the interior. Yet, the sight that met their eyes plunged them once more into confusion. The chamber was filled with an array of peculiar artifacts and statues, walls shimmering with strange luminescence, and at the center, upon a stone pedestal, lay an ancient tome radiating a mysterious glow. However, the path leading to the pedestal was fraught with various traps and intricate puzzles. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Everyone, be cautious, we have arrived at the final step, and we must not falter now. Would they succeed in navigating these obstacles to obtain the ancient tome? Chapter 34 Perilous Trials. The door to the secret chamber creaked open, releasing a gust of antiquated and enigmatic air that enveloped them. Lin Feng and his companions cautiously stepped inside, each stride laden with vigilance. No sooner had they advanced a few paces than the ground beneath them emitted a dull thud, followed by a sudden depression revealing a row of sharp, menacing spikes. These lethal protrusions glimmered ominously in the dim light, sending shivers down their spines. Alarmed, the group instinctively reacted, deftly leaping aside with their agile skills. A few disciples, however, were slower to respond and narrowly escaped plunging into the deadly trap, drenched in cold sweat. Before they could regain their footing, a flurry of whistling sounds erupted from both sides of the walls, as countless hidden arrows rained down upon them. With remarkable quickness, Lin Feng shouted, "Be cautious," and swiftly brandished his sword, creating a dazzling display of swordplay that deflected the incoming arrows. The other disciples, too, rallied, wielding their weapons to fend off the sudden onslaught. The barrage of arrows persisted for a brief moment before finally ceasing. The group exhaled in relief, though none dared let their guard down. They advanced with utmost caution, each step fraught with uncertainty. Up ahead, a massive stone gate began to descend with a thunderous roar, threatening to block their path. "Quickly, charge through!" Lin Feng commanded, urging everyone to quicken their pace towards the looming gate. Leading the charge, Lin Feng summoned all his inner strength and swung his sword at the stone barrier. With a resounding clang, sparks flew as a deep gash marred the surface of the gate, yet it showed no sign of halting its descent. At that moment, the other disciples unleashed their most potent techniques, striving to impede the gate's relentless fall. Yet, the stone barrier continued its merciless descent, drawing perilously close to the ground. "Together, everyone!" Lin Feng called out once more. United in purpose, they pooled their inner energies, collectively pushing against the stone gate. Their combined efforts momentarily slowed its descent, but time was of the essence, and the space before them dwindled rapidly. Lin Feng's anxiety surged. Should they fail to pass through the gate in time, all their prior efforts would be for naught. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a formidable surge of inner power, causing his sword to radiate with brilliance. "Break for me," he bellowed, channeling all his strength into a single, decisive strike. At last, Lin Feng's tremendous blow caused a fissure to appear in the stone gate. The sight revitalized the spirits of his companions, who redoubled their efforts in pouring forth their inner strength. Ultimately, the gate, overwhelmed by their combined might, shattered with a resounding crash, disintegrating into a heap of rubble. They surged through the remnants of the gate, pressing onward, fully aware that the path ahead was fraught with further challenges. Next, they encountered a chasm filled with seething, molten lava, its scorching heat rendering the area nearly unapproachable. Lin Feng scanned the surroundings and spotted several massive stone slabs that appeared to serve as a bridge across the fiery gulf. "Tread carefully on the stone slabs, and be swift," he instructed. One disciple boldly stepped onto the slab, but the intense heat rendered it exceedingly fragile. After just a few strides, the slab fractured, plunging the disciple into the lava, where he was instantly reduced to ashes. A collective gasp escaped the group, their hearts gripped by terror. Lin Feng clenched his jaw. "I shall go first, follow my lead." Cautiously, he stepped onto the slab, moving swiftly forward. The slab creaked ominously beneath him, threatening to give way at any moment. Yet, bolstered by his exceptional agility and unwavering composure, Lin Feng successfully reached the opposite side. The other disciples, inspired by his example, followed suit, each crossing the lava chasm one after another. However, before they could catch their breath, a colossal mechanical puppet emerged before them, constructed entirely of metal. It was impervious and wielded a massive iron hammer, each strike delivering devastating force. Lin Feng and his companions found themselves compelled to engage in battle once more, confronting the formidable puppet in a desperate struggle. Would they overcome these treacherous trials and seize the coveted manual? The answer remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 35 of The Light of Hope. After an intense battle, Lin Feng and his companions finally triumphed over the mechanical puppet. Under the relentless assault of the group, its metallic body gradually became battered and broken, ultimately collapsing to the ground, reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal. All were gasping for breath, their garments soaked with perspiration, many bearing fresh wounds, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory and anticipation for the future. Without a moment's respite, they pressed onward, their hearts brimming with fervent desire, until they stood before the stone pedestal that housed the ancient tome. The tome emanated a mysterious and alluring glow, as if beckoning them closer. However, just as they prepared to reach for it, a peculiar radiance enveloped the surroundings, followed by the sudden emergence of a formidable barrier that barred their entry. This barrier resembled a translucent wall, seemingly insubstantial yet utterly unyielding. The group endeavored to breach it through various means, some wielding their weapons in attack, others unleashing their inner strength in a fierce assault, but the barrier remained impervious. In the midst of their despair and confusion, the enigmatic guardian materialized slowly. His countenance retained that inscrutable expression, his gaze calmly surveying the crowd. "This barrier cannot be shattered by ordinary means," the guardian intoned, his voice resonating in the stillness of the chamber. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, urgently inquiring, "Then how can we break it?" With a gaze deep and profound, the guardian replied, "To dismantle this barrier, one must wield the power of sincerity and righteousness." The group exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to grasp the essence of the guardian's words. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng spoke, "The power of sincerity and righteousness, esteemed elder, could you elucidate this further?" The guardian slightly tilted his head, as if lost in recollection, and then stated, "This tome is a legacy left by an ancient sage. Its purpose is not to bestow immense power upon an individual to satiate personal desires, but rather to be bestowed upon those who, with a heart of justice, seek to bring welfare to the world. If you can demonstrate your sincerity and righteousness, the barrier shall yield." A spark ignited within Lin Feng, and he proclaimed, "Esteemed elder, our purpose in entering this relic, seeking the tome, is to enhance our strength to combat the malevolent forces in the realm and protect the innocent. Is that not sufficient to prove our sincerity and righteousness?" The guardian shook his head. "Words alone hold no weight, one must prove it through actions and the conviction of their heart." Lost in thought, Lin Feng reflected on the myriad hardships they had faced and the disciples who had suffered injuries or even sacrificed their lives for the sake of justice. His gaze gradually hardened with resolve. "Fellow disciples, let us quiet our minds and revisit our original intentions." Recalling why we embarked on this arduous journey, Lin Feng declared. One by one, the group closed their eyes, reminiscing about their initial aspirations. In that moment, the chamber fell silent, save for the sound of their breathing. Filled with an unwavering commitment to justice and a sense of responsibility for the sect's future, Lin Feng silently vowed, "I am willing to dedicate my life to safeguarding justice and protecting all that I hold dear." As if sensing the steadfast conviction within Lin Feng and his companions, the barrier began to tremble slightly, its radiance flickering erratically. A glimmer of surprise crossed the guardian's eyes. "Continue, do not falter." With renewed focus, Lin Feng and his companions concentrated on their inner beliefs, channeling all their sincerity and righteous power. At last, the barrier erupted in a brilliant blaze of light before gradually dissipating. Lin Feng, filled with exhilaration, stepped forward and grasped the tome. The moment his fingers touched its surface, he felt a powerful and warm energy coursing through him. "We have succeeded," the group erupted in cheers. Yet, Lin Feng understood that this was merely a new beginning. They bore a weightier responsibility, tasked with utilizing this hard-earned tome to usher in peace and justice to the realm. Chapter 36 The Power of Inheritance. Upon obtaining the ancient tome, Lin Feng and his companions brimmed with anticipation as they prepared to depart the secret chamber. However, at that very moment, the tome suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance, illuminating the chamber as if it were the height of day. A formidable force surged into Lin Feng's body like a torrential tide, causing his meridians to throb with pain, as if countless steel needles were frantically piercing through him, engulfing him in excruciating agony. Unable to suppress a muffled groan, his body involuntarily trembled. Visions of peculiar scenes and profound martial arts techniques flashed through his mind at a blinding speed, overwhelming him with their rapidity. Some depicted intense confrontations between masters, their techniques exquisite beyond compare. Others revealed a serene valley where a celestial figure practiced alone, exuding an enigmatic aura. Yet more showcased a battlefield ablaze with conflict, where heroes valiantly defended their homeland with unparalleled martial prowess, their spirits ablaze with fervor. These images intertwined chaotically, nearly plunging Lin Feng's mind into disarray. He endeavored to untangle the sudden influx of information, yet the overwhelming force remained beyond his control, rampaging within him. The other disciples anxiously encircled him, their faces etched with concern and trepidation. "Master, how are you?" one disciple could not help but inquire. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, unable to respond. Veins bulged on his forehead as perspiration streamed down like rain. Everyone, remain calm. We must devise a way to assist our master, an elder disciple urged, yet, confronted with such a mysterious and potent force, they all felt utterly powerless. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he were a solitary boat in a tempestuous sea, on the brink of capsizing. Nevertheless, his resolve was unwavering. He understood he must endure this force, for failure would not only lead to his own ruin but also extinguish the hopes of their entire sect. He bore the torment with fortitude, striving to regulate his breath, attempting to guide the force through his meridians. Each effort was accompanied by searing pain, yet he persisted resolutely. Gradually, Lin Feng discerned that although the power was ferocious, it appeared to follow a certain rhythm. He calmed his mind, meticulously attuning himself to the flow of energy, guiding it step by step in the right direction. As moments ticked by, Lin Feng's complexion remained pallid, yet a glimmer of hope began to illuminate his eyes. "It seems the master is improving," a disciple exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes towards Lin Feng, noticing that his tremors had lessened, and his breathing had started to stabilize. Lin Feng focused intently, continuing to wrestle with the force. Finally, after an arduous and protracted struggle, he began to tame the power, allowing it to flow orderly within his meridians, merging with his internal energy. When the final vestige of power was completely subdued by Lin Feng, he slowly opened his eyes, their brilliance sparkling with newfound clarity. "Master, you are unharmed. This is truly wonderful," the disciples cheered exuberantly. Lin Feng smiled gently and said, "I am well, though this power is formidable. With unwavering faith, we can master it." Everyone nodded in agreement, their faces aglow with joy and admiration. "Now, let us hasten our departure and return the secrets of the tome to our sect," Lin Feng declared. The disciples echoed in unison, surrounding Lin Feng as they exited the chamber. However, unbeknownst to them, subtle changes began to manifest within the chamber after their departure, hinting at even deeper secrets yet to be unveiled. Chapter 37 of The Path of Return. Lin Feng and his companions embarked on the journey back to their sect. Armed with the coveted scripture, their emotions were a blend of exhilaration and trepidation. They rejoiced at having finally acquired the sacred text, yet they were acutely aware of the myriad of unknown dangers that lay ahead. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon them. Lin Feng led the group with a serious demeanor, his vigilant gaze frequently sweeping the surroundings. The disciples, too, were on high alert, gripping their weapons tightly. However, their movements did not go unnoticed by the malevolent forces that had long coveted the scripture. This nefarious group, composed of notorious brigands from the martial world, was ruthless and would stop at nothing to achieve their ends. Upon learning of Lin Feng and his companions' acquisition of the scripture, they mobilized a vast number of skilled fighters to lay an ambush along the inevitable path of their journey. As Lin Feng and his companions entered a tranquil valley, the towering peaks loomed overhead, shrouded in a veil of mist that sent chills down their spines. Suddenly, a piercing whistle shattered the valley's tranquility, followed by the emergence of a throng of cloaked figures, brandishing sharp blades and radiating a fierce murderous intent. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted. The disciples quickly formed a protective circle around him, warily eyeing the encroaching adversaries. "Hand over the scripture, and perhaps we might spare your lives," sneered the leader of the black-clad assailants. Lin Feng glared defiantly, "Not a chance, you vile scoundrels shall never lay your hands on the scripture." With that, he surged forward, his sword striking like lightning towards the leader of the black-clad men. The leader deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a fierce slash. In an instant, the two were locked in a fierce battle, the sounds of clashing sword and blade echoing throughout the valley. The other disciples fiercely engaged the enemy, and soon the valley was alive with the cacophony of battle cries and the flash of steel. Lin Feng's swordsmanship was formidable, each move infused with potent internal energy, yet the leader of the black-clad men proved to be a formidable opponent, his knife techniques devious and unpredictable, resulting in a fierce stalemate. At that moment, one disciple inadvertently exposed a vulnerability and was swiftly wounded by a black-clad assailant. Lin Feng turned his attention, and the leader seized the opportunity to launch a barrage of relentless attacks, forcing Lin Feng to retreat, plunging the situation into peril. "Master, be careful," a disciple shouted, bravely rushing forward to intercept a blow meant for Lin Feng. Anguish and fury welled within Lin Feng as he let out a primal roar, his swordplay intensifying with newfound ferocity, pushing the black-clad leader back several steps. "Hold your ground, we shall break through." Lin Feng rallied his disciples with fervor. Inspired by his words, the disciples' spirits soared as they unleashed their unique skills in a desperate struggle against the foes. Yet, the overwhelming number of enemies, trained and disciplined, gradually began to encircle Lin Feng and his companions. Their bodies bore the marks of many wounds, and their stamina waned just as despair threatened to engulf them. Lin Feng suddenly discerned a flaw in the enemy's formation. "Follow my lead," he bellowed, guiding his disciples toward the opening. After a fierce and bloody struggle, they finally breached the enemy's encirclement, carving a path through the chaos. Do not let them escape, pursue, the leader of the black-clad men shouted in frustration. Lin Feng and his companions dared not pause, sprinting with all their might, traversing the valley and crossing streams without a moment's respite. At last, as dusk began to settle, they glimpsed the outline of their sect. It's the sect! We are almost there, a disciple exclaimed with excitement. Lin Feng and his companions quickened their pace toward their sanctuary. However, the relentless enemies pursued them closely. As they neared the sect's entrance, Lin Feng abruptly halted. You all go ahead. I will hold them off, he declared. Master, no, we must leave together, the disciples protested fervently. Enough with the chatter, this is an order. Lin Feng bellowed resolutely. With tears in their eyes, the disciples rushed into the sect. Lin Feng turned to face the approaching adversaries, his gaze resolute and unwavering. Would he be able to withstand the onslaught and safeguard the scripture and his disciples? Chapter 38 Sect support. Lin Feng faced his relentless pursuers alone, straightening his spine with unwavering determination, prepared for a fight to the death. The wind howled past the edges of his garments as he gripped his sword tightly, the veins on his hands bulging, as if the weapon had become an extension of himself. The enemies advanced upon him like ravenous wolves, their eyes gleaming with avarice and murderous intent, as though victory was within their grasp. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, feeling his internal energy surge wildly. He understood that this might be the most arduous battle of his life. At that critical moment, the masters within the sect sensed the tumult outside. The sect leader, clad in flowing white robes, led a cadre of core disciples with the swiftness of a tempest to provide aid. His piercing gaze radiated authority, and his arrival seemed to herald a ray of hope. Lin Feng, fear not, for we have arrived. The leader's voice echoed through the heavens, imbued with strength and gravitas. As the sect's masters joined the fray, the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. The leader darted forward into the enemy ranks, his movements fluid and effortless, each strike infused with profound internal energy that felled multiple foes in mere moments. The other masters, equally resolute, unleashed their unique techniques. Some wielded their swords with exceptional skill, their blade shadows dancing, preventing any enemy from closing in. Others delivered powerful punches, each blow accompanied by a fierce wind that sent adversaries reeling. Still others excelled in the use of hidden weapons, their swift, gleaming projectiles finding their marks with deadly precision. Witnessing the sect's support, Lin Feng felt a surge of immense strength. No longer did he fight alone. Behind him stood the unwavering support and trust of his entire sect. With a mighty roar, he charged once more into the fray, his swordsmanship sharper than ever, each thrust imbued with lethal resolve. United in their efforts, the forces of evil began to retreat. The once arrogant foes now wore expressions of terror and despair, realizing they faced not merely a group of easily vanquished opponents but a formidable and unified force. Retreat! Quickly, retreat! The leader of the black-clad adversaries shouted, sensing the dire shift in fortune. Yet, the sect members were resolute in their pursuit. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on the leader of the black-clad men, following him relentlessly. The latter fought back while retreating, his heart filled with dread. Today marks your demise. Lin Feng bellowed, his sword transforming into a streak of cold light aimed directly at the throat of the black-clad leader. The enemy leader desperately attempted to block the strike, but Lin Feng's attack was as unstoppable as a raging torrent. Breaking through his defenses, the blade sliced through, blood gushing from the leader's throat, his eyes wide with disbelief and fear before his body collapsed heavily to the ground. Seeing their leader slain, the remaining enemies lost all will to fight, scattering in disarray. However, the sect members had already sealed off their escape routes, ensuring not a single one would escape. After an intense pursuit, most of the adversaries were either eliminated or captured. The air was thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder, and though Lin Feng and his companions were utterly exhausted, their eyes sparkled with the joy and pride of victory. Thanks to everyone's support, we have achieved victory, Lin Feng said to the sect leader and other masters. The leader smiled, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. This honor belongs to our entire sect. The secret techniques must never fall into the hands of evil. However, just as they prepared to return to the sect, they suddenly noticed several enemies slipping away amidst the chaos. They will surely return for revenge. We must be fully prepared, one of the masters expressed with concern. The leader nodded. Indeed, from this day forth, we shall strengthen the sect's defenses and intensify our training to enhance our strength. The others nodded in agreement, well aware that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. Would they be able to eradicate the threat of evil entirely and safeguard the secret techniques and tranquility of the sect? The answer remained uncertain. Chapter 39 Post-war respite. In the aftermath of the Great Conflict, the sect was engulfed in a flurry of activity. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood, while the sun cast a mournful light upon the ravaged battlefield. Wounded disciples were swiftly attended to, and within the hastily erected medical tents, physicians labored tirelessly. The groans of the injured echoed incessantly. Some bore wounds so deep that bone was exposed, while others lay pale and unconscious from excessive blood loss. Beads of sweat adorned the foreheads of the healers, yet their hands never faltered, as they employed their skilled techniques to bandage and treat each casualty, striving with utmost determination to preserve every life. The gathering began to clear the battlefield, assessing the toll of the conflict. Some disciples quietly collected the belongings of their fallen comrades, tears welling in their eyes. Each item held a fragment of memory and a bond of profound friendship. Torn weapons and tattered banners, once symbols of valor in combat, now seemed unbearably heavy. Lin Feng and the sect leader stood atop a rise, gazing down at the scene before them, their hearts awash with mixed emotions. The leader sighed deeply and remarked, "Though we have emerged victorious from this battle, the cost has been grievous." Lin Feng clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as he replied, "Master, we must ensure that the sacrifices of our disciples were not in vain. We must fortify our sect to prevent further incursions by malevolent forces." The leader nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Indeed, we must learn from this conflict and prepare ourselves thoroughly." The two turned and entered the council hall, commencing discussions on how to bolster the sect's defenses. Lin Feng spoke first. "Master, I propose that we enhance our perimeter with traps and formations, making it arduous for enemies to approach." The leader slightly inclined his head. "That is a commendable idea, yet establishing formations requires the expertise of skilled practitioners. We must deliberate carefully." Lin Feng continued, "Shall we not augment the number of patrols and their frequency to strengthen surveillance around the sect?" The leader pondered for a moment. "This is essential, but we must also consider the disciples' need for rest and rotation. We cannot allow them to become overexerted." After concluding their discourse on defensive measures, they turned their thoughts to potential retaliatory actions against the looming threat of evil forces. The leader expressed his concerns. Having suffered defeat, they will not relent easily. They will surely rally more allies. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. "Should we not dispatch scouts to ascertain their movements, ensuring we know both ourselves and our adversaries?" The leader concurred. "That is a prudent strategy, but we must also prioritize the safety of our scouts." Lin Feng then suggested, "We could forge alliances with other righteous sects to collectively combat these malevolent forces." The leader's eyes brightened. "This is an excellent plan, yet finding trustworthy allies is no simple task." Simultaneously, they deliberated on how to utilize the ancient texts to enhance the sect's overall strength. Lin Feng proposed, "Master, the martial secrets contained within the texts are profound. Might we select a few exceptionally gifted disciples for your direct instruction?" The leader shook his head. "The texts must not be shared lightly. We must be judicious in choosing those to whom we reveal them, lest they fall into the hands of the unscrupulous." Lin Feng contemplated further. "Then let us first convene a group of seasoned elders to study the texts, distilling methods suitable for our disciples' cultivation." The leader acknowledged this approach. "This is feasible, yet researching the texts requires time and effort. We must not rush." Just as they were engrossed in their fervent discussions, a disciple rushed in with urgent news. "Master, terrible news, several severely injured disciples have experienced sudden deterioration in their conditions." Upon hearing this, both the leader and Lin Feng's expressions shifted dramatically as they promptly rose to head towards the medical tents. Would they successfully navigate the myriad challenges before them, revitalizing the sect to embrace the trials that lay ahead? The outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 40 The Surge of Cultivation. After considerable deliberation and preparation, the sect resolved to initiate targeted training for its disciples in accordance with the ancient texts. This announcement spread like a gentle spring breeze throughout the entire sect, igniting a palpable excitement among the disciples, who eagerly rubbed their fists together, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. Before the first rays of dawn had fully graced the sect, the training grounds were already teeming with disciples, clad in neatly arranged training attire. They stood tall and spirited, eagerly awaiting the commencement of their rigorous training. As a crisp bell tolled, marking the official start of the session, the disciples, organized into pre-arranged groups, embarked upon their respective practices. Some groups concentrated on the cultivation of internal energy techniques, sitting in meditative postures with closed eyes, their breath steady as they sought to guide their inner power along the meridian pathways delineated in the texts. Other groups engaged in swordplay, their blades flashing like lightning, the whoosh of wind accompanying each move, striving for precision and accuracy in every technique. Meanwhile, another group delved into the mysteries of boxing, their punches fierce and powerful, embodying the spirit of a roaring tiger. The entire training ground resonated with vibrant energy and a profound atmosphere of cultivation. The youthful disciples were filled with fervor and diligence, acutely aware of the rarity of this training opportunity. They aspired to enhance their abilities and contribute to the honor of the sect and the justice of the martial world. However, the martial arts encapsulated within the texts were intricate and profound, not easily grasped. Many disciples encountered challenges during their training. Some struggled to smoothly guide their internal energy during cultivation, resulting in erratic breathing and even signs of going astray. Others found themselves perplexed by the exquisite sword techniques described in the texts, their movements appearing clumsy and awkward. Still others faltered in mastering the balance of strength in their boxing, either exerting too much force and injuring themselves or lacking the power to unleash the full potential of their techniques. Confronted with these difficulties, the disciples did not succumb to despair. They engaged in discussions and offered mutual assistance, yet the problems persisted. Upon learning of the situation, Lin Feng and the sect leader personally arrived at the training grounds to provide guidance. The leader, seasoned and wise, first observed the disciples' training conditions before offering detailed explanations tailored to each group's challenges. For those struggling with internal energy cultivation, he patiently adjusted their breathing and guided the flow of their inner power, imparting techniques and insights for better control. For those facing difficulties with swordplay and boxing, he demonstrated each movement, breaking them down and elucidating the essential points and techniques involved. Lin Feng, standing beside the leader, offered his assistance. Being of a similar age to the disciples, he was better able to empathize with their confusions and struggles. He articulated the profound theories of the texts in accessible language, sharing his own experiences and lessons learned during his training to facilitate their understanding. Under the personal guidance of Lin Feng and the sect leader, the disciples gradually discovered the correct methods of cultivation, overcoming the challenges that had previously hindered them. Their progress became evident, and their confidence soared. Yet, just then, a new issue arose. Due to the intensity of their training, some disciples began to experience fatigue and injuries. This prompted Lin Feng and the sect leader to ponder once more. How could they ensure effective training without compromising the disciples' physical well-being? Would they be able to devise the perfect solution that would allow the disciples to navigate their path of cultivation with ease? All remained uncertain. Chapter 41 Breaking through the bottleneck. Under the meticulous guidance of Lin Feng and the sect leader, the disciples managed to resolve certain challenges. However, some remained ensnared by the insurmountable bottleneck of their cultivation, unable to make any progress. This intangible barrier loomed like an imposing wall, obstructing their path forward and leaving them engulfed in profound frustration and confusion. Among them, a disciple named Xiaofeng felt particularly anxious and helpless. Xiaofeng was diligent and hardworking, possessing an immense passion and talent for martial arts, yet, despite his relentless efforts, he could not master a particular set of fist techniques. During practice, he consistently faltered on a few crucial moves, and his internal energy failed to achieve the precision and fluidity demanded by the forms. His heart was heavy with urgency as he observed his fellow disciples making steady progress while he remained stagnant, the burden of self-doubt growing heavier by the day, even leading him to contemplate giving up. Lin Feng, attuned to Xiaofeng's plight, recognized his potential. Understanding that he was merely momentarily lost. Thus, he resolved to devise a personalized training plan to facilitate Xiaofeng's breakthrough. On a tranquil night, Lin Feng summoned Xiaofeng to a secluded courtyard. The moonlight cascaded like water upon them. Xiaofeng, I am aware of your recent distress. Do not lose heart, for this bottleneck is but a temporary phase. Lin Feng spoke gently. Xiaofeng, head bowed and voice tinged with despondency, replied, Senior brother Lin, am I truly lacking in intelligence? Why is it that others progress while I remain stagnant? Lin Feng placed a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. Xiaofeng, you are not lacking. Rather, you are overly eager for immediate results. This set of fist techniques requires a harmonious alignment of heart and intent and energy and strength. You have focused too much on the superficial execution of the moves, neglecting the essence within. Xiaofeng lifted his gaze, bewilderment evident in his eyes. Senior brother Lin, what should I do then? With a slight smile, Lin Feng replied, From tomorrow onwards, you shall sit in meditation at the mountain's peak for an hour each morning, immersing yourself in the breath of nature to calm your heart. Following this, I will accompany you to practice the fundamentals of the fist techniques anew, where each movement must be contemplated with care, not in pursuit of speed, but in the quest for quality. Xiaofeng nodded, a spark of hope reigniting in his eyes. In the days that followed, he adhered strictly to Lin Feng's regimen. Each morning, he sat alone atop the mountain, facing the rising sun, breathing in the crisp air, allowing his heart to settle into tranquility and focus. During the day, Lin Feng patiently guided Xiaofeng through the techniques, meticulously correcting each movement, posture, and even gaze. He encouraged Xiaofeng, in the moment of striking, to envision his fist carrying immense force capable of shattering all obstacles. And in each step, to imagine himself as a leaf dancing in the wind, light and agile. Gradually, Xiaofeng began to grasp the essence of the techniques. His movements became increasingly fluid, and his internal energy flowed with greater ease. Yet, just as he believed he was on the verge of breaking through, he encountered a new challenge. During one practice session, he suddenly felt his internal energy surging chaotically within him, beyond his control, his body growing rigid. He looked at Lin Feng in panic, unfazed. Lin Feng calmly reassured him, Xiao Feng, do not fear, this is a precursor to your breakthrough. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and guide your internal energy with intent. Following Lin Feng's instructions, Xiao Feng endeavored to calm himself, attempting to direct the erratic energy. Seconds turned into minutes, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. At last, the energy stabilized, circulating within him along the correct meridian pathways. Opening his eyes, he was filled with astonishment and exhilaration. Senior brother Lin, I believe I have succeeded. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Indeed, Xiao Feng, you have taken a pivotal step, but do not relent. Continue to solidify and practice. With Lin Feng's assistance, Xiao Feng finally transcended the bottleneck, achieving a qualitative leap in his fist techniques. Inspired by Xiao Feng's success, the other disciples who faced similar challenges felt a renewed vigor, intensifying their efforts to seek breakthroughs. The atmosphere of cultivation within the sect grew ever more fervent. Would they be able to showcase their formidable strength in the challenges that lay ahead? Chapter 42 The resurgence of external foes. As the members of the sect diligently engaged in their training, enhancing their prowess, the previously vanquished malevolent forces, having regrouped, returned with a scale even more formidable than before. The once tranquil sky was shrouded in a thick veil of dust, as the ominous sound of thundering hooves and the cries of battle echoed from afar, instilling fear in the hearts of all. The alarm bells of the sect rang out urgently, their clamor reverberating through the valleys, shattering the serenity of the past. Upon hearing the alarm, the disciples promptly ceased their training, their expressions grave and resolute, as they hastily armed themselves and prepared for battle. Lin Feng stood atop the sect's walls, gazing into the distance at the approaching enemy, his countenance serious. His eyes swept over the densely packed shadows, quietly assessing the enemy's numbers and strength. The disciples beside him braced themselves, their gazes revealing tension and determination. Do not panic, everyone, proceed according to our prior arrangements. Lin Feng called out, his voice firm and resonant, striving to steady the spirits of the crowd. The disciples responded in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. At that moment, the sect leader also ascended to the walls, looking at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with trust and anticipation. Lin Feng, we rely on your command this time. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. Rest assured, sect leader, I shall not fail in my mission. The enemy drew ever closer, their banners snapping in the wind, their menacing visages becoming increasingly discernible. Leading the charge was a towering figure, astride a magnificent black steed, wielding a colossal battle axe, his eyes ablaze with the thirst for blood. Lin Feng, today marks the end of your sect, the giant bellowed. Lin Feng scoffed derisively, as long as I stand, you shall not set foot within our sect. With that, Lin Feng commanded, archers, prepare. The archers on the walls drew their bows, aiming at the foes below. Fire! With a single order, a torrent of arrows rained down upon the enemy. The air was filled with the sounds of anguish as many fell, struck down by the arrows, yet, rather than retreating, the enemy surged forward with even greater fervor. Unfazed, Lin Feng continued to direct the battle. Catapults, ready! Enormous stones were hurled at the adversaries, exploding among their ranks, sending bodies flying in a gruesome display. However, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. As the front line fell, those behind quickly filled the gaps, they erected ladders and began their ascent. Brothers, follow me into battle! Lin Feng shouted, leading the charge against the enemies scaling the walls. The disciples followed suit, engaging in fierce close-quarters combat. Blades flashed, and blood splattered. Lin Feng's swordplay was extraordinarily fierce, each strike claiming an enemy's life. Yet, the relentless tide of foes continued to surge forth, and the situation became increasingly dire. At that moment, several formidable adversaries leaped forth from their ranks, launching an assault on Lin Feng. Undeterred, he engaged them in a desperate struggle. However, these foes were exceedingly powerful, and Lin Feng gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Lin Feng, be careful, a disciple cried out, witnessing Lin Feng in peril. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to intercept a lethal blow meant for Lin Feng. With a heart full of rage and sorrow, Lin Feng roared, his swordplay suddenly intensifying, and he swiftly dispatched one of the enemy's elites. The other disciples fought valiantly, determined to prevent the enemy from advancing further. The battlefield was a cacophony of battle cries, both sides mired in a stalemate. Lin Feng, observing the fallen disciples, silently vowed to protect the sect and its sacred texts, even at the cost of his own life. In this critical moment of life and death, could the members of the sect withstand the onslaught of their external foes? What price would they ultimately pay? Chapter 43 The final battle of life and death. The battle grew increasingly fierce, with the deafening cries of war echoing through the air as both sides plunged into a desperate struggle for survival. A thick stench of blood permeated the atmosphere, eliciting a wave of nausea amidst the throng. Lin Feng weaved through the chaos, his sword having quenched its thirst on the blood of countless foes, his garments soaked in crimson, both that of his enemies and his own. His gaze was resolute and piercing, each swing of his sword was imbued with lethal intent. However, the prolonged conflict began to take its toll on his stamina, and in a moment of carelessness, he was pierced in the left arm by an enemy's lance. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, yet gritting his teeth, he let out a fierce roar and retaliated with a swift stroke, dispatching his assailant. The disciples within the sect suffered grievously, yet not a single one faltered. Their eyes blazed with an indomitable fire, vowing to share the fate of their sect. Some disciples, grievously wounded, clung tenaciously to their weapons, leaning against the walls to continue the fight. Others lay in pools of blood, expending their final breath to hurl hidden weapons at their adversaries. The battlefield was a maelstrom of chaos, where blades clashed and flesh was rent asunder. Lin Feng fought valiantly, all the while surveying the unfolding chaos. He observed the enemy surging forth like a relentless tide, his heart filled with trepidation, yet he understood the necessity of maintaining composure, for he must devise a strategy to turn the tide. In that moment, Lin Feng keenly discerned a flaw in the enemy's formation. The ferocity of their assault had sown seeds of disorder in their rear, creating a disconnection between some of their forces and the main contingent. A flicker of hope ignited within him. This might be the pivotal opportunity to alter the course of the battle. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed the agony of his wound and bellowed, "Brothers, charge with me." A vulnerability has emerged in the enemy's rear. At the sound of Lin Feng's rallying cry, the disciples felt a surge of vigor. Rallying around him, Lin Feng led the charge, his sword slicing through the air with the ferocity of a tempest, laying waste to all who stood in his path. The disciples followed closely, their morale soaring, and a cacophony of battle cries filled the air. The enemy, taken aback by this sudden counteroffensive, found their once cohesive formation descending into disarray. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng guided his disciples through the enemy ranks, moving as if they were phantoms in an unguarded realm. "Stay composed, hold the line," the enemy commander shouted, yet the tide of chaos was now beyond his control. Witnessing the enemy's panic and confusion, Lin Feng's conviction in victory solidified. He continuously rallied his comrades, "Push harder, victory is within our grasp." Under Lin Feng's leadership, the disciples fought with renewed fervor, and the enemy's defenses began to crumble. Some of the adversaries started to scatter, fear spreading like wildfire among them. Nevertheless, Lin Feng did not allow the temporary triumph to cloud his judgment. He recognized that although the enemy was in disarray, they still possessed combat capability. If they were not entirely eradicated, their regrouping would pose a greater threat. "Leave no enemy unscathed, annihilate them completely," Lin Feng commanded with authority. The disciples responded in kind, pursuing the fleeing foes with relentless determination. After a vigorous pursuit, the majority of the enemy was either vanquished or captured. Gradually, the battlefield fell into a tense silence, broken only by the groans of the wounded and the labored breaths of the fatigued. Lin Feng surveyed the countless bodies strewn across the ground and the exhausted disciples, his heart brimming with a myriad of emotions. It was a Pyrrhic victory, yet they had successfully defended their sect and safeguarded their sacred texts. "You have all toiled mightily. We have triumphed." Lin Feng's voice, hoarse yet filled with elation, rang out. The disciples erupted in cheers, embracing one another in tears, celebrating their hard-won victory. Yet they were acutely aware that a long road lay ahead, fraught with further challenges awaiting them. However, in this moment, the victory belonged to them, as they had defended the dignity and honor of their sect with their blood and lives. Chapter 44 of The Mysterious Visitor. The sect to which Lin Feng belonged had enjoyed a period of tranquility, yet on this particular day, the arrival of a mysterious visitor shattered that peace. In the early morning, sunlight bathed the courtyard of the sect, as disciples diligently practiced martial arts in the training grounds, adhering to their usual routine. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere was disrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the main gate. "Go and see who it is," Lin Feng instructed one of the disciples. Before long, the disciple returned, escorting an unfamiliar figure into the courtyard. Clad in a black robe and donning a wide-brimmed hat, the visitor's face remained obscured, emanating an aura of enigma. "Who might you be?" Lin Feng inquired, stepping forward. The mysterious visitor remained silent, slowly raising their head to reveal a pair of profound eyes. "I have come to deliver an important message to you," the visitor's voice emerged, deep and gravelly. A sense of unease gripped Lin Feng's heart, prompting him to gesture for the visitor to continue. "Recently, a monumental conspiracy is brewing within the martial realm, and your sect has become entangled within it." The visitor's words elicited shock among those present. "What conspiracy? Could you elaborate further?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The mysterious visitor subtly shook their head. "I lack specific details, yet I can sense a dark force drawing near. You must be prepared." Upon finishing, the visitor turned to depart. Lin Feng hastily intervened, since you have brought such significant news, why not stay a moment longer and clarify the situation? The visitor gently brushed aside Lin Feng's hand. I can only reveal this much. The rest you must uncover for yourselves, remember, be cautious. With that, the mysterious figure vanished from sight. Lin Feng was left in a state of contemplation, the visitor's words instilling a profound sense of unease within him. Senior brother Lin, do you believe what the mysterious visitor said to be true? One disciple inquired. Lin Feng surveyed the group. Regardless of its veracity, we cannot afford to be complacent or effective immediately. We shall bolster the sect's defenses and dispatch disciples to gather intelligence. The disciples promptly took their leave to fulfill the orders. In the ensuing days, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the sect, with each individual exercising utmost caution. Lin Feng, too, continued to ponder the visitor's words, striving to discern any clues therein. One night, while Lin Feng was alone in his study, delving into the intricate relationships among the factions in the martial world, he was suddenly startled by a faint sound outside the window. Alert, he rose and stealthily approached the window, only to find it empty. Could I have misheard? Lin Feng wondered, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind just as he prepared to turn back. A shadow leapt down from the rooftop, landing before him. It is you! Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished to see the mysterious visitor once more. I have come to share more information with you, the visitor announced. It was revealed that the visitor had once been a member of a martial organization, but upon discovering its nefarious plans, had fled. This organization was poised to strike against Lin Feng's sect and other righteous factions, seeking to dominate the martial world. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart ignited with fury. They shall not succeed. The mysterious visitor continued, this organization is immensely powerful, you must exercise extreme caution in your response to I will assist you from the shadows. With that, the visitor once again vanished into the enveloping night. Lin Feng understood all too well that a significant crisis loomed on the horizon, and they must be thoroughly prepared to confront this impending challenge. Chapter 45 of The Emergence of Shadows. As doubts lingered regarding the identity and intentions of the enigmatic visitor, peculiar signs began to manifest outside the sect. The surrounding villages were repeatedly besieged by unknown assailants, transforming once tranquil and harmonious communities into realms of panic and chaos. Livestock vanished without a trace, fields lay trampled and ravaged, and the villagers were gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread, unable to find solace in sleep. Disciples dispatched on missions also mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind no clues. This series of incidents instilled a palpable sense of invisible pressure and threat throughout the sect. Upon learning of these unsettling developments, Lin Feng volunteered to lead a group of disciples to investigate. Clad in light attire and armed with weapons, their eyes brimmed with vigilance and determination. As they journeyed forth, Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized the environment, leaving no stone unturned. Their first destination was a village that had suffered severe disturbances. Dilapidated houses stood as silent witnesses, while the villagers bore haggard expressions, their eyes reflecting fear and helplessness. Lin Feng approached an elder and inquired, "Good sir, may I ask when these disturbances began and who was responsible?" The elder trembled as he replied, "Approximately half a month ago, a group of individuals clad in black suddenly appeared. They began to seize our possessions without a word and injured many villagers. We were utterly powerless to resist." Lin Feng furrowed his brow and pressed further, "Did you manage to discern their faces or any distinguishing marks?" The elder shook his head, they were all masked, rendering their features indistinguishable. However, their agility and organized movements were unlike those of common brigands. Lin Feng pondered deeply, realizing that their actions bore the hallmarks of a calculated and organized operation. He comforted the elder before continuing onward with his disciples. As they followed the trail of clues, Lin Feng and his companions grew increasingly cautious. They navigated through the woods, accompanied only by the rustling leaves and the sound of their own footsteps. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed an unusual presence, and he swiftly gestured for his disciples to halt. "Be cautious, something is amiss," he whispered urgently. Before he could finish his warning, a multitude of hidden arrows erupted from the surrounding trees. Lin Feng and his companions swiftly evaded, wielding their weapons to deflect the incoming projectiles. "Stay back to back, do not panic," Lin Feng shouted, yet the adversaries remained concealed in the shadows while they stood exposed, putting them at a severe disadvantage. One by one, disciples were wounded, their garments stained with crimson. Lin Feng, consumed by urgency, recognized that this predicament was untenable. Scanning the terrain, he spotted a cave not far off. "Retreat towards the cave," Lin Feng commanded. The disciples fought while retreating and ultimately took refuge within the cave. The attackers temporarily ceased their onslaught, yet they remained encircled outside, watching with predatory intent. "Brother Lin, what shall we do now?" a disciple queried. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment. "First, tend to your wounds and regain your strength. The enemy will not dare to enter easily, we shall await the opportune moment to break free. At that moment, peculiar sounds emanated from the depths of the cave, as if something were approaching. Lin Feng's heart tightened. Could there be danger lurking within the cave as well? He signaled for his disciples to remain silent and cautiously advanced toward the source of the sound. As he drew closer, the noise became increasingly distinct, resembling heavy breaths and the sound of claws scraping against the ground. Gripping his sword tightly, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Suddenly, a colossal beast burst forth from the darkness. Its massive form bore sharp fangs, and its eyes glinted with malevolence. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Thrusting his sword at the creature, the beast deftly dodged the attack and lunged at Lin Feng with its gaping maw. Lin Feng sidestepped, slashing the beast as it passed. In agony, the creature retaliated with renewed ferocity. Hearing the commotion, the other disciples rushed in, gasping at the sight of the monstrous beast. "Everyone, attack together!" Lin Feng cried. The disciples unleashed their martial prowess, engaging in fierce combat with the creature. After a grueling struggle, they finally subdued the beast. "At last, we have resolved this troublesome encounter," Lin Feng gasped. However, before they could catch their breath, the assailants outside resumed their assault. "Prepare to break through," Lin Feng commanded. They charged from the cave, engaging in a final desperate battle against their foes. Lin Feng led the charge with fierce swordplay, while the disciples fought valiantly, undeterred by the peril. After a fierce skirmish, they managed to breach the enemy's encirclement, yet not without incurring grievous losses. Many disciples had perished. Lin Feng surveyed the remaining disciples, his heart heavy with sorrow and rage. "We must uncover the puppeteer behind this chaos and avenge our fallen brothers," he declared through gritted teeth. Resolute, they pressed onward, facing a myriad of traps and ambushes along the way. Nevertheless, Lin Feng and his companions did not falter, steadfastly pursuing the truth. Would they ultimately unveil the reality amidst this treacherous landscape and resolve the crisis? All remained uncertain. Chapter 46, The emergence of clues. After Lin Feng and his companions evaded the relentless pursuit of their enemies, they continued their exploration of the surrounding area. In a secluded valley, they stumbled upon a dilapidated temple. This forsaken structure bore the marks of long abandonment, its walls weathered and crumbling, windows shattered, and the ground overrun with weeds, exuding an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. With utmost caution, Lin Feng stepped into the temple, where a musty, decayed odor assailed his senses. The interior was shrouded in dim light, dust particles swirling in the faint rays that filtered through the windows. "Everyone, be careful," Lin Feng whispered softly. The disciples dispersed, meticulously scouring every nook and cranny of the temple. Suddenly, one disciple unearthed a stone slab engraved with peculiar symbols beneath a toppled statue. "Brother Lin, take a look at this," the disciple exclaimed. Lin Feng hurried over, gazing at the enigmatic markings, lost in contemplation. The symbols were oddly shaped with twisted lines, unlike anything he had ever encountered, yet his intuition suggested a connection to the recent series of events. At that moment, a faint rustling sound emanated from outside the temple. Lin Feng, ever vigilant, signaled for silence and stealthily approached the entrance. Through the crack of the door, he discerned several shadowy figures lingering outside. "It appears we have stumbled upon a crucial location, attracting the attention of our adversaries," Lin Feng murmured. He resolved to observe the shadows' intentions without alarming them. The figures seemed to be engaged in hushed discussion, their voices barely audible to Lin Feng. After a brief interval, they quietly departed. "Let us follow them and ascertain their destination," Lin Feng instructed his disciples, who cautiously trailed behind the shadows while maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection. The shadows glided through the forest, their movements light and swift. Lin Feng and his companions pursued them closely, exercising utmost caution. The dense foliage interwoven with branches presented significant challenges in their pursuit, yet Lin Feng's exceptional tracking skills and keen intuition allowed them to remain undeterred. At last, the shadows led them to a hidden estate nestled deep within the valley, surrounded by towering walls. The entrance was guarded, exuding an air of formidable security. Lin Feng instructed his disciples to conceal themselves nearby while he stealthily approached the estate to observe the situation within. Utilizing the cover of surrounding trees and underbrush, he inched closer to the perimeter wall. Just as he neared the wall, he inadvertently stepped on a twig, producing a sharp crack. "Who goes there?" a voice rang out from within the estate. Realizing his cover was blown, Lin Feng ceased his concealment and vaulted over the wall. His disciples swiftly followed suit, launching into a fierce confrontation with the guards stationed within the estate. The guards were well trained and quick to react, drawing their weapons to confront the intruders. Lin Feng moved like lightning, his sword a whirlwind as he dispatched several guards in an instant. His disciples matched his fervor, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with their opponents. Amidst the chaos, Lin Feng observed numerous rooms within the estate. Some were tightly sealed, while others emitted strange sounds. He understood that significant secrets lay hidden within. "Everyone, exercise caution and leave no room unexamined," Lin Feng commanded. One disciple forcefully kicked open a door, revealing a chamber cluttered with an array of bizarre instruments and bottles. "What is this?" the disciple inquired in bewilderment. Lin Feng stepped inside, scrutinizing the peculiar items. He noted that some of the instruments bore symbols identical to those on the stone slab. "It appears we have indeed arrived at the right place," Lin Feng stated. At that moment, a group of cloaked figures surged from another room, brandishing sharp blades and charging at Lin Feng and his companions. They rallied to resist, engaging in a fierce battle with the assailants. The estate erupted into a cacophony of clashing steel and battle cries. After a grueling struggle, Lin Feng and his group ultimately triumphed over the cloaked figures. They resumed their search of the estate, hoping to uncover further clues. In a study, Lin Feng discovered a weathered diary. He opened it to find accounts detailing the plans and actions of a mysterious organization. It became evident that they had been conducting a terrifying experiment, aiming to exert control over the entire martial world. "This is outrageous!" Lin Feng exclaimed in fury. Just as they prepared to depart with their newfound clues, a deep, resonant horn echoed through the air. "This is troubling, more enemies may be approaching." Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Would they manage to escape the estate with their vital information and unveil the sinister conspiracy lurking beneath the surface? Chapter 47. A difficult escape. Lin Feng and his companions soon realized that more adversaries were approaching. They understood that engaging in a direct confrontation with the odds stacked against them was not a prudent strategy. Their immediate priority was to flee the estate as swiftly as possible. "Do not linger in battle, quickly find an exit," Lin Feng shouted. His voice rang out with unwavering determination amidst the cacophony of fierce combat, instilling a sense of calm in his panicked disciples. The disciples responded in unison, fending off the enemy's attacks while desperately searching for a way out. At that moment, the number of foes within the estate escalated, encircling Lin Feng and his party from all sides. The clash of blades and the din of battle reverberated through the air. "Brother Lin, this way is blocked," a disciple shouted anxiously, his face smeared with blood and sweat, his eyes betraying despair and fear. "This side is also obstructed," another disciple relayed grim news, brandishing his sword as he fought valiantly against the relentless onslaught. Yet the enemy's tide surged like a relentless wave, nearly overwhelming him. Lin Feng's heart raced, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His gaze swept rapidly across their surroundings as his mind raced to devise an escape plan. Just as despair began to settle over the group, Lin Feng suddenly noticed a section of the estate's wall that appeared to be notably lower. "Follow me," he commanded, leading the charge towards that wall. His figure moved like a wraith, his sword dancing through the enemy ranks as he carved a bloody path. The adversaries pursued relentlessly, launching continuous assaults. Arrows rained down, and as Lin Feng and his disciples dodged, several were wounded, yet they gritted their teeth, steadfastly following Lin Feng's lead. "Increase your speed," Lin Feng encouraged his disciples with fervor. At last, they reached the wall's edge. Lin Feng turned, fiercely striking down several enemies that rushed forward. "Everyone, climb over the wall." His voice carried an urgent tone. The disciples scrambled up the wall, leaping to freedom. Lin Feng brought up the rear, successfully vaulting over at the last moment. However, the enemies did not relent in their pursuit. Their footsteps and shouts echoed through the forest. Lin Feng and his companions fled desperately, branches and thorns lacerating their skin, but they paid no heed to the pain, driven solely by the thought of escape. "This approach is futile. We must disperse and draw the enemy away," Lin Feng declared, his breath coming in short gasps, yet his gaze remained resolute. Without hesitation, the disciples quickly divided into several groups, each darting in different directions. Lin Feng, accompanied by a few of the more skilled disciples, intentionally left a conspicuous trail to divert the majority of the enemy's attention. They navigated through the woods, using the terrain to outmaneuver their pursuers. Lin Feng led his disciples into a small stream, attempting to obscure their tracks, yet the pursuit continued unabated, cold arrows occasionally whizzing past them. "Be cautious," Lin Feng warned his disciples. They ascended a steep slope and concealed themselves behind a massive boulder, observing the movements of their enemies. The search party scoured the forest, drawing ever closer to their hiding spot. Lin Feng tightened his grip on his sword, prepared to engage in a desperate battle at any moment. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves and masking their breathing. The enemy search party passed by without discovering them. Lin Feng and his companions exhaled in relief and proceeded cautiously onward. After an exhilarating chase, they finally evaded their pursuers. "Let us find a secure place to hide," Lin Feng panted. They discovered a concealed cave in the woods, its entrance shrouded by dense foliage, making it difficult to detect. One by one, the disciples entered the cave, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. "Brother Lin, what shall we do next?" one disciple inquired, his voice tinged with fatigue and confusion. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. We shall first regroup with the other disciples and then deliberate on our next course of action. These clues are of utmost importance, we must safeguard them. Though they had temporarily escaped danger, the potential of their clues to unravel the underlying conspiracy remained uncertain, leaving them to ponder the challenges that lay ahead, shrouded in the mists of the unknown. Chapter 48 Secret Schemes. After enduring numerous crises, Lin Feng and his companions returned to the sect. However, they found no time to relax. Instead, they immediately immersed themselves in contemplating their subsequent actions. In Lin Feng's chamber, he sat in the company of several core disciples, the flickering candlelight casting shadows on their solemn faces. The room was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and gravity, each person's expression heavy with concern. Our adversaries are more formidable and cunning than we had anticipated, Lin Feng spoke slowly, his voice tinged with worry. His gaze swept across each disciple present, his eyes reflecting deep apprehension for the future and a profound sense of responsibility for the sect. Senior brother Lin, what shall we do next? One disciple inquired, his visage still marked by fatigue and injuries, yet his eyes betrayed unwavering resolve and determination. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, we can no longer afford to be passive and merely endure attacks, we must take the initiative, but with strategic consideration. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand in the light. Hasty actions will only lead us into a more perilous situation. His voice resonated with a somber strength, as if sounding an alarm in each heart present. Taking the initiative, yet, our knowledge of the enemy remains quite limited, another disciple expressed his concerns, furrowing his brow and instinctively tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, we must first conduct covert investigations to uncover the enemy's true nature and identify their weaknesses. Only then can we formulate an effective response strategy to deliver a decisive blow. His gaze was resolute, exuding an undeniable determination. The disciples nodded in agreement. One of them ventured, Senior brother Lin, from which aspect should we commence our efforts? Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. First and foremost, we should deploy individuals to closely monitor the surrounding activities, particularly in areas where the enemy has previously been sighted. Secondly, we must leverage various channels to gather intelligence, including interactions with other sects and individuals within the martial world. Additionally, we can strive to establish connections and uncover further clues from the leads we have discovered. Then, who would be the most suitable candidates for these tasks? Another disciple inquired. Lin Feng scanned the faces before him, having already formed preliminary selections in his mind. Xiaolu, your agility and stealth make you ideal for monitoring the surroundings. Daniel, your honest demeanor belies a sharp intellect. You shall engage with other sects and martial acquaintances to gather intelligence, and Xiaoli, with your keen analytical mind, you will assist me in scrutinizing these clues. The disciples designated for these roles nodded in unison, their eyes brimming with a sense of duty. Exercise utmost caution. Do not reveal your identities under any circumstances. Should you uncover any information, return immediately to report, Lin Feng instructed earnestly. In unison, they responded, yes, Senior brother Lin. However, just as they were poised to act, discordant murmurs began to arise within the sect. Lin Feng and his companions are being reckless. Their actions may bring greater calamity upon the sect, some whispered in hushed tones. Indeed, they should have consulted the sect leader before making such decisions, another voice concurred. Though Lin Feng felt a tinge of frustration upon hearing these remarks, he understood that this was not the time for explanations. Only through decisive actions could they prove the validity of their choices. Taking a deep breath, he addressed his disciples, pay no heed to these idle speculations, let us remain focused on our mission, trusting that we shall ultimately prevail. In the days that followed, Lin Feng grappled with internal skepticism while orchestrating clandestine operations, bearing immense pressure. He devoted countless hours and considerable energy to analyzing various intelligence and clues, often toiling late into the night. During his surveillance, Xiaolu narrowly escaped detection by the enemy on multiple occasions, yet his remarkable agility allowed him to evade danger time and again. Daniel encountered numerous challenges while engaging with other sects and martial figures, but through sincerity and patience, he gradually earned the trust of some, acquiring valuable intelligence. Meanwhile, Xiaoli collaborated with Lin Feng, tirelessly dissecting the intricate clues in search of hidden truths. Just then, their carefully laid plans faced an unforeseen twist. One fateful night, Xiaolu hurried back, wounds marring his form. Senior brother Lin, it's dire, I was discovered by the enemy. They seem to have sensed our movements and heightened their defenses, Xiaolu gasped, breathless. Lin Feng's countenance darkened further, he realized the challenges before them had become even more formidable. Chapter 49. Crisis escalation. Upon hearing the dire news brought by Xiao Liuzai, Lin Feng and the others felt an increasing weight of despair. The atmosphere in the room seemed to crystallize, rendering it stifling and suffocating. It appeared that the enemy had become alert, we must reassess our strategy. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, pacing restlessly within the confines of the chamber. His steps were heavy and hurried, each stride betraying the turmoil within. The expressions of the other disciples mirrored his concern. The already precarious situation had now grown even more dire. One disciple, unable to contain his anxiety, spoke up. A senior brother, Lin, what shall we do? Our plans have yet to be set in motion, yet the enemy has already caught wind of our intentions. The path ahead will likely prove even more arduous. Lin Feng halted, his gaze resolute as he addressed the assembly. Fear not, for although the enemy has sensed our presence, we are not without recourse. If we stand united and adapt to the unfolding circumstances, we shall undoubtedly uncover a means to turn the tide. Just as the group deliberated on their next course of action, an alarm reverberated through the sect. A foe was approaching. The shrill sound of the warning shattered the fleeting tranquility, causing hearts to race. Without hesitation, Lin Feng led the disciples to the scene, where a throng of cloaked figures surged forth like a relentless tide, exuding an ominous ferocity. Each adversary brandished a sharp blade, their eyes gleaming with malice and resolve. Everyone, stay vigilant. Lin Feng bellowed, his voice imbued with strength and courage. He was the first to draw his sword against the oncoming assailants, the blade glinting with a chilling brilliance in the sunlight. In an instant, the two factions were engulfed in a fierce clash, the air filled with the clashing of steel and the cacophony of battle cries. Lin Feng's swordsmanship was unmatched, each swing infused with potent internal energy, sending foes sprawling with every arc of his blade. Yet, the enemy was numerous, their ranks seemingly endless, pouring in without respite. This cannot continue, we must break through. Lin Feng urged, striking fiercely against the enemy while rallying his comrades. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, cascading down his cheeks, yet his gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any hint of retreat. The disciples closely followed Lin Feng, striving to breach the encirclement. However, the circle of foes grew tighter, resembling an iron barrel that ensnared them. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, reinforcements from the sect arrived. They surged into the fray like a powerful torrent, instantly disrupting the enemy's formation. We cannot allow the enemy to escape. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to counterattack, leading his companions in a retaliatory strike. His sword danced like a dragon emerging from the sea, its momentum fierce, causing adversaries to scatter before him. After a grueling struggle, the enemy finally began to withdraw. They retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind a grim tableau of fallen bodies and chaos. Yet, the sect had also suffered significant losses, many structures lay in ruins, and numerous disciples bore injuries. This was merely a probing attack from the enemy. We can expect even fiercer assaults to follow, Lin Feng remarked, his tone laced with concern as he surveyed the devastation around him. Weariness tinged his voice, yet it was overshadowed by apprehension for what lay ahead. What shall we do now, senior brother Lin? Inquired a disciple, his body marred with wounds, blood staining his garments, yet his eyes radiated trust and hope towards Lin Feng. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, we must fortify the sect's defenses, setting traps and obstacles at crucial points simultaneously. We shall continue to monitor the enemy's movements to discern their next course of action. We must be thoroughly prepared before they launch another attack. We cannot allow them to succeed. Nods of agreement rippled through the group as they each took their orders and departed. Lin Feng gazed after them, silently vowing that regardless of the cost, he would safeguard the safety and dignity of the sect. However, just as they diligently prepared for defense, another piece of grim news arrived. A disciple rushed in, breathless and alarmed. To senior brother Lin, calamity strikes, our granary has been set ablaze by the enemy. We face a dire shortage of supplies. Lin Feng's heart plummeted. This was, without a doubt, a cruel twist of fate, yet he understood the necessity of remaining composed in the face of adversity. Chapter 50. A difficult struggle. Confronted with the dire situation of the granary being reduced to ashes and a critical shortage of supplies, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Standing in the courtyard of the sect, he gazed at the anxious faces of his disciples, his heart heavy with concern. Everyone, do not panic, let us first assess the remaining supplies, and subsequently devise a solution, Lin Feng urged, striving to maintain his composure, his voice steady and resolute. His unwavering gaze sought to instill a sense of calm amidst the chaos enveloping his disciples. The disciples sprang into action, some began counting the remaining grain, while others organized weapons and medicinal supplies. A palpable tension and oppressive atmosphere engulfed the sect. After a thorough inventory, the prognosis was grim. There were barely enough provisions to last a few days. Brother Lin, this situation is untenable. We must urgently seek avenues to replenish our supplies, one disciple expressed, his face etched with fatigue and worry, his eyes reflecting a sense of uncertainty about the future. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding, send individuals to the nearby villages and towns to seek assistance, and see if we can procure some grain and supplies. His brow furrowed, he contemplated various potential solutions. However, the dispatched disciples soon returned with disheartening news. The neighboring villages and towns were also besieged and threatened by the enemy. their resources equally depleted. The villagers themselves were ensnared in their own plight, unable to offer any aid. Just as despair began to settle among the group, Lin Feng suddenly conceived a plan. We could organize the disciples to hunt in the mountains and gather wild fruits. Perhaps this could temporarily alleviate our material shortages, he proposed. A flicker of hope illuminated his eyes, though fraught with uncertainty. This approach was preferable to inaction. Thus, a contingent of disciples, led by Lin Feng, ventured into the mountainous terrain. The air was thick with mist, the paths treacherous, and the distant roars of beasts echoed ominously. They cautiously navigated potential dangers, diligently searching for prey and edible wild fruits. With a long sword in hand, Lin Feng led the way, ever vigilant. A disciple inadvertently stepped on a twig, causing a sharp snap that startled a flock of birds into flight. Be cautious, Lin Feng admonished in a hushed tone. The group immediately tensed, gripping their weapons tightly. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm, and no danger ensued. After several days of toil, although their harvest was modest, they managed to replenish some supplies. Yet, as they returned to the sect laden with their meager bounty, they were met with the ominous sight of smoke billowing in the air above. Alas, something has befallen the sect. Lin Feng's heart raced as he quickened his pace. Upon returning, he discovered that the enemy had launched another assault. This attack was fiercer than before, and the sect's self-defenses were perilously close to collapse under the relentless onslaught. "Brothers, stand firm with me," Lin Feng shouted, brandishing his sword and charging at the adversaries like a ferocious tiger. The disciples, inspired by his bravery, fought valiantly to resist the attackers. Blades clashed and blood splattered. Lin Feng's garments were torn by enemy weapons, and several wounds marred his body, yet his fighting spirit soared ever higher. Nevertheless, the enemy's relentless waves of assault seemed unending. The sect gradually succumbed to distress. Multiple breaches appeared in the walls, with foes flooding in. Lin Feng's heart raced with urgency. He understood that if they could not repel the enemy swiftly, the consequences would be catastrophic. The women, children, and elderly within the sect faced imminent peril. In this critical moment, a cacophony of battle cries suddenly erupted from the distance. Chapter 51. A turn of events. Just as Lin Feng and his companions found themselves in a dire predicament, the cacophony of battle cries drew ever closer. It turned out that reinforcements from several nearby sects had arrived. Having heard of the crisis besieging Lin Feng's faction, these allies descended upon the scene like divine warriors, instantly rekindling the hopes of Lin Feng and his comrades, who had been mired in despair. Each reinforcement bore a striking presence, armed and resolute, their battle cries reverberating through the air. The leaders among them emanated an aura of authority, their eyes steely with determination as they pledged to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Feng's sect against the encroaching foes. The arrival of these reinforcements swiftly turned the tide of battle. The enemy, caught between a pincer movement, began to crumble. The once arrogant adversaries now found themselves in disarray, their formations shattered, unable to mount any effective resistance. Witnessing this shift, Lin Feng's heart soared with elation as he urged his disciples to pursue their advantage relentlessly. "Spare not a single foe, let them witness our might." Lin Feng's voice rang out, imbued with vigor and conviction, further igniting the fighting spirit of his disciples. Responding with fervor, the disciples charged forth like tigers unleashed, their swords and blades glinting ominously in the sunlight, each swing infused with boundless fury and bravery. The enemy faltered under their onslaught, suffering grievous losses. Lin Feng led the charge, his swordsmanship razor-sharp, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. His garments, stained crimson with the blood of adversaries, did not deter him. His singular focus was on vanquishing the enemy entirely. The enemy, in a state of panic, abandoned their armor and fled in all directions. Some stumbled into traps of their own making, while others found themselves encircled by the reinforcements, surrendering in despair. The battlefield became a chaotic tableau, where cries of battle intertwined with pleas for mercy. After a fierce struggle, the enemy was ultimately repelled. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood, the landscape marred by the scars of conflict. Although Lin Feng and his allies were breathless and weary, their faces radiated the joy of victory. Lin Feng hastened to express his gratitude to the leaders of the reinforcements. "Thank you, esteemed masters, for your timely assistance. This favor shall remain etched in my heart. Had you not arrived when you did, our sect might have faced utter annihilation." His voice resonated with heartfelt appreciation as he bowed deeply to the gathered masters. "Lin brother, you are too humble. It is the duty of fellow practitioners to support one another. In these dark times, beset by malevolent forces, we must unite and stand resolute against them," one of the masters replied, a smile gracing his lips, admiration gleaming in his eyes. As the group set about clearing the battlefield and tending to the wounded, the toll of the battle became evident. Despite their triumph, the sect had suffered considerable losses. The buildings lay in ruins, the city walls bore gaping wounds, and many disciples were injured or had made the ultimate sacrifice. Gazing upon the devastation, Lin Feng's heart was heavy with sorrow. "What shall we do next? The enemy will surely not rest," inquired one of the commanding masters, his brow furrowed with concern. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, "We must fortify our alliance, share intelligence, and prepare collectively for the enemy's imminent return. The ferocity of this attack suggests a more insidious plot at play. We cannot afford to be complacent, we must be thoroughly prepared." Nods of agreement echoed around him. Just then, a disciple rushed forward with urgent news. "Brother Lin, we have discovered strange markings on the bodies of the fallen foes." Lin Feng and his companions approached to inspect the peculiar symbols, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the insignia of an organization. Could there be a more sinister conspiracy at work? Lin Feng mused inwardly, a sense of unease washing over him. The markings hinted at a complexity and strength of the enemy that surpassed their initial assumptions. Determined to pursue this lead, they endeavored to investigate further. However, their quest was fraught with challenges. The clues remained elusive, with the markings having never been encountered in the martial world, leaving them perplexed. Moreover, they faced continuous disturbances, as if an unseen force sought to obstruct their path to the truth. Yet, Lin Feng and his companions remained undeterred, steadfast in their belief that perseverance would ultimately unveil the hidden puppeteers, restoring peace and tranquility to the realm. Chapter 52 The Pursuit of Clues. Lin Feng and his companions resolved to embark on an in-depth investigation of the peculiar markings. They began their quest by seeking out various informants throughout the martial world. Along the way, they endured hardships, sleeping under the stars and remaining ever vigilant, unwilling to succumb to even the slightest complacency. At each destination, they inquired eagerly, yet more often than not, they were met with disappointment and shaking heads. After several days of relentless pursuit, they finally encountered an elder in a secluded village, who possessed some insider knowledge of the elder's visage bore the marks of time, yet his eyes radiated a wisdom forged through life's tribulations. "I have seen these markings many years ago during a fierce battle," the elder recounted, his voice gravelly and deep, as if transporting those present back to that distant epoch. "It was an exceedingly enigmatic organization, ruthless in its methods, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve its ends. Wherever they tread, bloodshed and devastation followed in their wake." Lin Feng, filled with urgency, inquired, "Elder, are you aware of this organization's current movements?" His gaze was fixed intently upon the elder, his heart brimming with yearning. The elder shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. "Since that fateful battle, this organization has vanished without a trace. However, I sense that their re-emergence heralds a far graver conspiracy. Be cautious, young ones." After bidding farewell to the elder, Lin Feng and his companions continued their search for clues. They traversed numerous locales, poring over extensive volumes of literature. Each ancient tome was imbued with the weight of history, and they meticulously examined every potentially useful word. In an ancient repository of texts, they stumbled upon a yellowed manuscript, containing fragmented phrases related to the markings they sought. The paper was fragile, as though it would crumble into dust at the slightest touch. "This organization is adept in the arts of poison and concealed weaponry, and its lair may lie hidden within the mountains," Lin Feng read, his heart gaining a semblance of direction. A flicker of resolve flashed in his eyes, as if he glimpsed the dawn of hope. Thus, they set forth towards the nearby mountains. The paths within the mountains were treacherous, overgrown with thorns, and occasionally inhabited by ferocious beasts. Each step forward was fraught with peril. One disciple accidentally grazed his skin against a thorn, and the wound swiftly turned black and swollen. "Alas, this thorn is poisonous!" Lin Feng exclaimed, hastily attending to the injury. He quickly retrieved an antidote from his robe, urging the disciple to ingest it. Before binding the wound with a clean strip of cloth, the group proceeded with increasing caution, laboriously navigating the mountainous terrain. Sweat soaked their garments, and the winding path seemed interminable. Just as fatigue began to overwhelm them, they suddenly uncovered a concealed cave. The entrance was shrouded by dense foliage, making it nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Strange markings adorned the cave's surroundings, bearing a resemblance to the symbols they had been pursuing. Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement. He knew they were nearing their objective. "Everyone, exercise caution and refrain from recklessness," Lin Feng whispered. The disciples gripped their weapons tightly, their vigilance heightened as they gazed into the cave. Lin Feng approached the entrance with utmost care, each step taken with deliberation. A chilling aura emanated from within, sending shivers down their spines. As they neared the cave's mouth, they were suddenly startled by a deep, rumbling roar emanating from within. The group instinctively recoiled. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and declared, "Regardless of what lurks inside, we must uncover the truth." With that, he boldly stepped into the cave, followed closely by his disciples. The air was thick with a pungent odor, and in the darkness, countless pairs of eyes seemed to watch their every move. Would Lin Feng and his companions unveil the secrets hidden within the cave? What dangers awaited them ahead? Chapter 53 The Mystery of the Cave. Lin Feng cautiously led his disciples into the cave, where an oppressive darkness and dampness enveloped them, mingling with a nauseating stench. A feeble flicker of firelight danced in the gloom, illuminating only a small portion of their surroundings. Water droplets continuously dripped from the cave walls, creating a rhythmic ticking sound that echoed through the silence, serving as the sole backdrop to their exploration. Guided by the faint glow, they proceeded slowly, feeling their way forward. Occasionally, droplets splashed onto their shoulders, offering a fleeting chill. With each step, the stones beneath their feet emitted a pronounced crunch, reverberating distinctly in the vast cavern. Suddenly, a massive bat swooped overhead, stirring a cool breeze. The sound of its wings flapping resonated within the cave, startling the group. "Everyone, be cautious," Lin Feng whispered, his voice resonating somewhat dully yet imbued with unwavering resolve. As they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon a series of disordered footprints and peculiar scratches on the ground. The footprints varied in size and shape, some deeply embedded, while others appeared remarkably light. "These do not resemble human tracks," one disciple remarked, his voice trembling with evident trepidation at the unknown marks. Lin Feng knelt to scrutinize the traces closely, gently running his fingers over the scratches to discern their texture. "Whatever it may be, we must exercise utmost caution. These could be left by a creature we have yet to encounter," he said, his gaze brimming with vigilance. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from ahead, growing increasingly distinct and unnerving. Lin Feng signaled for everyone to halt, gripping his sword tightly, his focus laser-sharp on the source of the noise. In the oppressive silence, his heartbeat resounded loudly, each thump seemingly preparing for an impending confrontation. From the shadows, pairs of crimson eyes gradually emerged, glinting with an eerie light, brimming with malice and hunger. "It's a pack of wild wolves," someone gasped, fear palpable in their tone. The wolves bared their teeth, revealing sharp fangs, and emitted deep growls as they advanced menacingly. Their silhouettes, illuminated by the flickering firelight, appeared even more fearsome. Unfazed, Lin Feng charged towards the pack, his sword slicing through the darkness, striking one wolf in the throat. The creature yelped in agony before collapsing. The disciples rallied behind him, engaging in a fierce battle with the wolves. The clash of blades and the cacophony of shouts intertwined with the wolves' howls. One disciple was accidentally knocked down by a wolf, struggling desperately against its claws. Observing this, Lin Feng swiftly turned and dispatched the attacking wolf with a single stroke, rescuing his comrade. "Watch your back," another disciple shouted urgently. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped a lunging wolf, countering with a lethal strike. After a grueling struggle, they finally repelled the pack, though each of them bore wounds to varying degrees, some with torn clothing, others marked by scratches and bites. "Let us press on. We must uncover the truth," Lin Feng said through clenched teeth, his face smeared with sweat and blood, yet his eyes remained resolute. They continued their exploration within the cave, the passage of time becoming indeterminate, until they encountered a stone door. It stood firmly closed, adorned with intricate patterns and symbols that resembled an ancient script. Perplexing in their complexity, Lin Feng meticulously examined the designs, striving to decipher a means to unlock the door. His fingers grazed the engravings, seeking a discernible pattern. "Brother Lin, could this be a trap?" one disciple voiced anxiously. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. "Regardless of whether it is a trap, we have no retreat." Just then, a clamor erupted behind them, the sound drawing nearer, as if a multitude of creatures were surging towards them. Lin Feng's heart raced. Was yet another peril about to descend upon them? Chapter 54, A Life and Death Decision. The sounds approaching from behind grew increasingly closer, causing Lin Feng and his companions to tense up instantly. The air seemed to congeal, and the oppressive atmosphere made it nearly impossible to breathe. "Brother Lin, what should we do?" a disciple asked in a panic, his voice trembling and his eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Lin Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. "Do not panic. Let us see if we can push this stone door," he replied. Though his tone was steady, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Everyone stepped forward, exerting their utmost strength to push against the stone door, yet it remained immovable. Each person's face flushed red from the effort, but the enormous and heavy barrier showed no signs of yielding. At that moment, the cacophony of noise was alarmingly close. By the dim flicker of the firelight, they beheld a horde of dark scorpions crawling towards them. The scorpions, dense and numerous, resembled a black tide, sending shivers down their spines. "Not good, it's scorpions," someone screamed in terror. The cry echoed within the cavern, amplifying the already palpable sense of dread. These scorpions were enormous, each the size of a palm, with their venomous stingers raised high, glinting ominously in the light. The consequences of a sting would be unimaginable. Lin Feng made a decisive call. "Everyone, use your torches to drive them away." His voice was resolute and firm, striving to stabilize the group's fraying nerves. The disciples raised their torches, attempting to deter the advance of the scorpions. The flames danced in the darkness, illuminating their tense faces. However, the sheer number of scorpions showed no fear of the firelight, continuing their relentless approach. They scuttled swiftly, producing a chilling rustling sound. "This cannot continue. We must open this stone door as swiftly as possible." Lin Feng's anxiety surged, his gaze swept desperately over the stone door, his mind racing to devise a plan. He scrutinized the patterns and symbols etched on the door once more, and suddenly, he spotted a protrusion resembling a mechanism. This subtle bulge appeared particularly inconspicuous under the flickering firelight, yet Lin Feng's keen eyes managed to catch it. "Everyone, press on this protrusion!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice brimming with hope and urgency. The group quickly extended their hands, pressing down on the bulge simultaneously. A deep rumble echoed as the stone door began to rise slowly. A musty scent wafted out from within, prompting them to hold their breath. "Quickly, enter!" Lin Feng urged his disciples as he stood at the threshold, ensuring that each one entered safely. The group hastily moved through the stone door, and just as the last disciple crossed the threshold, the scorpion surged to the entrance. With all his strength, Lin Feng slammed the stone door shut, trapping the scorpions outside. He pressed his hands firmly against the door, only releasing his grip once he was certain the scorpions could not breach it. Only then did everyone exhale in relief, beginning to survey the space behind the door. It was suffused with an ancient atmosphere, surrounded by peculiar instruments and statues. The purpose of the instruments was unclear, while the statues varied in form. Some were grotesque and terrifying, others inscrutable and enigmatic. "Brother Lin, this place appears quite mysterious. Could there be dangers lurking?" a disciple asked with concern, his voice sounding especially small in the vastness of the chamber. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. "Better to be cautious, let us continue searching for clues." His gaze was resolute, undeterred by the unknown that lay before them. As they resumed their exploration, a colossal shadow swept overhead. The shadow instantly obscured the firelight, plunging the entire space into darkness. "What is that?" someone cried out in fear. Lin Feng raised his torch, glancing upward, and was met with the sight of a gigantic bat soaring above, its wings spread wide. Its eyes glimmered with a red glow, as if scrutinizing these unwelcome intruders. Would Lin Feng and his companions be able to confront the successive dangers that loomed before them, and would they uncover the truth they so fervently sought? Chapter 55 The Mysterious Shadows. The colossal bat circled overhead for a few moments before suddenly swooping down, launching itself directly toward Lin Feng and his companions. The gust of wind generated by its flapping wings caused their garments to billow and flutter wildly. "Disperse!" Lin Feng commanded, his voice resonating through the vast expanse, imbued with urgency and resolve. The group hastily scattered in all directions, their movements both swift and frantic. Lin Feng, however, raised his sword, his gaze unwavering, prepared to confront the impending threat. Though his heart raced fiercely, his grip on the sword remained steady, devoid of any tremor. The bat moved with astonishing speed, akin to a streak of black lightning, conjuring a fierce wind in its wake. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng swung his sword, its blade reflecting the flicker of firelight as it traced an arc through the air. Yet, it merely grazed the edge of the bat's wing, slicing through it and causing a flurry of black feathers to cascade down. The bat emitted a piercing shriek of pain, a sound sharp enough to penetrate the eardrums of those present. It then veered away, retreating into the dark recesses, vanishing from sight. "Be cautious, everyone, the bat may strike again," Lin Feng cautioned, his tone steady and robust, attempting to instill calm amidst the rising tension. The group formed a protective circle, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Their breaths quickened, eyes brimming with anxiety and unease. In that moment, they realized the space was far more expansive than they had initially perceived, with distant passages seemingly beckoning them forth. In the darkness, those passages appeared as gaping maws of the unknown, awaiting their entry. "Brother Lin, which direction should we take next?" a disciple inquired, his voice trembling slightly, evidently still shaken from the earlier fright. Lin Feng pondered for a brief moment before responding, "Let us first search for any alternate exits, we cannot afford to be trapped here." His gaze remained resolute, a silent vow forming within him to lead everyone out of this predicament. Cautiously, they advanced, the ground beneath their feet uneven and littered with debris. A moment's inattention could lead to a fall, each step demanded the utmost care. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed through the air, reminiscent of hushed whispers. The source of the sound seemed elusive, drifting in and out of perception, making it difficult to discern its origin. "Who goes there?" Lin Feng called out, his voice reverberating in the darkness, yet it received no reply. The sound abruptly ceased, plunging the surroundings back into silence. This sudden stillness felt even more chilling than the previous noise, heightening their unease. The hearts of the group raced ever faster, the atmosphere thick with trepidation. Every nerve felt taut, as if on the verge of snapping. At that moment, they noticed a mural upon the wall, depicting what appeared to be a mysterious ritual. The figures within the artwork were contorted, wielding peculiar artifacts, surrounded by an array of enigmatic symbols. "What does this signify?" The disciples exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and dread, captivated yet terrified by the mural's enigma. Lin Feng gazed intently at the mural, lost in contemplation. His eyes traversed its intricacies, striving to decipher its hidden meanings. Each detail seemed to whisper an ancient and arcane tale. Before he could unravel its significance, the injured bat reappeared, this time accompanied by a swarm of smaller bats. They coalesced into a dark cloud within the shadows, hurtling toward the group. Would Lin Feng and his companions succeed in repelling this onslaught of bats, and could they unearth a path of escape from this mysterious place? Chapter 56, a difficult breakthrough. As the swarm of bats launched another attack, Lin Feng and his companions instantly fell into a state of combat readiness to eye in the enveloping darkness. The bats' eyes sparkled with an eerie luminescence, resembling scattered stars yet exuding a perilous threat. Form a circle, back to back, and focus on defense. Lin Feng commanded loudly, his voice resonating in the confined space, imbued with resoluteness and decisiveness. The disciples quickly huddled together, their backs pressed firmly against one another, creating a formidable defensive perimeter. The weapons in their hands glimmered with a cold light under the faint glow of the flames, tracing graceful arcs through the air with each swing of their arms. Lin Feng wielded his sword like a soaring dragon, each strike conjuring a gust of wind that felled the approaching bats. His swordsmanship was fierce and his posture agile, resembling a war god standing unwavering among them. However, the bats were numerous, surging forward in relentless waves, as if they were a boundless tide. They shrieked and lunged madly at the group, overwhelming them with their ferocity. Ah! A disciple was inadvertently scratched by a bat, blood streaming forth. Pain etched across his face, yet his weapon showed no sign of faltering as he valiantly continued to fend off the onslaught. Hold on! Lin Feng shouted, his voice laced with concern and encouragement, reigniting the fighting spirit in the injured disciple. As they battled fiercely, Lin Feng discerned a pattern in the bats' assault. They consistently launched concentrated attacks from one direction before swiftly pivoting to another. Follow me, break to the left. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng charged forth. His figure glided through the swarm like a specter, maneuvering with remarkable agility. The others closely followed, striking as they retreated. Their steps were unsteady, yet they pressed on without pause. Each advance demanded immense effort. Lin Feng's garments were torn by the bat's claws, several wounds marring his skin, yet his gaze remained resolute, betraying no hint of retreat. Kill, the disciples cried in unison, their voices echoing through the passage, brimming with fearless valor. After a grueling struggle, they finally burst through the encircling bats, entering a narrow corridor. A damp atmosphere enveloped them, with droplets of water cascading down the walls, creating a rhythmic patter. Let us rest for a moment, Lin Feng said, panting heavily. His chest heaved violently, sweat soaking his attire. The group, utterly exhausted, settled down to catch their breath, gasping for air, their faces marked by fatigue and tension. Senior brother Lin, this place is too bizarre. Will we ever find our way out? One disciple asked anxiously, his voice trembling and his eyes filled with confusion. Lin Feng's gaze was unwavering as he addressed the group. No matter what, we cannot give up. We bear the mission of our sect, we must uncover the truth and emerge alive. His words struck each heart like a hammer, instilling determination. After a brief respite, they pressed onward. The corridor was permeated with a foul odor, and water dripped intermittently from the walls. Each drop resonated sharply against the ground, echoing in the stillness with uncanny clarity. Suddenly, a heavy footfall echoed from ahead. The sound was slow yet powerful, each step seeming to cause the ground to tremble. Lin Feng signaled for silence, cautiously advancing. His steps were light, striding to make no sound. The others trailed behind him, their hearts racing, the air thick with tension. Before them loomed a colossal figure, towering like a mountain, its features obscured by the darkness, yet its silhouette suggested a malevolence that was unmistakable. How would Lin Feng and his companions confront this unknown behemoth? Could they continue forward and unravel the mysteries of this enigmatic realm? Chapter 57, the mysterious giant. As they drew closer, the silhouette of the colossal figure became increasingly discernible. It was an enormous creature clad in tattered armor, which bore the marks of rust and scratches, as if narrating the countless battles it had endured. In its grasp was a massive spiked club, the sharp points glinting with a chilling light in the dim ambience, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Lin Feng suppressed the fear surging within him and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, stating, "Esteemed elder, we mean no offense, we have merely stumbled upon this place in our quest for truth. We implore you to show mercy and grant us a path to safety." His voice reverberated through the vast corridor, tinged with a slight tremor and reverence, yet, the creature remained silent, its bell-like eyes glaring at them with fury, merely swinging the club toward them with ferocity. "Scatter!" Lin Feng shouted urgently. His voice was filled with desperation and determination, prompting the others to swiftly disperse in all directions. The club struck the ground with a tremendous crash, sending shards of stone flying. The earth trembled violently, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. Observing this, Lin Feng brandished his sword and lunged at the creature. His form moved like lightning, swiftly closing the distance to thrust his blade toward the creature's chest. However, his attack seemed no more than a mere tickle to the giant. The sword merely grazed the armor, leaving behind a faint mark, failing to penetrate the thick defense. The creature possessed immense strength. Each of its strikes carried the weight of 1,000 tons, though its movements appeared somewhat sluggish. The massive club whirled in its grip with a formidable force, leaving the others scrambling for survival. This cannot continue. We must discover its weakness. Lin Feng declared, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. The disciples, while evading the onslaught, keenly observed the creature's movements. Their hearts raced, and their breaths quickened. At that moment, a perceptive disciple noted that the creature's left leg seemed to hinder its mobility. Each time it attempted to move that leg, its body would momentarily falter. "Brother Lin, aim for its left leg," the disciple shouted, his voice tinged with tension. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately redirected his attack towards the creature's left leg. His sword darted like a tempest toward the joint, seeking a vulnerability. The creature howled in pain, its movements momentarily impaired. Seizing the opportunity, the others unleashed their assaults, various weapons targeting the giant's left leg. "Strike its ankle, piercing its knee." The cries of the group rose in a crescendo, their attacks intensifying. Under the relentless barrage, the creature finally succumbed, its massive form crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. At last, it is vanquished. A sigh of relief escaped from the group. Their bodies trembled from the strain and exhaustion, yet their faces shone with the joy of victory. However, before they could fully regain their composure, a series of strange sounds echoed around them. The noises resembled low growls, intertwining with pained groans, reverberating through the narrow passage, sending chills down their spines. "What is that?" a disciple exclaimed in terror. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition swelling within him. They had just endured a fierce battle, and before they could catch their breath, a new crisis loomed on the horizon. Would they be able to confront this fresh challenge? Was the truth lurking just beyond this cascade of peril? Chapter 58 The Uncharted Path. After a strenuous battle against the enigmatic giant, the group had scarcely caught their breath when the gentle sound of flowing water echoed from afar. This sound resonated with remarkable clarity in the stillness of the cave, as if luring them with an unknown temptation. "Everyone, be cautious," Lin Feng warned, his voice low and serious. "This sound is suspicious. We cannot predict what dangers may lie ahead." His somber tone rekindled the tension that had momentarily lifted among the disciples. With weapons tightly gripped in their hands, the disciples followed Lin Feng cautiously towards the source of the sound. Each step was laden with trepidation, as they feared that a single misstep could plunge them into a new peril. As they advanced, the humidity in the air thickened, and the sound of the water grew increasingly pronounced. Before long, they encountered an underground river, its waters surging relentlessly, splashing wildly, and producing a deafening roar. The river appeared to be a profound, inky green, its depths unknown and its current mysterious. "Senior Brother Lin, this river seems bottomless. How shall we cross?" one disciple inquired, anxiety etched upon his face as he gazed at the turbulent waters. Filled with dread and concern, Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings and noticed scattered stones along the riverbank, some as large as grinding wheels, others no bigger than fists. "We shall traverse the river by stepping on these stones, supporting one another along the way. Exercise utmost caution," Lin Feng declared, his voice resolute, instilling a measure of courage in the group. They gingerly stepped onto the stones, the rushing water battering against their feet, threatening their balance. The surface of the stones was slick, and a moment's inattention could send them tumbling into the river. Suddenly, a whirlpool erupted in the water, its powerful suction causing one disciple to lose his footing. "Quick, grab him!" Lin Feng shouted. He extended his hand in an attempt to reach the falling disciple. The others reached out, some grasping the disciple's clothing, others seizing his arm. After a concerted effort, they managed to pull him from the clutches of the whirlpool. "Thank you, everyone," the rescued disciple gasped, still shaken by the ordeal. Having crossed the river without further incident, they pressed on. The path ahead narrowed considerably, allowing only one person to pass at a time. The encroaching stone walls created an inexplicable sense of oppression. "Proceed one by one, and do not rush," Lin Feng instructed as he led the way. He maneuvered through the tight space, his sword poised and ready to confront any emerging threats. Just as they believed themselves to be temporarily safe, a rustling sound suddenly echoed from above. Initially faint, it quickly grew louder and more insistent. Lin Feng glanced upward and was met with the sight of a swarm of enormous spiders scuttling along the cave ceiling. Each spider was the size of a basin, covered in dense fur, with long legs adorned with sharp spines. Their eyes glimmered with a sinister light that sent chills down the spine. "Oh no, venomous spiders!" Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically, his voice rife with tension and fear. The spiders lunged towards them, baring their fangs and spraying venom. The disciples brandished their swords in defense, the gleaming blades flickering in the constricted space. "Ah!" one disciple cried out as a spider sank its fangs into his arm, instantly turning it black. "Endure!" Lin Feng shouted, swiftly dispatching the spider to buy precious time for the injured disciple. Chaos erupted within the narrow passage as the spiders intensified their assault, and the group's resistance grew increasingly strained. Lin Feng's garments were torn by the spiders, and he bore multiple wounds, yet he fought on with unwavering determination. Hold steady. We shall break through, he encouraged, rallying the spirits of his comrades. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the disciples gradually regained their composure and began to mount an organized counterattack. Would they manage to escape the clutches of the venomous spiders? What further dangers awaited them down the path? Chapter 59 Hope in the Darkness. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng and his companions finally managed to repel the venomous spiders, yet they were utterly exhausted, each bearing wounds of varying severity. Their faces were etched with fatigue and pain, their garments torn and stained with blood. Let us take a moment to rest and tend to our injuries, Lin Feng said, panting heavily. He leaned against the stone wall, gasping for breath. The group found a relatively spacious area to sit down, each member pulling out medicinal supplies to bandage their wounds. For a brief moment, the air was filled with the scent of herbal remedies. Senior brother Lin, how much longer must we walk before we can escape? A disciple asked weakly, his voice laced with confusion and despair, the pain from his injuries still lingering. Lin Feng gazed resolutely into the dark passage ahead. No matter how long it takes, we must find a way out. As long as we do not surrender, we will surely survive this ordeal. His voice, though weary, resonated with strength, instilling a flicker of hope among the group. After a brief respite, they pressed onward. Time passed without their notice until a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, a beacon of hope in the oppressive darkness. Look, there's light, a disciple exclaimed with excitement, his voice trembling with emotion as joy sparkled in his eyes. The group felt a surge of energy, their previously heavy steps becoming lighter as they hastened toward the light, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it to be an opening, through which sunlight streamed in. The warm rays enveloped them, rekindling a sense of warmth and hope long forgotten. We are finally escaping, they cheered, their voices echoing through the cavern, filled with joy and exhilaration. However, as they stepped outside, they found themselves in an unfamiliar valley, surrounded by towering mountains shrouded in mist. The peaks soared into the clouds, as if touching the heavens. The valley was lush with trees and blooming flowers, yet it exuded an air of mystery. Where are we? Someone queried with uncertainty, surveying the strange surroundings, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Lin Feng studied the environment, his brow furrowing slightly. Regardless of where we are, we must first exit this valley. Although he felt a sense of unease, he understood the importance of maintaining calm among his companions. They followed a narrow path through the valley, the grass beneath their feet soft and damp, flowers swaying gently in the breeze, yet their spirits were too troubled to appreciate the beauty around them. Their thoughts were solely focused on finding a way out. Suddenly, a melodious flute tune echoed through the air. The sound was crisp and enchanting, as if it emerged from a realm of dreams. In the stillness of the valley, it resonated with extraordinary beauty. The group instinctively halted, captivated by the enchanting melody. Where is that flute music coming from? Someone murmured softly. Lin Feng, too, was drawn to the sound. Following its direction, he spotted an elderly man in white robes seated beneath a large tree. The old man had a gentle countenance, his eyes closed as he deftly played the flute, the instrument dancing lightly at his lips. As Lin Feng and his companions approached the elder, he respectfully inquired, "Excuse me, venerable sir, may I ask where we are?" The old man opened his eyes and smiled gently. "You are in the Valley of Mistrust. Entering is easy, but exiting is a challenge." Instantly, the group's hearts sank. What did this flute music signify? Would Lin Feng and his companions ever find their way out of this enigmatic valley? Chapter 60 The Secrets of the Misty Valley. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Feng and his companions felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. They had initially believed they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope, yet the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. "Esteemed elder, we beseech you to guide us out of this enigmatic valley," Lin Feng earnestly implored. His eyes brimmed with anticipation and yearning, his voice tinged with urgency. The old man gently caressed the flute in his hands, his gaze sweeping over the group. It was a look that seemed to pierce through to their very souls, instilling a sense of unease within them. The paths within this valley are convoluted and often veiled in mist. Without guidance, it is exceedingly difficult to escape, but why should I extend my assistance to you? The elder's voice was deep and hoarse, laced with a hint of indifference. Lin Feng promptly responded, "We are here in pursuit of the truth and did not intend to intrude upon this place. Should you choose to aid us, we shall undoubtedly repay your kindness in the future." His tone was resolute, and his expression genuine, hoping to sway the elder's heart. The elder fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. The atmosphere around them felt as though it had solidified, and Lin Feng and his companions awaited his response with bated breath. Finally, the elder rose slowly, his movements graceful yet imbued with an intangible weight. "Very well, our encounter is indeed fated. However, before I assist you, there is a task you must undertake." "What task?" Lin Feng inquired without hesitation. As long as it lies within our capabilities, we shall not refuse. His gaze betrayed no doubt. He was willing to pay any price to escape this place. The elder pointed towards the depths of the valley, where mist swirled ominously, exuding an air of mystery and danger. There resides a millennium-old spiritual mushroom, guarded by a ferocious beast. If you can procure this mushroom for me, I shall lead you from the valley. Lin Feng exchanged glances with his companions, and in their eyes, he saw unwavering resolve and determination. They nodded in unison, proclaiming, "Very well, we shall proceed at once." Their voices rang out, strong and harmonious, devoid of any hesitation. They ventured deeper into the valley, the grass beneath their feet gradually giving way to rugged terrain and sharp stones. The atmosphere grew increasingly foreboding as they pressed on. Towering, gnarled trees loomed around them, their branches intertwined, blocking out much of the sunlight and casting the area into a somber gloom. At last, they laid eyes upon the beast. It was colossal, resembling a small hill, with bristles that stood erect like steel needles, glimmering coldly in the dim light. Its eyes shone with a menacing glint, and it exhaled a breath of heat that sent chills down their spines. "Everyone, be cautious," Lin Feng warned, his voice low and serious as he tightened his grip on his sword. The group brandished their weapons, their gazes filled with vigilance. Some wielded swords, others knives, and a few brandished clubs, each prepared for battle. Upon noticing them, the beast let out a fearsome roar, causing leaves to rain down from the surrounding trees. It lunged forward with lightning speed. Lin Feng sidestepped deftly, evading the beast's attack, and thrust his sword towards its abdomen. However, the creature's hide was thick and tough, leaving only a faint mark from the blade. The other disciples launched their attacks in unison, and a flurry of blades illuminated the air. Yet the beast remained undeterred. With a swift swipe of its claws, it knocked one disciple to the ground. "Be careful!" Lin Feng shouted. The group coordinated closely, some drawing the beast's attention while others seized the opportunity to strike at its vulnerabilities. However, the creature was ferocious, and each assault brought them perilously close to disaster. After a fierce struggle, Lin Feng noticed that the beast's right leg appeared injured, hindering its movement. "Target its right leg," he commanded. The group concentrated their efforts on the creature's injured limb. Gradually, the beast found itself at a disadvantage, its movements becoming sluggish. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng leaped into the air, his sword aimed directly at the beast's eye. With a pained cry, the creature collapsed to the ground. They had successfully vanquished the beast and obtained the spiritual mushroom. Each of them was breathless, their bodies adorned with wounds and drenched in sweat. Upon returning to the elder with the mushroom in hand, he smiled with satisfaction. "Well done. You are all indeed brave souls. Follow me." The elder led them through the valley with light and assured steps, as though he were intimately familiar with every path. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at a hidden path, flanked by overgrown weeds that rendered it nearly invisible to the untrained eye. "Follow this path, and it shall lead you out of the valley," the elder instructed. Lin Feng and his companions were filled with gratitude as they stepped onto the concealed trail. Yet, would this path truly grant them safe passage from the misty valley? What challenges awaited them beyond? Chapter 61. The Perilous Return. As Lin Feng and his companions traversed the narrow path, their hearts brimmed with a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Each step they took felt heavy, yet infused with an ardent desire to escape their plight. The path was both constricted and rugged, with the surrounding underbrush occasionally brushing against their garments, producing a rustling sound. After a while, they encountered a fork in the road, where two paths stretched before them, seemingly testing their resolve and making a choice. "Which path should we take?" one disciple inquired, his voice tinged with apprehension as his gaze flitted between the two routes. Lin Feng scrutinized their surroundings and discerned that the left path appeared relatively dry, while the right was damp and emitted a faint, putrid odor. "Let us proceed left, the damp path may conceal traps," Lin Feng declared. His expression was resolute, although uncertainty lingered in his heart. He recognized the necessity of making a decisive choice in such a moment. The group acquiesced to Lin Feng's decision and ventured to the left. Their footsteps echoed distinctly in the stillness of the path, each stride imbued with trepidation regarding the unknown. Not long into their journey, a low, rumbling roar reverberated through the air. The sound seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, rife with fury and menace. "This is not good, danger may be imminent," Lin Feng muttered, gripping his sword tightly and leaning slightly forward, readying himself for confrontation. Suddenly, a colossal black panther leaped from the thicket, obstructing their passage. Its lithe form glided gracefully, with its sleek, obsidian fur glistening ominously in the dim light. The creature's gaze was fierce, revealing sharp teeth as a plume of hot breath escaped its jaws. The disciples momentarily faltered, yet swiftly assumed a defensive stance, encircling the beast with their weapons poised. Lin Feng was the first to strike. He darted forward, lunging at the panther. The creature nimbly evaded his attack and retaliated with a vicious pounce, compelling Lin Feng to narrowly escape. "Everyone, attack together," Lin Feng commanded. In unison, the disciples responded, some wielding swords, others brandishing clubs, as they launched their assault on the panther. Despite the onslaught, the panther evaded their strikes with remarkable agility, its ferocity undiminished. With a swift swipe of its paw, one disciple was slashed, blood streaming from the wound. "Be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice rising above the chaos. Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Feng thrust his sword into the panther's hind leg. The creature howled in pain, and sensing its vulnerability, the group intensified their assault. Gradually, the panther succumbed to their relentless attack, retreating into the depths of the forest. "At last, we have driven it away," one disciple gasped, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. As they continued their journey, the path grew increasingly indistinct, as though they were losing their way. The once clear trail became elusive, and the surrounding scenery morphed into an unfamiliar landscape. "Brother Lin, have we taken a wrong turn?" someone voiced anxiously, their tone laden with uncertainty, eyes betraying a sense of disorientation regarding their future. Lin Feng paused, contemplating the situation. He surveyed the area, a flicker of doubt creeping into his mind. "Everyone, do not panic, let us search for clues," he reassured them, though he himself felt a wave of urgency. At that moment, the heavens opened, unleashing a torrential downpour. The large raindrops fell in torrents, drenching them instantly. The deluge obscured their vision, compounding their difficulties. "Let us find shelter from the rain," Lin Feng shouted. The group scoured the area for a refuge, but the surrounding woods offered no sanctuary, leaving them exposed. They trudged onward through the rain, each step fraught with hardship. Would they manage to unearth the correct path amidst the deluge? What further trials awaited them? Chapter 62. Hope. Amidst the rain curtain in the torrential downpour, Lin Feng and his companions struggled to forge ahead. The rain fell relentlessly, mercilessly battering them, as if intent on utterly shattering their resolve. The splashes of raindrops rendered the ground beneath their feet a quagmire, demanding tremendous effort. With each step they took, the rain soaked through their garments, a creeping chill gradually infiltrating their bodies, burrowing into their bones and prompting involuntary shivers. "Let us endure a little longer. Perhaps there is a shelter just ahead," Lin Feng encouraged the group, his voice somewhat feeble against the cacophony of the rain. His hair clung damply to his face, rivulets of water cascaded down his cheeks, yet his gaze remained steadfast, striving to impart courage and hope to his companions. Suddenly, a disciple pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, there seems to be a cave." His voice brimmed with astonishment and anticipation. The group turned to follow his gesture, and indeed, not far off, there lay a dark opening in the mountainside. That entrance appeared like a beacon of hope amidst the darkness, offering them a flicker of warmth and solace. They hurried towards the cave, their steps slipping in the muck, but each individual pressed forward with all their might. Upon entering the cave, they finally found temporary refuge from the relentless downpour. The air inside was thick with dampness, yet compared to the tempest outside, it felt like a rare sanctuary. "When will this rain cease?" one disciple sighed, his voice heavy with fatigue and resignation as he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Feng gazed out at the curtain of rain, which showed no signs of relenting. If anything, it seemed to intensify. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Let us take this opportunity to rest and consider our next course of action." His tone was steady and composed, gradually soothing the frayed nerves of the group. Everyone sought a place to sit and tended to their wounds. Some disciples produced herbs they carried, applying them to their injuries, while others assisted one another in bandaging the bleeding areas. As they consumed some provisions to regain their strength, they quietly exchanged tales of their journey. Thus At that moment, Lin Feng noticed some peculiar carvings in a corner of the cave. These etchings, barely discernible in the dim light, seemed to conceal some enigmatic message. What could this be? Lin Feng mused as he approached for a closer inspection. He crouched down, gently tracing the patterns with his fingers, feeling their texture and shape. The carvings resembled fragments of a map, the lines winding and intertwining in a bewildering manner. Could this be a clue guiding us out of here? A flicker of hope ignited within Lin Feng. His eyes fixated on the etchings, his mind racing to decipher their meaning. Other disciples gathered around, engaging in animated discussions. Could this be a sign left by those who came before us? Perhaps a map leading to treasure? Lin Feng calmed himself, meticulously analyzing the situation. Let us not jump to conclusions, we must assess the direction and arrangement of these lines. After considerable examination, Lin Feng appeared to grasp some insight. Gradually, the rain began to abate, and the world outside the cave was refreshed, the air filled with a crisp fragrance. It is time to set out again, perhaps this time we shall discover our way, Lin Feng announced. They resumed their journey, stepping forth once more. Would they succeed in finding their way out this time? Chapter 63. A glimmer of hope. Lin Feng led the group onward, following the elusive clues that lay before them. The forest, shrouded in the damp mist left by the rain, rendered the already winding path even more obscure. With each step deeper into the unknown, it felt as though they were treading upon the precipice of an abyss, the silence around them punctuated solely by the sound of their labored breaths and the squelching of their shoes against the muddy ground.
Senior Brother Lin, this path is becoming increasingly erratic. Will we truly find our way out?
A disciple inquired anxiously, his voice laden with exhaustion and trepidation. His garments were torn by the branches, and his face bore the marks of mud streaks. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. No matter what, we must endeavor to press on. As long as there remains a sliver of hope, we cannot afford to surrender. His voice resonated with steadiness and strength, an attempt to instill a modicum of courage within his companions. However, as they traversed through a dense thicket, their path was abruptly obstructed by a raging river. The water surged and roared, crashing against the stones along the bank with a thunderous cacophony. White froth churned atop the surface, resembling a monstrous beast brandishing its claws, deterring them from proceeding. How are we to cross this? The group gazed at the tumultuous waters, their faces etched with despair. The flicker of hope ignited by Lin Feng's encouragement was swiftly extinguished by the ferocity of the river. Lin Feng paced along the riverbank, his brow furrowed, his eyes feverishly seeking a means to cross. Just as he was on the verge of despair, he spotted a fallen tree that spanned the river's breadth. Though its trunk was robust, it had been rendered somewhat slick by the water's embrace. Perhaps we can traverse this tree, Lin Feng suggested, pointing towards it. His tone carried a hint of uncertainty, yet amidst their dire circumstances, it appeared to be their sole option. Yet the tree was slippery and precarious. A moment's carelessness could send one tumbling into the abyss of the river, where the rushing current would swiftly carry them away, with dire consequences. Senior Brother Lin, this is far too perilous. A disciple hesitated, his complexion pale as he gazed at the tree, his body trembling involuntarily. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. This is our only course of action. Remaining here would lead to certain demise. I shall go first. If I reach safely, then you may follow. His eyes radiated determination, leaving no room for dissent. With that, Lin Feng cautiously stepped onto the trunk. Each footfall was tentative, fearful of disturbing the fragile balance. The tree swayed slightly beneath him, emitting a disconcerting creak. The roar of the river echoed in his ears, as if mocking their audacity. As Lin Feng reached the midpoint, the trunk suddenly cracked ominously. The sound pierced the stillness of the forest, sending a jolt of alarm through the hearts of his companions. Senior Brother Lin! They cried out in horror. Their voices were swallowed by the river's tumult, rendering their calls feeble. With a steely resolve, Lin Feng quickened his pace, his heart raced, beads of sweat cascading from his brow like rain. At last, just before the trunk splintered completely, he safely reached the opposite bank. Come over, be cautious, Lin Feng shouted to the group on the other side. Encouraged by Lin Feng's reassurance, one by one, they ventured onto the trunk. Each step was shaky, their hearts lodged in their throats. One disciple, midway across, lost his footing and nearly plummeted into the river. Fortunately, Lin Feng was quick to extend a hand and pull him back to safety. Finally, they all managed to cross the river successfully. Would they all reach the other side unscathed? What challenges lay ahead? Chapter 64 New clues. After successfully crossing the river, the group continued to navigate through this enigmatic land. Each individual steps appeared heavy and weary, their faces etched with anxiety and confusion. Beads of sweat, resembling pearls, continuously rolled down their foreheads, soaking their garments. Brother Lin, we have been walking for such a long time, yet we still have not found an exit. Could it be that we have strayed off course again? A disciple spoke despondently. His voice was laced with profound fatigue and despair, his eyes devoid of their usual sparkle, as if shrouded by a veil of gloom. Lin Feng halted his pace, surveying the surroundings, and spoke solemnly, everyone, do not lose heart, let us search for clues more diligently. In times like this, we must remain calm and resolute. His gaze was steadfast and composed, attempting to instill confidence and courage in his companions, his eyes akin to a beacon in the darkness, casting a faint glimmer of hope upon them. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed a peculiar symbol etched onto a tree not far away. The symbol was distorted in shape, resembling an ancient and mysterious script, brimming with an unknown power. This symbol appears to be some form of guidance, Lin Feng pondered thoughtfully. His brow furrowed as he focused intently on the symbol, striving to decipher any useful information from it. While his mind raced through numerous potential interpretations, the others gathered around, speculating about the symbol's meaning. Could it possibly indicate the direction of an exit? One disciple remarked eagerly, his eyes shimmering with a flicker of hope. Perhaps it marks the presence of a trap, another disciple countered anxiously, concern etched across his face. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng declared, regardless of the interpretation, let us proceed in this direction and see where it leads us. We must exercise caution and remain vigilant. His tone was decisive and resolute. Although he himself lacked complete certainty, in such circumstances, one could only opt to venture forth. As this was the sole lead they had. As they ventured along the path indicated by the symbol, an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity began to envelop their surroundings. The once dense forest gradually gave way to sparse patches of jagged rocks and profound ravines. The mountain trail was rugged and uneven, each step fraught with hardship. "Brother Lin, I can't shake this feeling that something is amiss," one disciple expressed uneasily, his voice trembling slightly, his steps slowing as if bound by an invisible force. Lin Feng reassured him, "Do not fear, remain alert to the sounds around us. Perhaps this is the necessary route to the exit. As long as we stand united, we shall surely overcome the challenges ahead." His words, though gentle, resonated with strength, providing a measure of comfort to the group. As they continued onward, they arrived before a dilapidated temple. The walls of the temple were weathered and peeling, the roof tiles fragmented, as if they had endured countless epochs. The temple's entrance stood firmly shut, surrounded by an air of mystery that instilled a sense of reverence and trepidation. This atmosphere seemed capable of penetrating the very soul, sending shivers down one's spine. What could this temple be doing here? The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment and astonishment, uncertain of the secrets concealed within its walls, their hearts a tumultuous mix of fear and curiosity about the unknown. Lin Feng approached and gently pushed the heavy door, which creaked open to reveal a musty atmosphere that enveloped him. The interior of the temple was dimly lit, shrouded in thick dust, with a worn statue standing solemnly at its center. The features of the statue had become indistinct over time, yet its imposing presence remained awe-inspiring, as if silently narrating tales of the past. "Everyone, be cautious and refrain from making any sudden movements," Lin Feng cautioned. They tread carefully into the temple, exploring their surroundings. Suddenly, one disciple noticed a stone slab inscribed with text at the foot of the statue. "Brother Lin, come quickly." Lin Feng hurried over to examine the inscriptions on the slab with great care. What revelations might they uncover within this temple? Could it serve as the key to their escape from this predicament? Chapter 65 The Secrets of the Temple. Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized the inscriptions on the stone tablet, his brow furrowed in deep concentration as he endeavored to decipher their meanings. His gaze was intent and piercing, leaving no subtle stroke or symbol unexamined. His eyes, nearly weary from the strain, reflected his unwavering diligence, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead due to his intense focus. "Senior Brother Lin, what does it say?" a disciple inquired eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation and anxiety as he fixated on Lin Feng, yearning for answers as if they were his sole lifeline in this darkness, his voice tinged with a nervous sharpness. Lin Feng shook his head. "The script is ancient and obscure, and I find it challenging to fully comprehend at this moment. However, it appears to pertain to our current location. From these fragmented phrases, I surmise there may be hidden information regarding an escape route or some form of mystical power." His voice was grave and somber, the uncertainties within him as elusive as the text before his eyes, akin to an entangled mass of threads that defied untangling, his brow knitting further in concern. At that moment, a sudden chill swept through the temple, a bone-chilling wind that sent shivers down the spines of all present. The already dim surroundings grew even more foreboding, as if an unseen hand were orchestrating this eerie atmosphere, the encroaching darkness seeming to press in upon them. "What is happening?" A disciple's voice trembled, his body instinctively drawing closer to his companions, gripping his weapon tighter, as if it were his sole refuge, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Lin Feng surveyed the area with vigilance, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. Suddenly, a low, ominous buzzing filled the air, growing ever closer, reminiscent of a call from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. "Be cautious, something is amiss," Lin Feng shouted, his voice echoing through the temple, laden with urgency and warning, a barely perceptible quiver betraying his composure. From the shadowy recesses of the temple emerged a swarm of bats, dark and menacing, their claws bared and the sound of their flapping wings chilling to the bone. Like a vortex of darkness, they surged towards them, their sharp fangs glinting ominously in the gloom. The disciples hastily brandished their swords, the flickering blades illuminating the darkness. The bats attacked with ferocity and swiftness. Some disciples suffered scratches on their faces and arms, blood streaming forth, the wounds stinging painfully. "Ah!" The cries of anguish reverberated through the temple, their echoes amplifying the desolation of the vast space. "Steady yourselves, do not panic," Lin Feng commanded, his voice nearly hoarse from the exertion. Everyone coordinated their efforts. Some disciples wielded torches to drive away the bats, while others swung their swords to dispatch the encroaching creatures. After a fierce struggle, they finally managed to disperse the bats, all of them left shaken, gasping for breath as if they had just emerged from a nightmare. "This temple is too sinister. We should leave at once," one disciple remarked, his complexion pale and his eyes filled with terror, yearning to escape this dreadful place, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "No, I sense that there are vital clues hidden here. We cannot abandon our quest so easily. Perhaps this is our only opportunity to discover a way to escape. Let us continue our search." His voice was resolute and decisive, though a hint of fear lurked within him. He understood that retreat was not an option, his eyes radiating determination. The group hesitated briefly but ultimately acquiesced to Lin Feng's resolve. They resumed their exploration of the temple, treading cautiously through each shadowy nook. The darkness within seemed almost alive, ever eager to consume them, each step taken eliciting a sense of dread. In a side hall, they stumbled upon a weathered ancient tome. Its cover was cloaked in dust and cobwebs, as if it had been forsaken for ages, emanating an air of decay and antiquity. Lin Feng gently lifted the tome, turning to the first page, where the text also appeared ancient and enigmatic. "What is this?" A disciple leaned closer, his voice infused with curiosity. Lin Feng read intently, his expression growing increasingly grave. What revelations might this tome bestow upon them? Could they unravel the mysteries of the temple? Chapter 66, The Revelation of the Mysterious Ancient Text. Lin Feng immersed himself in the ancient tome he held, while the surrounding disciples watched him intently, not daring to breathe. A faint light streamed through the crevices of the temple, illuminating Lin Feng's solemn visage. His eyes shifted with the flowing words, at times filled with doubt, at others, with delight. After a considerable while, Lin Feng slowly lifted his gaze, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. "I believe I have grasped some understanding," he announced. His voice resonated clearly in the tranquil temple, prompting the disciples to crowd around him, their eyes alight with anticipation and urgency. "Lin Shixiang, please share your insights with us," the disciples urged eagerly. Their breaths quickened, as if the words Lin Feng was about to utter were their sole beacon of hope for survival. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng began to elucidate the contents of the ancient text. It turned out that this temple had once been a sanctuary for a venerable sage of antiquity, who had inscribed the secrets and pathways of this enigmatic realm within its walls. This sage, possessing extraordinary prowess, had endured countless perils in this territory and ultimately deciphered its profound mysteries. However, concerned that future generations might inadvertently stumble into peril, he left behind this tome, hoping to guide the fortunate ones towards salvation. Yet to find the way out, we must unravel several enigmas, Lin Feng remarked, furrowing his brow. His gaze returned to the ancient text, as if contemplating the answers to those riddles. Just as they were preparing to tackle the puzzles, an eerie sound reverberated through the temple. The noise resembled a deep growl, akin to heavy breathing, echoing ominously in the vast space and sending shivers down their spines. "What is happening now?" The disciples' nerves tensed once again. They glanced around in terror, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons, their bodies involuntarily leaning toward Lin Feng. Suddenly, a hidden door creaked open, a formidable force of suction drawing them inward. This force felt like an invisible giant hand, impossibly strong, rendering them powerless to resist. "Everyone, hold on to something!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice filled with urgency and determination, as he swiftly grasped a nearby stone pillar. The disciples followed suit, some clutching onto chairs and tables, while others embraced the columns, desperately resisting the overwhelming pull. Yet, the force of suction grew ever stronger, as if intent on devouring them whole. One disciple, weaker than the rest, was gradually dragged toward the hidden door. "Help me," he cried out in terror, his arms flailing helplessly in the air. Witnessing this, Lin Feng extended his hand with all his might, striving to pull him back. "Hold on," Lin Feng urged. The other disciples joined in, and together, they managed to rescue the unfortunate disciple. However, the suction persisted, intensifying to a point where their combined strength began to falter. "This cannot. We must find a way to close this hidden door," Lin Feng declared emphatically. Yet, no apparent mechanism or button surrounded the door. How could they seal it? Lin Feng cast his gaze upon the ancient text once more, hoping to uncover a clue. Suddenly, he spotted a peculiar design in the corner of one page, reminiscent of the shape of the hidden door. Could this be the key to shutting the door? He pondered internally. Without a moment to lose, he handed the tome to a disciple and dashed toward the hidden door. Navigating against the powerful suction, Lin Feng struggled to approach the door, each step demanding the utmost exertion. At last, he reached the hidden door, meticulously examining the engravings, searching for a correspondence with the design. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, he discovered a slight protrusion that matched a section of the pattern. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pressed his hand against it, and in an instant, the suction ceased, the hidden door gradually closing. The group collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, relieved to have escaped that perilous moment. Yet, they were acutely aware that the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and danger. Would they ultimately find a way out and escape this mysterious and terrifying place? Chapter 67 On the arduous path of unraveling mysteries. After the recent harrowing episode, a sense of trepidation lingered among the group. Their garments were disheveled, and traces of terror still marred their faces, yet their eyes shone with unwavering resolve. After all, to escape this place, they must rely on the clues Lin Feng had gleaned from the ancient texts to solve the enigma. "Let us gather our spirits and examine the first riddle," Lin Feng declared, his voice trembling slightly, yet his gaze remained steadfast, instilling a flicker of encouragement within the others. The initial riddle inscribed in the ancient tome read, "As the moon obscures and stars grow sparse in the deepening night, a solitary object remains to guide the way." The group fell into deep contemplation, their brows furrowed, minds racing to uncover the essence of the riddle. What on earth does this mean? One disciple questioned, scratching his head in utter bewilderment. His eyes fixated on the riddle, as if attempting to pierce through the words Lin Feng paced within the temple, meticulously observing his surroundings. Every corner of the sanctuary exuded an air of mystery, as if concealing countless secrets. His gaze swept over the dilapidated statues, the dust-laden offering table, and the clutter amassed in the corners. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a tattered oil lamp. The wick was nearly consumed, and the lamp's surface was marred by rust and scratches. Could this be it? Lin Feng pondered inwardly, his heartbeat quickening as he sensed he was drawing closer to the answer. He approached the lamp, gently wiping away the dust, only to discover peculiar symbols etched upon its surface. These markings resembled ancient script yet also bore the semblance of enigmatic patterns, leaving one perplexed. Could these symbols hold the key to unraveling the riddle? Lin Feng mused, delicately tracing the lines and shapes with his fingers. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the temple, carrying with it an aura of mystery. The wind caressed the faces of the group, bringing a refreshing chill. This wind feels peculiar. We must be cautious, Lin Feng warned, his gaze sharpening as he scanned the surroundings. Just then, the flame of the oil lamp flickered erratically, as if attempting to convey a message. Lin Feng's eyes fixated on the dancing flame, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within him. Brother Lin, does this oil lamp possess some special significance? A disciple inquired, drawing closer. Lin Feng paused momentarily before responding. I am uncertain, but the phrase a solitary object in the riddle likely refers to this very lamp. The group gathered around, scrutinizing the lamp and its symbols with great care. These symbols appear utterly chaotic. Could they represent some form of code? They speculated, engaging in animated discussion yet finding no clarity. Lin Feng calmed himself and resumed his examination of the symbols. Suddenly, he discerned that their arrangement bore a resemblance to constellations in the night sky. Could it be related to the stars? A thought ignited within him. He lifted his gaze to the temple's ceiling, where, through a gaping hole, twinkling stars illuminated the night. Everyone, look, do the arrangements of these symbols not resemble that constellation? Lin Feng pointed towards the heavens. The group collectively raised their eyes, beginning to compare the symbols with the constellations above. After meticulous observation and comparison, they noted several striking similarities. If we interpret these symbols according to the positions of the constellations, we may uncover the answer, Lin Feng proposed. Thus, they endeavored to decipher the meanings of the symbols in alignment with the celestial patterns. As time slipped away, their anxiety escalated. I believe I am beginning to grasp it, one disciple exclaimed with excitement. The others hurriedly gathered around to hear his elucidation. Following extensive discussion and analysis, they ultimately deciphered the meaning of the symbols, unveiling the solution to the first riddle. Just as they reveled in the triumph of solving the initial conundrum, a low, ominous rumble resonated throughout the temple. This is bad. Something is amiss. Lin Feng shouted. What new peril awaited them? Would they be able to continue unraveling the subsequent riddles and discover a path to freedom? Chapter 68. The mysterious passage. The elation of recently solving the enigma had yet to dissipate when a deafening roar shattered the brief tranquility within the temple. The sound reverberated like rolling thunder in the confined space, causing a cacophony that made the eardrums of the gathered individuals thrum and their hearts swell with a profound unease. They exchanged panicked glances, their eyes betraying their trepidation. Lin Feng endeavored to maintain his composure, gripping his sword tightly as he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. The rumbling intensified, as if the very structure of the temple quaked under the weight of the sound, dust cascading from the walls, rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Suddenly, a massive stone slab began to rise slowly on one side of the temple, producing a dull grinding noise. As the slab ascended, a chill, damp atmosphere seeped forth from the dark crevice, swiftly permeating the entire temple. This air carried an odor of decay and antiquity, sending shivers down their spines. What is this place? A trembling disciple inquired, his voice quaking as his body instinctively recoiled. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng attempted to steady himself. He gazed into the inky passageway and replied, I do not know, but perhaps this is the key to our escape. We have no other choice, we must venture inside. While his voice exuded determination, his heart was nonetheless beset by fear and doubt. Despite the trepidation that gripped their hearts, under Lin Feng's guidance, the group cautiously entered the passage. A thick fog enveloped them, swirling as if it possessed a life of its own, rendering the faint light even dimmer. They could only discern a few steps ahead, each stride laden with the peril of the unknown. The ground beneath their feet was treacherously slick, as if coated in a layer of viscous slime. Water droplets intermittently dripped from the walls, chillingly landing upon their shoulders and causing involuntary shivers to course through their bodies. Be mindful of your steps, Lin Feng cautioned, leading the way while probing the ground with his sword to guard against hidden traps. As they progressed, an eerie sound reached their ears. It resembled a low, mournful wail, interspersed with fragmented whispers that flickered in the darkness, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. "Senior brother Lin, I am afraid," a disciple clutched at the hem of Lin Feng's garment, his voice laced with a sob. "Do not fear," Lin Feng reassured him, "we shall face this together. As long as we stand united, we will surely find a way out." He reached out, patting the disciple's shoulder in an attempt to instill some courage. Suddenly, several forks appeared ahead. Each path was shrouded in the same dense fog, obscuring their ability to discern which route was the correct one. "What should we do?" a disciple asked, urgency evident in his tone. After a brief silence, Lin Feng replied, "We shall split up to explore, but maintain contact. If danger arises, retreat immediately." The group nodded in agreement, dispersing into smaller factions toward the various forks. Lin Feng led one group into one of the passages. The path within was narrow and winding, forcing them to stoop as they advanced. After traversing a short distance, they noticed peculiar patterns etched upon the walls. "What do these symbols signify?" a disciple inquired. Lin Feng scrutinized the designs, his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful current rushing toward them from ahead. "Not good, retreat quickly!" Lin Feng shouted, but it was too late. A tremendous force propelled them backward, sending the group tumbling to the ground. "Is everyone all right?" Lin Feng struggled to rise, his voice filled with concern. At that moment, they heard screams emanating from the other passages. What has happened? Lin Feng's heart raced with anxiety. Would they be able to successfully discern the correct path? What secrets lay hidden at the end of the passage? Chapter 69 of The Choice at the Fork. After encountering an unknown peril within the passage, Lin Feng and his companions swiftly regrouped. Each face bore the marks of dread and exhaustion, the sudden surge of formidable power lingering ominously in their minds. The force we just experienced was utterly terrifying. "We must carefully reconsider which path to take," one disciple stammered, his voice trembling and his eyes reflecting a profound fear of the unknown. The group, their expressions grave, gazed at the several forks ahead, sinking into contemplation. Each fork loomed like a dark, gaping maw, awaiting their fateful decision, with every choice potentially determining their very survival. Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized the subtle distinctions between each path, endeavoring to uncover any clues. His gaze was sharp and focused, leaving no detail unexamined. Suddenly, he noticed faint footprints on the ground of one particular fork, seemingly left not long ago. "Perhaps we can follow these footprints," Lin Feng suggested, a hint of uncertainty lacing his tone. Yet, in their current state of confusion, this appeared to be their sole lead. "But that could also be a trap, Brother Lin," one disciple voiced his concerns, his brow furrowed, eyes brimming with doubt and hesitation. Lin Feng clenched his jaw and replied, "At present, we have no alternative but to take the risk. If we remain indecisive, we may never find our way out." His eyes were resolute, as if steeling himself to confront any dangers that lay ahead. Thus, they resolved to follow the footprints into the fork. The passage remained shrouded in mist, the light dim, each step fraught with trepidation. Their footfalls echoed in the silence, reverberating sharply. As they proceeded, the sound of trickling water reached their ears. The noise pierced the stillness of the passage, reminiscent of a heartbeat. "Is there an exit ahead?" one disciple exclaimed, his voice tinged with hope and excitement, as if he glimpsed the dawn of life. However, as they approached, they discovered merely an underground dark river, its current swift and imbued with an icy chill. The surface of the water shimmered with an eerie glow under the faint light, sending shivers down their spines. "What shall we do now? Do we dare to cross the river?" The group found themselves ensnared in a dilemma, their hearts heavy with fear and hesitation as they gazed at the tumultuous waters. At that moment, Lin Feng spotted a dilapidated little boat by the riverbank. The vessel appeared precariously unstable, as if it could disintegrate at any moment. "This may serve as our means to cross the river," Lin Feng stated, his gaze fixed intently on the frail boat, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. "But, Brother Lin, that boat looks incapable of supporting our weight," a disciple expressed his concerns. Lin Feng stepped forward, examining the boat closely before declaring, "Although it seems worn, it may still be serviceable. We can cross in small groups to reduce the weight." "But what if the boat capsizes in the middle of the river?" another disciple raised a question. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and replied, "This is our only option at present. We must give it a try. Let us proceed with caution and look out for one another." The group fell silent for a moment, ultimately deciding to heed Lin Feng's guidance. The first group of disciples cautiously boarded the small boat, clutching the sides tightly, their hearts racing. Lin Feng pushed the boat forcefully from the shore, and it gradually drifted into the river. The waters surged violently, causing the boat to sway precariously, as if it might be engulfed at any moment. "Maintain your balance," Lin Feng shouted. The disciples aboard turned pale, scarcely daring to breathe.
Suddenly, a wave crashed against them, violently rocking the boat. Ah, the disciples cried out in terror. Would they manage to cross the dark river unscathed and continue their journey? Chapter 70 The perilous crossing of the dark river. The small boat carrying the first batch of disciples rocked violently in the turbulent waters of the dark river, each heart racing in anxious anticipation. Icy droplets from the river splashed upon them, soaking their garments, and the piercing chill rapidly coursed through their bodies, yet at that moment, they had no time to spare for such discomfort. Steady! Whatever you do, do not move! Lin Feng shouted from the riverbank, his expression fraught with tension and urgency. His gaze was fixed intently on the small vessel, his hands unconsciously clenched, as if he could bestow strength upon the disciples aboard merely through sheer will. Just as the boat teetered on the brink of being capsized by the towering waves, the disciples rallied together, striving to maintain their balance. Fear flickered in their eyes, yet it was eclipsed by a resolute determination to survive. Some clutched the railing tightly, their knuckles paling from the strain, others gritted their teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to stabilize their center of gravity. At last, the small boat precariously weathered the onslaught of waves. Keep going! The shore is just ahead. Lin Feng continuously encouraged them. His voice, though somewhat diminished amidst the roar of the dark river, served as a tremendous source of encouragement for the disciples. When the small boat finally reached the bank, the first batch of disciples collapsed onto the ground, exhaling heavily as relief washed over them. Their faces bore the relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal. "Brother Lin, we're safe for now," one disciple called out, his voice trembling yet imbued with a sense of security. Soon after, the second group of disciples boarded the small boat. Armed with the experience of their predecessors, they appeared slightly more composed. Though vigilance remained paramount, each individual's gaze was rife with tension and anticipation, fully aware that they were about to face yet another trial of life and death. However, as the boat glided to the center of the river, calamity struck once more. A sudden creaking sound emanated from the boat's bottom, signaling the emergence of a crack. The noise pierced the stillness of the river, tightening the hearts of all aboard. "Not good, the boat is sinking," the disciples exclaimed in panic, their faces draining of color as fear swiftly spread through their ranks. Lin Feng, consumed by urgency, shouted, "Quickly, paddle towards the shore." His voice erupted in a near howl, laden with boundless anxiety and concern. Everyone fervently wielded their oars, racing against time. Each stroke demanded every ounce of their strength, splashing water in chaotic torrents. In this critical moment, the small boat finally drew closer to the bank. The second batch of disciples leaped ashore, their legs trembling beneath them as they struggled to maintain their footing. It was now Lin Feng and his group's turn to cross the river, yet, just as they boarded, a powerful undercurrent surged forth. That force felt like an invisible hand, seizing the small boat and tossing it about mercilessly. "Hold on tight!" Lin Feng bellowed, his voice brimming with resolve and courage, attempting to stabilize the fraying emotions of the group. The boat spun helplessly in the undercurrent, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest. Water continuously flooded into the vessel, and the descent of the boat quickened with each passing moment. "We cannot surrender like this," one disciple cried, his eyes ignited with unwavering determination. Everyone summoned their last reserves of strength, battling against the relentless current. Lin Feng's arms ached from exertion, yet he persisted in rowing with relentless fervor. Sweat mingled with river water, cascading down his brow. Just as despair threatened to envelop them, the small boat miraculously broke free from the grip of the undercurrent, inching closer to the shore. "Hurry, put in more effort," Lin Feng urged. Finally, the small boat reached the bank. Exhausted, the group crawled onto solid ground, collapsing as they gasped for fresh air. Yet, they were acutely aware that this respite was merely fleeting. The path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril. Would they successfully navigate the dark river? What further trials and tribulations awaited them? Chapter 71 The mysterious ruins. The group trudged through the narrow passage, their progress laborious as the surrounding darkness seemed poised to engulf them mercilessly. The air grew increasingly oppressive, each breath laden with a profound sense of dread and unease. The inky blackness enveloped them like a thick ink, rendering it nearly impossible to discern their direction. "Brother Lin, how much longer must we walk before we can escape?" a trembling disciple inquired, his voice faint and helpless, filled with deep-seated fear and exhaustion, as if this brief utterance had drained him of all his strength. Lin Feng feigned composure as he responded, "Do not fret, we shall surely find a way out." Though his voice was resolute, his heart was fraught with confusion and anxiety. As the pillar of support for his companions, he could not afford to display any hint of weakness, even as his own spirit quaked at the prospect of the unknown. At that moment, an expansive space unfurled before them, revealing an ancient ruin standing majestically at its center. In the dim light, the edifice appeared to shimmer, reminiscent of a colossal beast awakening from eons of slumber, exuding an aura that sent chills down their spines. The ruin emanated an enigmatic energy, its walls adorned with peculiar patterns and symbols. These designs seemed to straddle the line between archaic script and some arcane totem, leaving the beholder in a state of bewilderment. They appeared to narrate ancient tales while concealing untold secrets within their intricate forms. What manner of place is this? It seems so mysterious, the disciples marveled, their eyes wide with curiosity and reverence. Yet beneath this awe lay a more profound fear of the unknown, a sense of trepidation that loomed large. Lin Feng approached the ruin with utmost caution, scrutinizing the intricate patterns. His fingers grazed the rough surface of the wall, tracing the relics of time. Each groove seemed to whisper the chronicles of history, drawing him into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a low rumble resonated from within the ruins, the ground beneath them beginning to tremble. The sound appeared to emanate from the very depths of the earth, imbued with an ancient and mysterious force. "Everyone, be careful!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice tinged with urgency and vigilance, his gaze sharpening with newfound intensity. Before their eyes, the grand entrance of the ruins slowly creaked open, unleashing a formidable force that surged forth. The it struck them like a tempest, forcing the group to stagger backward. This force seemed alive, pressing against their bodies with an overwhelming ferocity. "What on earth is happening?" the disciples exclaimed in panic, their faces paling, bodies trembling uncontrollably. A fear spread amongst them like a contagion. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and declared, "Regardless of the peril, we must venture inside to uncover the truth. Perhaps within lies the key to our escape." His eyes shone with determination and resolve. Although he was uncertain of what awaited them, he understood that retreat was not an option. The group exchanged anxious glances, their hearts heavy with trepidation, yet they chose to place their trust in Lin Feng. In this desperate predicament, he was their sole beacon of hope. They cautiously entered the ruins, where an ancient scent enveloped them. This aroma, a disconcerting blend of decayed wood and damp earth, evoked a sense of nausea. At the center of the hall stood a colossal statue, its visage obscured by the passage of time, yet its form conveyed a former majesty. "This statue appears quite fearsome," a disciple whispered, his voice reverberating clearly in the vast emptiness of the ruin. At that moment, the surrounding walls suddenly illuminated, the strange patterns and symbols flickering with life. The light pulsed erratically, rendering the entire ruin even more enigmatic. "What is happening?" the group gasped, their voices laced with fear and confusion. The ground quaked once more, the tremors intensifying. The entire structure seemed to sway, on the verge of collapse. "This is bad, we may have triggered some mechanism," Lin Feng shouted, his voice nearly drowned out by the violent tremors. Suddenly, a cascade of stones plummeted from the ceiling, prompting the group to hastily evade. The stones fell like rain, striking the ground with a dull thud. "Ah!" One disciple was unfortunate enough to be struck by a falling stone, collapsing to the ground. He groaned in agony, blood oozing from his wounds. "Quick, save him!" Lin Feng rushed over, lifting the injured disciple with palpable urgency and concern etched across his face. At that moment, a more ferocious rumble reverberated throughout the ruins, as if the very world were on the brink of collapse. Massive stones continued to detach from the walls, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Would they find a way out of this mysterious ruin? What dangers and secrets lay hidden within its depths? Chapter 72 Trials within the ruins. Amidst the ruins, chaos and peril engulfed the crowd. Lin Feng, while deftly evading the incessantly falling stones, vociferously commanded everyone to seek refuge. "This way, quickly," he shouted, his voice resonating strikingly in the cacophony, laced with an undercurrent of urgency. Under Lin Feng's guidance, the group stumbled towards a seemingly safer corner. After a strenuous effort, they finally discovered a somewhat spacious nook devoid of falling debris, allowing them a momentary reprieve. Each individual gasped for breath, their faces etched with terror and exhaustion. "This ruin exudes an eerie atmosphere, we must proceed with caution," Lin Feng declared, his expression grave. He scanned the faces of his disciples, striving to instill a sense of calm among them. At that moment, a radiant glow on the wall coalesced into the shape of a door, shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance. The light was resplendent yet evoked an inexplicable fear. Could this be the exit? One disciple ventured hopefully, his gaze fixed intently on the luminous portal, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of survival. Lin Feng shook his head. "It is not so simple, this may very well be another trial." His brow furrowed, brimming with doubt and concern. Despite the apprehension gnawing at their minds, the desire to find a way out propelled them towards the radiant door. As they stepped through the threshold, a formidable pressure enveloped them, as if an immense weight bore down upon their bodies, rendering movement exceedingly arduous. "Hold on, everyone!" Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his form trembling slightly as he endeavored to press forward. The surroundings began to shift dramatically, the once opaque space morphed into a desolate desert, the relentless sun scorching them mercilessly. In an instant, it transformed into a frigid wasteland, with bone-chilling winds howling around them. "What on earth is happening?" the disciples exclaimed in astonishment. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, illusory monsters emerged from the desert, clawing and lunging at them. These phantoms varied in form, some brandished razor-sharp claws, while others belched forth flames. panic swept through the disciples, with some flailing their weapons in a desperate frenzy. "Calm down, these are mere illusions," Lin Feng bellowed, his voice cutting through the turmoil with clarity, yet, some disciples, overwhelmed by fear, were deaf to his warnings. In a fit of terror, one disciple swung his weapon towards a comrade. "Stop!" Lin Feng rushed forth to restrain the out-of-control disciple. Just then, a horde of ice-like monsters materialized amidst the blizzard, advancing menacingly towards the group. "Back to back, do not succumb to panic," Lin Feng commanded. Under his leadership, the group gradually regained their composure and began to confront the phantasmal foes collectively. However, as time elapsed, the pressure intensified, and their stamina dwindled rapidly. "This cannot continue. We must uncover the key to dispelling the illusions," Lin Feng pondered, resisting the creature's onslaught. Suddenly, he discerned a pattern. Whenever fear and turmoil took hold of their hearts, the monsters grew increasingly ferocious. "Maintain your composure, free your minds of distractions," Lin Feng shouted. Upon hearing his exhortation, the disciples endeavored to recalibrate their mental states. Gradually, the ferocity of the monsters' attacks diminished, and the surrounding scenery began to blur. Would they triumph over this formidable trial and escape from the enigmatic ruins? Chapter 73 Breaking the Illusion. Under Lin Feng's reminder, the group endeavored to maintain their composure, their minds devoid of distractions. The illusory monsters indeed began to weaken, their once threatening forms blurring, dissipating like smoke in the wind. The terrifying scenes around them gradually faded, darkness once again enveloping them, yet, this darkness no longer instilled the same fear as before. "Excellent, it seems we have discovered the right approach," exclaimed one disciple, his voice brimming with the exhilaration of having survived a calamity, a faint flush of excitement gracing his cheeks. However, before they could fully exhale in relief, a new trial swiftly followed. The pressure that had previously vanished surged abruptly, as if a colossal hand were squeezing them from all directions. The air grew heavy and oppressive, each breath becoming an arduous challenge. "Ah!" cried out a disciple, unable to withstand the strain. His body bent slightly, a grimace of anguish etched upon his face, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and urged, "Everyone, hang on a little longer, we will surely persevere." His voice, though resolute, revealed the strain he was under. Lin Feng himself was bearing immense pressure, his legs trembling slightly, yet he stood steadfast, exemplifying resilience for all. At that moment, a massive stone door materialized before them, intricately adorned with complex patterns. These designs resembled ancient runes, akin to enigmatic codes, emanating a faint glow. "This may be the key to overcoming our predicament," Lin Feng remarked as he scrutinized the door, his gaze fixated on the patterns, seeking to discern any underlying order. The others gathered around, collectively attempting to uncover a method to unlock the stone door. "These patterns appear utterly perplexing. Could they perhaps be arranged in a specific sequence?" Just then, the patterns on the door began to shimmer with light and shift. The radiance intensified, blinding them momentarily. "What is happening?" The disciples felt their tension spike once again. The slight relaxation they had just experienced was replaced by an overwhelming sense of urgency. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng proclaimed, "Perhaps this is a riddle. We must touch these patterns in a particular order." His gaze was resolute, already formulating an initial hypothesis. Heeding Lin Feng's command, the group carefully began to touch the patterns on the stone door. With each contact, a subtle current coursed through their bodies, causing involuntary shivers. As they proceeded, the door emitted a deep rumble, reminiscent of a long-dormant beast awakening. The sound reverberated throughout the confined space, instilling a sense of dread. Gradually, the stone door began to creak open, a sliver of light seeping through the crack, instilling hope within the group. Beyond the door lay an elongated corridor shrouded in a delicate mist. The vapor drifted gently, obscuring their view of what lay deeper within. They cautiously stepped into the corridor, the ground beneath them somewhat damp, droplets of water occasionally falling from the walls. "Be cautious. We cannot ascertain what dangers may lurk within," Lin Feng advised. The group nodded in agreement, closely following Lin Feng. As they walked, faint footsteps echoed through the corridor. "Who is it?" a disciple asked nervously. The footsteps drew nearer, quickening the rhythm of their hearts. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the mist. "Prepare for battle," Lin Feng shouted. The group swiftly raised their weapons, ready to confront the unknown challenge that awaited them. They continued to tread carefully into the corridor, uncertain of what trials lay ahead. Chapter 74 Shadows in the mist. Just as the crowd stood on high alert, the shadow gradually became clearer. It revealed itself to be a ragged old man, his eyes clouded, hair disheveled, and his face etched with deep wrinkles. He leaned heavily on a staff, which appeared to be inscribed with peculiar symbols. "Why have you come here?" the old man rasped, his voice resembling an echo from a deep cavern, imbued with a sense of ancient weariness and indifference. Lin Feng stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Elder, we find ourselves trapped in this place, seeking a way out, and we mean no offense. His gaze was filled with sincerity and hope, yearning for assistance from the old man. The elder scrutinized them from head to toe, letting out a derisive snort. This place is not one you may traverse at will. Countless dangers lie hidden here, and you young fools are truly unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. His words were laced with reproach but also hinted at a flicker of sympathy for their plight. The disciples exchanged anxious glances, their hearts heavy with trepidation. They looked at the old man, uncertain of how to proceed. Elder, we earnestly hope you might offer us some guidance. We are at our wits' end, Lin Feng implored sincerely, his eyes brimming with desperation, wishing the elder would soften and provide them with some direction. After a moment of silence, the old man spoke slowly. To escape is not so simple. This passage is fraught with traps and mechanisms. A moment's carelessness could lead to your obliteration. His voice reverberated through the corridor, deepening the weight in everyone's hearts. Upon hearing this, the group felt their spirits sink. The flicker of hope that had just ignited seemed to be extinguished mercilessly. However, I can offer you a hint, the elder continued, a glimmer of hesitation crossing his gaze before he ultimately resolved to aid them. Thank you, esteemed elder, Lin Feng responded hastily, gratitude illuminating his countenance. The old man gestured toward the walls of the passage, saying, examine these stone carvings closely, perhaps you may uncover a clue. Whether you can comprehend them, however, depends on your own fortune. With that, he turned and vanished into the mist, leaving the group in a state of bewilderment. The disciples began to study the intricate stone carvings on the walls, which depicted complex patterns, some resembling animals, others celestial bodies, and still others evoking ancient scripts, leaving them utterly perplexed. What could this possibly mean? One disciple lamented, his brow furrowed and his eyes nearly glazed over from confusion. Lin Feng calmed himself, analyzing the carvings bit by bit. His fingers brushed lightly against the stone, feeling the textures and lines. Everyone, do not be hasty, let us take our time. Perhaps there is a connection among these patterns, Lin Feng suggested. Gathering together, they began to discuss. Doesn't this resemble the creature we encountered earlier? No, it seems more akin to some mysterious symbol. At that moment, a strange sound echoed through the passage, akin to a low growl or the activation of a mechanism. Trouble! There may be danger! Lin Feng shouted immediately. The group tensed, gripping their weapons and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, a volley of sharp arrows shot forth from the walls, hurtling towards them at alarming speed. Watch out! Lin Feng cried. The group scattered in chaos, the scene descending into turmoil. One disciple, unable to evade in time, was struck in the arm by an arrow. Ah! He cried out in agony. Lin Feng rushed over, swiftly extracting the arrow and bandaging the wound. Everyone, huddle together and do not scatter, Lin Feng commanded. After the arrows, fireballs rained down from the ceiling, igniting the passage in a blaze. What new dangers might they encounter? Would they be able to find a way out through these stone carvings? Chapter 75 of the difficult riddle. In this critical moment, Lin Feng led his companions as they deftly evaded the incessant onslaught of fireballs and arrows while continuing to scrutinize the intricate carvings upon the wall. The fireballs ignited the very air around them, emitting a powerful whoosh, while arrows sliced through the void, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, enveloping the entire passage in an atmosphere thick with tension and peril. Everyone, stay calm. We shall surely uncover the clues, Lin Feng proclaimed, his voice resonating with unwavering conviction amidst the chaos, aiming to instill a semblance of composure and confidence in those around him. Brother Lin, these carvings are so complex. How can we possibly discern any clues? One disciple voiced, his tone rife with anxiety and helplessness, beads of sweat trickling down his brow and landing on the ground beneath him. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze intent as he examined each pattern, refusing to overlook any minute detail. His eyes reflected contemplation and resolve. Consider this, do the various challenges we have faced not exhibit certain patterns? Perhaps this place is no exception. The group fell into deep thought, striving to recollect their previous encounters. Vivid scenes of peril flashed through their minds as they endeavored to identify commonalities. At that moment, the barrage of fireballs and arrows momentarily subsided, granting them a fleeting respite. The passage grew quiet, save for the heavy sounds of their breaths and heartbeats. Brother Lin, could it be that these patterns signify a particular sequence? Another disciple ventured, his gaze fixed intently on the carvings, brimming with both anticipation and uncertainty. Lin Feng's eyes brightened, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope in the darkness. It is a possibility, let us attempt to interpret them in sequence. Thus, they engaged in various trials and hypotheses based on the shapes, positions, and potential symbolic meanings of the patterns. Some disciples suggested arranging them by size, others believed it to be based on complexity,
while yet another posited that it might relate to the significance of the objects represented. As seconds ticked by, a palpable sense of urgency enveloped them. Each failed attempt weighed heavier on their spirits, with hope gradually dwindling.
This isn't working, we cannot solve it this way, one disciple lamented, striking the wall in frustration, venting his discontent and helplessness.
Have we miscalculated? Another muttered, his eyes clouded with despair. Lin Feng's heart grew heavy as well, yet he recognized the necessity of perseverance. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure.
Do not lose heart, everyone, let us reconsider, there must be aspects we have overlooked.
Just as despair began to take hold, Lin Feng suddenly spotted a minuscule symbol concealed in a corner, nearly obscured by shadows.
Had he not maintained acute focus, it would likely have gone unnoticed?
This symbol bears a striking resemblance to a mark mentioned in the ancient texts, Lin Feng exclaimed, his voice infused with excitement and hope, rekindling the spirits of his despondent companions. The group quickly gathered around, examining the symbol with keen interest.
Brother Lin, do you believe this could be the key to unraveling the riddle?
It is possible, let us see if we can leverage the symbol to our advantage, Lin Feng replied. They commenced re-evaluating and interpreting the carvings surrounding this newfound symbol, every nerve taut with anticipation. Would they be able to decipher the riddle and extricate themselves from this dire predicament? Chapter 76 The puzzle breakthrough. The group gathered around the diminutive symbol, embarking on a renewed round of discussion and speculation. The faces of each individual were etched with tension and concentration, their gazes fixed intently upon the enigmatic emblem, as if it were the sole key to their survival. Senior Brother Lin, this symbol appears to resemble some sort of ancient array marker, remarked a disciple, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty and contemplation, his brow furrowed as he endeavored to retrieve relevant knowledge from the recesses of his memory. After a moment of reflection, Lin Feng replied, there exists a possibility, let us recall the array knowledge we have studied.
His mind raced, revisiting the various array diagrams and explanations he had encountered in ancient texts.
After considerable contemplation, an epiphany struck Lin Feng. Perhaps this symbol is the core of the entire array. We should interpret these inscriptions according to the principles of the formation.
His voice resonated with excitement and anticipation, as if he perceived a glimmer of hope.
Following Lin Feng's train of thought, the others began to rearrange the stone carvings as their fingers glided delicately over the patterns, meticulously adjusting the sequence, their eyes never straying from the task at hand. At that moment, the previously chaotic designs began to reveal a semblance of order. The seemingly disordered lines and shapes gradually coalesced into recognizable patterns and sequences. Look, these designs seem to narrate a story, exclaimed a disciple, his voice tinged with exhilaration, piercing the tense silence of the passageway. As their investigation deepened, a legend regarding the secrets of the ruins began to surface. It was said that this site had once served as a sacred cultivation ground for a powerful immortal, concealing unparalleled techniques and treasures left by the celestial being. However, formidable guardians also lurked within, and only through a series of trials and the resolution of all enigmas could one attain the treasures and escape unscathed. Yet, peril did not cease. New disturbances arose within the passage, the ground trembled violently, and fissures appeared in the walls, debris and dust cascaded down, striking the group. What is happening? The disciples cried out in panic, their voices laced with fear, the joy of their recent breakthrough swiftly overshadowed by trepidation.
Do not panic.
Let us solve the puzzle first. Lin Feng shouted, his voice resolute amidst the chaos, striving to stabilize the group's emotions. However, the tremors intensified, and large stones began to plummet from above, leaving them with no refuge. Senior Brother Lin, if this continues, we shall be buried here, a disciple cried, his voice quaking with despair. Dodging the falling debris, Lin Feng urged, trust me, as long as we unravel the puzzle, there will be a way out. Encouraged by Lin Feng's words, the group steeled themselves against their fear and persevered in studying the inscriptions. Suddenly, a disciple uncovered a crucial clue. Senior Brother Lin, look at this pattern, does it not relate to the symbol we just observed? Lin Feng leaned in closer and discerned the connection. Following this lead, they incessantly adjusted the arrangement of the carvings. Just as they were about to complete the final step, a massive stone hurtled towards them. Be careful! Lin Feng exclaimed, forcefully pushing a nearby disciple out of harm's way. Would they succeed in deciphering the puzzle before the passage collapsed? Chapter 77 The life and death struggle in the abyss of mist. In a moment of peril, Lin Feng narrowly evaded the falling boulder. The massive stone grazed the hem of his garment before crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air, enveloping him instantly. Everyone, quicken your pace, Lin Feng shouted with fervor. His voice, strained and hoarse from tension, trembled slightly yet resonated with power and determination, echoing like a resounding bell through the narrow passageway. The group exerted every ounce of strength they possessed, their fingers trembling from anxiety and haste, as if they were playing a melody of life and death. At last,
they completed the final arrangement of the stone carvings. In an instant, a radiant beam of light burst forth from the carvings, illuminating the entire corridor. This light was warm and gentle, starkly contrasting with the preceding danger in darkness. All threats ceased, the ground stopped trembling, and the fissures in the walls no longer widened. The previously fallen stones appeared to be frozen mid-air, as though under a spell of stasis. Even the swirling dust seemed to be captured by this luminous glow. "We did it!" The disciples erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices brimmed with the elation of having survived a harrowing ordeal, their faces adorned with smiles of relief, glistening with tears that sparkled with the glimmer of hope in the radiance. Yet, before they could bask in their triumph for long, a stone door slowly ascended, revealing an unknown realm beyond. The ancient and heavy door groaned as it moved, as if recounting the tribulations of time, its resonant sound echoing in the silent passageway, tightening their hearts once more. "Where is this?" one disciple inquired, his voice tinged with a fresh wave of fear and unease, the relief he had just felt replaced by trepidation, his tone trembling uncontrollably. Lin Feng took a deep breath and replied, "Regardless, we must venture forth and investigate." His gaze was resolute, despite the doubts swirling within him. He understood that retreat was not an option. In that moment, he stood as a beacon of courage and hope amidst the encroaching darkness. They stepped through the stone door, entering an atmosphere thick with mist. The vapor swirled around them like gossamer, dreamlike and ethereal, rendering their vision hazy. With each step, it felt as though they were treading into an abyss of the unknown, the ground beneath their feet growing increasingly unstable. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the mist. The sinister sound reverberated, sharp and jarring, sending shivers down their spines, as if mocking them from the depths of hell. "Who is it?" a terrified disciple cried out, his voice quaking, betraying his unmasked dread. No response came, only the laughter persisted, emanating from all directions, plunging them into a state of disorientation and fear. Their hearts raced, pounding as though they might leap from their throats. Nerves tightened, every hair on their bodies standing on end. Lin Feng halted, straining to ascertain the source of the laughter. He perked his ears, his eyes darting about, brow furrowing in concentration. "Everyone, be cautious, form a back-to-back formation to guard against ambushes," he instructed in a low, grave tone, filled with vigilance. The disciples swiftly gathered, creating a tight defensive circle, gripping their weapons firmly, prepared to confront any impending assault. Their breaths were quickened, their gazes resolute. At that moment, indistinct figures began to materialize within the mist. "What is that?" someone stammered, bewilderment and fear lacing their voice. As the shapes grew clearer, they revealed a horde of grotesque creatures, their features twisted and misshapen. Some bore extra limbs, while others exhibited misplaced organs, exuding an aura of malevolence that seemed capable of corroding the very essence of the soul. "Prepare for battle," Lin Feng bellowed, his voice cutting through the shroud of fear, instilling a spark of courage within the group. The disciples raised their weapons, plunging into a fierce confrontation with the monsters. Of blades flashed amidst the mist, the cacophony of battle cries deafening. Lin Feng moved with agility, his sword slicing through the air with the swiftness of lightning, each strike imbued with fierce momentum, repelling the onslaught of the abominations time and again. Yet, the creatures continued to surge forth relentlessly, as if an endless tide, wave after wave crashing upon them. One disciple was inadvertently struck by a monster, collapsing to the ground, groaning in agony, his complexion ashen. "Hold on," Lin Feng rushed to his side, supporting him with concern and urgency etched across his face. As the battle intensified, the disciples' stamina waned, each attack became increasingly laborious, each defense demanding greater exertion. Would they prevail against these fiends and emerge from this misty labyrinth? Chapter 78 The Truth in the Mist. In the midst of a fierce struggle against the monstrous adversaries, Lin Feng was wholly focused, leaving no subtle movement of the creatures unnoticed. Gradually, he discerned their vulnerabilities. "Attack their abdomens," Lin Feng bellowed, his voice rang out clearly and powerfully through the blood-soaked and chaotic space, akin to a thunderclap slicing through the darkened sky. Upon hearing his command, everyone rallied their strength to strike at the monster's midsections. Each assault was imbued with resoluteness and valor, as the glimmer of swords and blades intertwined, accompanied by a chorus of enraged roars. Those roars seemed to pierce through the dense fog, reaching for the heavens. Indeed, the monster's movements began to slow, their once ferocious assaults gradually lost their potency, and their previously fearsome postures became weak and feeble. After a grueling battle, the last of the monsters was finally vanquished. The ground lay strewn with remnants and blood, bearing witness to this brutally intense conflict. The mist began to dissipate, revealing the weary fighters, gasping for breath, their bodies swaying precariously, resembling flickering candles in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. "Is it finally over?" a disciple uttered wearily. His voice was faint and hoarse, as if he had expended his last ounce of strength, collapsing to the ground in utter exhaustion. Yet, upon the complete dissipation of the mist, the sight that greeted them left them utterly astounded. Before them stood a magnificent palace, resplendent with gold and adorned with towering columns that seemed to pierce the heavens, majestic and awe-inspiring. The walls were embedded with jewels and pearls, radiating a dazzling brilliance that, rather than offering warmth and comfort, exuded an air of mystery and reverence. "What is happening?" the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Their eyes widened in disbelief, filled with a mix of wonder and fear of the unknown, their mouths agape as if they could accommodate a holy GG.at. That moment, a figure emerged from within the palace, a venerable elder. Clad in a pristine white robe, untouched by the dust of the world, his beard flowed like snow in the wind, and his gaze was deep and wise, as if he could perceive all truths and see through the fabric of existence. The elder's eyes sparkled as he addressed them. "You have finally arrived." His voice was calm and gentle, yet it carried an invisible weight, pressing upon their hearts like a heavy mountain. Lin Feng stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect, and inquired, "Senior, where exactly is this place?" His eyes were filled with confusion and anticipation, as though searching for a glimmer of hope in the darkness. The elder smiled faintly and replied, "This is the core of the ruins, all you have experienced is but a trial." His voice echoed within the vast palace, lingering in the air as if recounting an ancient and enigmatic tale. The group exchanged glances, the word trial stirring tumult within their already restless hearts. Of the elder continued, "Only by passing this trial will you earn the right to claim the treasures and heritage of the ruins. However, this is no simple task, for even greater challenges await you." His gaze swept over each individual, as chilling as a biting wind that sent shivers deep within their souls. "Senior, what exactly are these treasures and heritage?" a disciple could not help but ask, his voice laced with urgency and anxiety, brimming with a longing for the unknown and the trepidation it inspired. The elder shook his head gently. "The time has not yet come, you will come to know in due course, but I must caution you, the path ahead is fraught with peril, a moment's carelessness could lead to your utter ruin." His tone was grave and heavy, tightening the knots in their hearts once more. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng declared, "Rest assured, Senior, having come this far, we shall not falter." His voice was resolute and powerful, infused with determination and courage. The elder nodded slightly. "Very well, then follow me." They trailed behind the elder into the palace, where the opulence of the interior was even more pronounced. Gleaming jewels, exquisite murals, and priceless artifacts adorned the space, yet their minds were too preoccupied with anxiety regarding the unknown to appreciate the splendor around them. Suddenly, images began to appear upon the surrounding walls, depicting ancient battles and mysterious spells. Those scenes were so vividly alive that they transported the observers to a distant past. "What is this?" the group gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide and unblinking, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. The elder spoke, "These are the remnants of our forebears, concealing countless secrets and powers within. Would they successfully acquire the treasures and heritage?" Chapter 79, The Secrets of Heritage. The crowd followed closely behind the elder, their eyes fixated upon the images adorning the walls, their hearts brimming with curiosity and reverence. The scenes appeared almost alive, pulsating with an otherworldly luminescence that cast a kaleidoscope of colors upon their faces. These vivid depictions chronicled the monumental achievements and profound spells of their ancestors. The elder spoke slowly, his voice resonating through the vast palace, imbued with a weighty sense of history. Lin Feng could not contain his eagerness and inquired, "Elder, may we learn these spells?" His eyes sparkled with a fervent longing, his heart filled with aspirations for formidable power. The elder regarded him with a gaze that was both profound and complex, replying, "That depends on whether you possess the requisite talent and fortune. The cultivation of spells is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in haste, it demands exceptional insight and unwavering resolve. At that moment, a mysterious artifact materialized within one of the images, radiating an overwhelming force. The artifact emanated brilliant light, causing the very air around it to appear distorted. "What is this?" one disciple exclaimed in astonishment, his voice sharp with excitement as he instinctively leaned forward. The elder's expression grew grave as he responded, "This is one of the most powerful artifacts within the relics, possessing the capability to obliterate worlds. However, it is accompanied by tremendous peril. One must endure the final trial to have any hope of acquiring it." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. They were thrilled at the prospect of obtaining such a potent artifact, yet anxious about the formidable trials that lay ahead. "What is that final trial?" Lin Feng pressed urgently, his heart racing and beads of sweat forming on his brow. The elder paused for a moment, then spoke with deliberation, "It is a test of your inner selves. Only by steadfastly adhering to your true nature and resisting the allure of desire can you prevail. During this journey, you will confront the deepest fears and desires of your heart. A moment's lapse in caution could lead you to an irretrievable abyss." The disciples exchanged glances, apprehension and uncertainty evident in their eyes. They began to introspect, questioning whether they could withstand such an ordeal. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the depths of the palace. The sound seemed to emanate from a primordial beast, laden with fury and authority. "Not good, danger approaches." The elder shouted, his countenance instantly turning grave, his body tensed with alertness. The crowd immediately became tense, gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes darting towards the source of the sound. As the roar grew nearer, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them, the ground began to tremble slightly, and the gemstones on the walls flickered erratically. "Everyone, be cautious," as Lin Feng called out loudly. From the darkness emerged a colossal beast, its form reminiscent of a mountain, its body ensheathed in formidable scales that glimmered with a chilling sheen. Its eyes burned like fiery embers, and it exhaled a searing breath. "What manner of creature is this?" a disciple cried out in terror. The elder explained, "This is the guardian beast of the artifact. Only by vanquishing it can one earn the right to undertake the trial." Undaunted, Lin Feng charged towards the beast, leading the disciples into a fierce battle against the formidable foe. The beast swiped its enormous claws, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force. Lin Feng nimbly dodged, searching for the beast's vulnerabilities. One disciple, caught off guard, was struck and sent flying. "Be careful," Lin Feng shouted. As they struggled against the beast's relentless onslaught, they found themselves gradually trapped in a dire predicament, yet they refused to yield. Would they triumph over this formidable creature? And would they succeed in passing the ultimate test of their inner selves to obtain the artifact and the legacy? Chapter 80. A fierce confrontation. Lin Feng and his companions engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the colossal beast. Like a flash of lightning, Lin Feng darted forward, his longsword shimmering with a chilling brilliance as he thrust it repeatedly at the creature's vital points. His form was lithe and agile, each assault imbued with a resolve akin to burning boats behind him, as if he sought to vanquish the monster in a single strike. "Everyone, charge forth! Do not falter!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice reverberating through the vast palace, infused with fervent spirit and unwavering conviction. Inspired by his rallying cry, the other disciples unleashed their formidable skills, igniting a kaleidoscope of brilliance within the palace. Some wielded magical artifacts that erupted in resplendent light, unleashing fierce assaults upon the beast. Others invoked arcane spells, summoning elemental forces to encircle them, bolstering their strength and defenses. The beast roared, spewing forth torrents of raging flames that engulfed everything in its vicinity. The intensity of the fire was searing, as if capable of reducing all to mere ashes. "Scatter!" Lin Feng urgently commanded, his eyes brimming with anxiety and concern, fearing for the safety of his fellow disciples amidst the inferno. The group swiftly evaded, yet some were caught unawares, suffering burns from the flames. They writhed in agony, yet gritted their teeth, resolutely rejoining the fray. "Damn it!" Lin Feng's eyes blazed with fury, his assaults growing ever more ferocious. His sword danced like a tempest, denying the creature even a moment's respite. Each strike resonated with his formidable inner strength, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. The monster, unyielding, retaliated with ferocity, its massive form stirring a whirlwind. Its tail lashed out like a stout steel whip, tearing through the air with violent force. "Watch out, quickly evade," a disciple cried out, their faces paling in terror. In this critical moment, Lin Feng soared into the air, channeling all his might into a single strike aimed at the beast's tail. His body traced a graceful arc through the sky, the radiance of his sword reaching its zenith. A shriek echoed as a deep gash appeared on the monster's tail, dark blood gushing forth and splattering onto the ground, releasing a pungent odor. Furious, the beast pivoted and lunged toward Lin Feng, its eyes ablaze with hatred and murderous intent, vowing to annihilate him. Undaunted, Lin Feng executed a somersault in midair, landing deftly on the ground. He swiftly dodged the creature's onslaught, simultaneously thrusting his sword toward its abdomen. The other disciples, seizing the opportunity presented by the monster's focus on Lin Feng, unleashed their own attacks. Spells and weapons rained down upon the beast, overwhelming it with a barrage of strikes. However, the creature's defenses were formidable. Despite its numerous wounds, its offensive power remained undiminished. It spun violently, swiping its claws, sending another disciple hurtling against the palace wall with a resounding crash. "Hold fast. We shall surely triumph over it." Lin Feng encouraged his comrades, their spirits reigniting as they once more engaged in fierce combat with the beast. Within the palace, a tumult of light and the deafening clamor of battle filled the air, as Lin Feng and his allies fought with unrelenting intensity. Though Lin Feng's stamina waned, his gaze remained resolute. He understood that retreat was not an option. Only by conquering this beast could they hope to survive and attain the coveted legacy. The monster, sensing their indomitable spirit, escalated its onslaught to a frenzied level. Could Lin Feng successfully withstand the creature's renewed assault? Would they ultimately prevail against the monstrous foe? Chapter 81. A turning point in hope. Just as Lin Feng and his companions found themselves locked in a stalemate against the monstrous foes, their strength waning, a mysterious radiance suddenly illuminated the palace. This light was not blindingly brilliant, but rather soft and warm, akin to the first gentle rays of dawn, delicately cascading upon the earth. In an instant, this ethereal glow captured the attention of both the warriors and the beasts. The creatures, previously consumed by frenzied assaults, hesitated momentarily, their fiery eyes now filled with confusion and wariness. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng inhaled deeply, his chest heaving violently as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. splattering onto the stone floor beneath him. His gaze remained fixed upon the enigmatic light, his heart a tumult of apprehension regarding its origin, mingled with a flicker of hope that it might herald a turning point. From within the luminescence, a figure slowly emerged. As the crowd peered closely, they beheld a mysterious woman. She was adorned in a flowing cerulean robe, seemingly dyed in the purest hue of the sky, embellished with intricate patterns that shimmered and danced with an otherworldly glow. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a dark waterfall, swaying gently with each step she took. Her skin was as flawless as freshly fallen snow, translucent and radiant, her features exquisitely sculpted as if wrought by a master artisan. Her eyes resembled deep, tranquil lakes, clear and serene, yet brimming with boundless wisdom and strength. A subtle smile graced her lips, as if her mere presence could dispel all shadows of despair from the world. With a gentle lift of her hand, a formidable force surged toward the beasts, an invisible and formless power that bore an irresistible weight. The creatures were instantaneously pushed back several paces, their massive forms rendered small and fragile before this overwhelming might. They roared in fury, attempting to resist, but to no avail. "Who dares to challenge me?" one beast bellowed, its voice laced with rage and trepidation, for it had never encountered such a formidable opponent. The woman smiled softly, her expression as soothing as a spring breeze, instilling a profound sense of comfort and assurance. "I have come to lend them a helping hand." Her voice rang clear and melodious, like a crystal brook flowing through the mountains. Lin Feng hurried forward to express his gratitude. "Thank you, my lady, for your assistance." His eyes sparkled with appreciation and reverence. She nodded gracefully and replied, "This beast is exceptionally fierce. We must unite our efforts if we are to prevail." Her gaze swept over the assembled warriors, brimming with determination and confidence. Upon hearing her words, the morale of the group surged. One disciple exclaimed, "With your support, we shall surely vanquish this beast." "Be cautious," she warned, "for its strength is formidable. We must not let our guard down." With that, the woman summoned her powers once more, and beams of light shot forth from her hands, encircling the beast and forming a confining halo. The creature struggled desperately, attempting to break free from this luminous prison, but to no avail. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng launched himself into the fray, his sword aimed directly at the beast's eye. The creature sensed the impending danger and swiftly turned its head, yet Lin Feng managed to graze its cheek. Roar! The beast howled in rage, dark blood oozing from its wound. The other disciples joined in, unleashing a torrent of spells and weapons upon the creature. Gradually, the beast found itself ensnared in a web of attacks. However, it did not surrender easily. With a sudden surge of power, it broke free from the woman's binding light. It opened its gaping maw and lunged toward her. Unfazed, the woman formed a protective seal with her hands, and a shimmering shield materialized before her. The beast's assault struck the shield with a deafening crash, yet it remained steadfast and unyielding. In that critical moment, Lin Feng took advantage of the distraction and struck the beast's hind leg with his sword. The creature, wounded, turned its wrathful gaze toward him. Just then, the woman unleashed another powerful spell that struck the beast squarely in its abdomen. With a pained cry, the creature collapsed to the ground. The group exhaled in relief, gathering around triumphantly. "We have finally defeated it," one disciple exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The woman cautioned, "This is merely a temporary victory. We have more significant tasks ahead of us." Lin Feng inquired, "My lady, what shall we do next?" She gazed into the depths of the palace and responded, "The true trial lies ahead." With the woman's arrival, how would the tide of battle shift? Would they successfully overcome the monstrous foe? Chapter 82. Delving into the palace. After successfully vanquishing the monstrous foe, the group took a brief respite before continuing their journey deeper into the palace, guided by the enigmatic woman. Their forms appeared somewhat hazy in the dim light, each step imbued with both caution and anticipation. The corridors within the palace grew increasingly profound, their walls adorned with flickering, peculiar runes that seemed to possess a life of their own, pulsating and shifting in color, exuding an aura of unfathomable mystery. A musty scent pervaded the atmosphere, as if the weight of ages had coalesced in this very place. "Be cautious, there may yet be unknown dangers lurking here," Lin Feng warned, his voice resonating through the expansive corridor, laced with gravity. The group advanced with trepidation, their footsteps echoing in the stillness, the solitary sound that pierced the enveloping silence. Their breaths came through distinctly, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Suddenly, a low, resonant buzzing sound emerged from ahead. The noise grew nearer, clearer, reminiscent of a multitude of wings in harmonious flight. "What is that sound?" a disciple inquired anxiously, his voice trembling slightly as he unconsciously tightened his grip on his weapon. In a moment, a swarm of black flying insects surged forth from the shadows, resembling a dark cloud rushing towards them. Each insect was as large as a fist, their wings beating rapidly, producing a disquieting drone. Their eyes glimmered with a red hue, and their sharp mandibles instilled a sense of dread. "Oh no, it's a swarm of venomous wasps," the woman gasped, her expression suddenly grave as she recoiled several paces. The group hastily brandished their weapons in defense, the glint of swords and the flash of blades intertwining, yet the sheer number of wasps was overwhelming and ferocious. Undeterred by the onslaught, they surged forward relentlessly. One disciple inadvertently fell victim to a wasp sting, erupting into a scream.
"Ah, my arm!"
His limb swelled rapidly, the pain rendering him nearly incapacitated. Lin Feng, frantic, shouted, "Everyone, gather close, back to back.
Do not allow the wasps an opportunity to strike."
The group quickly huddled together, forming a tight defensive circle, yet the wasps continued their relentless assault, their buzzing filling the corridor, inducing a sense of vertigo. The woman furrowed her brow, her hands weaving intricate signs as she chanted incantations. A beam of light emanated from her palms, coalescing into a protective barrier that temporarily staved off the wasps' advances.
"Now's our chance. We must find a way to break through," she urged.
Lin Feng, with unwavering resolve, declared, "Follow me." He swung his sword, carving a path through the swarm. Where the blade swept, wasps fell in droves. The others trailed closely behind, striving to push forward, yet the wasps pursued tenaciously, with more disciples succumbing to their stings.
"This cannot continue."
Lin Feng thought desperately. Just then, he noticed a narrow opening on one side of the corridor, perhaps an escape from the wasps' relentless attack.
Quickly, over there, he pointed towards the opening, urging the group. They rushed towards the crevice, one after another slipping inside. Though the space was cramped, the wasps could not penetrate. Finally, the group found temporary reprieve from the threat, gasping for breath. "What shall we do next?" a disciple inquired.
Lin Feng gazed at the circling wasps outside the opening and replied, "We must wait until they disperse before we continue our exploration of the palace's secrets." As moments ticked by, the wasps showed no signs of departing. How would they confront this swarm and resume their quest to unveil the palace's mysteries? Chapter 83 The mysterious mechanism and the constricted entrance. The group anxiously awaited, yet the venomous swarm showed no signs of dispersing. The atmosphere within the cramped space grew increasingly oppressive, each person's breath laden with a palpable weight. "This cannot continue, we cannot remain trapped here indefinitely," Lin Feng remarked, his brow furrowed, his gaze emanated determination and courage, as he sought a means to breach their predicament. The enigmatic woman surveyed her surroundings, her keen eyes missing no detail. Suddenly, she noticed peculiar protrusions on the cave wall. These irregular shapes varied in form, some circular, others square, seemingly arranged without pattern, yet hinting at an underlying mystery. "This may be a mechanism of some sort," she whispered, her voice ringing clear amidst the tense atmosphere. Lin Feng leaned closer to inspect, noting the rough surface, marked by the passage of time. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to press one of the protrusions. With a resounding rumble, the cave wall began to shift slowly. The already heightened tension among the group escalated, their hearts racing as they fixated on the moving wall. "Not good, we might have triggered a perilous mechanism," someone exclaimed, their voice laced with fear and unease. Instantly, the group tensed, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Some disciples gripped their weapons tightly, their bodies taut with vigilance, others instinctively stepped back, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. As the wall continued to shift, an ancient odor enveloped them, inducing a sense of suffocation. Behind the wall, a new passage emerged, shrouded in a faint mist that obscured their view of what lay ahead.
"Where does this lead?" a trembling disciple inquired.
Lin Feng inhaled deeply and stated, "Regardless of where it leads, we must investigate, it may be our only escape." The group exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to follow Lin Feng into the new passage. They cautiously advanced, the ground beneath them damp, and droplets of water occasionally falling from the walls. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from ahead, reminiscent of something crawling.
"Be cautious."
Lin Feng halted, signaling for silence. The noise grew closer, and their heartbeats quickened. Emerging from the mist was a swarm of colossal spiders, each towering over a person, their hairy legs evoking sheer terror. "What manner of beast is this?" a disciple stammered, their voice trembling.
"Fear not, we shall face them together." Lin Feng gritted his teeth, rallying the group.
One by one, they unleashed their skills, engaging in a fierce battle against the spiders. Lin Feng's sword danced through the swarm, each strike imbued with lethal intent. The mysterious woman's spells blazed brightly, repelling the spiders' assaults time and again. The disciples, undeterred, fought valiantly. However, the sheer number of spiders and the corrosive nature of their venom proved formidable. One disciple inadvertently fell victim to the venom, collapsing to the ground, groaning in agony.
"Hold on!" Lin Feng shouted.
The battle intensified, and fatigue began to take its toll on the group. At that moment, the enigmatic woman discerned the spider's weakness. "Aim for their abdomens," she proclaimed. The group, upon hearing this, focused their efforts on the spider's vulnerable spots. Indeed, the spider's movements began to slow, gradually diminishing their combat effectiveness. After a grueling struggle, the last of the spiders was vanquished. The weary group collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. We have no way of knowing what dangers await us ahead, one disciple said, anxiety evident in their voice.
Lin Feng rose to his feet, asserting, no matter the dangers that lie ahead, we cannot falter.
They pressed onward, the mist thickening within the passage, and the path ahead growing ever more uncertain. What would transpire next? Chapter 84. The traps in the mist. After vanquishing the spider, the group pressed onward through the passage. The mist thickened increasingly, rendering the path ahead nearly invisible. The air was saturated with a damp, decaying odor that instilled an inexplicable sense of oppression. Be cautious of your footing, Lin Feng cautioned. His voice, somewhat muffled by the fog, resonated with concern and vigilance. No sooner had he spoken than a disciple emitted a blood-curdling scream, vanishing in an instant. The echo of that cry reverberated through the narrow corridor, causing every heart to constrict in terror. What is happening? The group exclaimed in sheer panic, their eyes darting anxiously around in search of the lost disciple. It soon became evident that the ground was riddled with concealed traps. These perilous snares were cleverly camouflaged beneath the mist and the damp earth, making them nearly undetectable. The depth of these traps was unknown. Once ensnared, the fate of the victim was uncertain. Spread out, and do not move recklessly, Lin Feng shouted, his voice steady and commanding, striving to calm the frantic emotions of the others. Cautiously, the group remained rooted in place, hesitant to stir. Lin Feng gradually approached the spot where the disciple had vanished, crouching down to scrutinize the ground. This trap is laid with such finesse. It appears we must tread carefully, Lin Feng murmured to himself, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The enigmatic woman approached and, kneeling beside him, gently traced her fingers over the surface. I sense that there is a pattern to these traps, she remarked. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. We must collaborate to uncover clues and discover a safe passage. The group began to disperse, meticulously exploring the surrounding ground. Each step was taken with trepidation, fearful of inadvertently falling into another trap. Over here, there seem to be some markings, a disciple called out. Lin Feng and the others swiftly gathered around, noticing shallow scratches on the ground, indications that someone had traversed this way before. Perhaps this is the lead we need, Lin Feng suggested. They followed the scratches cautiously, every movement imbued with deliberation. However, at that moment, another disciple inadvertently triggered a trap. It sprang open instantaneously, and the disciple plummeted downward. Grab my hand, shouted a nearby disciple, swiftly reaching out to seize the falling disciple's wrist. Together, they pulled him back from the maw of the trap. That was close. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. After a strenuous exploration, they finally discerned a pattern to the traps. It seems these traps are arranged in a specific design, Lin Feng observed. The mysterious woman nodded, saying, let us carefully navigate around the traps according to this pattern. The group proceeded, step by step, each movement requiring meticulous thought, their heartbeats quickening. Just as they believed they were on the verge of safe passage, a sudden, violent tremor shook the ground. Trouble! We may have triggered a larger mechanism, Lin Feng exclaimed. The ground began to quake violently, and the traps became increasingly animated, opening and closing erratically. Quickly, rush forward! Lin Feng shouted. The group hesitated no longer, sprinting desperately ahead. In the chaos, several disciples tragically fell into the traps. Don't worry about me, you must escape, the trapped disciple cried out. Lin Feng's heart ached, but he understood that pausing was not an option. At last, they successfully navigated through the treacherous trap-laden area, yet, the fate of those who had fallen remained uncertain. Lin Feng gazed back at the traps, his eyes brimming with sorrow and determination. We must find the treasure and the legacy. We cannot allow their sacrifices to be in vain, Lin Feng declared. The others nodded in agreement, resolutely continuing forward. What further dangers and challenges awaited them? Chapter 85 of the Mysterious Voice. After experiencing the harrowing ordeal of the trap, the group pressed on through the enveloping mist. The fog within the passage seemed to possess a life of its own, continually wrapping around their bodies, rendering each step extraordinarily arduous. The mist clung like a viscous liquid, hindering their progress and instilling a profound sense of oppression and suffocation. At that moment, a faint yet enigmatic voice echoed through the corridor, appearing to emanate from distant depths while simultaneously whispering in their ears. The voice resembled a ghostly murmur, intermittently flickering in and out, elusive and unpredictable. Did you hear that? One disciple inquired, trembling as he spoke. His voice was laden with fear and uncertainty, instinctively drawing closer to his companions, as if seeking solace in their proximity. The group halted, straining to listen. The voice ebbed and flowed, akin to the lament of the wind, or perhaps an ancient incantation, sending shivers down their spines. Each note seemed to carry an invisible force, striking their souls and awakening an indescribable terror within them. This voice appears to be guiding us, Lin Feng remarked, his brow furrowed as he endeavored to decipher the message contained within the sound. His gaze reflected determination and curiosity. Despite the turmoil within, he was resolute in uncovering the source and purpose of the voice. They moved in the direction of the sound, the ground beneath their feet growing increasingly damp, while cold droplets of water began to seep from the walls. Each droplet fell to the ground with a sharp clarity, resonating in the silence of the passageway. The heartbeat of the group intertwined with the mysterious voice, weaving a peculiar melody that echoed through the stillness. As they delved deeper, the voice gradually became clearer, as if countless souls were recounting ancient tales, or secrets hidden in darkness were on the verge of revelation. The voice brimmed with mystery and allure, irresistibly drawing them closer, compelling them to seek the truth behind it. What could this possibly be? Another disciple could not help but ask, his voice sharp with tension. His wide eyes reflected a mix of fear and confusion in the face of the unknown. Lin Feng shook his head and replied, I do not know, but since we have come this far, we must uncover the truth. His voice was resolute and strong, aiming to instill a modicum of courage and hope among the group. The mysterious woman appeared particularly cautious, her eyes glinting with vigilance. She meticulously surveyed her surroundings, gripping her weapon tightly, ever prepared to confront any potential danger. Suddenly, the voice grew urgent, as if urging them to quicken their pace. The group instinctively hastened their steps, their unease intensifying. The sound echoed like a rapid drumbeat, striking at their hearts and quickening their breaths. Wait, everyone be cautious. Lin Feng suddenly called out. His voice reverberated through the passage, but it was too late. A disciple ahead had stepped into an unseen pitfall. Help! His cries for rescue reverberated through the corridor, filled with despair and terror. The sound echoed in the narrow passage, causing their hearts to clench in an instant. Lin Feng and the others quickly halted, striving to devise a rescue plan. With great effort, they utilized their weapons and ropes to pull the fallen disciple back to safety. Fortunately, he is unharmed. Lin Feng sighed in relief, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes reflecting concern and gratitude. However, the mysterious voice did not falter in the wake of this incident. Rather, it grew more insistent, as though urging them onward without a moment's pause for hesitation. They continued forward, the environment around them becoming increasingly bizarre. Strange patterns began to emerge on the walls, appearing to shift and swirl, dazzling the eye. These patterns were vibrant and peculiar, adorned with mysterious symbols and lines, as if narrating an untold history. These patterns seemed to hold significance, the mysterious woman observed, her gaze intent and serious as she attempted to decode the secrets concealed within the designs. Lin Feng scrutinized the patterns, seeking to unravel their mysteries, his eyes flitting between the details, leaving no nuance overlooked. At that moment, the voice abruptly ceased, plunging the entire passage into an oppressive silence. The sudden stillness enveloped them, instilling a profound sense of dread, as if the world itself had frozen in that instant. The group exchanged apprehensive glances, their unease reaching a climax. Their eyes brimmed with confusion and fear, uncertain of what awaited them next. What is happening? Someone ventured to ask, their voice jarringly loud in the hushed corridor, yet no one could provide an answer. No one replied, for none possessed the knowledge to do so. Their hearts were consumed by fear and uncertainty, compelling them to advance in silence. They continued onward, filled with trepidation and doubt, each step feeling as if they were treading into an abyss of the unknown. Abruptly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. The brilliance stood out starkly against the darkness, a beacon of hope amidst the gloom. What is that? The group exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes drawn to the radiant light, hearts swelling with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. They quickened their pace toward the light, oblivious to what awaited them. Their footsteps echoed through the passage, shattering the oppressive silence. From whence does this mysterious voice originate, and whither will it lead them? Chapter 86, The Secrets Behind the Radiance. The crowd hurried towards the enigmatic light, their hearts a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. As they drew nearer, the brilliance intensified, illuminating their faces as if it were the broad light of day. Upon reaching the source, they discovered the radiance emanated from a half-open stone door. The door stood tall and sturdy, adorned with ancient and mysterious runes, as if whispering tales from epochs long past. Could this be the exit? One disciple asked with eager anticipation, his voice trembling slightly yet his gaze brimming with yearning. Lin Feng cautiously advanced and gently pushed the stone door ajar. The sight within left them all in awe. Before them lay a vast stone chamber, filled with an array of rare treasures. There were resplendent gemstones, each shimmering with the brilliance of distant stars, exquisite artifacts pulsating with formidable energy, and ancient scrolls that seemed to harbor boundless knowledge and secrets. The radiance emanated from these treasures, intertwining to create a magnificent spectacle. Is this the treasure we have been searching for all along? Someone exclaimed excitedly, his voice rising in fervor, unable to resist the urge to rush inside. However, at that moment, a low, thunderous roar reverberated through the chamber. The sound seemed to emerge from the very depths of hell, imbued with fury and authority. Be cautious! Lin Feng shouted. His voice instantly quelled their excitement, prompting everyone to grip their weapons tightly, alertly gazing towards the source of the sound. From the depths of the chamber, a colossal figure gradually emerged. It towered like a mountain, its body cloaked in hardened scales, each glinting with a cold sheen, its eyes blazed like fiery orbs, exhaling a searing breath. "What manner of beast is this?" a disciple inquired in terror. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon the creature and declared, "Whatever it may be, we must approach with caution." The beast advanced with heavy steps, each footfall causing the ground to tremble slightly. The crowd began to retreat, their hearts laden with fear, yet Lin Feng remained steadfast, showing no sign of retreat. "Fear not, let us face it together." Lin Feng rallied. With that, he charged towards the beast, his sword glinting with luminescence. Encouraged by his bravery, the other disciples rallied their courage and followed in his wake. In an instant, the chamber was alive with flashes of light and the sounds of battle cries. Lin Feng's sword struck the creature's scales, sending sparks flying, yet it failed to breach its defenses. The creature swung its massive claws towards them. One disciple, unable to evade in time, was struck and sent flying. "Be careful!" Lin Feng shouted. A mysterious woman unleashed her powerful spells, beams of light shooting towards the beast, yet the creature appeared to possess a formidable resistance to these magical assaults, sustaining little damage. "This cannot continue. We must uncover its weakness." Lin Feng urged. As they fought the creature, they searched for its vulnerable spot. After a fierce struggle, they discerned that its abdomen seemed notably softer. "Attack its abdomen," Lin Feng commanded. Everyone concentrated their efforts on the creature's midsection. The beast roared in agony, launching a frenzied counterattack. In that critical moment, Lin Feng noticed that the creature's eyes appeared to be its Achilles heel. "I will draw its attention. You all take this opportunity to strike at its eyes," Lin Feng proclaimed. With that, he dashed towards the creature, relentlessly provoking it. The beast, enraged by Lin Feng's antics, pursued him vigorously. Seizing the moment, the other disciples unleashed their attacks, beams of light targeting the creature's eyes. With a piercing scream, the beast collapsed to the ground. The crowd exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the floor in exhaustion. "We have finally defeated it," one disciple remarked. Lin Feng surveyed the treasures strewn about and said, "These artifacts must hold significant purpose. We must exercise caution in our distribution." At that moment, new changes unfolded within the chamber. Words suddenly appeared on the walls, seemingly recounting the origins and purposes of these treasures. Would they be able to decipher the meaning of these inscriptions, and could they successfully carry away the treasures? Chapter 87, The Dilemma of Selection. Just as the group had triumphed over the monstrous foe and had yet to catch their breath, the inscriptions on the walls began to emit a peculiar luminescence. The characters appeared to come to life, soaring through the air in a mesmerizing dance. These symbols shimmered with an enigmatic glow, akin to the dazzling stars scattered across the night sky, leaving the onlookers entranced. "What does this mean?" a disciple inquired, astonishment etched across his face. His eyes widened as he attempted to grasp the swiftly moving characters, confusion and panic evident in his expression. Lin Feng scrutinized the swirling words intently, his brow furrowed as he endeavored to decipher their significance. His gaze meticulously followed the trajectory of each character, his mind racing to discern patterns and clues amid the apparent chaos. The mysterious woman remarked, "It seems these inscriptions are hinting to us that these treasures are not easily obtained." Her voice was crisp and composed, flowing through the tense atmosphere like a refreshing stream. Indeed, the characters gradually coalesced into a coherent message. Although the treasures were plentiful, only one could be chosen, and the selection would lead to unforeseen trials. The group exchanged glances, lost in contemplation. Their eyes flitted among the array of enticing treasures, hearts filled with turmoil and hesitation. "What shall we do?" one disciple exclaimed, unable to contain his eagerness. His voice carried a note of urgency and longing as he fixated on the artifact, radiating potent waves of power, envisioning himself wielding it with an air of authority. Lin Feng stated, "Yet we must make a choice. This may very well be another test for us." His gaze was resolute and composed, aware of the allure these treasures held, yet understanding the necessity of maintaining clarity of mind in this moment. Some leaned towards selecting the artifact emanating a strong aura, believing it would augment their own strength. "With this artifact, we would gain assurance in the martial world, unafraid of formidable adversaries," a burly disciple asserted, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for power. Others were drawn to the scroll imbued with arcane knowledge, convinced that knowledge itself was an inexhaustible source of strength. Power is finite, but knowledge can continually expand our horizons, allowing us to traverse further along our path of cultivation, a scholarly disciple murmured softly, his gaze unwavering from the scroll. Meanwhile, some were captivated by the resplendent gemstones, envisioning the wealth and glory they could bring. "With these gems, we could lead lives of abundance and bestow immense riches upon our sect. What could be more gratifying?" a short-sighted disciple exclaimed with excitement. As moments tick by, they realize the urgency of their decision. Each individual wrestled with inner turmoil, weighing the pros and cons. Lin Feng spoke once more. We must not be swayed by immediate gains. We must consider the long-term implications. While the artifact may be powerful, if we cannot master its force, it might instead turn against us. The gemstones, though alluring, could invite trouble and envy. The knowledge within the scroll may allow us to transcend our current boundaries and reach greater heights. The mysterious woman concurred. Lin Feng is correct. Our undertaking is not merely for personal gain, but for the future of our sect. A misguided choice may lead to our own undoing. The others reflected deeply on their words. The burly disciple, who had initially yearned for the artifact, began to waver, acknowledging, "Perhaps you are right, but the allure of power is indeed overwhelming." Likewise, the disciple enamored with the gemstones began to reconsider. Wealth is undeniably important, yet if it leads to the loss of something far more precious, it would be a grave mistake. As the group remained in a state of indecision, Lin Feng suddenly proclaimed, "Hear me, everyone. We are a team, and our choice should prioritize the collective benefit. I propose we vote on the matter." Consensus swept through the group, and after an intense discussion and subsequent voting, the majority resolved to select the scroll containing the enigmatic knowledge. At the moment they reached their decision, the inscriptions on the wall shimmered once more, as if responding to their choice. Had they truly made the right decision, what unknown trials awaited them next? Chapter 88 The Unknown Trial. Upon selecting the scrolls imbued with arcane knowledge, the entire stone chamber suddenly began to tremble violently, as the walls around them commenced to crumble, with debris cascading down. Enormous stones plummeted from above, raising clouds of dust and rendering the already tense atmosphere even more suffocating. "This is bad, the trial has begun." Lin Feng exclaimed loudly. His voice resonated distinctly amid the chaos, striving to maintain the composure of the group. The disciples hurriedly shielded their heads, the scene descending into utter disarray. Some were grazed by falling rocks, emitting cries of pain. Others, in their panic, lost their bearings and scattered in all directions. Once the shaking subsided, they beheld a colossal stone door before them, intricately adorned with complex runes and patterns. Those runes pulsated with an eerie luminescence, as if recounting ancient and enigmatic tales. "Behind this door lies the realm of the trial," the mysterious woman remarked, her gaze revealing a blend of determination and curiosity. Despite the impending unknown challenges, she exhibited no sign of retreat. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and approached the stone door, gently pushing it. The door creaked open slowly, unleashing a formidable force that swept over them, drawing them into its embrace. They felt as though they were caught in a vortex, their bodies involuntarily spiraling as the surroundings blurred into obscurity. When they regained their footing, they found themselves in a bizarre expanse, shrouded in thick mist, with boundaries concealed from view. The fog hung heavily, enveloping everything in its midst, instilling a profound sense of confusion and dread. "Everyone, be cautious and do not stray apart," Lin Feng called out. His voice echoed weakly through the mist. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when unsettling laughter emerged from the fog, reverberating ominously like a sinister melody from the abyss, laden with malice and mockery. "Who is it?" a disciple inquired, his voice trembling with fear and trepidation. No answer came, only the laughter continued to resonate, weaving a chilling symphony within the mist. Suddenly, dark shadows lunged forth from the fog, hurtling towards them. These shadows moved with astonishing speed, akin to phantoms, evading capture with ease. The group hastily engaged, entering into fierce combat with the shadows. Lin Feng wielded his sword, its glimmering blade flashing as he attempted to repel the encroaching darkness, yet, the shadows proved exceedingly agile, consistently dodging his strikes and seizing opportunities to retaliate. One disciple was inadvertently struck by a shadow, collapsing to the ground in agony. "Help me!" his cries echoed helplessly within the fog. The other disciples rushed to assist, only to be besieged by even more shadows. Their movements were swift, and their strength formidable, causing the group to gradually feel overwhelmed. Their stamina waned, while the shadows intensified their onslaught. "This cannot continue, we must discern their weakness," Lin Feng shouted amidst fending off the shadows. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his eyes filled with urgency and resolve. After a period of observation, the mysterious woman noticed that the shadows momentarily halted upon contact with light. "Illuminate them," she urged, her voice imbued with surprise and hope. The group promptly conjured various illumination spells, and in an instant, radiance flickered through the mist. The shadows' attacks were indeed curtailed, their movements growing sluggish, yet, just as they believed they had gained the upper hand, more formidable foes emerged from the mist. These adversaries loomed large, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled profound pressure. "What on earth is this?" a disciple uttered in terror. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and declared, "Regardless of what it is, we cannot falter." The group summoned their courage once more, engaging in a desperate struggle against the newly manifested enemies. In this arduous trial, could they unite as one, vanquish their foes, and emerge victorious? Chapter 89 Dawn in desperation. In the fierce struggle against formidable foes, the group gradually found themselves physically exhausted, their bodies marred by numerous wounds. Each breath they took grew heavy and rapid, their eyes betraying a profound weariness and despair. Were they truly destined to perish here? A disciple cried out in desperation, his voice laced with fear and helplessness, his weapon trembling in his unsteady grasp. Lin Feng gasped for breath and proclaimed with conviction, "As long as we do not surrender, hope remains." Though his voice was hoarse, it resonated with unwavering strength, and his gaze still burned with indomitable spirit. At that moment, the mysterious woman suddenly noticed that the scroll they had chosen was emanating a faint glow. The light initially flickered like a will-o'-the-wisp, barely discernible amidst the dense darkness. "Look at the scroll," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise and anticipation, as if she had glimpsed a glimmer of dawn in the abyss. The eyes of the crowd turned towards the scroll. Its light, albeit feeble, appeared remarkably vivid against the encroaching gloom. It resembled a dying star, yet it persisted in its flickering brilliance. Lin Feng seemed to grasp the significance of this revelation. He dashed towards the scroll and seized it. The moment his hands touched its surface, a warm and powerful energy coursed through his body, revitalizing his weary form. Instantly, the glow of the scroll intensified, illuminating everything around it. The radiance was akin to the rising sun, dispelling the oppressive darkness and bathing the entire space in a daylight brilliance. The shadows and formidable adversaries, now illuminated by this divine light, found their movements sluggish, their once fearsome visages twisted in terror under the brilliance, as if subdued by the sacred illumination. "Now is our moment, let us strike together," Lin Feng urged, his voice brimming with resolve and courage, his sword glinting in the light as he led the charge against the enemy. Hope rekindled in the hearts of the group, who summoned their final reserves of strength and launched a ferocious assault. The interplay of spells and the glimmer of weapons intertwined in a dazzling and intense spectacle. One disciple swung his long knife fiercely at a shadow, which let out a ghastly wail before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Another conjured a powerful fire spell, reducing the enemy before him to ashes. Lin Feng found himself engaged in a fierce duel with a towering adversary. Their weapons clashed, sending sparks flying. Under the radiant light, he discerned the enemy's vulnerabilities and struck a decisive blow, sending the foe crashing to the ground. The mysterious woman, not to be outdone, unleashed a torrent of energy from her staff, repelling the surrounding enemies. United in their efforts, the number of adversaries dwindled, and the tide of battle began to shift in their favor. However, the enemy was not prepared to capitulate easily. They launched a final, desperate counterattack, attempting to make a last stand. One shadow seized the opportunity to ambush Lin Feng, leaving a deep gash on his back. "Lin Feng," the mysterious woman gasped. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain, and turned to vanquish the shadow with a swift stroke of his sword. After a fierce struggle, the last enemy was finally eliminated. The group collapsed in exhaustion, gasping for breath, yet the fear and despair that once clouded their eyes were replaced by the joy of victory and a renewed sense of hope. "We did it," a disciple exclaimed with exhilaration. Lin Feng gazed at the scroll in his hand and remarked, "It is this scroll that has granted us strength and hope." The mysterious woman nodded with a smile, "Perhaps that is the very significance of our choice." Bathed in the glow, they felt as though they could see the path ahead, fraught with challenges yet brimming with promise. What adventures awaited them next? Chapter 90 A new journey. After triumphing over a formidable adversary, the group leaned against one another, utterly exhausted. Each visage bore the marks of fatigue and the relief of survival, with wounds still throbbing subtly, yet their eyes sparkled with newfound resolve and composure. It was truly a brush with death, one disciple lamented, his voice weak and hoarse, as if he had exhausted his last vestige of strength. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his garments drenched in perspiration. Lin Feng gazed contemplatively at the scroll in his hands, which radiated a warm luminescence. This glow was akin to the gentle sun of winter, bestowing upon him an inexplicable sense of solace and vigor. He tenderly caressed the cover of the scroll, as if he could feel the boundless wisdom and enigmatic power it contained. The mysterious woman spoke, "Yet we have persevered, this radiance symbolizes our hope." Her voice was both gentle and resolute, her eyes glimmering with anticipation for the future. She approached Lin Feng, standing beside him as they both contemplated the scroll. At that moment, the surrounding space began to shift, and a portal slowly materialized before them. The portal emanated a mysterious light, swirling like a vortex, evoking feelings of curiosity and trepidation. "What is this?" the others exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the sudden appearance of the portal, their hearts brimming with uncertainty. Lin Feng rose to his feet and declared, "Perhaps this is the path to a new journey." His voice resonated with conviction and strength, instilling a flicker of courage and confidence among the group. Taking a deep breath, he boldly stepped toward the portal. The others exchanged determined glances before resolutely following him into the portal. As they traversed the threshold, they felt a powerful force tugging at their bodies, and the scenery before them became a blur. Upon emerging from the portal, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. The landscape was picturesque, with crystal-clear waters and air imbued with the fragrant essence of blooming flowers and verdant foliage. The distant mountains undulated gracefully, shrouded in mist, resembling a scene from a celestial paradise, yet, beneath this beautiful facade lingered an aura of mystery. "Where are we?" as someone inquired, his voice tinged with confusion and concern. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings and replied, "No matter where we are, we must face it with courage." His gaze was steadfast and daring, as if he was prepared to confront any challenge that lay ahead. They commenced their exploration of this new domain, the grass beneath their feet soft and springy, each step resonating with the vitality of nature. Along the way, they encountered an array of peculiar flora, some blossoms radiating vibrant light, while others took on shapes that seemed like masterpieces of the natural world. Before long, they stumbled upon an ancient temple nestled at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by towering trees that lent it an air of solemnity. The temple's entrance was firmly shut, yet a potent wave of energy emanated from within. Lin Feng approached and gently pushed against the door, only to find it immovable. "This door appears to be sealed by some force," the mysterious woman remarked. The group began to search for clues around the temple, hoping to discover a means to unlock the entrance. One disciple found a stone tablet on the side of the temple, inscribed with strange characters. "What does this mean?" he asked, bewildered. Lin Feng scrutinized the inscriptions, endeavoring to decipher their significance. After considerable effort, he grasped some of the clues. "It seems to be a riddle that we must unravel to open the door," he stated. The others gathered around, collectively pondering how to solve this enigma. As time ticked away, they experimented with various approaches, yet the correct solution eluded them. Just as frustration began to set in, Lin Feng suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. "I understand," he exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Following his intuition, Lin Feng pressed several symbols onto a stone slab in front of the temple. A deep, resonant sound echoed as the temple's door gradually creaked open. The sight that awaited them within left them in awe. What discoveries would they uncover in this ancient temple? Chapter 91: The Secrets of the Mysterious Temple. The grand entrance creaked open, revealing a rush of ancient and enigmatic air. Cautiously, the group stepped into the temple, where the dim light barely illuminated the space, only a few oil lamps flickering weakly. The feeble glow swayed in the darkness, as if it could extinguish at any moment, enhancing the eerie and foreboding atmosphere. The walls of the temple were adorned with peculiar murals, seemingly narrating a long-forgotten history. These vivid paintings, once brilliant, had dulled over time, their colors faded, leaving behind fragmented lines and patches. "These murals seem to hold profound significance," murmured a disciple, his voice echoing softly in the vast temple, sounding particularly small and fragile, as if subdued by the weight of history. Lin Feng observed intently, attempting to decipher the messages within. His gaze traversed the murals, brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The artwork depicted mysterious and striking scenes, colossal and brutal battles with countless warriors clashing fiercely, the clang of metal and the thunderous cries of combat. Solemn rituals with people dancing devoutly around a blazing fire, their expressions grave and bizarre, uncanny creatures, their forms unfathomable and beyond imagination. Suddenly, a low, resonant buzzing filled the air. The sound grew closer, clearer, as if an army of wings was beating rapidly. "Be cautious," shouted the mysterious woman, her voice laced with urgency and tension. From the depths of the temple surged a swarm of black insects, resembling a dark cloud, rushing towards them in overwhelming numbers. Though individually small, their sheer multitude sent chills down their spines. The group quickly unleashed their spells in defense. A dazzling array of lights erupted, intertwining in a breathtaking and heart-stopping spectacle. Lin Feng swung his sword, its cold gleam flashing with each strike, slicing through the swarm with a fierce gust of sword energy. The mysterious woman wielded her staff, chanting incantations that unleashed powerful spells, ensnaring the insects in a radiant prison of light. One disciple, caught off guard, was stung by an insect, his arm swelling rapidly, a dark mist emanating from the wound. "Hold on!" Lin Feng urged, his voice resolute and empowering, instilling a flicker of hope among them. After a fierce and arduous battle, the insects were finally vanquished. The group exhaled in relief, yet remained vigilant, unwilling to let their guard down. Having dealt with the insects, they ventured deeper into the temple. The interior passages twisted and turned like an immense labyrinth, suffused with the scent of decay and antiquity. They treaded carefully, each step laden with caution, wary of encountering further unknown dangers. In a hidden chamber, they stumbled upon an ancient and ornate treasure chest, encrusted with precious gemstones that radiated a mysterious and alluring glow. "What might lie within this chest?" one inquired, excitement and longing evident in his tone. Lin Feng approached, gently prying open the chest, a brilliant light bursting forth from within. The group instinctively squinted against the sudden brilliance. As the radiance dimmed, they beheld a heavy, ancient scroll and a crystal emanating in extraordinary luminescence. Lin Feng gingerly lifted the scroll, slowly unfurling it to reveal intricate, arcane writings and complex, mysterious symbols. This appears to be a powerful spell tome, he remarked, a blend of astonishment and curiosity in his voice. The mysterious woman examined the crystal closely, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This crystal contains immense energy, it may prove invaluable to us. At that moment, a deep, resonant roar reverberated through the chamber, reminiscent of an ancient beast, filled with fury and menace. This is bad. Danger lurks again. Lin Feng declared, his expression turning grave. Would they be able to confront this new peril? What unknown fate awaited them with the treasures from the chest? Chapter 92. The mighty guardian. As a deep, rumbling growl resonated through the air, a colossal figure gradually emerged from the shadows of the chamber. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a monstrous beast, its form reminiscent of a towering mountain. Its immense body seemed capable of filling the entire room, and with each step it took, the ground trembled beneath it, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Enveloped in a tough, armored hide, each scale glimmered with a chilling radiance, resembling sharp blades of steel. These scales were intricately arranged, forming an impenetrable shell that instilled a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Its eyes burned like fiery orbs, the flames within dancing wildly, exuding an aura of fury and authority. A searing breath escaped its maw, as if it could reduce everything to ashes. "What manner of creature is this?" exclaimed a terrified disciple, his voice trembling with fear and helplessness. He instinctively stepped back, nearly dropping his weapon in the process. Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly and declared, "Regardless of what it is, we must stand and fight." His voice was resolute and powerful, a glimmer of fearless courage shining in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he leaned slightly forward, preparing himself for battle. The beast let out a thunderous roar and lunged toward them. The sound was deafening, as if it sought to shatter their very souls. The crowd hastily scattered, their movements swift and agile. In a flash, Lin Feng darted toward the beast, his sword thrusting fiercely at it. His motion was lightning quick, propelled by the force of the wind. However, as the blade struck the beast's scales, it merely sparked and produced a jarring metallic clang. The scales were unyieldingly hard, and Lin Feng's full force assault failed to inflict any damage. A mysterious woman unleashed a powerful spell, beams of light shooting forth toward the creature. These rays shone with the brilliance of shooting stars, imbued with formidable strength. Yet, upon impact, they merely slowed the beast's movement slightly, failing to hinder its relentless advance. "This cannot continue," Lin Feng shouted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as his breath quickened. He evaded the beast's onslaught while contemplating his strategy. At that moment, the injured disciple suddenly discerned the creature's weakness. "Its abdomen," he cried out, his voice hoarse with excitement yet cutting through the chaos of battle with remarkable clarity. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng leaped into action, soaring toward the beast's underbelly. His body traced an arc through the air, akin to an eagle diving toward its prey. However, the beast sensed his intent and swung its massive claws in an attempt to thwart him. Lin Feng nimbly dodged the claws, pressing onward toward the vulnerable abdomen. Just as he was about to reach it, the beast opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of flames. The inferno enveloped Lin Feng in an instant, searing pain coursing through him. Yet, gritting his teeth, he endured the agony and surged forward. "Lin Feng," the mysterious woman cried out in alarm. Amidst the blaze, Lin Feng persevered, finally breaking through the fiery barrier and arriving beneath the beast's abdomen. He raised his sword, channeling every ounce of strength into a decisive thrust. The blade plunged deep into the creature's flesh, dark blood gushing forth. The beast let out a pained roar, its massive body quaking violently. Witnessing this, the others rushed forward to deliver their final assault upon the beast. Spells and weapons rained down upon it, its resistance waning with each strike. At last, the beast fell with a resounding crash. Lying still, the group exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. "We did it," Lin Feng uttered weakly. However, before they could celebrate, new changes began to unfold within the chamber. Chapter 93. Crisis in the mist. At the very moment the colossal beast collapsed, the secret chamber began to tremble violently, fissures appearing on the surrounding walls as debris cascaded down. Massive stone fragments plummeted from above, prompting the crowd to scatter in a state of panic. "What is happening?" a disciple exclaimed in distress, his voice laced with fear and helplessness, scanning the area in a desperate search for a safe refuge. Lin Feng exerted himself to rise, vigilantly observing his surroundings. His garments were tattered, his body marred with wounds, yet his gaze remained resolute and sharp. The enigmatic woman furrowed her brow, stating, "I fear this is not yet the end." Her tone was somber, and her eyes revealed a profound worry. Suddenly, a blinding light descended from the ceiling of the chamber, rendering the onlookers unable to open their eyes. The brilliance shone like the blazing sun, impossible to gaze upon directly. As the radiance gradually waned, they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar realm. A thick fog enveloped the area, its density rendering visibility nearly non-existent, obscuring the path ahead. "Where are we?" someone queried in bewilderment. His voice echoed starkly in the oppressive silence of the mist, yet met with no reply. Lin Feng ventured a few tentative steps forward, discovering the ground beneath him to be soft and insubstantial, as if lacking reality itself. With each stride, he felt an unsettling illusion of sinking into an abyss, stirring an inkling of anxiety within him. At that moment, a chilling laughter resonated through the fog. The sound seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, cold and terrifying, sending shivers down their spines. "Who goes there?" the crowd demanded in unison, their voices infused with anger and fear, attempting to dispel the dread that gripped their hearts. Yet the laughter did not cease, rather, it grew nearer. The sinister chuckle reverberated through the mist, making it impossible to discern its source. The mysterious woman whispered, "Everyone be cautious, this may herald a new peril." Though her voice was low, it clearly reached each ear, intensifying the group's anxiety. As the laughter approached, a vague silhouette began to materialize. The figure flickered in and out of visibility within the fog, its true form obscured, yet an overwhelming and malevolent aura was palpable. Lin Feng tightened his grip on his sword, bracing himself for any potential assault. The enigmatic woman raised her staff, chanting incantations in preparation for casting a spell. As the figure drew closer, they finally discerned it to be a hideous monster with a contorted visage. Towering and grotesque, its body was adorned with sharp spines, and its eyes glimmered with a blood-red glow. "What manner of beast is this?" a disciple cried out in terror. The creature offered no response, launching itself directly at them. Without hesitation, Lin Feng swung his sword to confront the monster, engaging in a fierce struggle. The mysterious woman unleashed potent spells, beams of light striking towards the creature. However, the beast's body was extraordinarily resilient, rendering their magic nearly ineffective. Other disciples joined the fray, yet the creature's strength was overwhelming, each assault proving nearly insurmountable. One disciple was inadvertently struck by the monster, hurtling through the air and crashing heavily to the ground. "Be careful!" Lin Feng shouted. In the course of their battle, they gradually discerned the creature's weakness lay in its back. "Everyone, focus your attacks on its back." Lin Feng commanded. The group rallied their strength, directing their efforts toward the monster's vulnerable point. After a grueling contest, the beast finally collapsed to the ground. However, before they could exhale in relief, more footsteps and eerie laughter echoed through the mist. Would they be able to find a way out amidst this overwhelming crisis? Chapter 94. Advancing through the mist, the incessant sounds of footsteps and laughter echoing through the dense fog heightened everyone's anxiety once more. The noise seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. Each sound struck their souls like a heavy hammer, amplifying the tension that already weighed heavily upon them. "It appears we must hasten to find a way out of here," Lin Feng declared, his voice tinged with urgency, yet predominantly resolute. His eyes glimmered within the mist, and he gripped his sword firmly, as though it were his sole lifeline. The mysterious woman nodded, though in the thick fog, discernment of direction proved exceedingly difficult. Her brow was furrowed, and her exquisite visage bore the marks of concern. The staff in her hand emitted a faint glow, striving to illuminate the path ahead, yet the light seemed minuscule against the oppressive haze. In that moment, a horde of grotesque creatures surged forth from the mist, brandishing claws and teeth with menacing ferocity. Some monsters bore razor-sharp talons, others exhaled flames from their maws, while yet others were sheathed in formidable armor. The group instinctively formed a defensive circle, back to back, preparing to confront the onslaught. Lin Feng was the first to strike, his figure darting towards the throng of monsters like a bolt of lightning. In a flash, his sword cleaved through the air, dispatching one beast in an instant. The creature's head flew away, black blood spraying into the atmosphere. The other disciples swiftly unleashed their own formidable skills. One disciple wielded a long knife with both hands, the blade glimmering like snow. Each swing was accompanied by a fierce gust, cleaving the monsters before him in twain. Another disciple conjured a powerful spell, igniting a talisman that transformed into a blazing fireball, incinerating several monsters into ashes in an instant. In a heartbeat, light and blood intertwined. The sounds of battle reverberated through the thick fog, igniting their fervor. Yet, the monsters continued to pour forth, an unrelenting tide that seemed impossible to quell. "This cannot continue. We must break through!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice brimming with strength, igniting a flicker of hope within the hearts of his companions. They charged forward in a singular direction, yet every step proved excruciatingly arduous. The monsters attacked with wild abandon, seeking to thwart their advance. One disciple fell, wounded. "Don't worry about me, you must escape." His voice was feeble yet resolute. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, proclaiming, "We shall not abandon nor forsake one another. Forward, together." He turned, hoisting the injured disciple onto his back, continuing to push ahead. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the group fought with renewed vigor. Their bodies became drenched in blood, both their own and that of the monsters, yet they did not flinch, nor did they surrender. Through their desperate efforts, they finally carved out a bloody path. They fled desperately along this path, the relentless monsters still in hot pursuit. "Hold on just a little longer," Lin Feng urged. They were unaware of how long they had been running when they finally reached the entrance of a valley. Perhaps we can find refuge here, the mysterious woman suggested. Without hesitation, the group plunged into the valley, which was steeped in an enigmatic aura. The silence enveloping them was eerily unsettling. As they entered the valley, the pursuing monsters ceased their chase. "What is happening?" someone inquired. Lin Feng warily surveyed their surroundings. "I do not know, but this place is undoubtedly extraordinary." At that moment, a low, rumbling roar resonated through the valley. What fate awaited them? Chapter 95 of The Mystery in the Valley. The ominous roar echoed through the valley, causing the hearts of the onlookers, which had just begun to relax, to race once more. The sound seemed to emanate from the very depths of the earth, imbued with boundless fury and resentment, causing the stones within the valley to tumble down in disarray. Could there be something even more fearsome lurking in this valley? A disciple stammered, his voice trembling. His pallid visage was rife with terror, and he instinctively took several steps backward. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and lowered his voice, advising, "Exercise caution, let us first observe our surroundings." His vigilant gaze swept the area, his sword gripped tightly in hand, prepared for any imminent danger. They cautiously ventured deeper into the valley, whereupon they beheld the stone walls adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns. The lines of these symbols were rugged and distorted, as if they were manifestations of some arcane force. Among the designs were grotesque visages and bizarre creatures that sent shivers down their spines. The mysterious woman meticulously examined these symbols, her expression focused and grave, her fingers gently tracing the stone surface as though she were communing with ancient souls. "This appears to be an archaic language, though I can comprehend only fragments of it," she remarked, her voice resonating with clarity in the stillness of the valley. Lin Feng inquired, "What do they say?" His gaze shifted from the stone wall to the enigmatic woman, filled with anticipation and tension. With a serious countenance, the mysterious woman replied slowly, "It seems to recount a tale of a curse. Legend has it that long ago, the inhabitants of this land, in their greed and desire, angered the deities, who then unleashed a curse, plunging this place into eternal darkness and chaos." At that moment, a chill wind swept through, carrying with it the faint echoes of weeping. The sobs were intermittent, plaintive, as if countless aggrieved souls were voicing their torment and grievances. What could this possibly mean? A sense of doubt and dread enveloped the group. Their heartbeats resonated in the silence of the valley, akin to a countdown to death. Suddenly, a vast cavern appeared ahead, its entrance shrouded in eerie mist. The fog, tinged with dark purple, writhed as if it possessed a life of its own. "Shall we proceed inside?" a disciple queried hesitantly. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and declared, "Having come this far, retreat is not an option, yet we must all remain vigilant." The others nodded in agreement, trailing behind Lin Feng as they cautiously approached the cave. Upon entering, they were met with a pungent odor that assaulted their senses. The cave was dim and damp, the walls flickering with an unsettling luminescence, as though countless eyes were watching them intently. "What is this place?" someone asked in panic. Lin Feng remained silent, treading carefully forward, when suddenly, he heard a rhythmic dripping sound. Following the noise, they observed dark liquid seeping from the cave ceiling, pooling on the ground below. The mysterious woman dipped her finger into the liquid and, upon smelling it, her expression shifted dramatically. "This is venom," she exclaimed, alarmed. The group hastened their pace deeper into the cave. In the depths of the cavern, they stumbled upon a colossal stone statue. Its visage was grotesque and terrifying, wielding an enormous scythe, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper himself. What could this possibly be? Just as their confusion mounted, the statue began to stir. Would they be able to escape this perilous predicament? Chapter 96, The Secret of the Statue. The statue suddenly stirred to life, its colossal form exuding a chilling aura. What was once a motionless figure seemed, in an instant, to be imbued with malevolent vitality, as if boundless malice lurked beneath its frigid stone surface. Its eyes glimmered with a sinister red light, reminiscent of the flames of hell, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. In terror, the onlookers recoiled in haste, while Lin Feng shouted, "Do not panic." His voice echoed through the cavern, striving to impart a measure of courage and composure to the crowd. Yet, the tide of panic surged forth, swiftly enveloping them. The disciples' faces turned pale, their breaths came in quick gasps. The statue brandished a scythe, summoning a fierce gust of wind. This weapon, immense and razor-sharp, sliced through the darkness, casting a cold glimmer as if it could cleave the very air. One disciple, caught off guard, was swept by the blade's edge and was instantly hurled away, crashing violently against the stone wall. His body struck with a dull thud before sliding down, motionless upon the ground. "Cursed be it," Lin Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury as he charged toward the statue. His strides were resolute and swift, his gaze ablaze with wrath and determination. The sword in Lin Feng's hand shimmered in the gloom, as he unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the statue, each strike infused with his resolve and bravery, yearning to shatter this dreadful impasse. The enigmatic woman conjured formidable spells, beams of light shooting toward the statue. These radiant bursts, as dazzling as meteors, were laden with potent magical energy. The light collided with the statue, erupting into a shower of sparks, yet the statue remained unfazed, continuing its ferocious assault on the crowd. However, it appeared that the statue possessed formidable defenses, impervious to their onslaught. Its movements showed no sign of slowing. Instead, it wielded the scythe with renewed ferocity, as if intent on severing all who stood before it. What weakness could this statue possibly harbor? Lin Feng pondered as he fought. His mind raced, beads of sweat trickling down his brow, blurring his vision, yet he remained fixated on the statue, unwilling to overlook any potential clue. In that moment, he noticed peculiar patterns etched upon the statue's feet. These intricate designs emitted a faint glow. A spark of realization ignited within Lin Feng as he called out, "Attack its feet!" The crowd rallied, directing their assaults toward the statue's feet, an array of spells and weaponry intertwining to forge a formidable force. Cracks began to appear upon the statue's feet, its movements gradually growing sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leapt into the air, aiming his sword at the statue's ankle and struck with all his might. With a resounding crash, one of the statue's feet was severed, causing its massive body to lose balance and sway precariously. Witnessing this, the other disciples redoubled their efforts. The mysterious woman unleashed an even more potent spell, a tremendous beam of light striking the statue's other foot directly. After a fierce and tumultuous battle, the statue finally collapsed with a deafening thud, its enormous form crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd as they fell to the ground, weary and exhausted. Yet, at that moment, the cavern underwent another transformation. The previously flickering lights upon the stone walls intensified, illuminating the entire cave as if it were midday. Subsequently, vivid images began to unfold upon the walls. "What is this?" one disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Feng rose to his feet and approached the wall for a closer examination. The scenes depicted appeared to be the valley's past, showcasing people engaged in mysterious rituals, terrifying monsters rampaging, alongside unfathomable symbols and patterns flashing intermittently. The enigmatic woman joined him, recognizing that this might be the key to unraveling the mysteries of this place. Just as they became engrossed in observing the images on the wall, the ground began to tremble violently. "Not good, danger approaches," Lin Feng shouted. What peril would they face? Would they successfully find their way out? Chapter 97 The beetle crisis in the cave. The violent tremors of the ground rendered everyone unsteady, causing them to tumble to the floor. The entire cavern seemed to morph into a frenzied, swaying world, with debris and dust cascading from the ceiling. What on earth is happening? Someone shouted in terror. The voice, sharp and helpless amidst the chaos, was laden with a palpable fear of the unknown. Lin Feng struggled to steady himself, his gaze intently scanning the surroundings in search of the source of the tremors. His eyes were resolute and focused, maintaining a sense of calm amidst the turmoil. He exerted forcefully against the ground with his feet, while his hands flailed in the air in an effort to preserve his balance. At that moment, a tremendous roar emanated from the depths of the cave, followed by a powerful gust of air surging forth. The air rushed like a tumultuous wave, imbued with an overwhelming sense of power and pressure. The crowd was buffeted chaotically by this force, with some of the weaker disciples being swept into the air. Their bodies tumbled through the atmosphere, emitting terrified screams. "Grab onto something nearby," Lin Feng shouted, his voice infused with urgency and concern, hoping to ensure everyone's safety amid this unexpected calamity. The mysterious woman clung tightly to a protruding rock, her face pale, her long hair whipped wildly in the wind, her eyes betraying a glimmer of resilience. She understood that any lapse in vigilance at this moment could spell the end of life itself. As the gusts began to abate, they discerned a multitude of enormous black figures looming ahead. These silhouettes appeared particularly eerie and ominous in the dimly lit cavern. "What are those?" a disciple asked, trembling. His voice was fraught with fear and uncertainty, fixated on the encroaching shadows. As the figures drew nearer, they realized they were confronted by a horde of colossal beetles. Each beetle towered over a human, its hard exoskeleton gleaming with a metallic sheen, resembling an impenetrable armor. Their antennae twitched incessantly, and their sharp claws carved deep furrows into the ground as they advanced. The beetles charged towards them with lightning speed, their eyes glowing with a menacing red light, brimming with aggression. Without hesitation, Lin Feng raised his sword, facing the foremost beetle head-on. The clash of his sword against the beetle's claws produced a piercing metallic sound. Lin Feng felt an immense force reverberate through his sword, nearly wresting it from his grip. Other disciples joined the fray, unleashing their own abilities to engage in fierce combat against the beetles. The light of their spells flickered within the cavern, intertwining with the silhouettes of the creatures. However, the sheer number of beetles and their formidable defenses proved daunting. One disciple's spell merely sparked against a beetle's shell, failing to inflict any substantial harm. "Be careful, their shells are too tough," Lin Feng warned. At that moment, a beetle lunged at Lin Feng, catching him off guard. He sidestepped just in time, evading the attack, yet the beetle's claws grazed his arm, leaving a deep gash. Blood flowed from the wound, and Lin Feng winced in pain, yet there was no time to tend to his injury, for more beetles were advancing menacingly. The mysterious woman, witnessing Lin Feng's injury, felt a surge of anxiety. She cast a powerful spell, a beam of light erupting from her staff to strike one of the beetles. The creature crumpled to the ground, writhing momentarily before falling still. "Everyone, focus your strength and take them down one by one," the mysterious woman commanded. The group heeded her directive, concentrating their attacks on a single beetle. After a concerted effort, they finally brought one beetle crashing to the ground, yet before they could catch their breath, more beetles surged forth. Would they triumph over these formidable adversaries, or would they be consumed by the relentless onslaught of the beetles? Chapter 98. A grueling confrontation. The onslaught of the beetles grew increasingly ferocious, leaving the group feeling increasingly overwhelmed. Each beetle resembled a tireless war machine, their attacks precise and savage, offering no respite whatsoever. Their sharp claws sliced through the air, creating a chilling wind that instilled fear in the hearts of the defenders. Lin Feng bore several new wounds, blood staining his garments, yet his gaze remained resolute. With every swing of his sword, he channeled his indomitable will and fervent desire for survival. His stamina waned rapidly, breaths coming heavy and labored. Each inhalation felt like an immense burden, yet the sword in his hand never faltered. "This cannot continue, we must identify their weakness." Lin Feng gasped, his voice hoarse from exhaustion yet brimming with determination. Sweat cascaded down his cheeks, mingling with blood and rendering his visage all the more disheveled, but the steadfastness in his eyes remained unchanged. A disciple shouted, "I've noticed their abdomens seem to be more vulnerable." His voice carried a hint of surprise, akin to glimpsing a glimmer of dawn amidst the darkness. This exclamation rekindled a flicker of hope within the hearts of those who had been teetering on the brink of despair. Upon hearing this, the group swiftly altered their attack strategy, directing their efforts toward the beetles' underbellies. Though their movements were sluggish due to fatigue, and their steps faltered, their eyes shone with renewed hope. Each strike was executed with every ounce of strength they could muster, yearning to breach the beetles' defenses. However, the beetles, sensing the shift in tactics, became increasingly vigilant in shielding their vulnerable abdomens. They coiled their bodies, utilizing their hard exoskeletons to fend off the assaults while retaliating with even greater ferocity. Their razor-sharp claws and fearsome mandibles threatened to rend the defenders to shreds. The mysterious woman, while casting her spells, urged, "Everyone, hold on." Her voice echoed through the cavern, infusing the group with a modicum of encouragement. The brilliance of her magic flickered continuously, momentarily repelling several beetles with each strike, yet the sheer numbers of the insects were overwhelming, and her strength was gradually waning. Her countenance paled, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, yet she steadfastly clutched her staff. Nonetheless, more disciples fell, wounded and incapacitated. Some suffered deep lacerations from the beetles' claws, exposing bone and causing blood to flow profusely. Others were knocked to the ground, unable to rise, only able to groan in agony. Each pained moan from the injured disciples weighed heavily on the hearts of the others. "We cannot give up, we will surely triumph over them." Lin Feng shouted, his voice resonating in the cavern like a final battle hymn, galvanizing his comrades to continue fighting. His words were imbued with strength and conviction, rekindling the spirits of those who were on the verge of surrender. One disciple was toppled by a beetle, several others immediately closing in. Lin Feng, quick of reflex, leaped forth, his sword flashing as he dispatched several beetles, rescuing the fallen disciple. "Thank you, senior brother," the disciple said gratefully, tears welling in his eyes, a mix of gratitude towards Lin Feng and guilt for his own helplessness. Lin Feng nodded, "Do not lose focus, keep fighting." His voice was unwavering and authoritative. At that moment, several beetles lunged at the mysterious woman, who was preoccupied with her incantations. Without hesitation, Lin Feng dashed forward, positioning himself before her and engaging the beetles in a desperate struggle. "Lin Feng, be careful," the mysterious woman cried, her voice laced with concern and apprehension. New wounds adorned Lin Feng's body, yet he showed no signs of retreat. In his heart, there existed only one conviction: to protect everyone and vanquish these beetles. Each wound felt like a badge of honor, a testament to his bravery and fearlessness. After a fierce battle, the group finally discovered some strategies to combat the beetles. They began to cooperate, gradually stabilizing the situation. Some disciples drew the beetles' attention, while others seized the opportunity to strike at their abdomens, with Lin Feng delivering lethal blows to the most ferocious among them at critical moments. Yet, just then, a colossal beetle emerged, its size dwarfing the others. Its body glimmered with a dark sheen, appearing virtually indomitable. The sight of this creature extinguished the flickering hope that had just ignited within the group. This beetle possessed strength and defenses far superior to its kin. Could the group possibly overcome such a formidable foe? Chapter 99. The desperate struggle. The emergence of the colossal beetle heightened the atmosphere within the cave, enveloping it in an oppressive tension. Its immense form loomed like a small mountain, exuding a stifling sense of dread. The carapace glimmered with a dim luminescence, each intricate pattern seemingly harboring boundless strength. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, enduring the pain coursing through his body, and once more tightened his grip on the sword. His gaze was resolute and unwavering, as if ignited by an inner blaze. Despite the exhaustion weighing heavily upon him, his fighting spirit remained unyielding. "Fear not, everyone, let us charge together," he bellowed, his voice brimming with determination. The sound reverberated throughout the cavern, akin to the clarion call of battle, invigorating the spirits of his comrades. Encouraged by his fervor, they rallied, shaking off their trepidation and doubt, replacing it with unwavering resolve and courage. The enigmatic woman focused intently, conjuring a more potent spell. With both hands firmly gripping her staff, she intoned incantations, the gem atop her staff radiating a dazzling brilliance. Beams of light surged toward the gigantic beetle, streaking through the darkness like meteors. However, the beetle's exoskeleton proved impervious, as the light struck its surface, merely scattering a few sparks without inflicting any substantial harm. Seizing the moment when the beetle was distracted by the spell, Lin Feng leaped towards its head, sword raised high for a fierce strike. His figure traced an arc through the air, the blade whistling through the wind. Yet, the beetle abruptly swung its head, casting Lin Feng aside with immense force. He crashed heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood escaping his lips. His body tumbled a few times before finally coming to a halt. Lin Feng, the mysterious woman's voice was laced with urgency, her eyes filled with concern and worry, never straying from his form. The other disciples, disregarding their own safety, launched an assault on the beetle, striving to buy Lin Feng precious moments. Some unleashed various martial techniques, their blades flashing like lightning. Others conjured spells, flames, frost, and thunder intertwining in a dazzling display. Yet, the beetle's defenses were formidable, effortlessly repelling most of their attacks. One disciple was struck by the beetle's claw, sent hurtling like a puppet with severed strings, crashing against the cave wall before sliding down, lifeless and unresponsive. "Everyone, be cautious," a voice rang out. With great effort, Lin Feng rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze remained steadfast as he charged once more at the beetle. This time, he evaded its frontal attack, maneuvering to its side. Summoning all his strength, he thrust his sword towards the joint of the beetle's leg. The creature let out an enraged roar, its leg kicking out violently, sending Lin Feng flying once again. The mysterious woman, witnessing Lin Feng sustain yet another injury, felt her heart race with anxiety. Ignoring her own safety, she rushed to his side, helping him to his feet. "How are you?" she inquired. Lin Feng shook his head. "I'm fine, don't worry about me, continue the fight." Just then, the beetle suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a plume of black smoke. The smoke spread rapidly, obscuring vision. "Not good, everyone be careful," Lin Feng shouted. In the haze, the others could only rely on sound and instinct to gauge the beetle's position. Suddenly, a claw emerged from the smoke, lunging towards a disciple. "Ah!" The disciple cried out in terror. Hearing the distress, Lin Feng surged toward the source of the sound. He engaged in a fierce struggle with the beetle amidst the smoke. As the fog began to dissipate, the onlookers beheld Lin Feng straining against the beetle's claw, shielding the injured disciple behind him. Would they triumph in this life-and-death confrontation against the beetle and seize a glimmer of hope? Chapter 100 The Dawn of Victory. As Lin Feng valiantly fended off the onslaught of the beetles, the other disciples regrouped, launching a renewed wave of assault. Their eyes, once clouded with fear and hesitation, now shone with resolute determination and a courage that embraced death. The mysterious woman once again unleashed her formidable magic, pouring every ounce of her power into the incantation. Her body trembled slightly, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, yet her hands clutched the staff with unwavering resolve. Murmuring incantations of the gem atop the staff radiated an unprecedented brilliance, casting a blinding beam directly into the beetle's eyes. The light blazed like the sun, illuminating the dark cavern in an instant. Struck by the radiance, the beetle was momentarily blinded, its head thrashing violently as it emitted a furious and anguished roar. The once relentless rhythm of its attacks faltered, its movements slowing. This fleeting opportunity was undeniably crucial for the group. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng summoned the last vestiges of his strength, driving his sword fiercely into the beetle's abdomen. His arm throbbed with exertion, veins bulging as the blade sank deep into the creature, hilt, and all of the beetle's inky blood gushed forth, splattering Lin Feng from head to toe. Yet, undeterred, he twisted the sword with greater force, intent on inflicting even more damage. The beetle howled in agony, struggling to retaliate, its massive claws flailed wildly in the air, stirring fierce gusts of wind. However, it was now gravely wounded, its motions no longer swift or precise. The other disciples unleashed their most potent techniques, a kaleidoscope of light and energy converging upon the beetle. Some wielded their weapons with an indomitable spirit, each strike infused with a sense of do or die. Others conjured dazzling spells, intertwining flames, frost, and lightning into a magnificent tapestry within the cavern. Under the collective assault, the beetle finally succumbed, its colossal form crashing to the ground with a resounding thud that reverberated through the cavern, causing it to tremble. "We have succeeded," one disciple shouted, his voice brimming with excitement, his face radiant with the joy of victory. Exhaustion mingled with elation painted the faces of all, as they exchanged glances filled with gratitude for their comrades and relief at having survived. Many disciples collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies having reached their limits, yet their hearts swelled with a profound sense of accomplishment. However, before they could indulge in celebration, a deep growl resonated from within the cavern's depths. The sound echoed like that of an ancient beast, imbued with rage and authority. The reverberation sent a wave of tension through the group, who had only just begun to relax. "What new danger lurks?" a disciple inquired, his voice trembling. The flicker of hope that had ignited in his eyes dimmed once more. Lin Feng struggled to rise, declaring, "No matter what it is, we must not falter." Though his voice was weak, it brimmed with conviction. The mysterious woman added, "Let us first regain our strength and prepare for the new challenge ahead." Nods of agreement swept through the group as they focused on steadying their breaths and replenishing their energy and mana. Some disciples retrieved elixirs from their satchels, hastening their recovery. At that moment, the growling grew ever nearer, and the ground began to tremble once more. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted. From the depths of the cavern, a colossal shadow began to materialize. What fearsome entity could this be? The hearts of the disciples raced, anxiety gripping them once again. Chapter 101 The mysterious shadow. As the immense shadow drew nearer, the hearts of the onlookers raced with increasing urgency. Each tremor of the ground reverberated through them like a heavy hammer striking, tightening their already taut nerves. Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly, his gaze fixed intently ahead, striving to discern the true form of the shadow. His eyes brimmed with vigilance and resolve. Despite his body being utterly fatigued, his will remained as steadfast as a rock. The enigmatic woman was equally engrossed, the light from her staff flickering ominously, ready to respond to any sudden crisis. Her breath quickened, beads of sweat forming on her brow, the tension within her palpable. At last, the shadow revealed its true visage. It was a colossal creature, reminiscent of a dragon, exuding a potent aura of malevolence. Its sinuous body twisted and coiled, nearly filling the entire passage of the cave. The black scales shimmered with an eerie glow in the dim light, each scale seemingly forged through countless trials, impervious to harm. Its eyes resembled two blazing orbs of fire, radiating boundless ferocity and indifference. Could this be the fabled dark dragon? A disciple gasped in terror, his voice quivered, and his legs began to weaken involuntarily. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, declaring, "Regardless of what it is, we must fight." His voice resonated with unwavering strength, akin to a potent tonic invigorating the spirits of those around him. The dark dragon opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames that surged toward the crowd. The flames, imbued with searing heat, ignited the very air in their path. In a flash, Lin Feng positioned himself before his companions, swinging his sword to cleave through the flames. The clash of sword against fire produced a hissing sound, and Lin Feng felt an overwhelming wave of heat rush toward him, nearly consuming him. Observing this, the mysterious woman hastily conjured an ice spell in an effort to lower the temperature of the flames. The chilling breath collided with the searing fire, generating a thick veil of steam that enveloped the cave in a dense fog. Seizing this opportunity, the crowd launched their assaults against the dark dragon. The glimmers of various weapons and spells flickered within the mist, yet upon striking the dragon, they seemed to inflict minimal damage. With a furious roar, the dark dragon swung its tail violently, sending several disciples hurtling through the air. Their bodies collided with the cave walls, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng bellowed. He charged once more at the dark dragon, his sword transforming into a flurry of light as he relentlessly targeted the creature's vital points. However, the dragon's defenses were formidable, with most of Lin Feng's strikes thwarted by its resilient scales. The enigmatic woman tirelessly altered her spells, striving to uncover the dragon's vulnerabilities. Her gaze was focused and anxious, the staff in her hand swirling with increasing rapidity. At that moment, a perceptive disciple noted that a section of the dragon's abdomen bore thinner scales. "Aim for its belly," he shouted. Upon hearing this, the group concentrated their attacks on the dragon's underbelly. Sensing the impending threat, the dark dragon retaliated with even greater ferocity. Its claws, tail, and flames assaulted them incessantly, making it difficult for them to approach. Lin Feng, disregarding all else, dashed toward the dragon's abdomen, evading its attacks while searching for an opening. Finally, he spotted a flaw, summoning all his strength to plunge his sword into the dragon's belly. The dark dragon let out a pained roar, its body convulsing violently. Would the group seize this moment to vanquish the dark dragon once and for all? Chapter 102 The final confrontation. The dark dragon writhed in agony after Lin Feng's sword pierced its abdomen, its attacks growing increasingly frenzied and chaotic. The immense tail swept through the air, stirring a tempest that sent fragments of stone flying, sharp shards hurtling forth like bullets. It unleashed torrents of black flames from its maw, the blazing inferno casting flickering shadows throughout the cave, the searing heat seemingly capable of melting anything in its path. Lin Feng gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, striving to widen the wound, but the dragon violently flung him away. His body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily against the cave's stone wall. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, as if his very insides had been displaced, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Darkness enveloped his vision, and a metallic sweetness welled up in his throat. The mysterious woman swiftly conjured a protective barrier for Lin Feng. A soft blue radiance enveloped him, gentle yet resilient, gradually slowing his descent until he landed safely on the ground. Amidst the flickering light, it seemed as though a delicate veil of water flowed, exuding a refreshing aura. Seizing the moment while the dragon's attention was fixed on Lin Feng, the other disciples unleashed their most formidable techniques, launching a relentless assault on the dragon's abdomen. In an instant, a dazzling array of lights and forces converged, forming a powerful wave of attack. Some disciples channeled their entire inner strength into their weapons, the blades gleaming with brilliant light as they struck fiercely at the dragon. Others unleashed potent spells, ice shards resembling sharp spears and lightning like sinuous silver serpents, all hurtling toward the beast. Blood gushed from the dragon, scales shedding in abundance, and black blood trickled from its wounds, pooling on the ground in dark puddles. Yet, its strength appeared to wane, its movements growing sluggish. Nevertheless, it refused to abandon its resistance, its eyes ablaze with ferocity, brimming with defiance and rage.
"Everyone, give it your all.
It can scarcely hold on," Lin Feng urged. Though his voice was weak, it resonated with an inspiring fervor throughout the cave. He gritted his teeth against the pain, rising once more, his steps unsteady yet resolute, prepared to rejoin the fray. The others clenched their jaws, relentlessly launching their attacks. Their gazes were filled with determination and resolve. Despite their exhaustion, there was no thought of retreat. Their garments were drenched in sweat and blood, their faces caked in dirt, yet each expression bore testament to their unwavering resolve. At that moment, the dragon unleashed a powerful wave of energy, knocking everyone to the ground. This force surged like a tempestuous tide, sweeping through the entire cave. The disciples were tossed about, their bodies rolling on the floor, some even losing consciousness. The friction with the ground elicited pained groans from them. Lin Feng struggled to his feet, charging once more at the dragon. His steps were shaky, yet the sword in his hand remained firmly gripped, its blade flickering with a faint light in the darkness.
"I will not allow you to prevail,"
Lin Feng roared, his voice filled with unwavering resolve and courage. The mysterious woman followed closely behind him, her staff radiating brilliance, illuminating her pale yet determined visage. Together, they advanced toward the dragon, their stride steadfast and composed. The dragon opened its maw, preparing to strike again, but Lin Feng swiftly dodged its attack, deftly lunging to pierce its eye with his sword. The dragon howled in pain, thrashing its head wildly, emitting a tortured roar. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leaped onto the dragon's back, relentlessly stabbing at its wounds. Each thrust was accompanied by his furious shouts, as if he were channeling all his strength into this final assault. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman below continued to cast spells, providing vital support. Her magic sparkled like a myriad of stars, encircling Lin Feng, dispelling darkness and danger. After an intense struggle, the dragon's movements finally began to slow.
Its breath became shallow, the light in its eyes dimming. "Now's the time."
Lin Feng summoned the last vestiges of his strength, driving his sword deep into the dragon's head. The creature let out a despairing roar that echoed through the cave, lingering in the air long after. Then, its massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. As they beheld the fallen dragon, the disciples were filled with a mixture of joy and fatigue. Their faces bore expressions of relief, yet their bodies felt utterly drained of strength. They had triumphed over this formidable foe, but what awaited them next? Chapter 103: The Mystery of the Unknown Treasure. After successfully vanquishing the dark dragon, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group as they began to recuperate within the cavern. Each face bore the marks of exhaustion, a testament to the harrowing battle they had just endured, yet they also radiated the joy of victory, a euphoric sensation born from their struggle against the brink of death, filled with both solace and pride. At that moment, a disciple noticed a peculiar glimmering light beside the dragon's carcass. The light flickered intermittently, akin to a mysterious heartbeat, seemingly beckoning them with an urgent call. What could it be? Curiosity piqued, the disciple approached cautiously, his steps hesitant. After all, they had just emerged from a perilous confrontation, their bodies and minds weary, and none could predict what latent dangers or immense opportunities this light might conceal. Lin Feng and the others were similarly drawn closer, and within the glow, they discerned the outline of an enigmatic artifact shrouded in luminescence. Its true form remained elusive, yet the intensity and fluctuations of the light suggested it was anything but ordinary. At times, the radiance blazed like the midday sun, while at others, it softened to the gentleness of moonlight, brimming with an alluring and arcane power. As they neared, the artifact emanated powerful waves of energy. The ripples radiated outward, quickening the heartbeat of each member in the group, as if an invisible hand had gripped their hearts tightly.
"Be cautious,"
Lin Feng cautioned, his gaze sharp with vigilance, his sword still firmly in hand, knuckles whitening from the strain. A mysterious woman scrutinized the artifact, endeavoring to unravel its origins. Her brow furrowed, and she murmured incantations, as if recalling ancient legends or esoteric texts. Her focus was profound, seemingly attempting to pierce through the glow to discern the essence of the treasure. Suddenly, the artifact took flight, darting deeper into the cavern at a speed akin to lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. The group exchanged glances, and after a brief moment of hesitation, resolved to pursue it. After all, such a mysterious and potent treasure might yield unforeseen rewards, perhaps unraveling ancient enigmas or bestowing upon them formidable strength. They ventured cautiously through the cavern, the surrounding darkness threatening to engulf them. The shadows were as thick as ink, evoking an overwhelming sense of oppression and dread. Occasionally, droplets of water cascaded from the cavern's ceiling, producing sharp sounds that resonated in the silence, each drop striking their hearts like a drumbeat. "Everyone, be alert. There may be other dangers lurking here," Lin Feng whispered, his voice resonating with gravity in the dimness. The group nodded in unison, treading even more cautiously, their footsteps echoing in the cavern, tinged with a hint of tension and unease. Suddenly, a low, rumbling growl reverberated ahead. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, rife with fury and menace. The group halted, a wave of anxiety washing over them, as if gripped by a frigid hand. What could that be? Someone trembled to inquire. Lin Feng gestured for silence, then gradually advanced forward. Before them loomed a colossal chamber, shrouded in a veil of mist. The fog was ethereal, obscuring the true nature of the cavern within. At the chamber's center stood a gigantic beast, its form dwarfed that of the dark dragon they had previously encountered, towering like a mountain. Its body bristled with sharp spikes, each glistening with a cold sheen, as if capable of piercing through anything. Upon noticing the intruders, the beast immediately opened its cavernous maw and lunged at them, exhaling a putrid stench that induced nausea. Lin Feng and his comrades swiftly prepared for battle. In an instant, the cavern erupted into a flurry of swords and sorcery, vibrant spells illuminating the darkness. After a fierce confrontation, the beast was ultimately subdued, yet they had paid a steep price. Several disciples bore grievous wounds. Some had their arms slashed by the creature's claws, blood streaming profusely. Others were struck by its tail, resulting in broken ribs. "We must press on, we are determined to find that treasure," Lin Feng declared, his voice resolute and powerful, instilling a glimmer of hope and courage within the group. They continued in the direction the artifact had flown. Time slipped away as they journeyed, until they arrived before a massive stone door. The door stood firmly shut, adorned with intricate symbols and patterns. Those markings seemed to narrate ancient tales, while simultaneously concealing profound secrets. The mysterious woman stepped forward, meticulously examining the symbols and patterns. Her gaze was intent and earnest as her fingers lightly traced the engravings. "This appears to be an ancient seal," she remarked, her voice echoing in the expansive cavern, tinged with uncertainty and intrigue. The group began to search for a means to unlock the stone door. They explored their surroundings, hoping to uncover a mechanism or clue that would grant them passage. Would they succeed in opening the stone door and uncovering the elusive treasure? Chapter 104: The Secret of the Stone Gate. Before the stone gate, the group struggled to uncover the method of its opening, as time inexorably passed with no progress in sight. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze flitting back and forth among the symbols and patterns etched upon the gate. These symbols appeared as ancient riddles, complex and obscure, leaving them utterly perplexed. "What could this possibly mean?" one disciple exclaimed in frustration, his voice tinged with anxiety and despair. He had initially believed that vanquishing the monsters would lead them smoothly to the treasure, only to be thwarted by this enigmatic stone barrier. The mysterious woman remained silent, her focus unwavering as she continued to scrutinize the symbols. Her eyes, intense and profound, seemed to penetrate the very essence of the symbols in search of hidden truths. Her fingers delicately traced the engravings on the stone, feeling the texture and direction of each line. Suddenly, it appeared she had made a discovery. "Look, the arrangement of these symbols seems to follow a pattern." Her voice shattered the silence, invigorating the spirits of those around her. The group gathered closer, examining the symbols with renewed interest. Some were arranged in circular formations, others in linear distributions, while some interwove to create intricate designs. After extensive deliberation, they speculated that this might be a seal related to a formation. However, the complexity of the formation necessitated precisely identifying key nodes to decipher it. "But how do we unravel this formation?" someone inquired, their voice laced with doubt and concern, for this was an unfamiliar formation, and any misstep could unleash unforeseen peril. At that moment, Lin Feng recalled a similar formation he had encountered in an ancient tome. He had stumbled upon this tome by chance, which contained numerous accounts of ancient and mysterious formations. He strained to recollect the details, seeking parallels with the formation before him. "I remember that in that ancient text, a similar formation required activating these symbols in a specific sequence," Lin Feng proclaimed. Hope ignited in the eyes of the others upon hearing this. Lin Feng began to carefully follow the method he remembered, gingerly touching the symbols on the stone gate. His movements were gentle and deliberate, each step imbued with tension and anticipation.
As he made contact, the stone gate emitted a faint vibration, as if responding to his actions. However, an immediate and powerful force rebounded, thrusting Lin Feng several steps back. "Lin Feng, are you all right?" the mysterious woman inquired with concern. Lin Feng shook his head. "I'm fine, but it seems I miscalculated my previous steps." He took a moment to regroup, carefully observing the symbols once more. This time, he noticed details he had previously overlooked. "Perhaps we need to activate several key symbols simultaneously," Lin Feng suggested. The group nodded in agreement, preparing to act upon his guidance. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng extended his hand once more, touching multiple symbols at once. This time, the gate shook more violently, and brilliant flashes of light erupted, as if fiercely resisting their efforts. Tension gripped the hearts of the onlookers, their eyes fixed intently on the stone gate, hardly daring to breathe. At last, with a deep, rumbling sound, the stone gate began to creak open. An ancient aura wafted forth, imbued with the weight of time and a sense of mystery. Before them lay a hidden space, shrouded in a faint mist that obscured distant sights. The ground shimmered with strange lights, reminiscent of mysterious runes. The walls surrounding them were adorned with ancient murals, recounting a history long forgotten. "What place is this?" a disciple gasped in astonishment. Lin Feng proceeded with caution into the space, cautioning everyone, "Be careful, there may be greater dangers lurking here." They carefully advanced into the unknown, when suddenly, the ground's illumination intensified, as if issuing a warning. "Beware! We may have triggered a mechanism," the mysterious woman shouted. Almost as soon as she spoke, countless arrows shot forth from all directions. The group scrambled to evade the onslaught, chaos erupting around them. In this mysterious realm, would they be able to confront the dangers that awaited? Chapter 105 Perilous Situations. Amidst the sudden downpour of arrows, everyone swiftly employed their respective skills to evade the onslaught. Lin Feng moved with the swiftness of lightning, dodging left and right, his sword dancing through the air with impeccable precision, knocking down the projectiles aimed at him. The blade traced silvery arcs in the atmosphere, each collision with the arrows producing a crisp, resonant sound. His gaze was focused and resolute, every movement executed with sharp efficiency, devoid of any hesitation or sloppiness. The enigmatic woman wielded her staff, conjuring a magical shield before her. A soft azure glow emanated from the tip of the staff, rapidly expanding to form a circular barrier. The arrow struck against it with a ringing clang, sending forth showers of sparks, yet failing to penetrate this formidable defense. Some disciples, caught off guard, suffered grazes from the arrows, which sliced through their arms and shoulders, leaving trails of blood. Fortunately, their injuries were not severe. They gritted their teeth and pressed on, continuing to evade the barrage. "Everyone, take caution and gather towards the wall," Lin Feng called out, his voice ringing clear and steadfast amidst the chaos. Hearing his command, the crowd hurriedly moved towards the wall, their steps frantic and disordered. At that moment, the wall seemed to transform into their final sanctuary. Just as they managed to escape the hail of arrows, the ground suddenly convulsed violently. The entire space appeared to sway, rendering it difficult to maintain one's footing. "What is happening?" a disciple exclaimed in terror, his voice laced with fear and trepidation. The ground slowly fissured, molten lava gushing forth from the crevices. The lava surged like a crimson dragon, thrashing upward with ferocious intent. The temperature within the space soared instantaneously, waves of heat making it nearly unbearable. The air turned scalding and arid, as if it could incinerate everything in its path. "Quickly, leap onto those protruding stones," Lin Feng urged, pointing towards several elevated rocks nearby. His eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings, searching for a chance to survive. The crowd sprang onto the stones, their movements agile and rapid, their hearts raced, each action a matter of life and death. Yet, the peril did not abate their. A swarm of dark figures appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be a horde of winged monstrosities. These creatures were colossal, their wings stirring up fierce winds as they flapped. Their eyes glowed a menacing red, and their sharp claws appeared particularly savage in the flickering light of the flames. "Prepare for battle," Lin Feng commanded, his voice brimming with determination and valor. The others tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to confront the new threat. The monsters swooped down, launching their attack. Lin Feng was the first to engage, leaping forward with his sword aimed directly at one creature's eye. The beast twisted aside, its claws swiping towards Lin Feng. He deftly spun away from the attack, simultaneously leaving a deep gash upon the creature's wing with his blade. The mysterious woman cast spells from her perch upon the stone, beams of light striking the monsters to provide support for Lin Feng and the others. Other disciples engaged in fierce combat with the creatures, as some were wounded by the beasts, yet they continued to resist valiantly. Others took advantage of the terrain to launch ambushes. The battle raged intensely, blood and sweat intertwining in the chaos. One creature breached their defenses, lunging at an injured disciple. Just at that critical moment, Lin Feng arrived in the nick of time, slaying the monster with a decisive stroke of his sword. "Hold on, everyone!"
Lin Feng encouraged his companions loudly. As time passed, the number of monsters gradually diminished, but the group was left utterly exhausted, their bodies marred with wounds. "We cannot surrender," the mysterious woman cried out. At last, the final monster fell before their combined strength. Yet before they could savor their victory, the environment shifted once more. What new challenges awaited them? Chapter 106. A new turn of events. Just as the group had triumphed over the winged monstrosity, and before they could catch their breath, the surrounding space was suddenly illuminated by an extraordinary radiance. These brilliant hues, vibrant and intertwined, coalesced into a mysterious array of light. The dazzling brilliance transformed the previously dim surroundings into a realm akin to daylight, the resplendent colors lending an ethereal quality, as if they were ensconced in a fairyland. "What could this be?" one disciple inquired, astonished. His voice was laced with uncertainty and trepidation. Having just navigated a series of perilous trials, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety in the face of this unexpected spectacle. Lin Feng gazed intently at the light array, pondering that perhaps this held the key to their escape. His eyes were focused and profound, searching for clues within the flickering and shifting patterns of light. A mysterious woman stepped forward, scrutinizing the intricate designs of the array. Sensing the potent energy it seemed to harbor, her brow furrowed slightly as her staff delicately traced the edge of the light, attuning herself to the enigmatic forces coursing through it. As they pondered, a figure gradually emerged from the array. Initially indistinct, shrouded in a veil of mist, it gradually became clearer as the light intensified. To their astonishment, it was an elderly man. Clad in a flowing white robe that billowed gracefully, he exuded an air of otherworldly wisdom. His hair and beard were as white as snow, and the wrinkles on his face were etched by time, yet his gaze was sharp and penetrating, revealing a depth of wisdom and an aura of authority. "You young ones, your arrival here is indeed fateful," the old man spoke slowly. His voice was deep and resonant, echoing like an ancient call in the vast expanse. The group exchanged glances, uncertain whether he was friend or foe. Their eyes reflected a blend of reverence for the old man's mysterious appearance and wariness of the unknown. Lin Feng bowed respectfully. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, what place is this?" His tone was both deferential and earnest, brimming with a thirst for knowledge. The elder smiled gently, his expression as soothing as a spring breeze, instilling a sense of warmth and reassurance. "This is an ancient relic, concealing countless secrets and treasures." "And how might we depart from here?" one disciple asked eagerly, his voice tinged with urgency and a face marked by a desperate yearning for liberation. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. "That depends on your fortitude. Should you succeed in my trials, you shall find your way out." His words were calm and composed, yet they caused a stir of anxiety within the hearts of the gathered. A palpable tension filled the air as they contemplated the arduous nature of the trials ahead. They exchanged glances, finding in each other's eyes a mixture of apprehension and determination. With a wave of his hand, the elder summoned a series of challenges and puzzles within the light array. These ranged from intricate riddles that demanded deep contemplation to formidable magical barriers that required spells to unravel, as well as ferocious phantoms of beasts that necessitated sheer strength to overcome. "The first trial is to solve this ancient riddle," the elder proclaimed. The group turned their attention to the riddle displayed within the array, a sequence of archaic symbols and patterns that confounded them. Lin Feng centered himself, meticulously analyzing the symbols and patterns, seeking any discernible logic or clue. The mysterious woman beside him also contemplated silently, her fingers tracing the air as she murmured softly to herself. As time slipped away, the group fell into deep concentration. Finally, a spark of realization illuminated Lin Feng's mind. "I believe I understand," he exclaimed, and began to elucidate his findings to the others. Following his lead, they gradually unraveled the first riddle. "Indeed, well done. Now, we move on to the second trial." The elder's voice resonated once more, as a formidable magical barrier emerged, radiating blinding light. The barrier exuded immense pressure, making it difficult for them to breathe, yet they did not falter. Instead, they unleashed their spells in an attempt to dismantle the barrier. After considerable effort, the magical barrier was finally breached, and a collective sigh of relief swept through them. "There remains but one final trial," the elder declared. A colossal phantom of a beast materialized within the array, roaring as it lunged towards them. Without hesitation, Lin Feng and the others charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle against the beast. Would they succeed in overcoming this last trial and escape from this enigmatic realm? Chapter 107. A grueling trial. Confronted by the ferocious, charging phantom of a beast, the group swiftly fell into a state of battle readiness. Lin Feng led the charge, his sword radiating a brilliant light as it aimed directly for the creature's vital points. His gaze was resolute and piercing, as if this strike alone could determine the outcome of their clash. The brilliance emanating from the blade sliced through the surrounding darkness like a bolt of lightning. The beast loomed large, akin to a small mountain, yet its movements were remarkably agile, effortlessly dodging Lin Feng's attack while retaliating with a sweeping strike of its colossal claws. The force of its strike whipped through the air, as if it could rend the very atmosphere. Lin Feng, seizing the moment, deftly evaded this perilous blow. The other disciples, too, unleashed their unique skills, and in an instant, a dazzling display of blades and spells intertwined. Some disciples channeled their inner energy into their weapons, each strike infused with tremendous power, resulting in a deep, resonant clash upon contact with the beast's hide. Others conjured a myriad of splendid spells, with fireballs, ice shards, and bolts of lightning hurtling toward the creature. From the rear, a mysterious woman continuously cast enhancement spells, bolstering the strength and defense of her comrades. The tip of her staff shimmered with a gentle glow, showering the group in a warm light that invigorated their spirits. However, the beast's formidable prowess rendered their attacks seemingly ineffectual. Although it bore several superficial wounds, it swiftly healed, as if mocking the disciples' futile efforts with a deafening roar that echoed through the air. Lin Feng staggered back, momentarily shaken by the creature's might, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood away, he displayed no sign of retreat. Instead, his resolve intensified. "Do not give up. We will surely overcome it," he proclaimed, his voice imbued with an inspiring vigor, akin to a refreshing spring coursing through the hearts of his companions. Emboldened by his words, the disciples launched a renewed and fiercer assault. They coordinated their efforts closely. Some drew the beast's attention while others seized the opportunity to strike lethal blows. The battle escalated, filling the space with a tempest of energy. The air felt ignited, searing with intensity. Each attack generated powerful shockwaves, causing the very fabric of their surroundings to tremble. One disciple, caught off guard, was struck by the beast's tail, sent soaring like a broken kite before crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, he found himself immobilized by his injuries. "Be careful," another disciple, witnessing his comrade's plight, rushed to assist, only to be intercepted by the beast's counterattack. He barely managed to ward off the assault with his weapon, yet was still forcefully hurled against the wall. Though some fell wounded, others swiftly filled the gaps, continuing their relentless engagement with the beast. Sweat mingled with blood on their faces, yet their eyes burned with an indomitable flame. Lin Feng charged once more at the beast, his swordplay increasingly fierce, each move resonating with his unwavering determination and courage. The beast, incensed by his onslaught, retaliated with even greater ferocity. Observing the dire circumstances of her companions, the mysterious woman resolved to unleash a more potent spell. Chanting incantations, the light from her staff grew ever brighter, culminating in the formation of an enormous magical sphere. "Take this," she proclaimed, hurling the magical orb toward the beast. The sphere traced a graceful arc through the air, striking the creature with precision. The beast emitted a pained roar, its massive form quaking slightly. Witnessing the beast's injury, the morale of the group surged, and they unleashed even more formidable attacks. Yet, the creature was no easy foe to vanquish, and it soon retaliated, plunging the battle into an intense climax. Would they ultimately prevail against this mighty beast and pass the Elder's trial? Chapter 108. The Dawn's Light. Under the formidable assault of the mysterious woman's powerful spells, the movements of the beast faltered ever so slightly. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still, and the air was thick with tension. Lin Feng astutely seized this ephemeral opportunity, his figure flickering like a wraith, transforming into a fleeting shadow in an instant. With a cunning angle, his sword lunged towards the creature's eye, the blade slicing through the air, leaving a trail of chilling brilliance. The beast roared in agony, its voice resonating as though it could pierce the very soul of a person, sending shivers down the spine. It writhed frantically, attempting to escape Lin Feng's onslaught. Yet, Lin Feng gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, the veins on his arms bulging as he twisted forcefully, causing blood to spatter from the creature's right eye. The viscous crimson liquid erupted, enveloping the air in a mist of gore. Witnessing this scene, the morale of the other disciples surged, their once fatigued bodies seemingly reinvigorated with newfound strength. They unleashed their ultimate techniques, resolutely determined to vanquish this fearsome beast in one fell swoop. In a flash, a myriad of lights and powers converged, cascading towards the creature. Some disciples hurled a series of talismans, which ignited into roaring flames in midair, instantly encircling the beast. The searing fire resembled a colossal furnace, striving to refine the beast. It thrashed within the flames, emitting heart-wrenching shrieks. Meanwhile, others wielded flying swords, forming a sword array that assailed the beast from all directions. The swords gleamed with a deadly radiance, streaking through the night sky like shooting stars, bearing a lethal threat. As the beast endured the relentless assault, its wounds multiplied, deep fissures crisscrossing its body, revealing bone beneath. Its once formidable scales began to shed, and blood stained its massive form. Its breath grew shallow, each inhalation a laborious struggle. Nevertheless, it refused to surrender, continuing to fight with desperate tenacity. "Everyone, push harder. It can't hold on much longer." Lin Feng bellowed, his voice, hoarse yet filled with vigor, invigorated each individual present. In unison, they responded, their voices merging into a roaring torrent that shattered all barriers. Their attacks intensified, as if channeling all their rage and strength into this singular moment. The mysterious woman again wielded her staff, unleashing a beam of icy blue light that shot forth like a polar glacier, frigid and piercing. In an instant, the beast's left leg was encased in a thick layer of frost. Swiftly enveloping it, the creature lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground, producing a resounding thud that shook the very earth. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leapt onto the beast's back, his steps resolute and powerful. He plunged his sword deep into its neck, embedding it almost entirely, leaving only the hilt protruding. The beast's blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining Lin Feng's garments a vivid red. With a final, desperate roar filled with defiance and fury, the creature succumbed, its colossal body crashing down, stirring a cloud of dust. The air filled with debris, as if to punctuate the fierce battle with a tragic finale. "We have succeeded," a disciple exclaimed with exhilaration, his voice trembling with excitement, tears of joy glistening in his eyes. The group collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, their bodies pushed to the brink, yet their faces radiated the joy of triumph. It was a smile born from the depths of their hearts, a release after enduring countless trials and tribulations, finally embracing victory. At this moment, the elder, who had been observing quietly, spoke slowly. "You have passed the trial." His voice was calm and gentle, as if all of this had been anticipated. The disciples looked at the elder, their eyes filled with expectation and uncertainty. "This is merely the beginning. More challenges await you ahead, but for now, you have earned the right to rest and recuperate," the elder continued. Lin Feng struggled to rise, bowing respectfully to the elder. "Thank you, senior." The disciples began to recuperate on the spot, tending to their wounds and restoring their strength. They were unaware of what lay ahead, but at this moment, they savored the hard-won victory. Were they truly prepared to face the challenges that awaited them? Chapter 109. A new mission. After a period of recuperation, the strength and injuries of the group had seen considerable recovery. They gathered around the elder, their eyes reflecting both the reminiscence of their recent victory and the anticipation and apprehension for the unknown future. The elder gazed at them with profound eyes and spoke slowly. "You have passed the test, proving your courage and strength. However, this mysterious realm conceals immense peril that you must resolve." His voice was steady and solemn, as if narrating a grave destiny. Lin Feng inquired, "Elder, what precisely is this crisis?" His brow furrowed slightly, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the elder, ready to confront the upcoming challenges. The elder sighed softly. "This place is sealed against an insidious power, a remnant of a great battle from ancient times. This force is extraordinarily potent and malevolent. If unleashed, it would bring catastrophic ruin to the world. Your mission is to reinforce the seal and prevent the escape of this malevolent energy." A hint of concern and expectation for the group flickered in his eyes. The group exchanged glances, feeling the weight of their responsibility. They understood that this was not merely an adventure but a mission that affected the fate of all living beings. The mysterious woman declared, "Elder, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost." Her voice was clear and resolute, tightening her grip on the staff, demonstrating her determination. The elder nodded in acknowledgement and then led them deeper into the abyss. Their footsteps echoed in the silent passageway, shattering the long-standing stillness. Along the way, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie and foreboding, sending chills down their spines. The walls shimmered with strange glimmers, and peculiar sounds occasionally emanated from the shadows. The air was thick with a stench of decay and malevolence, as if recounting the horrific tales that had transpired within. Suddenly, a vast fissure appeared ahead, black mist continuously billowing forth. The essence seemed alive, clawing and lunging towards them. "This is the source of the malevolent energy's escape," the elder stated, his voice straining against the onslaught of the dark aura. Lin Feng was the first to advance, his sword radiating light in an attempt to dispel the encroaching darkness, yet, the essence seemed inexhaustible. As some was repelled, more surged forth. The other disciples quickly unleashed their spells and skills, illuminating the surroundings as their powers clashed with the black mist. The mysterious woman chanted incantations, her staff emitting a powerful beam of light directed toward the depths of the fissure, yet, the brilliance dimmed under the shroud of the dark energy. "This approach is futile," Lin Feng remarked, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his expression grave. The elder pondered for a moment before responding, "We must locate the core of the seal to address the issue fundamentally." The group began to search the vicinity of the fissure for clues, meticulously examining every detail, leaving no stone unturned. One disciple discovered strange symbols etched into the stone wall beside the fissure. "What are these?" the disciple asked. The elder stepped forward, scrutinizing the symbols closely. "These may be the key to the seal, but we must decipher them." The group gathered around, collectively pondering the significance of the symbols. As time ticked away, the black mist intensified, and the pressure on the group escalated. Would they unravel the mystery of these symbols, find the core of the seal, and thwart the escape of the malevolent power? Chapter 110. Unraveling the mystery of the seal. The group stood before the stone wall, their minds fervently grappling with the enigmatic symbols etched upon its surface, striving to discern the underlying patterns. Lin Feng fixated intently on the symbols, a flurry of potential solutions racing through his mind. His gaze was both concentrated and fervent, as if he sought to penetrate the very essence of these markings. Each subtle line and curve appeared to him as a potential key to unlocking the mystery. His brow furrowed, and beads of perspiration gradually emerged on his forehead. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman closed her eyes, harnessing her mental prowess to perceive the arcane energies inherent in the symbols. Her breathing grew steady and profound, the surrounding air seemingly undulating in response to her thoughts. Illuminated by the ethereal forces, her visage radiated an extraordinary tranquility and beauty, as though she were one with the ancient symbols. As the group descended into contemplation, a disciple suddenly exclaimed, "I believe I have uncovered a clue." His voice brimmed with excitement and urgency, shattering the prolonged silence. Instantly, the others turned their attention toward him, their expressions imbued with anticipation and eagerness. The disciple gestured toward a particular set of symbols, declaring, "Observe, the arrangement of these symbols bears resemblance to the formations we encountered earlier." His fingers trembled slightly, a clear indication of his nervousness and exhilaration. The others gathered around, meticulously scrutinizing the symbols he had indicated. After much deliberation and experimentation, they ultimately discerned the sequence governing the symbols' arrangement. With the correct configuration, a brilliant radiance erupted from the stone wall, illuminating the space like a protective barrier, momentarily suppressing the sinister essence emanating from the fissures.
Splendid! Let us seek the next set.
Lin Feng exclaimed, his voice infused with hope and resolve, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Yet, as they delved deeper into the enigma, the challenges intensified. The symbols transformed from mere arrangements into intricate logics and arcane laws of power. A misstep in the combination could provoke a fierce backlash, endangering them all. One disciple inadvertently triggered an erroneous sequence, and a formidable force rebounded violently. He was hurled backward, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips.
Be cautious!
Lin Feng shouted, the tension among the group escalating. However, they did not falter, they persevered through the daunting trial, bolstering one another with encouragement and support. Time ticked by, each attempt to venture into peril, every mistake a setback, yet their conviction remained unshaken, their courage undiminished. At long last, after countless trials and tribulations, they successfully deciphered the entirety of the symbol codes. In that moment, the stone wall erupted in brilliance, illuminating the darkened space. An ancient stone door slowly ascended, emanating a mysterious glow. The light was soft and warm, standing in stark contrast to the preceding darkness and malevolence.
This must be the heart of the seal, the elder remarked, a hint of satisfaction and anticipation in his voice.
They advanced cautiously into the stone portal, each step laden with vigilance. Within the chamber, an aura of antiquity and mystique enveloped them, the walls adorned with even more intricate runes and patterns. At the center of the room stood a colossal stone pedestal, upon which lay a tome radiating luminescence. Lin Feng approached and gently opened the ancient volume. The text and illustrations seemed to come alive, dancing and shimmering upon the pages.
"What is this?" someone inquired.
Lin Feng scrutinized the contents, surmising it could be a comprehensive account of the seal and its methodologies. Just then, a deep, resonant growl echoed throughout the chamber. "Beware, danger looms once more," the mysterious woman warned. The walls began to tremble, fissures emerging in the floor. Would they be able to navigate this new peril and successfully reinforce the seal? Chapter 111. The final challenge. The ominous roar reverberated throughout the enclosed space, causing a sharp pain to pierce the eardrums of those present. The sound seemed to emanate from the abyss of the netherworld, imbued with boundless rage and resentment. The fissures in the ground widened, resembling a gaping maw eager to devour all in its vicinity. Stones from the walls began to plummet, crashing to the floor with a dull thud. "Everyone, be cautious," Lin Feng shouted, his voice ringing out with remarkable clarity and resolve amidst the chaos. The mysterious woman swiftly cast a spell, conjuring a pale blue protective barrier around the group. Of the shield shimmered with enigmatic runes, radiating a gentle luminescence that enveloped them. At that moment, a colossal figure slowly emerged from the darkness, its shape contorted as if it were forged from the very essence of shadow. As it became clearer, the onlookers finally discerned its form. Towering like a mountain, its muscles bulged beneath a skin adorned with sinister black markings. Its grotesque head was terrifying, with eyes that gleamed a blood-red hue, exuding an aura that instilled dread.
"Is this the guardian of malevolent forces?"
a disciple uttered in terror, his voice trembling as he instinctively recoiled. Lin Feng tightened his grip on his sword, its blade glinting ominously in the light. "No matter what it is, we shall overcome it." His voice was resolute and powerful, instilling a flicker of courage and confidence among the group. They steeled themselves for battle, their gazes filled with determination. The beast lunged forward with a ferocity akin to lightning, its form slicing through the air, stirring a tempestuous wind. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped, his movements agile and nimble. As he evaded its attack, he swung his sword at the creature. However, its skin was as tough as iron, and the blade only left a shallow mark upon contact. Other disciples followed suit, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Various spells erupted in brilliant flashes against the monster. Some conjured fireballs that hurtled towards it like meteors, while others wielded icy projectiles that pierced its flesh, yet these assaults seemed ineffectual, the creature remaining as ferocious as ever. Observing the scene, the mysterious woman intoned a more potent incantation. Her voice was low and urgent, and her staff radiated an intense glow. A powerful beam of light shot forth from the top of her staff, striking the creature and forcing it back several paces, swirling clouds of black smoke erupting from its form. However, this reprieve was fleeting. The monster quickly charged again, now even more ferocious. It opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames towards the protective barrier. The shield trembled under the onslaught, its brilliance dimming slightly. The mysterious woman's complexion turned pale as she exerted all her magical energy to maintain the integrity of the barrier. The battle had reached an impasse, and the group's stamina was rapidly depleting. Each attack demanded immense effort, while the monster showed no signs of fatigue. This cannot continue. We must discover its weakness, Lin Feng exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice, yet his gaze remained steadfast. As they fought, they scrutinized the monster's movements, seeking any vulnerabilities. Its attacks were fierce yet chaotic, but within its actions lay a hidden pattern. At last, a vigilant disciple noticed a lighter-hued area on the creature's abdomen. Each time it struck, that region would contract slightly. Attack there, Lin Feng commanded decisively, his voice brimming with determination. The group focused their energies on the monster's vulnerable spot, launching an onslaught of spells and weaponry in unison. The creature howled in agonizing fury, its cries echoing deafeningly. Its massive form began to sway, its movements growing sluggish, yet it did not relent easily, continuing to resist their relentless assaults. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng leapt into the air, his sword aimed directly at the creature's weak point. The blade plunged deep into its flesh, dark blood gushing forth. The monster emitted one final, despairing roar before crashing to the ground, its colossal body stirring up a cloud of dust. The group finally exhaled in relief, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Yet there was no time to rest. They had to hasten to reinforce the seal. Would they successfully complete their mission? Chapter 112. The seal is successfully established. After triumphantly vanquishing the monstrous foe, the group wasted no time in reinforcing the seal. They were acutely aware of the urgency. The forces of evil could erupt anew at any moment, rendering their prior efforts futile. Lin Feng was the first to approach the stone pedestal that housed the ancient tome, meticulously studying the methods and steps pertaining to the sealing process. His gaze was intent and fervent, missing not a single word. The text within the tome was archaic and obscure, yet he endeavored to grasp its profound meanings with the wisdom garnered from years of cultivation and a keen intellect. The enigmatic woman commenced the arrangement of the magical formation, preparing to enhance the seal's efficacy through arcane energies. With her hands deftly wielding the staff, she chanted incantations, as magical runes erupted from its tip, intertwining in the air to form a complex and mysterious pattern. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, and her complexion paled slightly, yet her eyes radiated determination and focus. The other disciples, too, sprang into action, scouring the surroundings for the materials and energy sources necessary to fortify the seal at Lin Feng's behest. Some rummaged through ancient chests in the corners, hoping to unearth useful artifacts. Others explored the walls, seeking hidden energy crystals. Time was of the essence, and each fleeting moment was of paramount importance. Speed is of the essence. We must complete the seal before the forces of evil surge once more. Lin Feng proclaimed, his voice resonating in the vast space, imbued with a sense of urgency. The group quickened their pace, sweat dripping from their brows, yet none faltered. They understood that their current endeavors held the fate of the world in the balance. The mystical woman's formation began to take shape, radiating an enigmatic luminescence akin to the brilliant stars of the night sky. Yet, she did not allow herself to relax. Instead, she honed her concentration, continually adjusting the flow of energy within the formation. Lin Feng, referencing the ancient tome, identified the critical junctures and positioned the materials and energy sources with utmost care. Every placement and infusion of energy demanded precision, for any misstep could spell disaster. Just as everything was primed, a formidable wave of malevolent energy suddenly surged forth from the fissure, intent on thwarting the sealing process. This force was dark and murky, laden with boundless malice and resentment. "Stay strong, everyone!" Lin Feng shouted, his tone fraught with tension and concern. The group united in their resistance against the onslaught of this malevolent force. Some disciples conjured powerful defensive spells, erecting barriers in the forefront. Others infused their inner strength into the formation, amplifying the seal's power. Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly, its blade shimmering with light as he aimed it at the encroaching dark force, striving to repel it. The mysterious woman intoned her spells with increasing fervor, the radiance of her staff intensifying as it clashed against the malevolent energy. Yet, the dark force was exceedingly potent, and the group felt the weight of its pressure. Their bodies trembled, and their steps began to falter. "We cannot give up, we shall prevail," Lin Feng urged, his encouragement rekindling their resolve. Bolstered by his words, they gritted their teeth and pressed on. After a grueling struggle, the sealing formation was finally activated. A blinding light surged forth from the formation, illuminating the entire space. This brilliance, akin to a blazing sun, dispelled the darkness, gradually forcing the malevolent energy back into the fissure. The crack began to close slowly, emitting a deep, resonant sound. "We did it," the disciple exclaimed with exuberance, his voice brimming with joy and excitement. The faces of the group lit up with expressions of relief, their eyes reflecting exhaustion but even more so the elation of victory and pride. "Thank you all for your efforts and courage. We have saved this world," Lin Feng remarked, his voice imbued with gratitude and reverence. As they emerged from that mysterious place, the sunlight enveloped them, warm and comforting. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying with it a refreshing essence. Yet, they understood that the road ahead was long, with many more challenges awaiting them. Nonetheless, this experience fortified their resolve, for they knew that no matter the difficulties they encountered, they would march forward with unwavering determination. They embarked on a new journey, their figures gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 113 Return and Reflection. After successfully sealing away the malevolent forces, the group embarked on their journey home. Along the way, their spirits lifted considerably, and they began to share laughter and tales of their recent adventure. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. "That was truly a brush with death. I thought I would never return," one disciple exclaimed, his face reflecting a blend of fatigue and the relief of having survived. The others nodded in agreement, recalling the myriad dangers they had faced, still haunted by the memories. The terrifying beasts, the enigmatic puzzles, and the formidable dark powers each posed a threat sufficient to claim lives. Lin Feng gazed into the distance, thoughtfully remarking, "Our experiences have indeed fostered significant growth, have they not? We have learned the value of unity in the face of danger, and we have awakened our latent potential amid adversity." His eyes conveyed a sense of determination and maturity, as this adventure deepened his understanding of his responsibilities and mission. The mysterious woman smiled in response. "Indeed, I believe that when confronted with future challenges, we will approach them with greater composure. Furthermore, we have gained a deeper insight into the hidden secrets and perils of this world, equipping us to better prepare for the trials that lie ahead." Her long hair danced gently in the breeze, and her beautiful visage radiated confidence. Upon their return to the sect, they were met with a rapturous welcome. Colorful banners fluttered, and the sound of drums and gongs filled the air at the mountain gate. The sect leader himself greeted them, his eyes brimming with pride and admiration. "You have brought honor to our sect and performed a great service for all of humanity," he proclaimed, his voice resonant and authoritative, filled with pride for the disciples before him. That evening, the sect hosted a grand celebratory feast. The banquet hall was aglow with lights, and tables overflowed with exquisite dishes and fine wines. Laughter and joy echoed as they shared their triumph. The disciples toasted one another, recounting amusing anecdotes and hair-raising moments from their adventure. Yet, amidst the merriment, Lin Feng found himself lost in contemplation. He was acutely aware that the world still harbored numerous unknown dangers and challenges. This victory was merely a beginning. Observing the jubilant crowd around him, he silently resolved to strive even harder to safeguard all that they had achieved. On the following morning, Lin Feng awoke early. He made his way to the martial arts training grounds and began to practice alone. The sword danced in his hands, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Shortly after, he gathered his fellow adventurers in a quiet room. "We must not let this victory breed arrogance. We must redouble our efforts in training and enhance our abilities to confront any future crises," Lin Feng asserted, his words resolute and compelling. His gaze swept across each face, seeking their agreement and support. The group unanimously expressed their concordance, their eyes shining with determination and resolve. "This adventure has made it clear that our strength is still woefully inadequate," one disciple remarked. "We require more advanced techniques and superior skills." "Indeed, and we must also continuously explore new tactics and strategies. We cannot rely solely on brute force," another disciple added. The mysterious woman nodded, stating, "I will delve deeper into the study of magic, hoping to provide even more formidable support for everyone." Thus, from that day forth, they rose early each morning, dedicating themselves to rigorous training. Whether under the blazing sun or the biting chill of winter, they never faltered. They sparred with one another, fostering mutual growth. Throughout their training, injuries were sustained, and obstacles encountered, yet they never gave up, encouraging and assisting one another. Not only did they hone their martial prowess, but they also pursued knowledge, studying various ancient texts in search of greater strength and wisdom. Meanwhile, tales of their heroic exploits began to circulate throughout the realm. Young warriors, inspired by their stories, took up the mantle, striving to protect justice. Various sects, influenced by their deeds, strengthened their ties and collaboration, collectively maintaining peace and tranquility in the realm. Through their relentless efforts, the sect's strength grew exponentially, and its influence expanded. Yet they understood that this was merely the beginning. A long road lay ahead, fraught with further challenges. However, they remained undaunted, for they held steadfast beliefs, courage, and an unwavering pursuit of justice in their hearts. Their story continues. Chapter 1. The tranquil town. Lin Feng concluded his previous adventure, weary in both body and spirit, and arrived at a place known as Qingshui Town. Nestled amidst verdant hills and crystal-clear waters, the town is embraced by undulating emerald mountains. A pristine river meanders through the settlement, its transparent waters revealing the pebbles beneath. On the riverbank, willows sway gently in the breeze, their delicate branches dancing as if whispering tales of bygone days. The architecture within the town is quaint and elegant, with cobblestone streets meticulously maintained. Shops line the sides, artfully arranged, offering an array of daily necessities and local delicacies. The local customs are unpretentious, and the lives of its inhabitants are simple yet fulfilling. Each morning, the crowing of roosters awakens the slumbering town, signaling the commencement of a new day. Farmers shoulder their hoes as they head to the fields, women wash clothes and vegetables by the riverside, and children frolic in the streets, their laughter resounding like music. Lin Feng took residence in an inn named Yuelai, managed by a warm-hearted middle-aged man named Li Fu, who greeted every guest with a cheerful smile. During his days in Qingshui Town, Lin Feng spent his time either in cultivation or leisurely strolling through the town. At dawn, he would meditate on a small hillside outside the town, absorbing the ethereal energy of the heavens and earth, feeling the natural forces coursing through his being. After his practice, he would saunter back into town, exchanging greetings with the early risers. Occasionally, he would encounter a flower girl balancing a heavy basket, her face radiant with a sweet smile, the blossoms within vibrant and fresh. Lin Feng would purchase a bouquet to bring back to the inn, infusing his room with vitality. In the afternoons, Lin Feng relished sitting in the town's tea house, listening to the elders recount tales from the past. Some stories brimmed with legendary allure, while others offered glimpses of warmth from ordinary lives. He would listen intently, occasionally interjecting with a comment, engaging in heartfelt exchanges with the elderly storytellers. At tea times, he would encounter young patrons also resting in the teahouse, discussing the outside world with aspirations and dreams for the future. Lin Feng would share his own adventurous experiences, eliciting gasps of amazement from the youth. As twilight descended, the town square thrummed with life, children chased one another in gleeful abandon, while women gathered to engage in needlework, exchanging tidbits of daily life. Lin Feng would join the children's games, reliving the carefree joys of his own childhood. Occasionally, he would assist the elderly in transporting heavy items, receiving their grateful gestures as they warmly invited him to their homes. Days flowed by, each one imbued with beauty and harmony, yet, beneath this serene surface, Lin Feng sensed an underlying mystery. Often, in the stillness of the night, he found himself pondering, feeling that this seemingly perfect town concealed something unusual. However, whenever he walked through the streets and beheld the genuine smiles of the townsfolk, he reassured himself that perhaps he was overthinking. One day, while cultivating in the woods outside the town, Lin Feng stumbled upon a peculiar stone tablet, hidden amidst dense underbrush. Had he not chanced upon this spot during his practice, it might have remained undiscovered. The tablet bore obscure symbols, exuding an aura of enigma. Leaning closer for a better look, Lin Feng discerned that these symbols resembled an ancient script, yet he could not decipher their meaning. Attempting to touch the tablet, he sought to feel the pulsations of energy emanating from it. At that moment, a low, rumbling growl echoed from the depths of the forest, reminiscent of a primordial beast, filled with fury and menace. Lin Feng's heart raced as he gripped his sword tightly and cautiously advanced towards the source of the sound, his steps light and deliberate, striving to remain silent. The deeper he ventured, the more the atmosphere thickened with an eerie tension. Towering trees loomed around him, their dense foliage blocking out much of the sunlight, casting the woods into shadowy dampness. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, each step producing a faint crunching sound. A sense of dark, potent malevolence approached, quickening Lin Feng's heartbeat, yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any inclination to retreat. Suddenly, a colossal two-headed beast lunged from the shadows, claws bared and fangs glinting, charging towards him. Its massive form resembled a small mountain, with each head spewing flames and frost, their eyes gleaming with malice. Lin Feng swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the beast's claws, which left deep gouges where he had just stood. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng unleashed his swordsmanship, engaging in a fierce battle with the monster. The clash of sword against claw sparked brilliant flashes of light. The creature's attacks were brutal and relentless, compelling Lin Feng to deftly shift his position, seeking the beast's vulnerabilities. After a grueling struggle, he finally discerned the monster's weak point. Channeling all his strength, he thrust his sword toward it. The beast let out a pained roar, collapsing to the ground and dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Breathless, Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. He understood that this encounter was merely the beginning. Beneath the tranquil facade of Qingshui Town lay far greater secrets waiting to be unveiled. Chapter 2. The mysterious clue. After Lin Feng triumphed over the two-headed monster, he discovered a jade pendant emanating a faint glow at the very spot where the creature had vanished. The pendant, warm and translucent, seemed to possess a life of its own, its light flickering in and out of existence. Intricate and enigmatic patterns adorned its surface, with winding and convoluted lines that bore a mysterious resemblance to the symbols he had previously observed on the stone tablet. Upon returning to Qingshui town, Lin Feng resolved to keep his discovery discreet and embarked on a quiet investigation. As he wandered through the town streets, he appeared calm and composed, yet his mind was consumed with thoughts regarding the secrets of the pendant. In a quaint tavern within the town, Lin Feng chose a secluded corner to sit down, ordering a jug of wine while listening intently to the conversations around him. At that moment, he overheard a discourse between two unfamiliar patrons. They spoke of recent disturbances in the woods beyond the town, suggesting that something sinister was afoot. A burly man expressed his concern, his face etched with worry. "Indeed, I have heard that a terrifying disaster occurred there several decades ago," remarked another lean man, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. Intrigued, Lin Feng approached them politely, inquiring, "Might I ask you to elaborate on that, esteemed sirs?" The two men regarded him warily, their eyes filled with caution and hesitation. After a brief pause, the burly man seemed to assess Lin Feng as harmless, lowering his voice to divulge, "It is said that an evil sorcerer conducted a forbidden ritual in those very woods. The specifics of that ritual remain shrouded in mystery, but it is known that halfway through, the sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and a malevolent force surged from the ground, consuming all in its path. Since that day, strange sounds have been heard emanating from the woods, and those who venture too close either vanish or descend into madness." Nodding thoughtfully, Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed sirs, for sharing this information." He settled his tab and departed the tavern, returning to his inn. Once inside his room, he shut the door and sat at the table, retrieving the jade pendant from his pocket to examine it closely. Gently tracing the patterns with his fingers, he endeavored to decipher their meaning. Suddenly, he realized that these designs appeared to be a fragment of a map. His heart raced. Could this be linked to the secrets of the woods? If he were to uncover the complete map, might he unveil the hidden truths lurking within the forest? Determined to delve deeper, Lin Feng resolved to return to the woods in search of further clues. He gathered his belongings, armed himself with his sword, and set forth towards the trees. Upon entering the forest, he was met with an even more oppressive atmosphere than before. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense foliage, casting sporadic patches of light on the ground. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the sound of his own footsteps and breath. He ventured deeper along the path where he had previously battled the monster, meticulously examining every tree and rock in his vicinity. Abruptly, he spotted an ancient tree bearing a carved symbol strikingly similar to those on the jade pendant. As Lin Feng approached the tree for a closer inspection, a sudden swarm of black monkeys leaped down from its branches. Their eyes glowed a fierce red, and their sharp fangs gleamed as they emitted piercing cries, lunging at Lin Feng. Reacting swiftly, Lin Feng drew his sword to defend himself. The monkeys, agile and relentless, attacked from all directions. He adeptly parried and dodged their strikes, gradually discerning a pattern in their assault, until he managed to pierce the heart of one of the monkeys. Enraged, the others intensified their onslaught, but Lin Feng's exceptional swordsmanship allowed him to gain the upper hand. After a strenuous battle, he finally evaded the monkeys and pressed onward. Not long after, he encountered a treacherous swamp. Toxic mists enveloped the area, obscuring the path ahead. Lin Feng cautiously advanced, testing the ground beneath him, when suddenly, the earth began to give way, and he felt himself sinking rapidly. He struggled valiantly to free his legs, but the more he fought, the deeper he descended. In this critical moment, would Lin Feng succeed in extricating himself and continue his journey of exploration? Chapter 3: A Dilemma and Breakthrough. Lin Feng found himself sinking deeper into the swamp, on the verge of being completely engulfed. His heart raced with urgency as his mind raced to devise an escape. The viscous mud had already risen to his waist, and with each struggle, he only became more ensnared. The overwhelming sensation of being consumed filled him with a sense of helplessness, quickening his heartbeat. In that critical moment, he suddenly recalled that a rope lay within his backpack. He swiftly retrieved it and hurled it upward with all his might, one end successfully caught onto a sturdy branch. Grasping the rope tightly felt akin to clutching a final lifeline. His arms bulged with strain, muscles taut and ready. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng summoned every ounce of strength to ascend. Each pull required immense effort and unwavering determination. As the mud's grip relentlessly sought to drag him back into the abyss, his breath became labored and heavy, sweat cascading down like rain. "Keep going, Lin Feng, you can do it," he urged himself internally. After a grueling struggle, he finally extricated himself from the mire. Collapsing onto the ground, he gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. Though he was utterly caked in mud and in a pitiful state, a glimmer of relief flickered in his eyes, a testament to his survival against the odds. After a brief respite, Lin Feng regained some strength, aware that he could not linger too long in this place. Rising to his feet, he pressed on. The mist within the woods thickened, shrouding the already dim surroundings in an even more nebulous haze, rendering the path ahead nearly invisible. Suddenly, he was startled by the sound of a haunting flute melody. The notes resonated eerily through the stillness of the forest, fluctuating in pitch as if narrating a tale of endless lament and enigma. A chill coursed down Lin Feng's spine, and an unsettling sensation enveloped him. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed his fear and moved toward the source of the music. Each step was taken with utmost caution, his sword gripped firmly in hand, ready to confront any impending peril. At last, he stumbled upon a dilapidated wooden cabin. The structure bore the scars of countless years, its walls weathered and its thatched roof tattered. Surrounding the cabin was a thicket of thorns, interwoven to form a natural barrier. Lin Feng approached the cabin with meticulous care, every step deliberate. Upon reaching the door, he gently pushed it open. The creaking hinges emitted a sharp sound, jarring against the silence of the environment. Inside, a putrid odor wafted through the air, inducing nausea. The walls were adorned with peculiar portraits, their colors faded and images blurred, yet a peculiar atmosphere lingered. In the corner of the room sat a hunchbacked old man. His hair was a disheveled mass of gray, his face etched with deep wrinkles, and his sunken eyes conveyed an ineffable sense of ancient wisdom and mystery. "Young man, what brings you here?" the elder croaked, his voice reminiscent of a distant realm, cold and indifferent. Lin Feng regarded the old man warily and replied, "I seek the secrets hidden within these woods." His voice was resolute, his gaze filled with determination. The old man scoffed, "The secrets here are beyond your comprehension. You would do well to leave." He waved his hand dismissively, as though to shoo Lin Feng away, refusing to yield so easily. Lin Feng stepped forward and implored, "Elder, I am aware that significant matters lie concealed here. If left unaddressed, they may bring calamity to many." The old man lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Lin Feng with a flicker of hesitation. "You, young one, are blissfully unaware of the perils that lie ahead." Lin Feng earnestly responded, "Please, provide me with some clues." "I assure you I will handle them with utmost caution." The elder fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. This forest was once the domain of a formidable sorcerer who conducted forbidden experiments. The consequences unleashed a catastrophic disaster. Since then, this place has been cursed, infused with malevolent forces. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. "Is there no way to lift this curse?" The elder shook his head. "I do not know. Perhaps there is no remedy at all." Lin Feng's resolve hardened. "There must be a way. Please, think again." With a heavy sigh, the old man relented. "Very well, it is said that deep within the woods lies an ancient temple, where the key to breaking the curse may be hidden, but it is also the most perilous of places." Grateful, Lin Feng expressed, "Thank you, elder." With that, he turned and departed the cabin, venturing further into the depths of the forest. Would he successfully locate the ancient temple? What dangers and challenges awaited him? Chapter 4 of the mysterious temple. Guided by the elder's instructions, Lin Feng ventured deeper into the forest. The further he progressed, the taller and denser the trees became, their intertwining branches and leaves nearly obscuring the sky entirely. The light grew dimmer, as if dusk had descended prematurely. A thick mist enveloped the surroundings, moving as if it possessed a life of its own, rendering the path beneath his feet nearly invisible. Relying solely on instinct and prior experience, Lin Feng tread carefully, each step taken with utmost caution, fearful of falling into unknown traps. The ground beneath him became soft and damp, occasionally yielding puddles of stagnant water. His boots squished upon contact, producing a sound that echoed in the stillness. Strange noises occasionally resonated around him, akin to the low murmurs of animals or the howling of the wind as it slipped through narrow crevices. Gripping his sword tightly, Lin Feng remained ever vigilant. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Feng finally beheld an ancient temple. Its exterior exuded an air of solemnity and grandeur, yet it bore the marks of decay and time's relentless passage. The walls were adorned with moss and vines, the moss a deep shade of green, while the vines twisted robustly, as if serving as guardians of this sacred place. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, the copper rings on the door corroded, emanating a mysterious and dignified aura. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng steadied himself. He approached the temple and gently pushed against the heavy door. With a deep, resonant creak, reminiscent of a sigh from the ages, the door slowly swung open, releasing a rush of stale air. This atmosphere was a blend of dust, decayed wood, and an indescribable, enigmatic scent. Inside, the temple was shrouded in darkness and dampness, with only a few faint rays of light filtering through the cracks in the ceiling. The walls were etched with peculiar runes and symbols, their fluid lines both captivating and confounding, as if they held endless mysteries within. At the heart of the temple stood an immense statue, its height nearly reaching the ceiling. The features of the statue had become indistinct over time, erosion having obscured its former details, yet its imposing stature conveyed a sense of past majesty. With arms crossed, it gazed down upon all who entered, instilling an invisible sense of oppression. With utmost caution, Lin Feng stepped into the temple, the stone floor creaking beneath his weight as if protesting his presence. Suddenly, the heavy door slammed shut behind him, plunging the temple into darkness. The sound of the closing door echoed through the vast space, lingering ominously. Startled, Lin Feng spun around, instinctively swinging his sword, yet, all that met him was the firmly shut door, devoid of any anomaly. His heart raced, and his breathing quickened. However, he soon regained his composure, reminding himself to remain calm. He retrieved a fire starter from his pocket, gently blowing on it until it ignited, illuminating the surroundings. At that moment, the runes on the walls began to flicker with an eerie glow, their light pulsating and casting an otherworldly illumination throughout the temple. The ground trembled slightly, as if a tremendous force surged beneath. Lin Feng sensed a powerful energy awakening, sending prickles across his skin and causing his hair to stand on end. He focused intently on the flickering runes, attempting to decipher their meanings, but their rapid transformations eluded his comprehension. Suddenly, a colossal shadow emerged from behind the statue, gradually enveloping Lin Feng. He looked up to see a massive creature descending from above, its form ethereal like smoke yet exuding a palpable sense of menace. Its eyes glowed with a crimson hue, and it unleashed a torrent of black flames from its maw. Lin Feng hastily retreated, positioning his sword defensively before him. The creature roared, the sound reverberating within the temple, causing Lin Feng's ears to ring. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself, preparing to confront the impending assault. The beast lunged forward, its enormous claws aimed at Lin Feng. He deftly sidestepped, thrusting his sword toward the creature's arm. Yet, his blade met only resistance akin to piercing a cloud, offering no purchase. The creature's other claw followed swiftly, catching Lin Feng off guard and sending him crashing against the wall. Pain surged through his chest, and stars danced before his eyes. Nevertheless, he endured the agony, swiftly rising to his feet. The creature lunged once more, and Lin Feng concentrated, observing its movements. He discerned that while its attacks were formidable, they lacked speed. Seizing the opportunity, he employed his agility to evade the creature's strikes, seeking a weakness in its defenses. After a fierce clash, Lin Feng finally spotted a faint glow emanating from the creature's abdomen. Believing it to be its vulnerability, he seized the moment during a brief lull in the creature's assault, leaping into the air and channeling all his strength into a thrust aimed at the glowing point. As the sword pierced the luminous spot, the creature let out a piercing wail. Its form began to disintegrate, transforming into a plume of black smoke that dissipated into the air. Exhausted, Lin Feng collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The battle had nearly drained him of all his strength, yet he understood that this was merely one challenge within the temple, and greater dangers loomed ahead. Would he be able to navigate through this enigmatic temple and uncover the key to lifting the curse? Chapter 5 of the Trials of the Temple. Having just vanquished the monstrous foe, Lin Feng had scarcely caught his breath when new transformations began to unfold within the temple. The runes that were originally etched upon the walls commenced their mesmerizing dance, detaching from their confines and swirling through the air, intertwining to form a series of enigmatic incantations. These incantations fluttered like ethereal sprites, radiating an otherworldly luminescence that illuminated the entire temple as if it were bathed in the light of day. The intense brightness momentarily dazzled Lin Feng, compelling him to squint as his alertness surged to its zenith. With his sword firmly gripped in hand, Lin Feng's gaze remained transfixed upon the ever-shifting runes, uncertain of what might transpire next. His breath quickened, and his heart pounded like a drum, each nerve in his body taut with anticipation. Suddenly, an onslaught of beams erupted from the incantations, cascading towards Lin Feng like a torrential rain of arrows, each one imbued with a fierce energy. Reacting swiftly, he swung his sword to deflect the assault. The blade clashed with the beams, producing a resonant clang that sent sparks flying, yet, the sheer volume of the beams was overwhelming, crashing upon him in relentless waves, akin to an unending tide. The force of the impacts numbed his arm, and his movements began to slow, rendering him increasingly beleaguered. In that moment, the very ground beneath him began to sink without warning, forming a vast pit. Lin Feng, caught off guard, lost his balance and plummeted into the abyss. A sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and a wave of dread washed over him. The pit was suffused with a noxious fog, thick as ink and reeking of acrid chemicals, making each breath a struggle. Choked by the fumes, Lin Feng coughed violently, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Straining to open his eyes, he attempted to discern his surroundings, but could only make out a blurred panorama. Gradually, his vision cleared somewhat, revealing the walls around him teeming with bizarre creatures. Some resembled monstrous spiders, equipped with razor-sharp fangs and hairy, elongated legs. Others appeared as twisted serpents, their bodies writhing as they spewed forth streams of virulent green venom. Still others resembled humanoid fiends, adorned with wings and menacing claws. These grotesque beings lunged at Lin Feng, emitting spine-chilling cries. Lin Feng was left with no choice but to fend off the barrage of beams while simultaneously countering the onslaught of these creatures. He maneuvered within the confined space, leaping and twisting to evade their attacks. His sword danced through the air with unwavering resolve, each swing imbued with a fierce determination. A colossal spider lunged towards him, its fangs glinting ominously. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped, his sword slicing through the spider's leg, black ichor gushing forth. The creature let out a piercing shriek as it collapsed, yet an even greater tide of foes surged forth. A contorted serpent struck from behind, and sensing imminent danger, Lin Feng spun around, parrying its assault with his blade. The serpent's venom splattered against the sword, hissing as it corroded the metal, leaving behind a trail of small holes. Anxiety gnawed at Lin Feng, He realized that this stalemate could not persist. He needed to discover a means of escape, lest he succumb to the relentless barrage of attacks. While battling, he meticulously scanned his surroundings, hoping to unveil a weakness or an exit. Suddenly, he noticed a stone on the pit's wall, its hue distinct from the surrounding rock, inscribed with unfamiliar runes. A thought sparked in Lin Feng's mind: perhaps this stone held the key to his salvation. With renewed vigor, he fought off the surrounding creatures and surged toward the stone, yet, a throng of adversaries obstructed his path. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his most formidable swordplay, momentarily pushing back the assailants with a brilliant display of bladework. At last, he reached the stone and struck it with all his might. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered, releasing a torrent of potent energy. What transformation would this force bestow upon Lin Feng? Could he successfully extricate himself from this dire predicament? Chapter 6: Turning Point and New Discoveries. As the enigmatic stone shattered, a formidable force erupted, instantly dispersing the peculiar creatures and luminous rays surrounding it. The tremendous impact surged forth like a tumultuous tide, causing Lin Feng to stagger backward several steps. His body collided heavily with the pit's wall, sending a sharp pain coursing through him, yet he paid it no heed in that moment. As the smoke gradually dissipated, clarity returned to his surroundings. Lin Feng realized he found himself in a tranquil space, where the overwhelming onslaught had vanished. The once pervasive, acrid smoke had completely evaporated, leaving the air refreshingly serene. Before him stood a door radiating with a mysterious light, emanating a soft and alluring glow that seemed to beckon him closer. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Feng pondered the potential dangers that might lurk behind this door. Nevertheless, the intense curiosity and the imperative to lift the curse compelled him forward, leading him to ultimately decide to push the door open. Taking a deep breath, he slowly extended his hand and gently nudged the door. It opened silently, without a sound. Beyond the door lay a chamber filled with an array of ancient artifacts and mystical scrolls. The walls of the room were adorned with gems that emitted a soft glow, illuminating the space like a dreamscape. The ancient artifacts varied in form. Some resembled exquisite staves crowned with dazzling gemstones, while others took the shape of massive shields etched with arcane runes. There were even delicate bells that, when gently shaken, produced a clear and melodious sound. The mysterious scrolls were neatly arranged upon shelves, some already yellowed and worn, while others still radiated a faint magical luminescence. He entered the room with cautious steps, as if afraid to disturb its tranquility. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the items, filled with a sense of wonder and reverence. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a weathered scroll. The edges of the scroll were frayed, and a blue gemstone embedded in its rod emitted a gentle glow. Lin Feng reached out, carefully retrieving the scroll and unfurling it. The text inscribed upon the scroll was ancient and obscure, and Lin Feng meticulously deciphered its contents, his brow furrowed in concentration. After a considerable time, he finally grasped the significance of the words. It detailed the truth about the curse that had befallen this woodland and the means to lift it. Once, this forest had been a peaceful and beautiful place inhabited by kind-hearted people. However, an evil sorcerer coveted the immense power of the land and sought to claim it through forbidden spells. Yet, his magic spiraled out of control, unleashing a catastrophic disaster that cast a dark curse over the entire woods, transforming it into a realm of dread and peril. To break the curse, one must find 4 lost artifacts and place them in designated locations within a temple. These artifacts were the Sword of Light, capable of dispelling darkness, the Shield of Guardianship, endowed with the strength to fend off evil, the Bell of Awakening, able to rouse entranced souls, and the Staff of Wisdom, containing the insight to unravel enigmas. Lin Feng understood the daunting nature of his quest, yet his gaze bore no trace of retreat. He resolved to embark immediately in search of these 4 sacred relics. First, he scoured the room for clues, hoping to uncover hints regarding the whereabouts of the artifacts. In a corner, he discovered a stone tablet etched with a map. The map indicated the potential locations of the artifacts, though the routes appeared convoluted and fraught with unknown dangers. He committed the map to memory before stepping out of the room and returning to the temple's grand hall. The temple now seemed eerily silent, as if awaiting his next move. Following the map's guidance, he ventured into a narrow corridor. The air was thick with moisture, and droplets cascaded from the walls onto his shoulders. Suddenly, a low, rumbling growl echoed ahead. Lin Feng halted, gripping his sword tightly, eyes alert as he surveyed the path ahead. From the shadows, a colossal beast charged forth, its body reminiscent of a lion, yet adorned with immense wings. Unfazed, Lin Feng confronted the creature. After a fierce battle, he emerged victorious and pressed onward. Throughout the ensuing journey, Lin Feng encountered various traps and magical obstacles, yet, armed with unwavering resolve and cunning intellect, he navigated each perilous challenge. Would he successfully locate the 4 artifacts and lift the curse from the woodland? Chapter 7 of the arduous pursuit. Lin Feng continued his quest for the artifact within the temple. Guided by the map, he arrived at a vast cavern. As he stepped into the cave, a wave of damp, cold air rushed towards him. The cavern was filled with grotesque rock formations, each taking on peculiar shapes. Some resembled fearsome beasts, while others bore the menacing fangs of colossal creatures, sending chills down one's spine. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like a row of sharp fangs, and the sound of dripping water echoed in the vastness of the cave, reminiscent of the relentless passage of time. Lin Feng proceeded with utmost caution, his sword gripped tightly in hand, his vision limited to just a few steps ahead. Each step he took was measured and deliberate, as the stones beneath his feet were treacherously slick, threatening to send him tumbling should he falter. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in from behind, prompting Lin Feng to pivot swiftly, only to be confronted by a swarm of dark, winged creatures lunging towards him. These entities were bat-like in form, yet several times larger, their expansive, resilient wings generating fierce gusts of wind. Their eyes glowed with an eerie red light, akin to smoldering embers, and they emitted shrill, piercing shrieks that grated on the ears. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng brandished his sword in defense. The blade sliced through the darkness, illuminating arcs of light as it clashed with the creature's claws, sending sparks flying. His swordplay was both fierce and precise, each strike infused with lethal intent. However, the sheer number of these dark beings was overwhelming, as they surged forth in relentless waves. One creature, seizing an opportunity while Lin Feng was momentarily distracted, swooped down from above, its sharp claws raking across his shoulder. A stab of pain coursed through him, yet he gritted his teeth and retaliated with a swift slash, dispatching the creature in a haze of shadows. Yet, more of its kin continued to swarm, and Lin Feng found himself gradually ensnared in a perilous situation. His breath quickened, sweat drenched his garments, yet his gaze remained resolute, betraying no hint of retreat. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng discerned a pattern in the creature's assaults. Utilizing the peculiar rock formations as cover, he adeptly shifted positions, launching surprise attacks upon the dark entities. Gradually, their numbers dwindled, until the final creature succumbed to his blade, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Though he had repelled the onslaught, Lin Feng bore wounds. His shoulder and arm were marred with deep, jagged scratches, blood seeping from his injuries. Yet, he paid little heed to his wounds, hastily tearing a strip from his garment to bandage himself before pressing deeper into the cavern. In the depths of the cave, he stumbled upon a colossal stone sarcophagus. It lay there in silent repose, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. The surface of the sarcophagus was adorned with enigmatic symbols, each flickering with a faint luminescence, as if whispering secrets long forgotten. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Feng, yet his desire to locate the artifact compelled him to open the sarcophagus. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands upon the lid and pushed with all his might. The lid was astonishingly heavy, but fueled by sheer determination, he gradually pried it open. As the lid shifted, a pungent odor wafted forth from within. Peering inside, Lin Feng beheld a desiccated corpse, clad in a tattered yet once resplendent robe. In its lifeless grasp lay a dagger radiating an aura of darkness. With vigilance, Lin Feng surveyed the scene, wary of any lurking danger. Suddenly, the corpse stirred, its eyes snapping open to reveal nothing but an abyss of darkness. It rose slowly, emitting a low, menacing growl. Startled by this unforeseen development, Lin Feng quickly regained his composure, raising his sword and proclaiming, "Whatever you may be, I shall not fear you." The corpse stood, brandishing the dagger as it lunged towards Lin Feng. He deftly sidestepped and countered with a strike of his sword. The clash of steel against the dagger rang out sharply. Lin Feng soon realized the corpse possessed formidable strength. Each strike carried immense force. Undeterred, he pressed on, growing more emboldened with each encounter, deftly shifting his tactics in search of an opening. At last, an opportunity presented itself. Lin Feng thrust his sword into the creature's chest. It let out a horrific wail, collapsing to the ground, disintegrating into a cloud of ash. Sighing in relief, Lin Feng meticulously searched the sarcophagus and discovered a concealed compartment. Upon opening it, he unearthed a radiant artifact, the Mind Bell, one of the treasures he had relentlessly sought. As he grasped the Mind Bell, a warm energy surged through his hand. He understood that this was a powerful relic, and with it, the hope of lifting the curse had grown stronger. Yet, he was acutely aware that further challenges awaited him. He must swiftly seek out the remaining artifacts. With the Mind Bell in hand, Lin Feng departed the cavern, resolutely continuing his arduous journey in search of the sacred relics. Chapter 8: Clues of the Artifacts. As Lin Feng emerged from the cavern, the mystical bell of the mind in hand, he found himself at a crossroads. One path meandered sinuously into a profound valley, shrouded in mist that exuded an enigmatic aura. The other ascended steeply towards a towering peak, its summit enveloped in swirling clouds, obscuring its true visage. As he stood at this juncture, hesitating, he was suddenly assailed by a faint whispering sound. The voice seemed to emanate from a distant realm, yet was tantalizingly close, elusive, and difficult to grasp. Lin Feng instinctively pricked up his ears, striving to discern the words being uttered. Following the direction of the sound, he tread carefully upon a path strewn with thorns and gravel, acutely aware that a moment's inattention could lead to a tumble. After traversing a short distance, he stumbled upon a stone tablet inscribed with ancient characters. The inscriptions, worn and indistinct from the ravages of time, bore cracks and imperfections in several places. Lin Feng crouched down, meticulously examining the glyphs. His brow furrowed, his gaze intent, he endeavored to extract meaningful information from the remnants of the script. Through considerable effort, Combining his acquired knowledge and past experiences, Lin Feng ultimately deciphered the text upon the stone. It revealed clues regarding 3 other artifacts. It appeared that the Sword of Light lay hidden within a mysterious cave deep in the valley, guarded by a formidable beast said to possess impenetrable scales and indomitable strength. The Shield of Guardianship was concealed within an ancient fortress atop the peak, fraught with mechanisms and traps that could render one irretrievably lost with a mere misstep. The Staff of Wisdom resided at the heart of a mist-laden forest, revealing its location only at a specific hour when the moonlight graced a designated spot within the woods, causing the fog to dissipate. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to first seek the Sword of Light in the valley. He was acutely aware that this endeavor would entail formidable trials, yet for the sake of lifting the curse over the woods and saving Qingshui Town, he pressed forward without hesitation. He ventured along the rugged mountain path into the valley, where dense fog enveloped him, severely limiting visibility. Lin Feng proceeded with utmost caution, his sword held in a perpetual state of readiness. The towering trees flanking the path loomed ominously, their interwoven branches resembling sinister claws reaching out toward him. Throughout his journey, Lin Feng encountered a myriad of harsh weather conditions. At times, fierce gales threatened to unsteady him. At others, torrential rains drenched him thoroughly, rendering him a veritable figure of despair. The ground beneath him turned treacherous and slippery, complicating his progress further. Moreover, the perilous terrain presented substantial challenges. At one point, he found himself at the edge of a narrow cliff where the path barely accommodated one person. Pressing himself against the mountainside, he advanced slowly, each step fraught with the risk of plummeting into the abyss below. Another stretch involved a steep incline littered with loose stones, where Lin Feng navigated with extreme caution, wary of triggering a landslide. Yet Lin Feng never wavered, his heart brimming with unwavering conviction. Whenever fatigue and despair threatened to overwhelm him, he recalled the kind souls of Qingshui Town and the anticipation reflected in their eyes, which rekindled his spirit and propelled him onward. After several arduous days of trekking, Lin Feng finally arrived at the entrance of the mysterious cave. A formidable presence emanated from within, enveloping him in a suffocating aura. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his sword tightly and slowly stepped into the darkness of the cave. Inside, the cavern was shrouded in pitch blackness, and Lin Feng could only rely on his faint sensory abilities to navigate. Suddenly, a deep, resonant growl echoed through the cave, startling Lin Feng.